like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of death.
No sign of clearer skies ahead, but hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end.
Tuck you in and
Lay your head to rest.
with
The luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Got it inside my head to get me there. I'd be willing to bet she'd get me. Yeah. Not quite yet, she just met me there. She found the thunder inside so frightening. She'd cry her eyes out in lightning, yeah. I felt a hold on my hand a tightening, and began to dream of dry land despite me. She tucks you in, lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
You feel it a bit unfair. nobody there means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. Was Jesus Father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after hell. Yeah, the devil's always after hell. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write in Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down? No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. Should all take a good last look around. It's closing time. I leave on the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found? For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls? but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're coming out of time. 'Cause there's hope alive inside. You're running out of time, but there's hope alive inside. You're coming out of time, 'cause there's hope alive inside. Oh, but you're running out of time.
Alright, guys. Fuck's going on? Here we go. And blade me up, Scotty. You are stellar.
Color is descriptive. It can show off a character's eccentricity, it can reflect someone's mood, or it can show when a character doesn't quite fit in.
What happened to you?
Color contrast tells our eyes where to look, and how extreme you emphasize that contrast is up to you. Red is the color our brains react to the strongest, and it can represent passion or violence. But the use of a particular color doesn't have to be exclusive to a particular mood or trait.
Particular.
An association with a color can be
Particular.
imposed by the filmmaker or by the audience. And the associations we choose can be attached to an idea or to a person. But color can also be used to show a change in character. What does it mean when a character starts a movie alone wearing one color and ends it in love wearing something else? Even a hint of a color can give that character power. But you don't need bold color choices to show an evolution or a dynamic. What does it tell you about the internal conflict of a character who goes from tattered grays and whites to solid blacks? Or someone who begins in bold colors but loses them as she becomes less and less herself? Color is
Phantom
not
Thread was
strictly
actually a good
necessary
movie.
to telling a good story. Like any element of filmmaking, color is a tool that with the right vision can be used to elevate what we see and how we see it. These are just a few ways color and costume can help to reflect identity, denote change, or mark contrast. Next week, we'll look at how a filmmaker like Edgar Wright achieves all three in a single film, and in ways most of us watching would least expect it. Until then, I'm Danny Boyd. Thank you so much for watching.
You're welcome, Danny.
Just tell her baby's coming.
Baby?
B-A-B-Y, baby.
No one makes movies like Edgar Wright makes movies.
Oh, hell yeah.
Action, music, sound, editing,
How's that working out for you?
and
Bouncy,
choreography.
bouncy. I'm
All
doing
done
well. How are you?
and distilled down to the smallest.
Turn the
element.
video down a little bit.
A
Shit's
few
too
of his
loud.
movies show off that orchestrated ballet of film craft with more style than 2017's Baby Driver.
Working. Fuck yeah.
Oh, there you
How's work?
That's also what every voice on the internet talks about. And yeah, it's brilliant and legitimately worth learning from. But today, I want to look at an element of this movie that's so in your face that so often we don't even notice it. Color.
All of my movies and Baby Driver being no
Oh
exception,
no.
I'm always looking to kind of color code
Not
the
too busy to
characters.
Specifically
pop in
the
and check
color
on
of
me
what
though. I
makes
appreciate
characters
that.
wear.
So working with Courtney Hoffman, the costume designer, we basically picked a color per character, so that character would be somebody that you could track.
The move?
So in this case,
We're not
Ansel is
moving
in, like,
until the
grey,
end of
black and white.
July.
Jamie's in red. John Hamm is in blue. Asa Gonzalez is in purple and pink. And those are their colors.
You're not meant to notice it consciously. It's
So
there. So why is color so useful? And
Did it lock
why does
me?
Edgar
Okay, it
Wright
didn't
even
lock me out.
bother?
Oh, no.
So what is it you do?
No, we're getting ready to move at the end of next month.
Wright's protagonists have
Whew.
an aesthetic simplicity
One shot.
to them that makes them visually identifiable.
Yeah, no, I'm not looking forward to
Sometimes that uniform is
moving.
literal, and other
But yeah,
times
we're
it's a red tie or a ringer t-shirt.
we've been living here for like 4 years now, and
But with
we're
Baby
so
Driver,
entrenched
Hoffman
in
wanted
this.
to go even bolder, having come straight off the heels of Matt Ross's character.
Oh my God!
Fantastic.
In the middle of July in
Goal,
South
if
Florida,
you
you're
dress
telling
as one
me
of these characters for Halloween, could you, and would people recognize you for it?
How the fuck I look?
Let's start with Jamie Foxx's Bats. He's big, he's bold, he's loud, wears pure Atlanta, and the color our brains have the most visceral reaction to.
No need for intros, Doc. Everybody from the jungle to the trap, no bats.
Basically, he thinks he's the king. But because his color
Oh
is so
God,
pronounced,
we're gonna
it
throw
can't be
away things we
associated
thought
not
we
only
threw
with
away
him,
years
but with
ago.
what he stands for. Bats is dangerous and represents one of the greatest threats to Baby's plans to elope. So by the end, our association with the color is so defined that it becomes transferable to different settings
All right, I think I got everything out here.
and to other characters. Buddy and Darling are a little different. Pulled straight
don't
from
see no
movies
crates.
like Wild at Heart or True Romance, massively devoted, hugely impractical. Skirts too short, necklines too low. As Hoffman puts it, she wanted
I'm just not looking
femininity
forward to like the
ultra-femininity.
deep clean we're gonna have to
Masculinity
do when we get
ultra-masculinity.
everything out of
She
here.
wears pink, he wears blue. and it's all
Yikes.
dialed up to 11. But a character doesn't have to be bathed in a color to create an association with it. Maybe you paint the office green of somebody obsessed with money. Or you accessorize.
This shit is bananas, dog.
Which
Sure
brings
doesn't
us
look
to
like the
Baby
power's
himself.
out.
Unlike most movie characters, who stand out because they dress more boldly than the people around them, Baby stands out because he doesn't. Baby wears flat, colorless clothes, without textures, because at the beginning of the movie, he's young, fresh, and has yet to discover who he is. Despite being a getaway driver for a team of bank robbers, Baby isn't all good or all bad. He does crime, but isn't hardened by it or devoted to it. Dressed in black and white, he could still go in
Yep, that's
either
definitely
direction.
what
He's got
we're
a big arc left
estimating
to
will
go
be
on,
the
while everyone else is fully formed.
about the time frame. I told Amber last night, I was like, when we start getting ready to
But
move,
as he goes through the movie, across his own journey,
I wanna
he
get started
begins
at the
to
end of
react
May.
emotionally to what happens around him, to make his own decisions, to discover who he is. and
so
what
we
he
gotta start
wants.
looking for
The
places
literal
too.
blank white slate he wears across his chest begins to transform, until by the end of the movie, it's no longer white at all.
Zebra.
Like a zebra, I guess.
I'm wearing black and white, so you can call me Debra.
Deborah wears black and white too, but those aren't really her colors. That's her living someone
No,
else's
it's
50s
like
diner fantasy. Her uniform,
most places
James has
don't
again in
rent
opposite
2
way.
months out,
and
you
as
know?
Baby
People are
nears
looking
the
to
end of
fill
his
up their
transformation, he begins to adopt Deborah's colors.
spaces within a month. Oh yeah, no, we
But Edgar Wright's use of color in costume design isn't all about
We're not
color
really the
growth
type to,
or
like,
storytelling.
check out a
Sometimes
place
the reasons are color-coded
that's
characters
already
is
got an
actually
occupant in it
pretty
that's
simple.
'Cause in a
like,
lot of
they're
action
definitely
films,
moving out.
especially like
We want to see what the
spy
space
or
looks like empty.
Hitman films, they're always wearing black, and the cars are black, and the goodies and the baddies are in black. And sometimes, if you get into a fight scene where both of your actors are shaven-headed and they're wearing all black, it's
Jesus.
impossible to tell what's going on.
Exactly. We're definitely not the type to just want to be like, hey, can we check out your apartment? I know y'all are moving out soon, but
I'm Danny Boyd, and this is a scene in focus. Ready? So today we're looking at the Penguin Chase from The Batman, directed by Matt Reeves. There are a lot of components to this scene that make it interesting. The action, the retro sodium vapor lighting, the weather, sound design. But today I'm going to focus on just one thing. Placement of the camera. Whatever you think of the movie, the cinematography of The Batman may be its most outstanding quality. But unlike a lot of spectacle movies, The Batman wasn't just shot to look good. Every decision Reeves and cinematographer Greg Fraser make in creating its image is made to serve its story, its characters, and the immersion of the audience.
Did you see
What
this
Reeves didn't
new
want,
The
a
Batman?
movie that keeps his
Such a
audience held
good
at an arm's
fucking
length.
film.
The movie had to have a very visceral side to it, and that it happens in the visual. It's a critical part of it. We're trying to take you into an experience,
Nerber.
visually trying to experience the movie from Batman's point of view as much as possible.
Reeves creates immersion in two ways. The first is by bringing us directly into his world. Gotham is dark, it's grungy,
Yeah, that
it
one.
rains. In other words, it evokes the moody atmospheres of its influences.
Clute, Alan Pakula, shot by Gordon Willis.
I'm afraid so.
Chinatown.
I am sorry.
The Hand by Wong Kar-wai.
And where a lot of movies are desaturated to make their world
Oh,
cinematic,
he makes up for
Batman
Twilight.
goes to the blackest blacks, and then
He's
combines
really
them
like
with a bold
in
use of
what
color.
was
But it isn't just
I guess it was
Gotham
probably
that's
just
dirty and
called The
broken.
King
It's the
with
lenses
Timothy
themselves that we're
Chalamet
looking
and
to
Robert
see through.
Pattinson.
These lenses were so
I
messed
watched it
up
on
that
Netflix. I don't know if
essentially
it's still
the
on
edges
Netflix,
of the
but
frame were completely distorted.
that shit was
but
dope.
The idea was, how can we use the texture of
Alright, where
the
am I
lenses,
going,
the texture
robot?
of film, and introduce it in a way that would make you feel the atmosphere
Oh,
of this
okay.
place, and would also give you that sense of the subjectiveness of being in that point of view.
Yeah, it's like
And that leads us to the other way
nowhere
Reeves creates
near
immersion, through the subjective viewpoints of the characters and the action.
yeah, dude. Rob Pat has definitely
In this scene,
redeemed
we notice how
himself.
every shot includes multiple elements of subject and object together. Even though the morphe of the lenses keeps some elements out of focus, we always get Batman and the phone and the DA, or all three, instead of cutting from close-up to close-up. Reeves loves creating depth like this because it places us right inside the scene instead of outside observing it. Or sometimes the main action of the scene is out of focus because the character's awareness
Yeah,
of
he
the
sure did.
situation is obscured.
You know who
Or
hasn't
the
redeemed
first, like,
themselves
conventional
from
tracking
Twilight
shot of one character
is
turns out to be a
Kristen,
point of
whatever
view
her
shot
name
of
is.
someone else. In fact, POV shots and mounted shots like these are everywhere in the Batman because they're the most subjective shots out there, and they make us feel like the character and what the character is feeling. So how does this apply to the Batmobile chase? Well, with very few exceptions, nearly every camera angle in the scene is positioned where a participating character or object is, or could be. So as an audience, we're at all times either attached to one of the cars,
Dude, the
Side
combat
of
in
it,
this game is
either hanging off the
absolutely
door,
fucking
looking through a
amazing.
side view, peering from the back seat, the passenger seat,
Oh
or
yeah, Panic Room.
always connected
That was
to
like
someone or something that's a
2003
part
or
of the
something,
action.
right?
Compare this to chase scenes from other Batman movies, where the majority of the shots used are objective, high in the sky, on cranes, or attached to camera cars. What's interesting about the chase scene from the Batman, though, is how much of it isn't just shot from Batman's perspective, like most of the movie. Beginning with this shot of the Batmobile firing up for the first time, we're offered largely the perspective and breadth of awareness of the other characters in the scene. Kind of like... And once the chase chase scene begins, we hone in on our villain and his reaction shots. We stay with his limited awareness before the Batmobile emerges from the fire. We get these great mounted shots inside his car as he flips around.
Exactly.
And at the end of the scene, we get some of the most instantly iconic POV shots ever. Here, here, and here. This is the only car chase scene in the movie, and one of the film's highest velocity action sequences in general, but Reeves still manages to apply the same visual
Like, how do you look at a camera with your mouth open but no teeth showing for that amount of
the
time?
rest of the film. And this philosophy of immersiveness extends to less visual elements of the Batman as well. Batman is narrating the beginning of
The
movie.
Batman.
He's writing in his journal. When Nirvana starts playing in this scene,
Oh, my favorite Nirvana song.
to be
They
diegetic.
they busted out
I'll
fucking
another
Something
video
in the
later on
Way
delving deeper into
for the
subjectivity
soundtrack of
and
this movie. I was like,
objectivity of
yes,
movies and how
this
they're
movie
achieved.
wins the fucking
But for
award.
now, just remember, if you're making a movie, drama and action aren't
And
just
it's
about
okay to eat
relationships between characters
fish,
or objects
'cause
in the
it
world.
don't
It's
have
about
any
choosing to present those relationships
feelings.
to the people on the other end. Whether it's in a chase scene, a hallway gunfight, or just two characters in a room talking. I'm Danny Boyd. This was The Batman. Thank you so much for watching.
Look out there. Out there is the perfect lap. No mistakes.
Ford
Every
versus
gear
Ferrari?
change, every corner.
In a scene from James Mangold's Ford v Ferrari, Christian Bale's Ken Miles sits with his son on an airport runway, contemplating the perfect lap. And while in a movie full of heart-pounding, high-speed race sequences, the composition of a character scene like this one might appear routine on its surface, to capture the scene on camera, cinematographer Phaedon Papamichael had just 20 minutes to film 7 setups worth of shots and coverage, all during that magic hour of dusk light. Ford v Ferrari is a film inspired by the true story of Ford's legendary head-to-head against Ferrari at the 1966 Le Mans 24-hour endurance race. The movie also marks the 5th collaboration between Papamichael and Mangold, a relationship showing no signs of ever slowing down. From a cinematography standpoint, Papamichael approached Ford v
So
Ferrari's
confused by this.
famously practical high-speed racing scenes.
Alright, thanks,
and its
Reaper.
intimate character
Appreciate you
scenes
stopping by.
under the same philosophy, to not preconceive and to embrace what's in front of you. As Mangold put it in an interview with Variety magazine, Papamichael is very responsive. It's a process of plan, but then watch what's happening in the moment, and adapt, revise, and respond to what you're seeing. In the case of the film's driving sequences, Mangold and Papamichael used up-close wide-angle lenses and placed their stunt drivers outside of the vehicles in order to give free rein to the scope and the spontaneity of Bale's performance.
What the fuck?
But in shooting the perfect
I having,
lap
like,
scene at dusk,
stick
the
drift
ability
issues?
to adapt and revise in the moment was imperative. Filming alongside active runways, Papamichael and Mangold were restricted not only by time, but by the equipment they were even allowed to use on the day. They couldn't risk high winds carrying objects into the flight paths of nearby planes, and with only 20 minutes, minimal equipment, and no ability to control distant light sources, Papamichael
This is
improvised
definitely
lighting by using
busted.
that glowing number 8 on the runway, which production had built from a sky panel, a box, and some fabric, just so he could get enough light onto the faces of his actors. Papamichael later told Variety, "We planned it and went for it. It was really stressful, but we knew we had it." When choosing to shoot out in the wild, you surrender what control is offered by green screens and sound stages to greater forces. You might plan out every gear change and every
Oh, it's
corner.
gotta be-
You can prepare your
alright.
shots, your technical elements, your actors. But when it comes time for Phaedon Papamichael to capture a scene on camera, he knows there's no such thing as the perfect lap. He embraces the unpredictability of filmmaking, that unknowingness, that discovery that only exists in the moment, in the throes of a shot. when all you thought you knew is passing you by at 150 miles
Here we go.
an hour.
That was a fun little
This
puzzle.
is Christopher Nolan's Tenet, and this is Tenet's protagonist.
I'm the protagonist.
He doesn't have a name. He's got swagger and charm, and he seems to know his way around a kitchen pretty well. But an identity? Well, that's a black box even he doesn't know until the film's end. Because Tenet is a film committed to secrecy.
Policy is to suppress.
It can't possibly do you any good to know that right now.
Don't try to understand it.
Need to know and you don't.
This is knowledge divided. It's unknowable.
Ignorance is our ammunition.
And that's half a problem. The other half?
What?
Tenet's dialogue is a little hard to hear. You might have heard this before. It's Bane's original dialogue recording from The Dark Knight Rises before being redubbed and remixed for the final film.
Calm down, Doctor. Now is not the time for fear. That comes later.
This use of ADR is extremely rare for Nolan, who prefers the authenticity of production sound, but that also means that every sound on set, like wind and the camera, compete directly with dialogue when the film is being mixed. And that's one of the reasons the characters in Interstellar are notoriously difficult to hear. But it isn't the only reason. Nolan himself has claimed that Interstellar's many dialogue-heavy scenes being overpowered by environment and score was intentional. He encourages viewers to think of dialogue as a kind of sound effect, blending in with the atmosphere, or in other words,
Don't try to understand it. Feel it.
regarding the question of Tenet sound specifically, some sound designers have suggested that this phenomenon is the consequence of new technology that's granting people like Nolan and his engineers vast suites to edit every minute detail of a soundscape.
In this process, dialogue can lose priority, mixed low in a thick wash of what sound mixer Matthew Price referred to as track overload.
But why does this matter?
I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
We know dialogue doesn't need to be articulate
Oh, nice.
to still make a cinematic or emotional impact, or abundant to make us feel connected to a world, its characters, or its events. Except that maybe for Nolan, it does. Nolan's dialogue plays a very important role in his films. As a vehicle, it's used to deliver vast amounts of complex information to us, his audience, and it does this with the help of a guide. Elliot Page's Ariadne, for instance, in 2010's Inception, is our connection into a convoluted reality of dreams within dreams within dreams. She is our guide, an audience surrogate intelligent enough to process and then extrapolate from the information she receives about the world and its logic and its rules, but new enough to it to ask for answers to questions we would have. By the way, these kinds of expository conversations often associated with Nolan are particularly prevalent in the movies Nolan wrote without a writing partner. But while Ariadne serves a role that's distinct from Inception's central character, Cobb, Tenet's protagonist fills both roles. He's at once the lightning rod for the majority of the film's exposition, and the primary driving force of the film's action. And as with past films, Nolan chooses to accommodate both these key functions through dialogue.
I need an assist to Mumbai. I need to get to Sanjay Singh.
The Mumbai break-in? That doesn't happen at random. Neither does this airport heist or this car chase.
What is this
These
bullshit?
scenes are the direct consequence of information provided to the protagonist in one scene.
This isn't
followed
like
by a verbal
Siberia
choice
shit.
made by the protagonist to then act on that information in the next scene. Problem is, when Nolan's dialogue gets masked, at times literally, behind sound design that takes a key to decipher, our connection as an audience to vital information and to characters' decision-making gets locked away within it. As a result, events seem to unfold like a roller coaster, seemingly without cause or effect, just spectacle. It's not that there is no story, even if it sometimes seems that way. There is. It's just buried in the mix. But Tenet's preoccupation with obscuring information has implications beyond our connection to world and plot. It can affect the way we connect emotionally with character, and this is where the protagonist's lack of an identity comes in.
I was thinking a lot of Sergio Leone westerns, like with Clint Eastwood. The Man with No Name. I really wanted to tap into that kind of great tradition of the anonymous protagonist.
Hello? Saludos.
Everything we know about our hero can be garnered from a single scene, the film's opening opera house raid. This is not a shortcoming. Through action alone, Nolan is able to demonstrate that this character is brave, knowledgeable, and unyieldingly committed to his job. But these are just traits. We don't know his history, who his friends are, who he loves. And that's unusual, even
What's
for a
going
Nolan
on here?
movie.
Come on.
In Inception, the film's emotional arc is centered on the death of Comm's wife, whose repeated intrusions play an enormous role in the rising tensions of the film. In Interstellar, we're introduced to Cooper as a father before anything else, and the growing distance between him and his children ties into many of Interstellar's themes of isolation, humanity, and love. Albeit clumsily at times. Even Memento, a film in which information about the protagonist is similarly withheld, manages to provide an emotional through line. Leonard's goal isn't nebulous, his search for his wife's killer is tangible and deeply empathetic. Tenant's hero isn't given an emotional anchor. His individuality lies solely in his role as an operative, the de facto savior of the world, the protagonist.
I think there's something really compelling about jumping into a story and being told essentially to concentrate on the here and now. And so deliberately not naming him, not including any of the information about how he might have arrived there. Hopefully it draws attention to that idea and keeps people really focused on the here and now.
So, does it? Or does leaving answers to these kinds of mysteries for the film's end sever a connection between what we see and what we feel up until that point? What do you think? If you think it does, then Nolan might have a solution to help with some of those sound mix issues too. Watch it again. Like a temporal pincer operation. Go through the movie a second time, knowing what you didn't know then, and it's a fundamentally different experience. Thanks to a recontextualization of events, the film's dialogue and ideas and relationships become exceedingly easier to extract, to understand, and to connect with. Admittedly, seeing Tenet twice might have been a lot for Nolan to ask when insisting that the film be released in theaters in the midst of a global pandemic, but tell me what you thought with another go, and maybe with the closed captions turned on.
You guys sound check?
No, not yet. We're going on it.
Margaret sound checked yet? Have you sound checked yet?
No, not looking forward to it. Terrified. Half my shit's
So jumping turns on the lasers.
On Earth. Located at Microsoft's headquarters in Redmond, Washington, the anechoic chamber is so quiet that background noise is measured in negative decibels, and mere minutes inside have been known to induce panic, disorientation, and even auditory hallucinations. Blood, bone, breath. The only sound you'll hear in the chamber, and others like it, is you. But despite its sheer deprivation, there is one thing that an anechoic chamber cannot be adequately likened to.
You know, I think hearing people don't really understand that this it goes way beyond the actual physical condition of deafness. It's a distinct culture, and in that and under the umbrella of deaf culture, there's many subcultures. But deaf culture with a capital D is a very real thing, and that's the first huge learning curve. We are very hearing centric. We're very able-bodied thinkers. We think of ASL as an interpretation of English. It is not. American Sign Language is a different language. It has nothing to do with English.
That was Sound of Metal director Darius Marder, whose 2019 feature debut sought to explore a slice of that culture on film, and as authentically as possible illustrate a young man's transition into it through immersive filmmaking, disciplined performances, and a rare measure of human awareness. The concept for Sound of Metal was born a decade and a half ago in conversations between Marder and fellow screenwriter Derek Cianfrance, a former metal drummer who left his band after signs of tinnitus started to set in. At the time, Cianfrance was already half done developing his experience into his own film called Metalhead, featuring members from the band Jucifer, a nomadic metal duo known for living and touring full-time out of an RV. But when the project was abandoned, Marder adopted the premise and raised it into Sound of Metal and the story of Ruben Stone, a fictional drummer in a metal duo of his own who rapidly becomes deaf.
What? In the left ear, you came in at 24%.
Okay.
That is not good.
Yeah, I see that. So what? What can we do about it?
I didn't touch the laser, bro.
But for Marder and his team, capturing that experience on film was a tremendous challenge, one less of sight than of sound. And that's where sound designer Nicolas Becker comes in.
Bonjour, mon nom est Nicolas Becker, je suis bruiteur de formation et je me suis mis aussi à faire du sound design, aussi un travail de composition, un travail de captation de field recording.
What laser did I hit, bro?
Becker and Marder actually visited an anechoic chamber in Paris. They used it as a starting point to discuss the internal sensation of external silence and set to work creating as authentic a soundscape as possible.
My first idea was to go to something very naturalistic. So the idea is that we try to actually understand physically from the people who had
Fuck, I was right there, bro.
What was the inner feeling, you know, like the body feeling of it.
When consulting the deaf community, Marder and Becker chose to specifically learn about the experiences of individuals who were not born deaf, to best match the life and perspective of their hero. Diegetically, that meant a complex mix of noise and quiet. The sound of drums, blenders, traffic are all suffocated through Ruben's point of view. And as Ruben first grapples with his loss of hearing, that point of view is reinforced by Marder's camera. When Ruben fills a shot, his auditory perspective takes over, and words to a hearing audience are drowned out. But when the camera takes a step back to a spectator's distance, like passers-by, we can hear again.
He's having trouble even communicating with me.
These techniques are further paired with Becker's minimalist score, which was composed for an instrument called a crystal bachet, a glass organ embedded with metal rods whose varying lengths and weights produce an eerie, resonant drone when brushed, quite literally the sound of metal.
Fucking dumb.
Of course, any emphasis on authenticity in a film also places enormous pressure on the performer. Riz Ahmed, who plays Ruben, was tasked with learning American Sign Language and drumming in the months leading up to filming. Marder made it clear that he was going to provide Ahmed with no safety nets. When filming the raucous concert scenes shot in front of live audiences, Marder's philosophy was simple.
I said, look, if you suck, you suck. You know, you're going to be as good as you get.
A creed pushed to an even greater extreme with the film's use of language. Marder demanded Ahmed learn to comprehend ASL beyond just what the script contained.
I also said, you know, you're going to be in a deaf community for, as a character, your character has lived in a deaf community for 4 to 6 months. So you have to learn ASL to the degree that Ruben would know it. You can't just learn your lines. You have to be able to improvise. It's disrespectful to the deaf community. You have to show up with a command of that language.
Riz Ahmed's ASL coach, Jeremy Lee Stone, claimed that Ahmed refused to use textbooks, opting instead to learn the language through conversation, just as Ruben would.
The first day you were here, you remind me of an owl.
Ow.
Martyr also insisted that Sound of Metal be screened to accommodate deaf audiences.
The film is captioned tonight, so it's not just subtitled, it's captioned. And really this is the beginning of an experiment of bringing together two distinct cultures and enjoying a film together. And that means that we all experience the film slightly differently, but we do it together in the same room.
When the film premiered at the Toronto International Film Festival in 2019, the subtitles were hard-coded into the reel, and the only moments where captions don't appear in the film are instances when Ruben's perspective takes over before he's become fully acquainted with ASL. For a hearing audience, these scenes become some of the most affecting, left like Ruben in open water without a guide, immersed in a community and culture and language very different from the one we take for granted every day of our lives. The hard-coded captions have since been removed, but Martyr encourages audiences to keep them on.
Everybody here shares in the belief that being deaf is not a handicap, not something to fix. It's pretty important around here.
Those are words spoken by Ruben's mentor, Joe, played by Paul Raci, himself a child of deaf adults and a lifetime ASL interpreter for the LA court system. I think what truly sets Sound of Metal apart from too many other films that struggle to tackle similar themes and stories about change and loss is the way that it chooses to fold deafness into a broader narrative. In Sound of Metal, deafness is treated less as an obstacle than as a catalyst, fuel to explore an equally potent influence on the story: addiction.
My name's Ruben. I'm an addict. I have 4 years clean now.
Recovery plays an essential role in Ruben's arc, a former addict of quote-unquote everything, as well as that of his partner Lou, who has previously committed self-harm, likely linked to a traumatic family history. But whatever demons the two battle in an effort to help themselves is outweighed by each one's mission to help the other at any cost. Lou helps Ruben into a deaf sober house, a community of people who are importantly there to address their addiction, not their deafness.
It's very important, if you want to be here, to understand that we're looking for a solution to this, not this.
And as Ruben's journey develops within and without that community, he begins to come to terms with what he has and hasn't got, to cut ties with the path he long imagined for himself, and finds peace and beauty and quiet, culminating in a scene where dialogue plays second fiddle to nonverbal communication, where emotion is universal, where one journey can end and a new one can be anything that we choose to imagine. Hi, I'm Danny Boyd, and the day is February 14th, 1991. You've never seen Jonathan Demme's The Silence of the Lambs. You don't know that in a staggering 13 months, it'll become one of just 3 films in history to win the top 5 Oscars at the Academy Awards. As a matter of fact, you don't know anything, except what the friend who's dragged you down to your local AMC to see it has told you. It's a scary movie about a serial killer named Hannibal Lecter who eats people, and this other guy who makes human bodysuits out of his victims. Fun. But now imagine you arrive and the concession line is a bit long. You rush into the theater 2 minutes into the film, and you see this. A woman running in the woods. But remember, scary movie, right? So maybe you fill in a few details of your own. Because how many times have you seen this exact shot in a horror movie? Or what about this shot of someone trying desperately to open up their car door at night to make their escape from an impending threat? On their surface, these are tropes, and from them are born preconceptions about certain images linked with singular contexts within a genre, when in reality, Jodie Foster's Clarice Starling is actually completing an obstacle course at an FBI training facility outside of Quantico. She's actually investigating a murder and breaking into an old car to find evidence. These shots aren't meant to trick you. Their context within The Silence of the Lambs is perfectly clear, But director Jonathan Demme has put them in for a reason, and in their own small way, they represent everything brilliant about this movie. The Silence of the Lambs asks us to forget everything we've seen before, everything we thought we knew, about the genre, about its characters, about what it means to be an Oscar contender. Don't measure this film against any of that.
Read Marcus Aurelius. Of each particular thing, ask, what is it in itself? What is its nature?
Now, I won't harp on as to whether The Silence of the Lambs is really a horror movie or whether it should be classified as psychological thriller, but on whatever shelf you put it, the fact is, before 1992, no movie as horrific had ever won the Oscar for Best Picture, let alone swept for Best Actress, Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Screenplay. And why not? Jonathan Demme's film has all the makings of an esteemed Oscar-pleasing Hollywood production, minus the genre.
You see a lot, Doctor?
Jodie Foster's performance is a masterclass in naturalism. Her character's fears, strengths, insecurities, responses to her environment are each played out reactively and on instinct. Clarice Starling abandons the tropey preconceptions of women in the genre in place of someone real, someone motivated not by plot or archetype, but by her immediate circumstances and her past traumas, someone endowed with the resolve to overcome obstacles and to later help others in the film who can't.
Now then, tell me, what did Miggs say to you? Multiple Miggs in the next cell. He hissed at you. What did he say?
But where Foster is remarkably understated, and her Clarice remarkably human, Anthony Hopkins' Hannibal Lecter is a different story completely. Hopkins' deliveries are clinically precise, spoken in a voice that, according to him, was 1/3 Katharine Hepburn, 1/3 Truman Capote, and 1/3 Stanley Kubrick's HAL 9000.
Hello, Dave.
Good evening, Clarice.
Hannibal as a character is driven not by his own emotions or humanity, but by a fascination for and constant study of the emotions of others. Hopkins' physicality is at the same time inviting and predatory, almost reptilian, fiercely calculated, as though every word Hopkins speaks, every motion he makes, is performed by deliberate cognitive volition, not as a reaction, and not by instinct.
Anthrax Island. That was an especially nice touch, Clarice. Yours?
You can't quite get a firm read on Hannibal because, well, he's too busy reading you. When asked about the character of Hannibal Lecter, Silence of the Lambs screenwriter Ted Talley once said, "The more you explain him, the less he is. I don't want to know that somebody hurt his puppy when he was 8 years old. I don't want him to be conventionally motivated. Less is more." And Talley wasn't kidding either. Across the film's 118-minute runtime, Anthony Hopkins is on screen for just 16 of them, one of the shortest Best Actor Oscar wins of all time. It's an unprecedented performance that some critics have even suggested could have very well unbalanced the movie had it been reveled in for any longer. But the genius of Hannibal from a screenwriting perspective is how his presence in The Silence of the Lambs manages to spill over those 16 minutes. Lecter himself is preceded by his own mythologized reputation. The first scene in Hannibal's cell may be when Clarice first meets him, but it isn't the scene that we're first introduced to him.
Sit down.
This is Jack Crawford's office.
I remember you from my seminar at UVA.
5 minutes into the movie, where Demme and Talley give us a deliberately suggestive understanding
The psychiatrist Hannibal Lecter.
of what this character has done, what makes him dangerous,
Believe me, you don't want Hannibal Lecter inside your head.
and what he is.
And what is that?
Oh, he's a monster.
It's just enough to form an image, but not enough to fill it in with the full truth.
He's past the others. The last cell.
Each inmate that Starling passes on the way to Hannibal's cell is more maniacal and frenetic than the last. By all accounts, Hannibal should exceed them all. But he doesn't. Hannibal Lecter is calm and collected, standing at attention in a neat, form-fitting jumpsuit, a Hopkins idea, by the way. And it isn't that Hopkins or his portrayal of Hannibal undermines anything that's been said about him so far. After all, he has killed people and eaten them. Rather, it's that the character defines for itself the nature of the monster in a horror movie.
What is its nature?
Through expression, through physicality, a great actor can convey self-possession, discomfort, curiosity, nervousness, intimidation, fear, or subtle combinations of each. But as immensely powerful as the human face is in communicating, the language of physical expression is still a primitive one. One of the great boons of a novel is the inherent ability it has to devote space to internal thought, insight into the way external actions and words impact the emotional psyches of a character. One of Ted Talley and Jonathan Demme's greatest challenges when making The Silence of the Lambs, and in turn one of their greatest successes, was finding a way to paint Clarice Starling's internal experiences onto the screen. In particular, her experience as a woman in a male-dominated workplace. The power of eyes and the human gaze completely pervade The Silence of the Lambs. Through Demme's use of a subjective camera, much of Lambs is presented to its audience directly through Starling's eyes, and we see firsthand the way Clarice is viewed by the men around her, as either an object of desire,
Whew. Okay.
or one of contempt. But Demme doesn't want you to just witness these objectifications, these preconceptions, like some bystander. Characters speak and glare directly into the camera. Directly at Starling. Directly at us. Lecter's gaze pierces a bit deeper than the rest, though. Like a viper, Hopkins never blinks, except at the most deliberate moments, when doing so feels almost hypnotic. We can actually track the moment Lecter has begun to creep inside Starling's head by tracking Demme and cinematographer Tak Fujimoto's camera work, when things transition from conventional over-the-shoulder shots to Demme's signature POVs.
Hello, sir.
This motif ultimately comes to a head at the film's climax, though, with the omniscient eyes of Buffalo Bill, a man able to view Clarice without restraint, social or otherwise, rendering Clarice not only emotionally, but now physically powerless. Trapped under the gaze of a man she can't even see. It's an expertly conceived cinematic and narrative through line, and one that can be truly terrifying. Earlier, I mentioned that The Silence of the Lambs won at the Oscars a staggering 13 months after it was released. That's because most Best Picture winners throughout history have been released after August, so that they might still be remembered come award season. But not this movie. The Silence of the Lambs won on its own merits, and forced the Academy in 1992 to look past what they thought they knew about what a prestigious Hollywood film should look like. Most genre films face an uphill climb to Oscar recognition, often undervalued and underrepresented at the Academy Awards. Maybe that's because the Oscars don't ask each one what is it in itself, measuring each instead against a preconception of a genre that simply doesn't fit inside their particular mold. Every so often, something pushes through, or maybe is let through, but Jonathan Demme's The Silence of the Lambs is just one piece of evidence that great cinema, great performances, themes, and world-class filmmaking is not tied to genre. It's tied only to the brilliant people who tell the story that they want to tell. I'm Danny Boyd. Thank you so much for watching. Hi, I'm Danny Boyd, and this is Cinema Sticks, a celebration of film and film form. Okay, check it out. You're cruising over the Atlantic. You swoop down onto a busy Miami crowd, push through the front doors of the club, circle around the room, and land at the booth. 2 minutes long, one continuous take, except that it isn't. Let's watch it again. Helicopter shot across the ocean, crane shot down into a dolly push, through the door, and onto a Hollywood soundstage. 3 shots, 2 cuts. Did you spot them? Those were the opening minutes of The Birdcage,
Wine?
shot in the mid-90s by Emmanuel Lubezki,
Hurry up, I've got to get back down into rehearsal.
whose illusions of sustained long shots have become practically modern legend in Hollywood. And yeah, his work over time has become more sophisticated, more diverse, and more difficult to parse, but here, the goal wasn't spectacle.
Let's start with the premise.
The choice to shoot long takes, touring tracking shots, and wide-frame scenes was to tap into the parentage of the film itself.
Something starts in your pelvis and works its way towards your heart.
Because The Birdcage is based off a play and directed by one of the most acclaimed film and stage directors of all time.
What do I do with Albert? I mean, how do you make Albert into a housewife?
Well, you'd have to send Albert away for a few days.
Are you nuts? You try sending Albert away.
Dad, we've got to get rid of a few things around here.
What things?
Elaine and I loved Cajo Fol for years and years because it's one of the great plots.
No, you take your knife
It's about family.
and you smear. Men smear. Smear, that's it.
And we couldn't get the rights, and we couldn't get the rights, and then we did.
That was The Birdcage's director, Mike Nichols. He and his creative partner, Elaine May, practically redefined improvisational comedy in the 1950s and 60s.
It is a moral issue.
Moral
And
issue.
to me, that's always so much more interesting than a real issue.
Yeah.
You know, because there's a fiber to it.
That's
You
right.
can feel
Something
it. Yes.
to follow in the papers.
But it wouldn't be until The Birdcage, in 1996, after 2 long and affluent independent careers in Hollywood,
Mrs. Robinson, you're trying to seduce me.
that the two would reunite for their first cinematic foray together. May writing
Chewing gum helped me think. Sweetie, you're wasting your gum.
and Nichols directing.
John Wayne.
Oh, God. Couldn't we start with someone easier?
And although The Birdcage is based off a play,
Howdy, man.
Nichols and May took much of their inspiration from the French film adaptation released in 1978.
Wayne. John Wayne. Tu descends de cheval.
Names are changed, locations moved, politics are recontextualized,
Actually, perfect. I just never realized John Wayne walked like that.
but at its roots, The Birdcage remains fundamentally one thing:
Armand!
a farce.
Albert! Are you trying to ruin me?
And that meant it needed enough space to play out its action
Hit me.
and its comedy,
I don't think I get it. Try more gum.
Albert.
sometimes together, and sometimes
I never wear shoes because they make me fall down.
a little delayed.
Call me.
Perfect. What is this, sludge?
Yes, it's sludge. I thought I'd make a nice change from coffee.
Bag lady! Good morning, Agador.
Good morning.
Shooting wide allows for all the characters in the scene to play out their actions without cutting, and like in a stage play, Nichols would use a set's natural depth to keep less pertinent characters in the background rather than out of frame.
I don't understand.
Yes, you do.
No.
Then when it's finally time for a long shot to end, they're expertly broken by either a match cut or by a new character entering the scene.
I think you should come downstairs. She's trying to take his chewing gum away.
It's amazing what a director can achieve with just one angle
It's a wonderful show.
It's the most intelligent show on television.
or one setup.
Plays are about where on stage everybody is. When you have everybody in the right place on stage, the scene can happen. And by the way, if they're in the wrong place, the scene can't happen. That's partly what rehearsal is about.
Like in the theater, rehearsal was a huge deal for Nichols, who practiced with his cast for weeks before production began. That's unusual for a film, and it was in rehearsal that Nichols would allow his cast to improvise and adapt the script that they would shoot with later based on choices made in the moment. So when it came time to actually shoot the movie, everybody had a complete understanding of what precisely they wanted to do, how they would move, what they would say, and where they would say it.
We'd like the champagne now.
When you want to shoot your action wide and continuous, this kind of preparation is everything, because it means you don't have to cut things up in the edit because it didn't work. Of course, no matter how much you rehearse, you still can't control everything, and you ultimately have to hope for the best.
Well, certainly in a movie, that to me is the essence of making a movie, that you prepare like crazy and then you wait to discover what happens. Every day is a surprise. That's the joy of making movies. You have to hope it's a good surprise and that they got it on film.
Wrong response? I'm not sure. Take it from the top.
On any given shot during production, Nichols had a rule. Once he was satisfied with the take, he would let his actors go off script.
You do Fosse, Fosse, Fosse. You do Martha Graham, Martha Graham, Martha Graham. Or Twyla, Twyla, Twyla. Or Michael Kidd, Michael Kidd, Michael Kidd, Michael Kidd. Or Madonna, Madonna, Madonna. But you keep it all inside.
Sometimes even the best off-the-cuff moments don't always fit the story. But when the surprise is right, the improv makes it in.
Perhaps one more schneckin for the road. Do you mind? When the schnecken beckons.
That was improvised.
You're going to the cemetery with your toothbrush. How Egyptian.
That was improvised.
Shut up!
And this?
Here's the note for Catherine. Go put it on the downstairs door.
Shut up!
Well, that was an accident. But pay attention to the way Robin Williams fights to save the scene afterwards and keep himself from breaking up.
It's okay. We're all right. It's fine. Just shut up, goddammit. It's all right. Stop crying. Goddamn you. What are you standing there for? Go. Go. She'll be here in a minute. Go. Damn it. Fuck the shrimp.
Robin Williams was an absolute over-the-top genius.
There's something about a group of people looking at something, all apprehending something unspoken, that is very exciting to me. It's what I love in the theater at its best, and it's what I love in movies, that it's like you describe the space around something, and the thing that in the middle that is not referred to is apparent as a result.
There's so much more to say on The Birdcage. Its cultural significance, its dense satire, but for all of that, there's simply no substitute for the real thing. So if you're in the mood for something smart and funny and sweet, or you just miss Robin Williams as much as I do, go watch The Birdcage. And Joe Maltby, thank you so much for the recommendation. Hi, I'm Danny Boyd, and this is Cinema Sticks, a celebration of film and film form. When John G. Avildsen was initially offered the job to direct the first Rocky movie, he immediately turned it down, not giving a damn about the subject matter, until he was convinced 3 pages into the script when this happens.
Hey, your old man did pretty good tonight. Why weren't you there, huh? You should have seen me. You guys hungry?
Stallone still has those turtles, by the way.
Here you go. Here you go.
Because at its core, Rocky isn't a boxing movie.
When do I fight again?
Maybe 2 weeks.
Rocky fights because he has to, because he isn't good at anything else.
Because I can't sing or dance. Hey, yo.
Halfway into the movie, Rocky's offered the biggest fight on the planet.
You'd be interested in fighting Apollo Creed, World Heavyweight Championship?
And what does he say?
No.
And at the very end of the film, after going 15 rounds on the world stage, what does Rocky want more than anything else in the world? But I'm getting ahead of myself. Here's why Rocky Balboa in 1976 is more sincere, complex, and endearing than you remember. It's important to understand that Stallone wrote his character. He wrote the story, the screenplay, and he refused to sell the movie until the studio agreed to let him star in it.
Tell me, Rocky, just between us, where did you get the name Italian Stallion?
Oh, invented that about 8 years ago when I was eating dinner.
And as a result, there's authenticity at the core of Rocky's character that can't be imitated.
You got a friend for you. Hello, Rock. How you doing? The hell are those? Oh, the domestic turtles. The one on the top is Cuff and the other guy is Link. The rest of them are Marvel. Yeah, they make good soup.
What's great about an actor and a director understanding their character this well is that they're able to show off everything we need to know about who this character is with a single shot. Rocky saunters into a room because he's self-assertive, whistles to himself because he's generally high-spirited, relies on physical aids because he can't trust his brain, will fight to hold his temper in even when he's feeling angry, but will ultimately brute force his way through a problem instead of re-strategizing or asking for help.
It ain't your locker no more.
And sure, you could reduce it all down to hypermasculinity,
Talk about ain't my locker. It's been my locker for 6 years. Where's my gear?
Mickey told me to bag it, hang it.
but there's clearly something more going on under the surface. For instance, here's how Rocky talks to the girl he likes. Like he does every day,
Cold night.
he starts with a bad joke.
Good night to catch pneumonia, you know?
Then he tries to ask her out.
Wanna go to the basketball game?
Not very well. But even though all he wants to do is open up to her about the day he's having,
Tough day today, you know? They took my locker away. Had that locker for about 6 years. It don't bother me none.
he just can't seem to drop his tough guy front.
Combination. Must have $20 sticking out of there in the past 6 years, you know? Doesn't matter, who cares? You know?
So he self-deflects,
Hey, bird. Hey, look who's here. Look who's here. The giant worm.
and then reverts to square one to try again tomorrow.
I want to go home, make up a joke. I'm going to tell you a new joke tomorrow, okay? Good night, Adrian.
Good night, Rocky.
Rocky is flawed, but he knows it. He never gives up, but he can't seem to break out of his same old patterns, no matter how hard he tries.
Yo, Adrian. These are the exotic animals I was telling you about. These are my friends, Cuff and Link.
I sold him to you.
Sure, I know you sold them to me. Remember you were working at that pet shop, huh? First day you was there and I came.
And this is what I love about Rocky and Adrian as characters. They're both trapped in shells that only the other can break.
I think we make a real sharp couple of coconuts. I'm done with your shot. What do you think, huh?
Like Cuff and Link, they need each other.
She's got gaps, I got gaps. Together we fill gaps. I don't know.
Oh.
And so, when the right circumstances finally align,
Get out of the house! Go out and enjoy your freaking life!
Rocky builds up the courage to ask Adrian out as best he can,
How about maybe you and I, maybe we go out together, get something to eat. I don't know, maybe laugh a little bit. Who knows, you know?
and Adrian builds up the courage to agree as best she can,
We're gonna have a good time.
which gives us this scene.
Yo, it looks kind of quiet, huh?
I think it's closed.
No, I think maybe we're just early or something like that, you know?
You! We're closed.
What?
Originally, their date was written to feature a rink full of background actors, but production couldn't afford it, so Stallone just rewrote the scene like this.
Oh, man. It was never too smart. He says to me, you weren't born much of a brain, you know, so,
And it's since become one of the most iconic in the franchise.
Don't fall! Don't fall! Hey, that was terrific. I'm pretty good at this. You like the way I skate?
This isn't the only instance of Stallone adapting Rocky on the fly to account for budget restraints. Rocky's robe being too big for him? That wasn't intentional, so Stallone integrated the mistake into the script.
Adrian, you don't think this robe is too baggy, you know?
Good luck.
Jurgens, the poster's wrong.
For this scene,
What do you mean?
the night before the fight,
I'm wearing white pants with a red stripe.
that was an actual mistake made by the props department. But because it was too late,
It doesn't really matter, does it?
we got this.
Sure you're gonna give us a great show.
A scene underscoring the futility of Rocky's hope to ever rise above his own station. Director John Avildsen called Rocky a love story and a character study. As heroes, Adrian's arc is maybe the most clear. She starts out debilitatingly shy, wants to speak up for herself but can't,
Adrian, I want you to go downstairs and clean all the cat cages down there.
lets Rocky in, finds it in herself to stand up to a verbally abusive brother,
I take care of you, Paulie. I don't know you nothing.
then asks Rocky to move in together.
Absolutely.
But Rocky's not so different. He starts out the movie taking abuse in and out of the ring,
You're a bum. Know that? You're a bum.
tries to stand up for himself but can't,
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Because you had the talent to become a good fighter. And instead of that, you became a leg breaker. Some cheap, second-rate loan shark.
To living?
It's a waste of life.
lets Adrian in, and then finds it in himself to let down his guard and open up to somebody emotionally for the first time.
You know, I said that stuff on TV didn't bother me none.
Yeah?
Did.
In fact, one of the greatest scenes in the movie, and according to Stallone the most important, is this long take of Rocky walking into his apartment, admitting his insecurities,
Can't do it.
laying down beside Adrian, and acknowledging what he needs.
Come on, Adrian, it's true. Always nobody.
That if he can just go the distance with Creed,
I know for the first time in my life, see? I went this another table.
this scene, by the way, is the longest single shot in the entire movie, at 2.5 minutes, longer than the film's credits. The producers wanted to cut it to save time during production, but Stallone insisted, and was given just one take to get it right. He did.
Took up 2 yards from Schneider and Graham from Capoli, right?
No. 2 yards from Capoli and a grand from Schneider.
2
Okay,
yards.
right in
2 yards.
okay?
Yeah, I got it. Yo, Adrian, it's me, Rocky. Rocky, bro. Listen, I don't know what to say, because I ain't never been before, you know? See that nose? That nose ain't never been broken. 64 fights. I had guys busted on it. I had guys chewing on it, twisting it, punching it. I mean, whack, boom. These guys are hitting my nose all the time. Never broke. I'm very proud of that. Never. That's rare. Oh, wait a minute. I just want to say hi to my girlfriend, okay? Yo, Adrian, me, Rocky.
Since I was a child, when I was young and wild, nobody could ever tell me there was nothing to overwhelm me. I thought I was cool when I left school. Took some time for me to realize I don't need this disguise. Baby, come let's move.
Who wrote
Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction?
Pulp Fiction.
Tarantino.
A friend of mine, Roger Avery, working with writing partner Roger Avery.
And the Oscar goes to
Delivered an Oscar-winning script.
Quentin Tarantino, Roger Avery for Pulp Fiction.
With Pulp Fiction.
And at that time, Quentin and I, we collaborated on everything.
But then,
Suddenly all the trappings come in.
The business.
There's money.
You kind of carve out a little piece of yourself
Producers and agents.
to make space for the little piece of them that you fill in that hole with.
But, at the time, I would give Quentin anything he asked for.
hey, I'm Danny Boyd, and in 1995, 2 people won the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay for Pulp Fiction.
This has been a very strange year.
Quentin Tarantino.
You know what?
And to his left, waiting for him to finish.
My wife Gretchen, who I love more than anything in the world.
Is Roger Avery,
And I really have to take a pee right now, so I'm gonna go. Thank you.
whom you don't really hear about much today.
At all, really.
Of course, that's got a lot to do with a bit of drama surrounding this little title card right here, which we'll come back to. But at the end of it all, here's what I really wanted to know.
Show me up there.
You've got two writers.
Let's count that guy.
And one of the most influential films ever made.
So that means it could be up to 5 guys up there?
So, you know.
We should have fucking shotguns.
Who wrote what?
Hey, keep chilling.
We sat around, we started thinking, well, what can we do? Like, how can we get a film made?
Okay, so to answer this question, we need to back up a little bit.
Let's go.
South Bay, LA, circa 1990.
Ish.
Two video clerks want desperately to make a movie.
So Quentin and I thought, okay, so it's easier to make a short film than a long film. We knew that.
Right, so they hatched this plan.
Thought if we get a bunch of filmmakers together, we can all make similar films. We can put them together like an anthology.
And that's how they came up with Pulp Fiction.
We were like, oh, we'll do a whole bunch of short stories, and each of us will direct one.
I had an idea for a movie, and it was,
This is Tarantino.
Cliche, guy supposed to take out the gangster's wife, but don't touch her. We've all seen that a million times. That's the earliest idea I had for a sequence that I've ever done. I came up with that sequence when I was about 24, and I never wrote any more. I never even knew what happened after that, but I wrote that sequence. And so when I came up with my Pulp Fiction story, where the whole idea is to take cliched stories and put them in, I go, oh, well, let me expand that one. That'll be great.
And so eventually that would become the first story of the 3 main narratives
3 crime stories
to comprise Pulp Fiction.
Kind of like the stories you've seen a zillion times before, but I was just going to take them different ways. Let real life intrude on genre.
And that would be followed by Avery's story.
And I wrote the Gold Watch sequence.
Right. So the whole Bruce Willis part with Butch and Zed, that was all Avery. And it was actually based on this unproduced script Avery had written before any of this, called Pandemonium Reigns.
You want a cigarette you got up there? I'll tell you all about it.
And there was another filmmaker named Adam Rifkin,
right,
who was much more advanced than either of us.
And he was supposed to do the 3rd story.
He never wrote his sequence.
Where the fuck is it?
And so for a while, that was kind of it.
Well, he put me on hold.
Pulp Fiction was put away as a couple story ideas, half written.
So he hid it.
Because,
One place he knew he could hide something.
Well, because in 1992...
In his ass.
Something huge happened.
Reservoir Dogs. Reservoir Dogs was discovered at Sundance and hailed at Cannes,
which changed everything.
Rarely in our years on the movie beat has a new director become as hot, as fast as Quentin Tarantino.
It's my personal favorite.
People were very interested, in him. People were interested in me. So we got hired by TriStar to develop the screenplay based on what Quentin wanted to do next.
And what he wanted to do next was make Pulp Fiction.
So, on one hand, yes.
The road was paved.
It was a big difference.
All they had to do was finish writing the movie.
How did you get out?
I shot my way out. When we finished Reservoir Dogs and we showed it at Sundance and it was all done and I was all completely and utterly done, I go, I'm going to Europe. I'm going for the summer. I'm going to be there for a while. So that was my European time. Not only was I writing Pulp Fiction, but I was just living, what's it like to be living in Europe and going grocery shopping and all that kind of stuff. It was great.
Merde, you startled me. Did you have a bad dream?
Okay, so after a while, Avery joins me in Europe, and the two of them are living out of this tiny one-room apartment in Amsterdam, and they lay out pretty much everything they've ever written out onto the floor. Mostly unfinished material that never made it into bigger projects, but also some stuff that had.
I actually wrote that specific scene. Wrote that for True Romance, and there was this whole moment in True Romance that you don't see in the movie, obviously, because those scenes were cut out and moved into Pulp Fiction. And the gun going off in the car.
Oh man, I shot Marvin in the face. Why the fuck did you do that? I didn't mean to do it as an accident.
All of that was for True Romance.
True Romance, by the way, is the 1993 Tony Scott film that Tarantino wrote, based actually on another unfinished script he and Avery worked on together, called The Open Road. Because, again, at that time, Tarantino and Avery worked on everything together.
I mean, I wrote scenes as favors for Natural Born Killers.
Another early Tarantino script.
He would come to me, he's like, I can't bring myself to write the scene. Would you please do it for me, Roger?
But the two didn't just pull from each other. The whole split narrative structure of Pulp Fiction, that was influenced by what a few other filmmakers around the world were trying out at that time.
Krzysztof Kieslowski's Three Colors movie, Red, White, and Blue. Jim Jarmusch did Mystery Train at that time.
Well, what about him?
Which was multiple storylines.
At the time of his death, he was Jupiter. Elvis would have weighed 648 pounds.
And people never talk about that film.
648.
It was a huge influence on Pulp Fiction.
Video rental store. Pulp Fiction opened the New York Film Festival in September. It stars John Travolta, Samuel Jackson, Uma Thurman, Bruce Willis, and Harvey Keitel. And we are pleased to have the director right here, Quentin Tarantino.
What about Ving Rhames?
So we wrote those out.
Okay.
Throw some love Ving Rhames' way. Come on now.
Was all ready to go.
And we had our two stories that we had written, and Adam never wrote his.
Gonna plan this better.
And so?
Then it comes time to do the third story.
Right. And the third story was a completely different story
than was in the movie.
As Tarantino describes it,
It was like a black getaway kind of thing.
with a whole new set of characters.
I'm in Amsterdam, and I've just...
Now, at this point, it's important to note that Avery had left Europe.
Just got back from Amsterdam.
He's gone back to LA with the firm belief that he had written a third of Pulp Fiction. Meanwhile, Tarantino stays behind, embellishing every word of every story, adding new dialogue, and then, ultimately, completing the movie.
I've just written the first story, I've written the second story, and I'm getting ready to start writing the third one. And I go, I can't introduce these brand new characters in fucking hour 60. Who cares? Who cares? That's not going to work at all. And then I go, well, wait a minute. I have a non sequitur at the beginning by having these guys show up with these fellows and taking this briefcase. And I actually had the thing where they shoots the guy in the car earlier on. No, wait a minute. This is my next story. Let me just hang out with these guys.
Here it comes.
All the rest of the day, and let's just see what happens.
Better you than me, gentlemen.
And so he did, resulting in what would end up becoming the Bonnie situation.
You got to appreciate what an explosive element this Bonnie situation is.
The third and final story in Pulp Fiction.
I'm gonna get fucking divorced.
But there was a problem.
I mean, yes, in a general way, there was a great amount of discipline in the script.
Do me a favor, will you?
TriStar, which, by the way, had already invested $900,000 in the Pulp Fiction, got the script, and decided they didn't like it.
Just when the script came in,
they told them, look,
super violent. It was long, and it was long, and it was violent, and the violence was like super described.
And they didn't want to make it. But then Miramax came along.
And they got it.
And they swept in.
And gave Clinton the support he needed.
And,
yeah, we have Pulp Fiction.
But remember that title card I put up at the beginning? So originally, Tarantino and Avery were signed on to Pulp Fiction as co-writers. Only now, Tarantino's a pretty big deal. He wants his signature on everything he does, and he wants his movies to say, a film by Quentin Tarantino at the beginning, and written and directed by Quentin Tarantino at the end. But throw in Avery as co-writer, and suddenly you can't put written and directed up on the same card.
Up and everything, and just blow it all, just tonight, just...
Now, according to this book, Down and Dirty Pictures, a dive into the 90s independent film scene, the whole thing went down something like this.
Hello.
Avery gets a call from Tarantino's attorney, who basically says, hey, you can either accept a story by credit instead, or you can have nothing for Pulp Fiction. And Avery is furious, fights for his co-writing credit, but eventually gives in to the ultimatum. Again, maybe. Probably, but ask Avery about all this today, and you get a very different story. According to him, it was Tarantino who called him personally.
He called me and asked me if he could alter the credits contractually. It was kind of, much of it was written before Reservoir Dogs and before, all the stuff that was in there was written at this other time in our life. And he just called me up and he's like, you know what, I'd really like the credits to read this way. And, I just said, sure, yeah, go for it.
Now, normally something like this wouldn't just happen.
Pulp Fiction came at a time before we were in the Writers Guild. And so there was...
See, the Writers Guild of America has very strict rules about how credit gets assigned and displayed in a movie. But Tarantino and Avery didn't have that kind of intermediary.
There was no one telling us the credits have to read like this.
Win this Heisman Trophy that Maryland here is holding.
Now, even a year ago, I would have ended the story right there. The falling out of two once great friends, gossip, drama, blame. But...
Hi, this is Quentin Tarantino.
And this is Roger Avery. We're the hosts of a new show called the Video Archives Podcast.
Each week we're going to be watching films pulled straight from the shelves of the Video Archive store where we used to work together.
We've already watched movies like Dark Star.
That's Tarantino and Avery, together again on their new show where they watch and discuss old movies from the original Video Archive store, tapes that Tarantino bought when the place closed down back in '95, the same year the two won their Oscars for Pulp Fiction. And I don't know, if that ain't the right conclusion to this story, then I'll be.
It's one thing when you're just two guys working in a video store trying to write scripts, and it's another thing when you add all the other elements of the business that change the dynamic of a friendship. And so I think at a certain point it just became a conscious decision, maybe even a subconscious decision of let's just let our friendship be our friendship.
It's The Empire Strikes Back. Our first movie this week is The Empire Strikes Back, and this is the best of the three Star Wars films.
Well, Roger, let's credit the director of the film, Irvin Kershner.
Our director, Irvin Kershner.
It was an inspired choice. There was nothing, I don't think, in his career that would lead anyone to believe that he could have made an action picture.
So I said, okay, is it ready? It's ready. Action.
So they start to lift this huge X-Wing out of the water.
As soon as above the water, the wings do this.
Dun 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 dun.
They fold.
They just collapse. And the one day George Lucas was ever on set, he's watching all this go down.
Scene after scene didn't work.
And it wasn't just that day.
The first movie was directed by George Lucas. This one is directed by Irvin Kershner. What is the difference that you can see?
Hey, I'm Danny Boyd, and it's, 1978?
I get a call from George.
George Lucas calls up his old friend, Irvin Kershner, and he says, let's have lunch.
I said, who's paying? Anyway, I went.
And so they meet in the dining room at Universal Studios, and Lucas is like, hey.
We would be honored if you would join us.
He says,
I'd like you to make the second Star Wars.
I want you to follow up the single highest grossing film ever made.
Gee, George, I don't know.
Bear in mind, this is back when sequels were generally not that well regarded, not just by the public, but by film studios. So it has to be good. Like, really good.
He says, because if the second one works, then I'll make more.
But?
He says, if it doesn't work, then that's the end of Star Wars.
Like, forever. Alright, so Kershner hesitates, but he eventually says, okay. And he takes the movie, but with one stipulation.
The only way I could take the picture is when I told George, you know, I'm not going to stand there on the set and have you standing over my shoulder.
Right.
I need absolute freedom to make my picture.
And that would mean a very different experience directing a Star Wars movie. For everybody.
Well, they're very different personalities, you know, and they have a different way of getting what they want. Kershner's more vocal about what he wants, you know. I think George knows what he wants, but he sort of would rather maneuver you into it without having to come out and say, do this.
I worked so long with the script that I know pretty much everything that's expected of the scene, and I just shoot the picture. And as I go along, I vary, I change my concept often because of what I shot before, or I learn something, or I learn that I don't need a certain scene, or I learn that I haven't shown a certain person before, and I have to show them now. There are about 1,000 little considerations before you can stage a scene.
For example?
Take, for instance.
Okay, so this is one of my favorite production stories ever.
How do you do a scene where, what's his name's running?
Chewie and C-3PO.
The head's going, no, don't run, don't do it. You know, he's talking, and the head's going like this, and the arm is going, oh, no, stop. Right?
Right. So originally, that whole contraption was all electronic.
Cost $100,000.
Just to make the head shake and the arm flail around.
All right, put him there. Run from there to there.
Anyway, so they set everything up. They're ready to go.
All right, let's do a take.
But as soon as Kershner calls action,
wait a minute.
It doesn't work.
What's happening?
The arm and the head kind of just wiggle, and nobody on set seems to know what to do. But then?
The prop man comes to me and says, can you give me 15, 20 minutes? I think I can fix it.
But it's electronic.
He says, I know. Give me 20 minutes.
About a half hour later, the prop guy comes back.
And he said, do you want to see it work?
And Kershner says, sure.
And so I'm looking, and he starts to run.
And lo and behold,
the arm's going like this, and the head's going like that, and it's perfect. I turn back.
And standing in the very back of the room,
with a long fishing pole,
is the prop guy.
He disconnected it from the electronics, and he's moving the arm back and forth. What did that cost? Nothing. Improvisation. You can't be thrown by these things. You have to assume you can make it work.
Well, I hope this doesn't kill him.
Oh, do not. There is no try.
I felt I needed humor in the picture, and yet I couldn't have gags. I felt I needed a love story, and yet I couldn't have a lot of smooching and kissing and all that stuff, and it had to all be more implied.
George had scripted an exchange between Princess Leia and Han Solo, which went like this. She said, I love you, and Han Solo said, I love you too. And it kind of seemed to me that we weren't taking advantage of the character that we established for Han Solo.
Who's scruffy looking?
We tried take after take after take. Nothing satisfied me. And finally, I said, Harrison, don't think about it. Don't think about it. Let's do it. Okay, action.
I love you.
I know.
And he dropped in, and I say, cut. I said, yeah, it's a great line. That's Han Solo.
Apology accepted, Captain Nida.
So, understanding the script, understanding characters, material, obviously, all of that crucial to directing anything. But Star Wars, over the last few
I hope they
decades,
have a
has
boss
become
rush
so
for this,
ubiquitous,
man.
so huge, it's practically its own genre now. But if you strip everything away, transport yourself back to pre-Disney, pre-1999, Star Wars is one thing. Pure, unabashed fantasy.
Some people call it science fiction. I don't even consider it science fiction. I consider it a fairy tale.
We have a fairy princess. We have an innocent farm boy who yearns for adventure. Alec Guinness is a wise old wizard who teaches me a mystical force, somewhat like Merlin would teach a young King Arthur.
In science fiction, you're very concerned about leaving a spaceship on a planet because, the oxygen or the gravitational force is not the same as on Earth, or not what your body's adjusted to. And so you must take all that into consideration, or it's considered very poor science fiction. It's fairy tale. That's the environment. That's the context. But you can literally do anything. And if I believe it while I'm doing it, the audience tends to believe it too. So that's a fairy tale.
So after suffering 3 years of Star Wars ripoffs and imitations, May 21st we get the real McCoy, and it's something rare, a sequel that works.
And now I'll just leave you with this.
The first one was directed, you were directed by George Lucas. Now you're directed by Irving Kershner.
Right.
What is the difference?
Kershner's much taller.
I'm Danny Boyd. Thanks for watching.
Oh, that was the end? Fuck. Lame!
Grace and I just watched Sound of Freedom.
I can't put it in words, what I just saw.
Guys, this was the hardest movie I have ever had to watch.
It is a life-altering and life-changing movie.
Life-altering
dare you
versus
people
life-changing.
Stop this from being seen!
What is going on here? This video is sponsored by Surfshark. That's right, I'm sponsored now. Mama's gotta eat, but more on them in a bit. First, we have a stage to set. Last year, a normal-ass action thriller made 10 times its budget to become one of the highest-grossing movies of 2023. What's that about? Sound of Freedom came out last July 4th, no big deal, which means it's de facto no longer really a new movie. It certainly would have been more algorithmically friendly if I had made this video last summer. Believe me, I tried my best. But I think there's a lot to gain from some distance with a piece like this. So much of the life of a movie has surprisingly little to do with the movie itself. Film is a deeply collaborative art form that involves the coordination of a lot of very different kinds of people, many of whom are more often than not operating with large amounts of both ego and money. This means that the before and after of a film, its conception, its pre-production, production, distribution, marketing, reception, and cultural legacy often, at least in my opinion, end up being more interesting than the movie itself. Entire lives have been built and ruined on the back of one movie that just gets picked up by Tubi for a few months and then forgotten. That's just the kind of thing that happens when you put a bunch of extreme personalities in a room together and tell them to make something. Basically what I'm getting at here is that even if Sound of Freedom weren't part of a political project, it would still be fascinating as a cultural artifact because of what it reveals about everybody who interacts with it. Blockbuster media events are like a prism. Any input of attention or energy, whether by their makers, their marketers, or their audiences, cause this shattering of other effects that would have no clear relationship but for the object at the center of it all. Of course, the fact that Sound of Freedom is part of a political project just adds to the many facets of American society it's able to refract, which I think is the reason so much of the conversation surrounding this movie has so little to do with, like, the movie. The fancier the designs on the walls are, the easier it is to forget that what we're dealing with here is, in the end, a piece of glass. that's only impressive under very specific circumstances. I don't think that's true for any movie more than it's true for Sound of Freedom. So before we talk about the interesting parts, it really is imperative that we sit down and internalize what a dull hunk of rock this movie actually is. First, let's take a second to thank the sponsor of this video. If you spent any length of time watching my videos, you know that if there's anything I don't trust, oh man, it's the internet. I spend a lot of time writing my little words at cafes, and the idea that someone might be virtually snooping over my shoulder cooks my goose to no end. Nobody needs to know I'm researching chimp attacks or torture methods. Mind your business. That's why I never hop on public Wi-Fi unless I've turned on a VPN first, and lately Surfshark has been fitting my needs perfectly. Surfshark keeps your online identity safe by encrypting all the information sent between your device and the internet, keeping your personal data protected from big companies and cyber criminals and wrongdoers of all kinds. Just press a button on any of the unlimited number of devices you're allowed with Surfshark, and you'll get your own encrypted IP address, allowing you to get past geographic restrictions on Netflix so that you can watch your favorite movies and shows not available in your own country's library, access censored content, or just keep your perfectly healthy interest in the history of cannibalism to yourself. And unlike other VPNs, Surfshark doesn't store your data for any length of time. Very important. What's the use of having secrets if someone else has to know them? So click the link in the description or pull up the QR code that should be on the screen right now and use code MORBIDZOO for an extra 3 months of internet privacy for free. Alrighty, so we open on Rocio Aguilar, who is playing music in her room. She's interrupted by a knock on the door, a lady who introduces herself to Rocio's father as Giselle, a talent scout interested in signing Rocio and her brother Miguel up for a modeling agency. Later on, their father Roberto drops the kids off at a photo shoot where Giselle takes their photos. When Roberto comes back, everyone has vanished. We cut to the most cartoonish pedophile in the world posting a database of children onto a forum. But little does he know that outside his house is one of those vans that definitely isn't full of government agents. It is full of government agents. Tim Ballard is there. Tim is in the van. I'm going to be talking about the real Tim Ballard quite a bit here, so to differentiate between movie Tim and real Tim, I'm going to call movie Tim Tim Jim from now on, as in Tim Ballard as portrayed by Jim Caviezel. So Tim, Jim, and friends break into the house and body slam this cartoonish child predator to the ground, not how that's done, and find in his house a lot of genuinely stomach-turning photos that I will not be showing here. Back at the station, one of the new kids asks Tim Jim how many children they've found after finding the people exploiting them, and Tim Jim says this.
There's a high probability that most of those kids are outside of the U.S., Chris. So, our job is to get the pedophiles. And that's it.
Later on, Tim Jim decides, apparently on his own, also not how that's done, to do some kind of undercover type thing by convincing our cartoon pedophile, whose name is Oshinsky, that he too is interested in predating upon children. Over time, he gains Oshinsky's trust, and Oshinsky sets up a meeting with a guy named Earl Buchanan, who has Miguel. After intercepting Miguel, Miguel tells him that his sister is still missing, and asks if Tim Jim will find her for him. At this point, we see Miguel's experience, where he's separated from his sister and sent to Mexico for trafficking into the US, while Rocio is sent to Colombia. With tentative approval from his boss, Tim Jim goes to Cartagena, which is the last tip he has from Earl Buchanan. While there, local police send him to a guy known locally only as El Vampiro, who's a sort of Schindler kind of guy who buys children out of sex slavery and sets them free. They have a meeting where he says the thing,
God's children are not for sale.
And Vampiro agrees to work with him. Together, Vampiro and Tim Jim decide to set up an Epstein-type high-roller underage party club. For credibility, he gets a wealthy acquaintance to pose as an investor. Side note, this is actually the movie's producer, Eduardo Verástegui, an ex-telenovela actor who spent the pandemic reciting the rosary for hours on his YouTube channel, which is the most Mexican thing I've ever seen in my life, holy shit. It's at this point that Tim Jim's boss orders him to come home, that the US has no jurisdiction over what he's doing, and it is now time to either quit the mission or quit his job. So, true to the story real Tim tells, he has a conversation with his wife in about 35 seconds of Mira Sorvino's combined 2 minutes of screen time, and quits his job to devote himself to finding Rocio. With their fake investor, the team is able to throw around enough money to catch the eye of Giselle, who agrees to bring a bunch of kids to an island where the successful sting operation is set up, saving dozens of kids.
Hear that? That's the sound of freedom.
Yeah, you said it. That's the title of the movie. When the Colombian police interrogate the traffickers from the island, Tim Jim learns that Rocio was sold to a leader of one of the rebel groups in the jungle. Posing as medical personnel, he and Vampiro
Snap
head
into
into the
it, Tim
region on a
Jim.
boat where they are separated. Tim Jim's gonna have to go this one alone. He's tolerated in the rebel camp for long enough to find Rocio, kill the rebel leader who bought her, and escape. And so it is that the Aguilar family is reunited, and Rocio returns to her bedroom to play music once again. Over the credits, we're shown footage of the real island raid and told of the real Tim's work in helping pass law enforcement cooperation laws with foreign countries. We're also told of the scale of human trafficking and child sex, and the movie leaves us with the statistic that there are more people in slavery now than in the history of legal slavery put together. There's also a very special message, but we'll get to that later. So the general reaction to this movie thus far has gone like this. Typical media outlets, recognizing that what they have on their hands here is propaganda of some kind, review the movie through that lens, thinking that if they warn people what they're getting into, maybe audiences will think twice about spending their money on what is quite obviously an ideological project for the right. The right, in response, correctly points out that reviewers are being selectively critical about this movie just because of who made and distributed it. That this is just a movie about a man saving children. Anyone should be able to get behind that idea, so if the left doesn't want you to see it, it must be saying something pretty profound. This then allows the right to appeal to the kind of conspiracy that is rampant right now, where the cognitive environment of just asking questions results in baseless claims that Sound of Freedom is being banned, that theaters are sabotaging showings, the kind of thing that might not be true in practice, but everyone knows the leftist elite don't want you to see this movie anyway, so it might as well be true in spirit. In any case, the result is that right out the gate, the conversation about the movie begins at a place other than the movie itself, which I think is a losing strategy when countering what this movie is being used to say. But this is tricky, because even talking about the movie itself can yield some unhelpful results. Sound of Freedom has the kind of weird vibe that critics love, because it allows them to use phrases that don't really apply to anything else. Phrases like breathtakingly dreary and thunderously crass. Unfortunately, writing reviews about bad movies is really fun, which means that critics can sometimes inflate the badness of a movie to serve their own navel-gazy creative expression, which is why everyone hates movie critics. I myself think these reviews are overblown. In my opinion, Sound of Freedom is neither breathtaking nor thunderous in any regard. Its main issue, more than anything, is just a problem of tone. I appreciate what director Alejandro Monteverde is trying to do here. The needle he's trying to thread is extremely small. He needs to make a story about child trafficking where the action is exciting and effective, but which doesn't undercut the darkness of the subject matter. In this ambition, I think he mostly fails. Though I commend his obvious intention to aesthetically make child abduction and exploitation as ominous and sickening as it is, I don't think he quite balances that darkness out properly with the conventions of the genre he's working within, which is, at the end of the day, an action thriller. There are simply not enough thrills in this thriller. It's just a little too hammy, too saccharine. Where are my thrills, Alexito? Part of the problem here is our star. In an otherwise solid cast, Jim is very much the weakest link. Jim Caviezel was handpicked by Tim Ballard because of his Jesus credentials, but I do not think he is a good choice here. The thing about playing Jesus is that Jesus of Nazareth is one of the only characters in world mythology or literary culture who knows exactly what's happening to him and its thematic importance for the human condition. Typically, this kind of air of omniscience that Jim has is not a desirable quality in an actor, because it dampens the emotional impact of narrative events if your main guy seems completely unsurprised by everything that happens. By far the best moment of Jim's performance, in my opinion, is when he finally finds Rocio. This is the only part where I actually believe the complicated feelings this guy is going through. The tension between his excitement and his need to not blow this delicate situation. At every other point, I feel like the mood wouldn't be at all broken if Jim Caviezel turned to the camera and told me that I too can save a child for only 15 cents a month. Overall, the most flattering word that I think can be honestly applied to Sound of Freedom is operatic. I choose the word operatic partly because that's the word the director himself applies to this work. In an interview with the LA Times, which we'll get more into later, Alejandro Monteverde makes it clear that the goal with this movie was not realism as such. You know the fight at the end. When I arrived the first day, they have rehearsal for 3 days with the stunts and everything, and I saw it. I was like, that looks very real. Guys, I actually want to make it look like an opera. Like if you were watching it as a Broadway show. That was my approach. I want the symbolism of dark and light, that fight. So in that way, good for Monteverde. He accomplished exactly what he set out to make, which is basically a fable. Everybody here is playing the most archetypical version of themselves. Here are the most blameless, innocent children imaginable. Here are our swarthy, sneering villains, our criminal with a heart of gold, and of course, our reluctant hero, who returns home triumphant. It is, above all, intensely formulaic, which is why it got funded and made in the first place. Human trafficking is actually kind of a stock plot device in the United States, which is why it's so bizarre to hear people connected with this movie insist that Hollywood is suspiciously silent on this issue, as though SVU hasn't been on air for 25 years.
Does anyone else find it really interesting how many celebrities have no problem sharing their political affiliations, and yet not a single one of them has mentioned child trafficking? Not a single one of them is in support of the Sound of Freedom, in educating others about trafficking, and yet every single one of them is a parent.
Narratively, Sound of Freedom has itself been made in varying and better forms over and over again. Just off the top of my head, it was made in 2014, 2008, 2005, and 1976. The exact modeling scam Sound of Freedom depicts was in Pen 15 2 years ago. In the early 2000s, child trafficking was the pet issue among Hollywood celebrities, with Ashton Kutcher and Demi Moore making it their chosen philanthropic project.
Real men prefer a close shave. Real men don't buy girls.
The point is that there's nothing particularly special about Sound of Freedom. It was purchased and then sat undistributed by Fox because of nothing more complicated than the company couldn't decide what to do with it. Fox was then bought by Disney, who had even less of an idea what to do with it. There's been a lot of recent news about studios shelving movies indefinitely or canceling them altogether, but the only really weird or new thing about that is that studios are increasingly shelving movies that they themselves made. Studios regularly buy indie films with the intention of meeting a projected market that just ends up never materializing. There are right and wrong times to release certain movies, and the industry is intensely aware of and plans for that fact, which means that a lot of independent movies that weren't made with the express intention of meeting a studio's programming goals end up as Plan Bs. And this is all without including the normal industry politics that gunk up the gears and have nothing to do with the movie. People getting fired and other people getting hired in their place. Favors being made or cashed in, company restructuring, like mergers. Independent filmmakers are aware of this fact too, which is why a lot of independent filmmakers don't expect their movie to see very much financial or popular success. They're artists. They do it because they think movies are important and they love making them. Poor Monteverde believed so much in Sound of Freedom as a project that he gave up his contractual rights to any profits from Sound of Freedom to better guarantee its distribution. Bummer, dude. The traditional form of marketing was just never gonna work for this movie. Not because anyone wants to hide it, but just because it's not doing anything particularly new or interesting. In a situation like this, the only strategy you can take is to force the world into a shape that makes it new and interesting. This is where Angel Studios comes in. After Disney let the distribution rights expire for Sound of Freedom, they sold it to Angel Studios, a faith-based company founded by the Harmon brothers, Neil, Jeff, Jordan, Daniel, and also some other guy named Benton Crane. At the time it bought Sound of Freedom from Eduardo Verástegui, Angel Studios had been producing shows on their own platform through a sort of internal Kickstarter strategy. People would donate to the production costs of shows they wanted to see in return for some potential profit down the line if the show did well. After that saw some success and the company grew a little, they decided to branch out into buying already made shows for distribution on their platform. The complete history of Angel Studios is a true American success story that begins with poopery and ends with being sued by Disney. It is a fascinating tale, but one that I don't have time to get into here given all the other stuff I'm already microanalyzing. So if you want the full story, I recommend watching Fundy Friday's account of it. Suffice it to say that the biggest takeaway is that the brothers Harmon are quite literally marketing geniuses. Their skills and talents could not be more perfectly suited to the needs of the companies they've done work for, including their own. What Angel Studios has done is what every corporation dreams of. These motherfuckers have harnessed virality. The thing about virality is that almost by definition, it cannot happen the same way twice. The metaphor of a virus is actually a pretty good characterization of what internet virality is. A virus can't continue to infect a lot of hosts if it stays the same. Eventually, a population inoculates itself through vaccination or death, So viruses are constantly evolving in concert with their target population's immunity, which is why we need a new flu vaccine every year. I paid attention during COVID. Just call me a vaxhole. The thing to internalize here is that viruses don't succeed by coming up with some master strategy of domination that accounts for every contingency at the outset. They do it by responding to the constant informational feedback loop created by the open-air experiment that is the infection itself. What constitutes good conditions for a virus is constantly changing, so viruses are constantly changing. What the Harmon brothers understand about virality that has eluded other companies is that to go viral does not mean controlling cultural fashion, it means being in tune with and responsive to cultural fashion. This makes its religious identity something of a marketing asset. Angel Studios is an activist studio. It has a moral agenda. And that's not like a bad thing. My main criticism of Hollywood as it's structured right now is that it's effectively a corporatocracy, which is not a good way to structure an art industry if the goal is like good art. Artists are very morally driven people. It's okay to have moral ambitions when you're making movies. Like Tim Ballard, the Harmon brothers and Benton are devout Mormons, though unlike Tim Ballard, they're still in good standing with the church. They practice that very particular kind of American Christianity where company growth is equated with moral rectitude. Not quite a prosperity gospel, but certainly working within the idea that facilitating business deals is a perfectly expected and normal way for God to indicate his approval. And it's this attitude that I'd like to bring your attention to in the interviews about this movie, because it's central to the way Sound of Freedom works as a political project. Like, take a look at this clip where Neil Harmon is struck dumb by the glory of the Lord's hand in distributing his mediocre action thriller.
Everybody's saying you cannot launch a movie in July. That's when all the $100 million films are coming out. That's when Indiana Jones comes out, and when Mission Impossible and Oppenheimer. Can't happen. And so we made a decision, and the following morning, I was woken at 4 a.m.
What the fuck?
The words came into my mind. Neil, September 15th is too late. July 4th. If you'll step forward, the doors will be opened.
I'm not saying he's faking it. Quite the opposite. I think part of the reason the Harmon brothers are so good at marketing is because they come at it with great sincerity. I can imagine it's a lot easier to follow through on shit if you believe the success of your company is literally ordained by God. What I am saying is that whether Neil Harmon believes what he's saying is irrelevant to the fact that this is extremely good movie marketing. What the Harmon brothers have done here is alchemy. They have transformed Sound of Freedom from an entertainment industry misfire into a spiritual event. This is the holy grail of all advertisement. You don't convince people to buy your product because of the features it offers. You convince people by implying that buying this thing will fundamentally change their life. That's pretty hard for companies selling baked beans or laundry detergent, but becomes a lot easier if the thing you're selling is the literal concept of salvation itself. I think this will be easier and more fun to illustrate if we compare Sound of Freedom's good marketing structure to a stupid bad one. So let's check in with our boys over at the Daily Wire to learn more. As a reminder, a few years ago, the Daily Wire turned its efforts toward movie production. Their ambition is to create movies that everyone likes, but that also are for conservatives only, that make people more conservative, but also don't tell them what to think at all.
It's the stuff that you want in a movie. You would watch it whether you're conservative or not conservative. You need a place to go where you can see entertainment that is not going to deliberately offend your values, where you can see a movie that is actually going to side with you and against a lot of left-wing tropes.
In this endeavor, they've released several flops that have mainly succeeded in inviting bemusement from conservatives and ridicule from everyone else. Notable productions include Chipchilla, a low-rent ripoff of Bluey that stops short of copyright infringement by a truly nose-hair shaving margin, and Lady Ballers, a recent release that was originally meant to be a documentary until the production crew finally gave up trying to find a group of men willing to pretend to be trans in order to infiltrate women's sports. It turns out that's not something that actually happens.
And I said, you guys should like go try out for a bunch of ladies' leagues, and that became not possible because, as it turns out, most ladies' leagues don't allow in actual men. And they weren't willing to go the full distance in terms of what it would require in order to, you know, the actual hormone treatments and everything to play in some of the ladies' leagues. But in any case,
by far their most successful production has been What is a Woman, which is only fiction depending on your perspective, and which doesn't diverge at all from the Daily Wire's pre-fiction brand. Both Angel Studios and the Daily Wire are openly driven by conservative moral values, and both rely mainly on streaming as their distribution model, with some dabbling in theatrical releases. In terms of raw marketing power, the Daily Wire actually has a significant advantage over Angel Studios, which lacks the social media network and reputation the Daily Wire has built over the past decade. But all these movies came and went with little cultural acknowledgement from anyone, while this movie became one of the most profitable independent movies of all time. What happened here? The difference between the two is a matter of how these companies are approaching conservatism as an ideology. In videos about the Daily Wire's foray into film production, the boys of the Daily Wire like to say this:
we want to make content that you want to see, not content that you think you're supposed to see.
I think of this as their mission statement, the driving ethos by which the Daily Wire makes all its stuff. And I don't think Lil Benny or any of the rest of this merry band of doofuses would disagree. The problem is that the Daily Wire's marketing strategy is intellectual. Now hear me out. The Daily Wire premises their media on the existence of a silent majority. The idea that people on the right are actually the reasonable, rational ones, and that woke blue-haired gender ideologues are conquering the media landscape that should rightfully be dominated by the measured, restrained, conservative majority that they imagine constitutes most of American society. The Daily Wire is one of the progenitors of the alt-right, and as such, they have that same sort of breezy arrogance of all those cartoon commentaries YouTube 2015 that present conservatism as unassailable, a source of all human truth so ironclad that it doesn't even need defending. This is fine, as long as you don't make anything but vacant claims to facts and logic and gish gallop over any opposition. Unfortunately, actually making things requires some integrity and vulnerability and consistency of belief. So this is the corner the Daily Wire has painted itself into. They have claimed that their productions are destined for success because they appeal to a moral majority. But sometime in the past few years, they got a little too high on their own supply and forgot that claiming everybody thinks like you is really only useful as a rhetorical device. Because no matter what your ideology is, if you're the spokesperson for it, you represent a pretty concentrated example of devotion. So it's actually pretty unlikely that most people think just like you. Trying to prove this out means you will almost certainly embarrass yourself. Like, you can tell everyone you have a super hot girlfriend who lives in Canada, and that might get you somewhere, but you can't invite your imaginary Canadian girlfriend to prom, and if you try, you're gonna look like a huge dumbass. This is basically what happened when the Daily Wire released Terror on the Prairie, the Gina Carano vehicle designed to stick it to the Disney suits, which has been described by IMDb reviews as boring, dull, and woke.
Watching this movie made me realize a pattern that is forming with Daily Wire movies. They all follow strong, independent female characters who either have to rescue the men who are incompetent or defeat the men who are evil. If I want the feminist messaging, I can go to Hollywood. They have plenty of that.
Fans of the Daily Wire are generally conservative, so why would the Daily Wire think their audience would enjoy a bloodbath of a film? It's extremely violent, gory, foul-mouthed, and just not good. One of the characters is a vicious murderer who quotes scriptures, as if that isn't an offensive trope against Christians, the very people who truly want to support the Daily Wire. It's as if the Daily Wire doesn't truly understand its audience at all.
Yes, it is almost that way, isn't it? Companies like Angel Studios that operate on explicitly faith-based motivations are governed by a much more consistent and therefore effective ontology than the Daily Wire. The world is sinful, and it's the Christian task to save others, which means that conservative media, far from being the superior and dominant force, is always operating with a handicap. This allows them to spin all failures as the work of the devil and all successes into triumphs of the Christian destiny against all odds. Fascism does the exact same thing, which I think is a large part of the reason so many Christians seem so susceptible to fascism. To quote Umberto Eco's essay, Ur Fascism, thus by a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak. Fascist governments are condemned to lose wars because they are constitutionally incapable of objectively evaluating the force of the enemy. To restate, the reason Christians are always at war with the other is the same reason fascists are, because the enemy always fights dirty. Of course, Satan and his sinners are going to have the upper hand against the godly, just the same as the common folk have no hope against the global financial network of Jewry. This means that unlike the Daily Wire, Angel Studios is not beholden to the expectation that their movies should do well on their own. This is great for them, because Hollywood doesn't hold itself to that expectation either. So much of the Daily Wire's attitude about film is, just like everything else they do, fantasy. It's a king of the babies ideology, where you try and force your preferred reality into existence by pretending it's already true and throwing tantrums until everybody agrees with you. The Daily Wire has thus far failed to convince the film industry that their Suits and Cigars cosplay should be taken seriously in any way. But Angel Studios behaves much more in line with the existing formula for Hollywood success, because they approach the film market antagonistically. They, like all other massive Hollywood successes, do not assume that the free market is just going to take care of everything and let the cream rise to the top. That's a myth for naive Hollywood LARPers. Movies have to be advocated for, because Hollywood success, more than anything, is about how many eyes you can get to look your way, and unless you have a genuinely game-changing idea, commanding attention requires a lot of money and a lot of coordination. Angel Studios might not have the money to buy thousands of billboards in multiple countries or primetime ad space, but they do have a large network of people who individually have a lot of money. Certainly enough to, say, artificially inflate ticket sales. This is where the pay-it-forward strategy comes in. At the end of the movie, Jim Caviezel appears on screen and earnestly tells you in bedroom tones how this movie can only become the Uncle Tom's Cabin of its generation with your help.
You know, Steve Jobs once said, the most powerful person in the world is the storyteller. Abraham Lincoln credited Harriet Stowe when she wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin. This powerful story inspired millions to rise up and fight against slavery. I think we can make Sound of Freedom the Uncle Tom's Cabin of 21st century slavery. We don't have big studio money to market this movie, but we have you, and the baton has now been passed to you. We believe this movie has the power to be a huge step forward toward ending child trafficking, but it will only have that effect if millions of people see it. Feel free to pull out your phones and scan this QR code. We don't want finances to be the reason someone doesn't see this movie, so Angel Studios boldly has set up a pay-it-forward program where you can pay for someone else who might not otherwise see it. If you're able, we invite you to pay it forward. Join us and millions of others as we ring Sound of Freedom and hope throughout the world. And just remember this, God's children are not for sale. Thank you.
So here's where we need to shift our understanding of what Sound of Freedom is actually doing as a movie. Angel Studios' approach here is to market this not as an action thriller or even a drama. Sound of Freedom is a protest movie. Like Uncle Tom's Cabin, the point of Sound of Freedom is moral, which is the precise opposite of the Daily Wire's approach. Sound of Freedom is not a movie you'll want to see at all. It's a movie you have to see. What Angel Studios has done here is basically engineer a situation in which the quality of the movie itself doesn't matter. If the movie is good, then so much the better for the filmmakers. How masterful they must be to pack so much cinematic quality into such a heavy topic. If the movie is bad, then who cares? Because this is a protest movie, and so its artistic qualities are automatically unimportant. This isn't just some stupid movie. You're not here to be entertained. You're here to receive a message. As a marketing scheme, this strategy passively labels the movie as existing outside the Hollywood system more effectively than anything Ben Shapiro's screeching out of your iPhone has ever been able to manage. The audience of this movie already thinks of Hollywood as godless and money hungry. That's not something they need to be convinced of. By marketing this specifically as a protest story, Sound of Freedom is framed as anti-establishment by default. The pay-it-forward strategy then reaffirms this message by inviting the audience to perform their allegiance to the moral cause of the movie, as well as allowing Angel Studios' large network of equity financiers with deep pockets to goose the ticket numbers by mass buying them. And in case you think I'm being cynical here, we know this is what happened, not only because Angel Studios would be stupid not to do this, but because they regularly state it outright.
They're not just going to angel.com. I've known many people that have gone in and literally bought out all theaters.
Fundy Friday's Sound of Freedom video is great for a lot of reasons, but one thing they did in particular makes me want to enshrine it. Angel Studios used to have a running count of tickets bought on their Pay It Forward page, which they helpfully posted right next to the number of people who bought them. They wisely took this down, but not before Fundy Fridays was able to screenshot it, showing a ratio of almost 60 tickets purchased per person. Whether all those tickets get used is beside the point. If you mass buy tickets and cause a surprise flood of sales, you'll kick off a word-of-mouth cycle that will spur actual sales, some of which will go on to tickle those numbers further by buying more Pay It Forward tickets, some of which will be used by people who otherwise wouldn't see it at all. That's how I saw it. I wasn't gonna pay for this movie, please. This is a masterclass in astroturfing, manufacturing the optics of genuine support, which honestly is fine with me. What's a little light fraud between friends? After all, the message is what matters here, right? The point is to raise awareness, to propagate it, one could say. The last time I sat in a chair and talked about propaganda, a fair amount of people got on my case for what they saw as my slippery lib twisting of the facts when I said that propaganda as we know it today didn't really exist before World War I, and that our academic understanding of how it works hasn't really been updated since then. I didn't think I'd have to slow things down quite so much for those people, but here we are. So, can anyone tell me what events around the turn of the 20th century might have changed the way propaganda is produced? Why, yes, that's right. We had a massive Comtech revolution. In his book Imagined Communities, Benedict Anderson makes the case that most large political conflicts in recent history can be traced back to literacy. That being able to read is what allowed people to exchange ideas, imagine different possibilities for society, and then demand their inaction. But even after literacy became more widespread, it still retained some barriers to entry. You still have to have access to written material, you still have to have the education to interpret it, and the time to care, which is why most of the New World revolutions of the 18th century were orchestrated not by an uprising of the masses, but by a proportionally small group of upper-class literati. Until a couple hundred years ago, the most efficient, widespread dissemination of political thought you could hope for pretty much came down to posters, pamphlets, and political cartoons. But in the late 1800s, the human species gets a couple of new toys, radio and film. And within a few decades, information changes from something you interpret to something you experience. Like, I think people need to keep in mind that before about 100 years ago, barely anybody even knew what the president looked or sounded like, much less his preferred sandwich condiment.
You got like a spicy mustard or something like that? Or...
All right, I hope you enjoyed that fancy burger, Mr. President.
Film and radio made it so that an idea that could take several book lengths to understand could be distilled to its most impactful emotional qualities in a couple of hours, and furthermore, displayed to hundreds, thousands, millions of people, all of whom are able to experience the show not just as an individual, but as part of an extremely large collective. Most people read books and newspapers on their own, maybe with a few others in the pub or whatever, but you can be assured that everyone in a theater saw the same movie you did, and take note on some level of consciousness of their reactions. Hear the gasps and groans, those auditory eye rolls and approvals that let you know the correct social response to have. This commonality of experience, this ability of film to interpret events for you, is what inspired cultural critics of the time to liken movie theaters to the only public institution that had, until that time, been in a position to tell people unilaterally how to interpret a piece of information. Church. I would personally go so far as to say that the most dramatic ideologies to come out of the 20th century, communism and fascism, couldn't have existed without the new propaganda tools allowed them by the existence of film and radio. Some of the earliest and most influential film theory comes straight from Soviet filmmakers tasked with turning this new technology into the most effective propaganda tool possible, and the artistic advances they made in editing are staples of film language to this day. I bring this up because we are now, currently, in the middle of another Comtech revolution, but this time we have barely any theory explaining how social media specifically privileges certain kinds of speech over others. I'm going to suggest one here, where text turns information into something you interpret, and film and radio turn information into something you experience. Social media turns information into something you co-create. The primary innovation of social media is the illusion of decentralization. Social media supplanted traditional journalism by billing itself as a sort of collective unconscious, a near bionic method of accessing instant, pure information that would obviously be distorted if it went through such bureaucratic frivolities as ethics. The promise of social media was that it would democratize public discourse, allow people to communicate with each other unencumbered by the divisions of class, race, gender, education, and geographic location that have heretofore arranged the rules of rhetorical privilege, who is and is not permitted to have a voice. The problem is that removing these signifiers online doesn't remove them in real life. The world is still run on prejudice, on assumptions that the way someone looks or their societal status is indicative of their credibility. And far from dismantling those prejudices, social media has been reinscribing them every second for the better part of the last 2 decades. As Richard Seymour points out in his book, The Twittering Machine, instead of dissolving identity politics, social media has done its very, very best to make identity the only thing that matters. You may not, as a person on the internet, be more complicated than what can be described in a series of nouns, pronouns, and emojis in a Twitter bio. Because, as I've said in previous videos, the currency of social media is not truth, it is attention. And attention is very swiftly lost in an environment where everybody's talking at the same time. Sound of Freedom found staunch allies in techno-realists like Elon Musk and Russell Brand, who believe that because social media is crowdsourced, it's somehow immune to manipulation, that the generative nature of social media precludes any attempt to control, influence, or affect it in any way. To these people, the success of Sound of Freedom is just a conversation about cold economics. And because they like to paint themselves as knowledgeable about such things, their analysis always has an air of the self-evident. The establishment Hollywood system doesn't want people to see this movie because they passed on a future hit and now they're salty.
My assumption is that the mainstream media, as with our kind of content, doesn't like the emergence of this type of model. The same way that the mainstream attacked Joe Rogan during coronavirus, obviously opposed the content, but they opposed even the concept of Joe Rogan. They don't want there to be a Joe Rogan.
And so the reason why they got to come up with all of these things is because the investors and the shareholders are saying, why, Disney, did you give away this asset that is now flipped? But then you have this other asset that came out around the same time, Indiana Jones, $300 million budget, that we're going to lose $200+ million on.
The people who make this argument are stupid. It's an argument that relies on Sound of Freedom being in any way a remarkable movie in its own right, which it isn't, and more to the point is weirdly dismissive of the immense amount of work Angel Studios did on behalf of it. The things communication technologies can't say are often just as, if not more important than the things they can say. FDR benefited as much from radio's ability to put him in the living room of every listening American for his fireside chats to encourage the war effort, as he did from the heavily staged nature of the young film industry to hide his wheelchair. So what can social media not say? Well, much of what it can't say is built into the purported virtues of the system. It can't tell you for certain what someone's class, age, race, gender, or education is. It also occludes geographical location. It also has a serious, almost combative relationship to the idea of archiving. It de-emphasizes what people have said in the past as a matter of standard practice, which results in this overwhelming feeling that the world of social media is a world in which there has never been a past and will never be a future, only a deafening, oppressive, unceasing present. Because social media platforms need people to use them as often as possible, it's also a communication environment where notoriety is equated with success, often financial success. Social cohesion is based on identity, so if fame is a virtue, then identity performance also becomes a virtue, regardless, and this is important, regardless of how consistent it is. The opportunity cost of posting a tearful review of Sound of Freedom is extremely low in a communication environment that doesn't require you to prove your actual commitment to anything. This means that online, the success of the movie becomes its own moral issue because of what the success of the movie means for the identity performance of whoever's talking about it. The issue is no longer about child trafficking. It's about how child trafficking can allow you to market yourself.
Get ready with me to go to the movies, and let's also talk about the movie I'm going to see. It's hotly debated, hotly controversial, which is Sound of Freedom.
Praying for all the children out here. I'm praying for the children that haven't found their way home yet.
Angel Studios co-opted this effect wholeheartedly because it's good for the movie if people say nice things about the movie. The problem they've decided to ignore is that this is a situation that almost can't help but produce conspiracist thinking. The parameters they've purposefully established for discourse about this movie offer two options. Either you like the movie and therefore care deeply about child trafficking, or you dislike the movie and therefore don't care about children at all. Why don't you care about children? Are you trafficking children? No spokesman for the movie makes this distinction clearer than White Jesus himself, Jim Caviezel. After watching hours of interviews and press tours for this movie, the conclusion I've come to is that Jim Caviezel is insane. He is absolutely corn cobs, okay?
Do you really think Biden is the president of the United States? Do you really think he's running our country? Who is it? The central banks, the IMF, the ECB, the private West central banks, the BIZ, the Rothschild banks? We have a Rothschild Pope. A couple years ago, I'm talking about adrenochrome. You can't say that word.
Jim Caviezel is one of those guys who thinks his personal feelings are all divine inspirations. Everything he says sounds like he's improving lines for a movie about a man named Jim and his valiant campaign against sin.
We're in a, I would say, an apocalyptic moment right now.
This is actually really funny sometimes because Jim will spend a bunch of time building a dramatic moment for himself, and then he actually has to interact with someone else and the rhythm just gets completely goofed by its clash with reality.
Boy, if that was going on at this moment, if we had a film like this, it would have really hurt the Nazis, I'll tell you. But you'll have a movie like this soon. And then there'll be a big question asked of you. What did you do? And many will have nowhere to hide. Look, I'm
Jim,
not the good
Jim. Hang on. I'm gonna go to break.
Jim is the unabashed driver of most of the conspiracist talk surrounding this movie, with producer Eduardo Verástegui occasionally performing as a more polished understudy.
Why is it being called a fantasy? Why is it saying you're going to get brain worms, metaphorically speaking?
Unless they're pedophiles. Unless, I don't know, I don't have an evidence. You have an evidence? I don't have an evidence, but maybe
I don't know.
They're involved in the crime. Maybe, I don't know.
It's through Jim that we begin to understand how unimportant the movie actually is to this conversation. The more in the weeds I got in these press interviews, the more it seemed like the narrative being created around it almost depends on you not seeing the movie. Because the things that people were implying are in the movie just aren't at all. If I had to guess, I'd say that this is why at a certain point in the press tour, Alejandro Monteverde begins to disappear from the party crew. He was no longer participating in the promotion of his own movie. In August, he did that interview with the LA Times where he makes it pretty clear that he still doesn't know how to feel about this whole thing. When I started seeing that develop in front of me, my first instinct was to distance myself from it. I don't want to be part of anything that falls in the area of media is a world in which there has never been a past and will never be a future, only a deafening, oppressive, unceasing present. Because social media platforms need people to use them as often as possible, it's also a communication environment where notoriety is equated with success, often financial success. Social cohesion is based on identity, so if fame is a virtue, then identity performance also becomes a virtue, regardless, and this is important, regardless of how consistent it is. The opportunity cost of posting a tearful review of Sound of Freedom is extremely low in a communication environment that doesn't require you to prove your actual commitment to anything. This means that online, the success of the movie becomes its own moral issue because of what the success of the movie means for the identity performance of whoever's talking about it. The issue is no longer about child trafficking. It's about how child trafficking can allow you to market yourself.
Get ready with me to go to the movies, and let's also talk about the movie I'm going to see. It's hotly debated, hotly controversial, which is Sound of Freedom.
Praying for all the children out here. I'm praying for the children that haven't found their way home yet.
Angel Studios co-opted this effect wholeheartedly because it's good for the movie if people say nice things about the movie. The problem they've decided to ignore is that this is a situation that almost can't help but produce conspiracist thinking. The parameters they've purposefully established for discourse about this movie offer two options. Either you like the movie and therefore care deeply about child trafficking, or you dislike the movie and therefore don't care about children at all. Why don't you care about children? Are you trafficking children? No spokesman for the movie makes this distinction clearer than White Jesus himself, Jim Caviezel. After watching hours of interviews and press tours for this movie, the conclusion I've come to is that Jim Caviezel is insane. He is absolutely corn cobs, okay?
Do you really think Biden is the president of the United States? Do you really think he's running our country? Who is it? The central banks, the IMF, the ECB, the private West central banks, the BIZ, the Rothschild banks? We have a Rothschild Pope. A couple years ago, I'm talking about adrenochrome. You can't say that word.
Jim Caviezel is one of those guys who thinks his personal feelings are all divine inspirations. Everything he says sounds like he's improvising lines for a movie about a man named Jim and his valiant campaign against sin.
We're in a, I would say, an apocalyptic moment right now.
This is actually really funny sometimes because Jim will spend a bunch of time building a dramatic moment for himself, and then he actually has to interact with someone else and the rhythm just gets completely goofed by its clash with reality.
Boy, if that was going on at this moment, if we had a film like this, it would have really hurt the Nazis, I'll tell you. But you'll have a movie like this soon. And then there'll be a big question asked of you. What did you do? And many will have nowhere to hide. Look, I'm
Jim,
not the good
Jim, hang on. I'm gonna go to break.
Jim is the unabashed driver of most of the conspiracist talk surrounding this movie, with producer Eduardo Verástegui occasionally performing as a more polished understudy.
Why is it being called a fantasy? Why is it saying you're going to get brain worms, metaphorically speaking?
Unless they're
Why?
pedophiles.
Okay.
Unless, I don't know, I don't have an evidence. You have an evidence? I don't have an evidence. But maybe
I don't know.
They're involved in the crime. Maybe, I don't know.
It's through Jim that we begin to understand how unimportant the movie actually is to this conversation. The more in the weeds I got in these press interviews, the more it seemed like the narrative being created around it almost depends on you not seeing the movie. Because the things that people were implying are in the movie just aren't at all. If I had to guess, I'd say that this is why at a certain point in the press tour, Alejandro Monteverde begins to disappear from the party crew. He was no longer participating in the promotion of his own movie. In August, he did that interview with the LA Times where he makes it pretty clear that he still doesn't know how to feel about this whole thing. When I started seeing that develop in front of me, my first instinct was to distance myself from it. I don't want to be part of anything that falls in the area of politics. So when I started seeing division, my first instinct was to run. I'm from Mexico, and I didn't arrive to be part of a divided country. And I don't like to judge people because we all have our own way of thinking. Those interviews that you're mentioning, that's a different way of thinking than mine. I want to respect it, but I also don't want to be a part of it. So I'm going to distance myself, and that's what I did. But then later I realized by distancing myself, the whole story wasn't coming to light. Imagine making a movie about child trafficking and thinking it's possible to stay out of politics. What Monteverde didn't understand about his generous new distribution partner is that protest stories are inherently political, and therefore propagandistic by nature. The Harmon brothers know this, obviously, because it was their idea. They couldn't stop Jim Caviezel from saying kooky shit even if they wanted to. He carries so much clout in the fundamentalist Christian and tradcath worlds that they must stay on his good side regardless of what he says. I guarantee you any Christian media outlet is going to be more eager to invite Jesus Christ to be interviewed than some director with a Spanish accent. I found this video of Neil interviewing Jim and Monteverde, and I had it open. Here's the screenshot, and I'm so sad because the day I tried to download it, they took it down. I've never felt such archival grief. It was so good. Jim is being so insane, and Neil and Monteverde keep trying to gently guide him away from politics, and at one point, Neil thanks Monteverde for making this movie specifically as a Mexican man, because Mexico is the biggest child exploitation provider, and that's a really weird moment. But I think if I really had to guess, I'd say they took it down because at one point, Jim says that parents who have their kids stolen would, quote, probably lay down their life for that child, and we've had to lay down our lives for this movie. Go fuck yourself, Jim Caviezel. The only real anchor Sound of Freedom has to credibility is Tim Ballard himself. Tim was very involved in the promotion of this movie. Unusually for the subject of a biopic, Tim Ballard put himself front and center in press interviews for Sound of Freedom, which as far as I can tell took place while he was still the acting CEO of Operation Underground Railroad. Tim is a great marketer in his own right. He looks like an action star, and he is, if nothing else, extremely passionate about what he does. It's when we start talking about the reason for this passion of his that things start to get a little complicated. To illustrate, Tim fancies himself a sort of amateur historian. He's written a series of books called the Hypothesis series, which posits a daring academic contention. What if we looked at history not in terms of how our current conditions came to be, but in terms of how closely it reflects the Mormon prophecy for the gathering of God's people in America?
Discovery of America, Christopher Columbus. The Pilgrims coming to the land. George Washington and the Revolution. What this book really is showing how history corroborates the scriptures of the Restoration.
Provocative stuff. Tim has a whole PR machine for this series, and on its website you can sign up for access to the little docu-series Tim did on his book The Pilgrim Hypothesis, which you know I did, how could I not? And what I found was interesting. Tim is not a stupid guy. He has at least more than one thought clattering around in his head, which is certainly more than I can say for some people involved in this movie. Tim's understanding of historical fact is not usually incorrect. It's in his interpretation that things start to get a little funky. Let's consider his visit to Plymouth, Massachusetts, where Tim learns about the friendship between the Pilgrims and the local nations.
One of the most interesting things that I discovered was the truth behind the relationship between the Mayflower Pilgrims and the Native Americans. Today's politics and society, people are looking for just cheap shots. They're looking to push certain agendas. They feel like desecrating the memory of the Pilgrims will help them in their racial battles today. And the truth is so much different. You can read the words of pilgrims like Edward Winslow, who write glowingly of the natives and the respect. They did not believe themselves superior. And then others came later, and later migrations to America, and were very abusive to the native populations. And that's tragic, and it was wrong. But it was not the precedent setters, these forerunners to the Restoration that were called of God, that were seen by Nephi, that special group, that chosen group that came across on the Mayflower. They were different. They set the standard that others failed to live, and they still are the standard. And they set the example for us to then follow, and unfortunately we haven't followed it. But the worst thing we can do now is trash on that beautiful contract and that beautiful relationship. Instead, we should uphold it and bring it to light and set it forth as the standard, that we might use that today to deal with some of our problems, instead of covering it up and assigning something to that's not true. The true covenant on this land was largely based on the relationship between the natives and the Pilgrims, and it's time to resurrect the truth of what that was.
So basically what Tim is saying here is that the initial relationship between the natives and the first English colonists is a plot point, an inciting narrative event in the story of America. He believes that the peace treaty between the Wampanoag and the English settlers is the moment that establishes the theme of love and friendship in the American story. And because Tim believes this, we should all understand Native American history as being about love and friendship with colonists and not about the abject slaughter and genocide that followed most Native interactions with colonial powers. I know I said the movie doesn't really have much to do with the ideological conversation it's inspired, but I do think there's a quirk about the plot that's worth talking about, which is that there's not much of a character arc. Part of the reason this movie feels pretty unremarkable even as a thriller is that Tim Jim kind of starts out fine and ends up fine. His values are never challenged. He rises to every occasion. Really, this should be Rocio's story since she's the one who all the stuff actually happens to. But I mean, that's part of the whole thing here, right? Child trafficking isn't something that happens to kids. It's something that happens to Tim. Tim is obsessed with narrative fulfillment in a way I don't think I've ever seen in anyone else. To Tim, the destiny of the world has literally been written. And in that destiny, Tim's role is as a sacred warrior. This gives Tim a truly amazing ability to remain unbothered. Bro's like a goddamn capybara. After Sound of Freedom started getting a lot of press for how the QAnon world picked it up, Tim's response was that, quote, "Some of these theories have allowed people to open their eyes, so now it's our job to flood the space with real information so that the facts can be shared." The narrative Tim Ballard is convinced he's living through is what allows him to be completely unconcerned with the insane things Jim Caviezel says right next to him. Because anything that doesn't align with the prophecy he has so much literal religious faith in can be dismissed as a plot cul-de-sac, a meaningless departure from the established story structure. At worst, evidence of an interesting character flaw, sure to be resolved during the course of narrative events. Tim's Mormonism is the kind of religion that allows people to think of Donald Trump as an emissary of God, despite Trump saying nothing ever that would indicate a spiritual impulse of any kind. When Tim Ballard presented a screening of Sound of Freedom at Bedminster and interviewed Trump afterward, he and Jim both were apparently completely immune to Trump's obvious indifference.
What was your favorite scene of the film?
I think the start, the ending, and maybe the result was what I liked. That was a great result. That was a hard-earned result, though. The two young children, you have thousands and hundreds of thousands out there. It's so sad to see.
Yeah. But what's most interesting about Tim to me is how his experiences in the field appear to have broken him in a very essential way, and what that means for his personal narrative. As far as I can tell, the sequence of events in Sound of Freedom are broadly an accurate reflection of what Tim did. He was an agent working on child exploitation cases, and he did quit his job to find a kid after the government told him that the case had fallen out of US jurisdiction and that Tim could no longer count on their support. I think Tim is an extremely traumatized guy. And I think this because he regularly says it.
I thought child sex crimes would be 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds. My brain couldn't comprehend something more evil than abusing that age. The very first case I worked in 2002, I believe, I was given a bunch of VHS videos, some hard drives to look at that had been seized in a warrant. The very first image I saw were there were three little boys. I was so shocked, I fell to my knees, I dry heaved, thinking I was gonna throw up into the wastebasket. I jumped into my car. I drove to my children's school, my three oldest kids. I checked them out. I still remember in my mind, I can still see dentist appointment I wrote. And I grabbed them, I took them home and just sobbed on the floor. My wife came in and I wouldn't let the kids go, just holding them and shaking. That was my very first experience. You talk about PTSD, I absolutely deal with PTSD to this day. I tell people, I feel like I've had a million holes burned into my brain because I've watched thousands of hours of that kind of material, not only watching, but writing it in details for the court to see, for the prosecutors to see, and raising children at the same time that are the very same age. And fortunately or unfortunately for me, I have 9 children. At the time I left the government at 6. And so I can always identify the age of a child with one of my own children. And what my mind was almost automatically doing is I would superimpose my own children's faces and persons onto these children. And that led to the PTSD, I'll be honest, and almost a paranoia about what would happen to my children and watching my children. And
Tim's state of mind is really important to the story of this movie, I think, because he's the figure everyone points to when there's any question about what the people promoting it are trying to accomplish. There's no doubt in my mind that Tim wants to do good. Where he struggles is in his inability to square his theologically informed intentions with the facts of reality.
Like in the beginning, I'd actually go to therapists and I would actually train my mind
oh my gosh.
to like not see my kid.
Block it.
Yeah, to block this or block that. And then I eventually got to the point where I started letting my kid, I was ready to let my kid's face be superimposed. And I actually let it happen. I wanted it to happen because I realized I'm better, I'm more effective if it's my kid, right? And it's personal.
The things he's had to see and do over the course of his career are traumatizing. They're the kinds of horrors that disrupt your expectations of how the world is supposed to work. Unfortunately, he doesn't live in a social circle that's especially prepared to help him process what he's gone through.
Hello, everyone watching and listening.
I watched so much bullshit for this video.
Tim, let's start with you.
Basically, what Tim is doing in this interview is therapy. That's unfortunate for Tim, but very useful for us because we get some great insight into how Tim's mental self-defense mechanisms drive his approach to anti-trafficking. In this interview, Jordan Peterson begins by, of course, pretending that Sound of Freedom is in any way a digression from typical Hollywood portrayals of social issues, because those are the rules you have to play by to retain membership in this clown show.
So I've noticed that one of the most effective ways of communicating complex ideas effectively is to particularize the problem. And so what happens in this movie is that the broad problem of slavery and human trafficking, and the somewhat narrower problem of sexual trafficking of children is zeroed, is what focused on a particular case. And so that gives the movie a very powerful narrative underpinning, right? Because when a problem is particularized and you can see how it affects actual specific people's lives, it becomes much more realistic and much more palpable and I thought the movie did a good job of that.
Dr. Peterson, what you're describing here is a story. Like, that's what stories do. They take issues of the human condition, they localize them to a specific situation. That's the purpose of storytelling. You're describing stories. It's truly amazing what groundbreaking discoveries you can make as a scholar when you've decided that entire fields like literature can be disregarded entirely. You really are at ground zero. I can see why Dr. Peterson is so popular with people like this.
I'm sorry to be so raw, but I feel comfortable with you, Dr. Peterson.
This is the best interview I've ever had in my life.
He then goes on to explain that the way people who have gone through a trauma set their minds right is by coming up with a profound philosophy of good and evil. I agree. I think that's probably true. So then the question is what role Tim occupies in his driving philosophy of good and evil. And in the interview, we land on one through Jim.
I hooked into Tim as a childlike quality to him, and I stay with that innocence, and don't take that innocence as weakness.
All three of these men seem to agree with this. Imagining his role as one of childlike humility fits neatly into Tim's theological understanding of himself.
I do try to be a childlike when it comes to my relationship with God. Give the burden to God, and then you can be. But you have to subject yourself like a child in order to do that.
Tim is a guy with a small imagination, and because of that, a very inflexible expectation of other people's behavior and the political systems that govern them. The amount of suffering inflicted on the vulnerable is simply too big, too metastasized, to approach with the order and simplicity of a government extraction. His response to this realization, though, is not to turn his mind toward ways we might make the world a place where human trafficking is unthinkable, but to try and force that government extraction model to work by any means necessary. For Tim, violence is the only reasonable solution to child trafficking because violence is the only solution that will personally satisfy the story he's written for himself. He must personally be the one to rescue children from their abusers because that's the only thing that will make his trauma okay. The only thing that will reassure him that his understanding of how the world works was actually right all along.
The only compassionate policy is enforcement. Yeah.
Watching all the press tours for Sound of Freedom, one of the things I noticed was how much performative disgust they involved.
Yeah, they're like, you can do this.
Oh my gosh. And how much would that cost for someone?
Oh, for a kid that young, to have him for the night was around $3,000.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So it's like 3 or 4 times what you would pay for like an adult sex work.
The problem here is not that disgust is an inappropriate response to have to stories about child trafficking. It's that disgust doesn't do anything. The only thing disgust succeeds in is in locating yourself within intolerable and unpredictable conditions. The problem with Tim's ambition to bend reality into the shape of his preferred character arc is that everything that falls outside of that narrative automatically becomes unknowable, unnatural, monstrous.
When we're doing operations, as you see depicted in Sound of Freedom, it's some crazy stuff. We're going into crazy places. We're talking to monsters and demons.
How do moms sell their children?
I don't know, man. It's one of these mysteries I'll never understand.
There is such an intense lack of curiosity among all these people about why child trafficking actually happens. So let's talk about why child trafficking actually happens. Operation Underground Railroad is so named because Tim sees himself as a spiritual successor to slave rescuer Harriet Tubman. Tim really likes to milk this association in press and merch, which has rightfully been a source of criticism from Black rights organizations since OUR's inception. But it's an innocent enough brand, right? OUR is fighting slavery on the ground, person by person, just like Harriet Tubman. I'm a good leftist, I'm all about direct action. And action doesn't get much more direct than physically wresting child slaves out of the hands of their captors, so what's the problem? The problem is that the slavery Harriet Tubman was fighting and the slavery Tim Ballard is fighting are not the same. The difference between chattel slavery and human trafficking is that chattel slavery is sanctioned as a matter of national policy. Human trafficking is a crime in every country. Nowhere on the planet is it legal anymore to outright buy or sell human beings as commodities. That obviously doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but the reason this distinction matters is because a legal and systemized process of buying and selling people is, by definition, systematized, and therefore relatively easy to target compared to the intense personal and sociocultural causes of human trafficking, which have no commonality at all, besides the obvious depravity of people who think they're entitled to the bodies and labor of others. Like, the thing about the Underground Railroad is that it was, you know, underground. It was a secret, and therefore not available for commodification as a brand you could print on your 1840s girl boss pinafore. One of the phrases that becomes very common in discussions about this movie is our children.
Our children.
It's our children.
We have got to protect our children.
At best, this can be understood as a genuinely humanitarian understanding of all children as being everyone's responsibility. But in the context these people are using, I think it means something very different, which is that there's no substantive difference between the conditions of the children of people who get to see Sound of Freedom and children who get trafficked. Like, the family in Sound of Freedom is sort of coded poor, right? I mean, that's certainly how the Wikipedia article about the movie describes them. They're from Honduras, a source country for a lot of the migrants coming over the US-Mexico border right now. They're brown. The dad wears working clothes. There's no mom. But, like, even by American standards, this family is not poor. This house is huge. Each kid has their own room and a parent who cares about and provides for them. It's not that this modeling scam thing never happens. I'm sure it does. But even then, traffickers have to target people they know are unlikely to be investigated, which means the industrial scale of human trafficking we're talking about here is specifically something that happens on the margins of society. People who fall through the cracks.
In somewhere in the region of 1 in 4 to 1 in 6 runaways will end up being trafficked in the U.S. because
So it's not like when my grandpa, my aunt, my oldest aunt, when she was like 6 years old in Idaho, she was like, I am running away from home. And she packs up her bag and walks a quarter mile down the road and sets up a little spot and ran away for a day and then came back. You're not talking. It's not like that.
No, I mean,
Not the same.
It's just not the same, and especially if a child finds themselves, you know, we're talking about 60 to 80% of children in the U.S. who are coming from foster care scenario. If they're running away from that, they're running and don't want to be found, maybe.
The kinds of families that kids generally get abducted from are families that have been so churned through the hurricane of war, illness, disaster, and especially poverty, that the ability to care for children has itself become a luxury.
You look on an international basis, poverty is such a driver for this. You know, in Southeast Asia, our teams have been out and seen parents have for as little as a kilo of sugar, have handed over their child for at the age of 13 for a job in the city, and not realize that that's going to lead them to sexual exploitation, not going to lead themselves to being abused.
The sheer variety of ways people are able to exploit one another, and the specifically underground black market nature of human trafficking is the reason reliable data about it is so hard to get a hold of. This is where on-the-ground ethnographic studies become extremely useful, but tragically overlooked just because it's really, really emotionally hard to get through. For example, in the research I did for this video, Open University professor Heather Montgomery's anthropological fieldwork in the Thai sex trade was more enlightening than any of the statistically based information I found, and I can't describe any of it here, because if I do, honey, I will get booted off this website faster than you can say God's children are not for sale. I'm not even sure I can say most of the titles of her papers about it without demonetization.
There are centuries and centuries of history of families using their children as a way to get out of debt, to get the fathers out of prison. This is really how we saw children being used in this way. So this is not a new thing, but if we can go a bit deeper into the cultural nuances again, you know, in the Buddhist culture in Southeast Asia, the greatest value for females in the family is to be able to provide money to give back to the family. And when I asked the survivors that I was working with directly, you know, what is more honoring? Is it to, or what is less honoring is the way that I phrased it. Is it to say no to your parents and working in the field of sex, or is it to actually not work in the field of prostitution? And they said, oh, it would be much more dishonoring to say no to my parents. And we need to
They're probably
understand
misunderstanding
how
what their parents actually think and their values, but right?
Maybe, and also, there's this concept of socialized exploitation, where the cultural and societal expectation of females and males are different, and people don't even realize sometimes that they've been exploited to provide a certain role in society.
If you were to ask Tim Ballard why human trafficking is a problem, he would tell you different things depending on who you are. If asked by religious ideologues, he says the cause of child trafficking is porn. Not child porn, mind you, just porn. The problem of child sex slavery is 100% the societal consequence of our pornographic world. Pornography is a drug. Adult pornography is marijuana, and child pornography is the cocaine. When people move on to child pornography, eventually they want the real thing. In Less Insane Company, Tim will say that child trafficking happens because it's not a law enforcement priority. Tim likes to break out the statistic that we have one agent working on child trafficking for every 5 drug agents. That's probably true. I don't know. If it is, I agree with him. We certainly do, as a society, seem to care more about illegal drug exchanges than the safety of children. But there's another way to frame this fact, which is that child abuse might get 1 agent for every 5 we give to drug trafficking, but they're still getting agents. We do send in law enforcement to #SaveTheChildren. We do it all the time. There's literally a cottage industry on YouTube devoted to entrapping pedophiles and sending the cops in after them. It was an extremely successful network TV show for a while. If there is anything the United States has perfected, it is the application of force to punish crimes both real and invented. The problem with this is not that nobody has thought about it before, it's that it doesn't work. This is why I'm intentionally not talking about the many reports of OUR's various mismanagements. It's not that I don't care Tim Ballard spent untold thousands of dollars trying to chase down a missing child through the advice of a psychic, or that he was ousted from his own organization and the Mormon Church as a whole for alleged sexual harassment, or that he and Angel Studios and everyone associated with this movie have been sued for defamation by the real-life inspiration for Giselle, who it turns out wasn't trafficking children but was trafficked herself, or that OUR has a laughable recruitment program that advertises no experience necessary. It's just that I don't think proving these allegations out is necessary to argue against the strategies they employ, as though the problem with what OUR is doing is a matter of the moral constitution of the people in charge. The problem with OUR is not a matter of leadership, it's a matter of core philosophy. Because even if everything they said were true, even if every operation they conducted was flawless, even if every child they rescued were rehabilitated and released into the world physically, emotionally, and spiritually healed, the result of OUR's work in ending child trafficking would still be abject failure. Their strategy, termed rescue and release, will always fail because it is a strictly reactive policy. Like, let's take OUR's self-reported method of finding child trafficking situations. Walking into a bar and asking around to see if anyone has any kids for sale. The problem with this should be pretty apparent. If your goal is to end the purchase and sale of children, one of the easiest and best things you can do is not buy children. The argument here is one of foregone availability. If I don't buy them, someone else will. But there's no reason to believe that's actually the case. At least there's no way for you to personally ensure that that's the case. It may very well be that the kid you end up buying would have been left completely alone but for the demand that you created. The only reason not to expect this is if you believe that all events in reality are specifically engineered to facilitate your personal character growth.
The reason why I stopped doing it is because there were times when I felt like, so one of the ops that we did, I'll be honest, it was the one in Cancun, it was the one that Tim led. These guys, these kids, they were like 22, 23. I don't think they'd been trafficking if they had not much. And I remember, you know, they went out and they found these guys, and it took them about 3 days in Cancun to find anybody trafficking somebody. And they finally found these kids. And part of me was like, well, were these guys really trafficking? Because they were young kids. They were kind of idiots. They were like 20, again, they're like in their young 20s. And I remember when they showed up to the party and they had these girls. And I remember thinking to myself, like, did these guys just go round up some girls they know or like whatever and said, come to this party, sleep with these Americans, these rich Americans will pay you or something. And it just never sat right with me. I absolutely think that there was probably a few guys that went out to find girls to bring back because they were trying to get tips from Paul or from Tim or whoever. And they, you know, were trying to prove that they were traffickers.
But let's say you're lucky. divinely influenced even. Let's say that every child you find is in the worst possible situation, that they're children for whom the very concept of childhood is foreign, for whom the idea of a choice is something they've never even considered might be a possibility for them, let alone something they have inherently as a human being. Well, if you find such a child, if you get them out of that situation, if you give them the care and support they need over however many years until they're able to re-enter society, then you've done a very good and noble thing. I think Tim Ballard has done good and noble things. In my relatively uninformed opinion, I think there's a place for rescue and release in fighting child trafficking. But even then, structuring our human trafficking response around rescue and release as the flagship strategy will always fail to end human trafficking as a problem because it fails to understand that human trafficking, especially child trafficking, is not an isolated issue. As researcher Angela Duger says, the problem with the rescue and release model is that unless a child in a trafficking situation was kidnapped to meet the demand that you created by looking for children for sale, that child will have gone through multiple human rights violations before they ever came on your radar. This means that rescue and release is a policy that's only useful after multiple horrific crimes have already been committed.
If I was to go into it and say, are there areas that, I'd love, like Adam said, movie 2, movie 3 to look further into, I think for me it would be, what are the root causes of what's going on? We have teams of specialist investigators that go out and try and find individuals. But what we're finding is around issues of disrupted childhoods, addiction, poverty, that are the precursors to something happening on the ground. And that, for me, the bit that I would like to see more of is maybe not as much on the kidnap and the locks aspect of it, but more going into the reality of vulnerable youth.
OUR runs on the same kind of logic the American justice system has when it says, sorry, we can only get your abusive ex to stop violating his restraining order if he tries to kill you. Listening to Tim talk about this is so frustrating because he clearly understands that the kinds of kids who get trafficked are culled from situations of societal collapse.
Traffickers seek vulnerability first. And if they find that, that's what they're going to prey upon.
But you will never hear him advocate for any kind of policy that actually addresses the causes of societal collapse. The only policy he's interested in and will actively talk about is, you guessed it, border security. Border security is not an unimportant issue in anti-trafficking. As long as nations are a thing, it's important that people traveling between them are recorded and their identities verified. But the way Tim talks about this is so childish that it becomes almost transcendental.
There was a time when we understood that walls meant security equaled children get rescued. It's very basic, it's very obvious. If you care about kids and you put that first, you're going to agree with the basic concept of 2 + 2 = 4, how border walls and enforcement works to rescue children.
The issue with this is that, as Tim should know, trafficking happens routinely through legal points of entry. That's why there are so many anti-trafficking PSAs in airports. One of Tim's favorite Trump policies was the Remain in Mexico policy, which forces asylum applicants who are only occasionally Mexican to stay in Mexico until their hearing. Hey Tim, what do you think happens to 10-year-old Honduran children forced to live in border towns owned by the cartel while they wait for court dates 2 or 3 years down the line? Tim will not talk about this because the brand of his media presence is focused on how this feels for him to do, how cool it is when missions succeed.
And the miracles are insane.
Each mission he describes has a similar structure of the horror of discovery, the secrecy and intrigue of the infiltration, and finally the immensely cathartic satisfaction of seeing a child trafficker get arrested and a child recovered. Tim has a visceral reaction to any information that marginalizes the power of this narrative.
I don't ever like to get into statistics,
Right.
Because if you go statistics, 6,000 versus literally millions, people say, that's a drop in the bucket, and I just get, because I'm like, you know what? I've done operations before. Like there was a target in Mexico that we worked on for over a year, this trafficking organization. We could not get in. We'd get this close and then get torn away. And it was one of the operations that I participated on personally, and it was one kid. I went back to my team after that operation and I said, I'm going to show you the bill. This has been over a year. This is how much it cost.
For one kid.
For one kid. I said, did you guys think we would save more than this? Of course, we thought there'd be 20 plus. And I said, was it worth it? Or would you go back and say, we wouldn't do this again? Are you kidding? It's worth it.
There are just some things you can't talk about in polite society. And if OUR is a defender of anything, it's polite society. The fact of the matter is that saving 6,000 children is great. It's awesome, but it is a drop in the bucket. And if you're diverting energy, attention, and resources to an organization whose success by its own admission amounts to a drop in the bucket, then we need to consider whether there might be other options. Most work against human trafficking is extremely unsatisfying. It is not camera ready, it is not narratively compelling, and as far as I can tell, it overall seems to be a profession in which the horror of discovery is mostly sustained forever. Because sometimes you do have to choose between saving one trafficked individual now or many more later.
With every social problem that we seek to solve, we end up creating another problem, whether that is intended or unintended. There's always a byproduct, right? I shared on a live stream with you guys last week when we open up international adoption, the number of orphans in a certain country goes up.
Fixing this problem, actually fixing this problem, means giving up countless opportunities to have a compelling personal life story. It often means giving aid to people you don't personally think deserve it. It means setting up safe injection sites and decriminalizing drug use and sex work, and setting up protections for migrants, whether they have papers or not. It means creating conditions so that the kid of a meth addict doesn't end up on the street because their parent died of an overdose, so that someone pimping out a 14-year-old can't tell that child that if he goes to the police he'll be arrested and deported to a country where being gay is a crime. Ending human trafficking means advocating for labor rights, education rights, anti-discrimination rights, medical rights, housing rights, reproductive rights, divorce rights, religious rights, refugee rights, generally rights for anything that gives people the ability to govern their own lives, and making sure that when those rights are made enforceable, that the people who are actually in these situations know what their rights are and who to go to for help. It means creating a world where people in exploitative situations are in a position to know that what's happening to them is wrong, and to have access to a legal system that agrees with them. And if your response is that that sounds like too big a task to be realistic, then I say it's considerably more realistic than expecting to stop child trafficking by intercepting every single pedophile present and future at the point of a gun. When you listen to the spokespeople for Sound of Freedom talk about this, they always stop just short of telling you what their actual policy suggestions are, preferring to leave that part of the conversation tantalizingly up to the imagination. Even Tim will talk about the border, but it's almost like Angel Studios thinks it's an impolite topic. Like when someone announces we need to end child trafficking, it's somehow rude to ask how.
Because until we stop this, until we bring prevention in, all we're doing is going downstream and rescuing people out of the water. We need to go back upstream and find out more about why is this happening.
Yeah, I love this. And I mean, I don't love it.
I mean, in all fairness, they're not saying that only Tim's methods should be advocated for. They're not saying that at all. They're not saying anything. That confused me until I realized that they're leaving the story unfinished for their audience. Like any good movie marketing team, they're sustaining the emotional agitation this movie is meant to inspire. That feeling of aggression, that deep desire to find someone hurting kids and just...
Le voy a meter un palo por el culo. Monta mi pinche taser. Tengo un taser, tengo un pinche... Vamos a meter un palo por el culo. We're gonna tase them, we're gonna pepper spray them. Vamos a cortar un dedo. Le vamos a cortar el chile, le vamos a cortar los huevos. We're gonna
This is the source of the truism deployed over and over again by people involved with or otherwise supportive of Sound of Freedom, that this isn't about politics, this is about saving children.
I want to ask all of you, put your politics away.
Let's just put pause in politics. This is about kids, it's not about politics.
Not about politics, not left versus right. It's about child trafficking.
Actually directing that energy towards something concrete would compromise the emotional impact of the movie. It would make it plain that though the component pieces here might be more or less true, what happens in this movie is a story, that it is in some way constructed. And solving child trafficking is actually a really not fun, not satisfying job. The point is not to say that Tim's way is the only way. The point is to say that we should never accept any solution to child trafficking that wouldn't satisfy our anger. That we should never stoop so low as to actually examine the facts of the issues that outrage us in order to solve them, because that would be political, and therefore unamenable to our imagination of a problem so big, so all-consuming in its depravity, that it can only be solved by some kind of specifically violent crusade.
How are we not, like,
I wish that it makes me want to just go undercover and take these people down, like.
This is the same point James Baldwin made in his essay about Tim's problematic fave, Uncle Tom's Cabin, nearly 70 years ago. Uncle Tom's Cabin is activated by what might be called a theological terror, the terror of damnation, and the spirit that breathes in this book, hot, self-righteous, fearful, is not different from the spirit of medieval times which sought to exorcise evil by burning witches, and is not different from that terror which activates a lynch mob. This panic motivates our cruelty. This fear of the dark makes it impossible that our lives shall be other than superficial. This, interlocked with and feeding our glittering, mechanical, inescapable civilization which has put to death our freedom. It's the encouragement of that impulse to violent action that's important here. For all its cringe, Uncle Tom's Cabin at least has the fairly straightforward moral of we should end slavery. Despite what Tim will tell you, the moral Sound of Freedom was made to send is not we should end slavery. Slavery is illegal. The message here is we should think of solving this crime as a simple matter of the correct application of violence.
A few good men, a few good Marines, and we could do a lot.
The framing of that impulse as a self-evident virtue is the propaganda here. The marketing of this as a protest movie means we are very much meant to identify with Tim in our own lives. But identifying with Tim means expecting a satisfying end to our own unresolved trauma of knowing the horrific things human beings are capable of doing to each other. We are being affirmed in our demand for blood. So, what have we learned from all this? What we're looking at here is a story about hierarchy. I want to return to that interview Monteverde did with the LA Times and ask why it is that Jim Caviezel's insane thoughts are something that Monteverde wants to respect. By the same token, if they care so much about child trafficking, why is it that Tim and the Harmon brothers don't seem to care at all about the misinformation and conspiracies driving the marketing campaign of their movie? The reason is that all of them belong to an ideology where responsibility is only important in so much as it undergirds your personal character arc.
The Bible is alive right now. We're all playing different characters. I got to play Jesus. But some of us are playing Judas.
Looking at Sound of Freedom, its production history, its marketing campaign, and its tearful TikTok reviews and conspiracies all as one big text, the commonality that emerges for me among all these people is that they're all people whose understanding of the world not only allows, but expects them to put any power they might have to affect any actual change in the hands of somebody else. Really, anybody will do, whether it be God or man, because the kinds of conservatives that produced and enthusiastically consumed this movie are people for whom the word freedom means the right to abandon reality. That you should be allowed to say whatever you want about anything, and when whatever you're talking about becomes too difficult to understand, when it requires action that might be inconvenient for you, or doesn't really fit in with the character arc you've got planned for yourself, your responsibility for your own words is over.
And it doesn't matter whether or not it makes sense, or whether the experts say it makes sense, or whether the bureaucracy's in the way, or whether it doesn't align with what you've done before. As long as you'll step forward in faith, this is how we're going to solve this problem.
Freedom to these people is the right to be as a child, just doing your best to obey. Obedience is a theme that crops up in a lot of these interviews. It's how Jim and Tim specifically get around any accusation that their understanding of human trafficking as being as basic and morally dichotomous as a child's superhero movie might not be helpful, and in fact might be detrimental. They're just fulfilling their role in a grander design. What happens after they do their thing is neither their concern nor their responsibility.
God doesn't always choose the best, but he chose me, so what am I going to do about it?
And I think the misunderstanding of this worldview is what resulted in the total misfire of mainstream think pieces about Sound of Freedom, because the term propaganda suggests a claim to power. It suggests a unified intentionality of everybody involved. But I don't think that these people wake up excited to make the world a more difficult place to be poor and disadvantaged. I think they wake up excited to serve.
I mean, what did Jesus teach? That's all he taught. Serve, 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 serve.
This movie is a tale told by proud idiots, full of sound and fury and signifying nothing except the comfort granted by relinquishing power to political candidates who routinely display their disdain for freedom, for whom the only rights worth defending are those of arbitrary authority figures, namely churches, bosses, and cops to tell you what to do. That's clearly what Eduardo Verástegui is looking forward to, should his presidential campaign succeed. In my opinion, what we're in right now is what's known in certain anthropological circles as a heroic society. That's not a compliment. A heroic society is a murder everyone in your household who even thought about hitting on your wife while you were out having adventures for 20 years kind of place, you know? A behead all the losers of this ball game type beat. It's a civilization in which the legitimacy of authority is founded on big spectacular contests and boastful shows of wealth and generosity and sacrifice, and the kinds of governments they produce are expressly authoritarian. A heroic society runs on nothing so much as symbols. Symbols and the promises those symbols are meant to represent. Tim Ballard and OUR and Eduardo Verástegui and the Harmon brothers and Jim Caviezel and their chosen king Donald Trump are promising us that if we just trust that they are divinely guided to enact God's destiny for America, everything will be fine. What they're offering us as proof of this is a series of highly public and dramatic ceremonies that symbolize thought. That's what social media is. A place where you can perform the act of thinking without actually retaining any thoughts at all. That's the reason it feels like everyone's getting stupider. Because our dominant communication system is one that equates attention with authentic emotion and authentic emotion with objective fact, while simultaneously telling us the exact opposite, that this technology is obviously evidence not of our erosion of reason or thoughtfulness, but of our innovative genius and clear eye toward the future, an unmistakable step on the road of human evolution toward our inevitable Chrome utopia. It is not possible in this ideology of the internet for the internet to cause social disturbances, only to reveal conflicts, that we may resolve them with transparency. The best disinfectant is sunlight, after all. I reject this idea. If, as Stafford Beer says, the purpose of a system is what it does, then the purpose of social media is to build superficial credibility for humanity's most batshit ideas. Only this communication system could allow people like Russell Brand to frame a group of people openly trying to establish a conservative theocracy as some kind of punk nonconformist. He's the kind of person for whom no statement is ever too insane to be publicized, because the existence of insane shit is just evidence of the innate democracy of social media at work. But man, you know, we're not in the future. What we're witnessing is the same thing that's happened in thousands of human societies in the past. The breakdown of one system of authority as another one rises. Just because humans carry around pieces of metal and glass to spit our stupid thoughts into doesn't mean we've graduated past basic human social incentives. So no, Russell Brand, to the extent that people don't like Sound of Freedom, it's not because of its economic disruption or its subject matter. It's because it's being used to advocate for a system with more surveillance, more coercion, more violence, more waste, where the leader, when asked his favorite part of his ideology's cultural event of the year, can get away with saying,
I think the start, the ending, and maybe the result.
Where the height of intellectual engagement is watching Jordan Peterson discover the concept of a story. What these people are offering is a system that is openly against the values of critical thought and self-governance, that has no interest either in preventing vulnerability or helping those affected by it unless there's an immediate individual benefit to someone's social status. Like, sure kid, your situation is pretty awful, but what can you do for me? What can you do for the salvation of my eternal soul? For the glory of my name? Come back when you've been sold into slavery. It's a system that requires, more than anything, a population sick of the messy reality of compromise and self-determination, and ready to believe that what society is really missing is a live-action role play of a really good drama, some really fire content. That's what's gonna fix us. And that's what we have right now, a population of people whose primary source of information keeps them stuck perpetually at the tippy top of a roller coaster and ready for something to break the suspense, for someone to tell them what happens next. And finally, the heroes are emerging, and the rest of the narrative becomes clear. This guy just might pull it off. He really might end child trafficking at the point of a gun, might make America great again, might hammer the world into the shape we see in all our culture's great tales. After all, we all know how this story goes, and life is just like the stories. Otherwise, why would we tell them? Sure, things look grim now, but it's just the dark night of the soul, right before we're finally vindicated. We're in the climax of the legend of all humanity right now. All we have to do is follow our hero's example and we'll be led to our ultimate reward. All this suffering will end and everything will be put right again. Our paranoia justified, our anguish avenged, all of it will happen any day now. Any day now.
If it's not one thing, it's another.
Any day now. 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 Thanks again to Surfshark for sponsoring this video. Remember to use code MORBIDZOO for an extra 3 months on your subscription, all for free. Was that good? Was that a natural integration? God, I can't see shit anymore.
Grace and I just...
This is a consular ship!
I've changed my position on everything, honestly. F Vosh. He deserves far more criticism for all of this. He's so damn reckless. I am not sleeping. I've had panic attacks over this.
I've had panic attacks over this. This person's just like a dishonest liar. Her way to deal with losing a debate is, well, let's edit the video so it looks like I won, actually. Let's poison the well. Literally using the word poison the well. What a horrible person, dude. We should just circumvent the law to fund a website that makes hormones in a bathtub and send it to children.
Am I okay?
Time to react. Oh my god. Yay! Is it really 3:30 a.m.? Holy damn, bruh. Alright, I'm gonna refresh my YouTube homepage to see what the freak to watch. Okay, there is a new Willie video. Keffals' horrible response
Last week we talked
and fraud. Well, the last video that Willie made about Keffals was pretty good, so I'm curious to see part 2. I imagine there's probably gonna be a part 3. I have an inkling there's gonna be a part 3, so I'm very excited to see this.
Last week, we talked about Keffals, the trans activist who raised over $100,000 for a lawsuit, and then seemingly spent the money on vacationing, buying unnecessary streaming gear, and getting addicted to drugs.
So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and...
All while lying to her audience about fleeing the country. After making a video about these legitimately serious accusations, Keffals would go on stream again, completely inebriated. Just look at her eyes.
Whoa.
Well, she looks Jesus, she's that high? Wait, why does she look like that? What is she on?
I'm starting to think Trump isn't as good.
She's like feeling her face to make sure she's real.
He's not good at business. He's real bad at business.
Am I supposed to believe this person is just tired? She's clearly high. Oh my god. So she's still like addicted. Jeez, bro. That's dark. Almost makes you feel bad for her if she wasn't just a person. Jesus, dude. She's really zoinked.
Also,
she hit the
I'm
Fent
not.
cart.
I want you all to know that I'm not intoxicated in any way.
Yes, you are.
I've just been up for 33 hours.
Then go to bed. That's almost worse. Then just go to bed. Why are you streaming right now? You think the content's gonna be good? Oh my god, bro. Is this stream on her channel right now, or does she private all the VODs? Does she private the VODs? Keffals VOD. Honest conversation about edgy humor. Keffals VOD. There was some Keffals leak I saw recently that was really crazy. Where is the picture though? Oh yeah, this guy, Karl Marx on Twitter, the real Karl Marx, he posts, last year in the infancy of my channel, I had a debate with a creator I admired at Keffals. She performed poorly and attempted to sacrifice my budding reputation to save face. With the consent and encouragement of her former editor, Cherry, I'd like to share these messages. What happened in the debate? It was a debate on the term dayfab. I took the I don't really care if people use this term position, and you shouldn't tone police trans people using it when they are venting about prejudice. Karl Marx took the it is a transphobic slur and you're perpetuating transphobia position, so full disclosure, I didn't do great. We all have our debates where we don't do well, I understand. But because I took down the VOD, I have control of the narrative, so I'm editing the intro to immediately poison the well, including putting his Xander Hall thing at the start. This person's just like a dishonest fucking liar. Like, why can't you just accept that you lost a debate, especially on whatever they fab is? What is they fab? Assigned female at birth, one that does not change their physical appearance. So they're saying it's a transphobic slur or something. And Keffels is her way to deal with losing a debate is, well, let's edit the video so it looks like I won, actually. Let's poison the well. Literally using the word poison the well right off the bat. What a horrible person, dude. How much more shit are we going to find out about how horrible of a person she is? How many more people has she debated where she took them out of context and just lied about them? So base, dude.
So the reason I'm like this right now is because my brain is dying.
Then get off stream. Why would you be a good streamer when you're doing this? Why would anyone want to see this? Whether you're hitting the Fent card or not, why would you ever do a stream like this? Like, your goal as a content creator is to create the best content you possibly can. So if you're unable to function, then why stream? Just turn it off. It's such a basic thing. How is this person 30 years old and doesn't have like basic life skills and sensibilities? Like, just get the fuck off stream. It's that easy.
Is she short-circuiting? She never finishes her thought. She then starts a new sentence and forgets halfway through again.
It's not...
This is sad. Somebody then asks her about me and my video, and she quotes Lenin.
Are we gonna talk about the Willie Mack video? Hold on, I have a quote to read out. I would like to paraphrase the late Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin. Why?
She's so fucked up. I think she's on drugs, dude. There's no way. Because if you're that tired, you just wouldn't go live, right? You just wouldn't go live because you'd be thinking straight. I mean, she's pretty dumb, but generally, if you're that tired, you're just not going to go live. But if you're not in your right mind, which she never is, but you're also high, then you might go live and make a dumb decision.
Should we bother to reply to Willie Mack? He would reply to us, and we would have to reply to his reply. There's no end to that. It will be quite enough for us to announce that Willie Mack is a traitor to the working class, and everyone will understand. So that's my statement.
Thank you. Genius response. Did she ever respond to that thing I just brought up? Those DMs where she was talking about poisoning the well? No, she did not. I'm on her Twitter right now, and she has said nothing. She hasn't tweeted since the 22nd. Well, maybe she's in rehab again. That'd probably be good for her. Probably a happy outcome or something, right? Genuinely, what Keppel should do, if she has any self-preservation at all, is get off the internet and try to get a normal job or something. That's probably impossible at this point, but clearly the internet's not benefiting her. It's not like she's making a lot of money from it. People aren't going to stop bringing up her past, so she should just leave and go to rehab and try to be a normal person. Try to pretend to be a normal person, I guess.
Man, there's no point. None of this shit ever ends. I don't care.
But you haven't even responded to most of it, so why would it end? You haven't clarified anything. You still can't explain where the GoFundMe money went.
He can say whatever he wants about me, and I think that he can...
this person is in it's over mode, I would say.
Who cares?
When Keffel says there's no point in responding because then we'll respond infinitely, that's not true. I'm accusing you of misappropriating GoFundMe money. You can easily prove me wrong by showing a breakdown of the money. She writes this off as normal drama. It's actually quite serious.
I said that I was done. I said that I was done, and I am done. I'm actually done. I'm not doing drama coverage.
H3H3 has shown a breakdown of his crowdfunded money in the past. Carl Jobst has done the same. Why can't you? Here's the thing. Keffels has already admitted to misappropriating funds in a video.
Well, the obvious answer to why she can't do it is because she misappropriated the funds, right? She doesn't want anyone to know where the money went because it would make her look fucking horrible.
Titled I Was Raped. The ex accuses
Keffels is a masochist. In practice, she certainly is.
Of abuse. She accuses her ex.
What she actually is a sadist who likes to see the downfall of others and try to ruin their lives.
Of abuse. They have a competition for who has the most mental baggage.
Althea accused me of economic exploitation in the form of economic abuse, saying that I trashed the apartment we shared and that I made her pay $1,200 in repairs. How is that not exploitative? The apartment was partially trashed because of the police searching for a handgun after the swatting, and also that I sometimes struggle to keep things tidy.
50K to crack? Where'd the other 50K go? Fentanyl? Just kidding.
I'm disabled. I have chronic pain issues.
No comment.
I have chronic fatigue. I give 100% to streaming, to making content. I'm good at it. I love my...
You're good at it? Really? I'm good at it? Bro. Nobody fucking watches you. Look at your channel. New Wilbur Soot video. Evangelina Skov.
The Minecraft...
Okay. We'll be watching that. Who is Evangelina Skov? Why do I know this name? Was there some drama with her or something? Okay. 50,000 subscribers. How much has her channel grown in the last year? Let's see how good she is at YouTube and streaming. So in the last 30 days, her channel has lost 1,000 subscribers. Her monthly gained subscribers are 2 years ago. She had a little bit of growth. In February 2023, she lost 3,400 subscribers. She slowly climbed a little bit, getting a few thousand subscribers on YouTube a month. In September, she got 1,000. In October, she got 700. In November, she got 500. In December of 2023, she got 900. She got 100 subs in January and 100 in February. Okay. Video views, it's negative 100,000 because she removed videos. Daily, she's averaging a couple thousand views on her entire channel. She relisted a bunch of videos here, so she had an extra 5 million views. Her channel's fucking dead. Just look at it. She barely posts. When she does, it gets barely any views. Nobody cares about you, Keffals.
Community is in
Literally nobody.
my job, but sometimes I really struggle with everything that I have to do in my life.
So she's not even denying being a slob. It's like the Victim Olympics. Canada is sweeping this year. It's really stupid. But this is when it was revealed that Keffals wasn't trying to run away from Kiwi Farms or the Doxers. She was just trying to move away from her ex.
And there was a criticism that I frequently got throughout that time. How does moving to a different country help you with online harassment? And as we found out, it didn't. And I knew that no matter where I went in the world, I would not escape online harassment.
Why even say something like this when previously we have a ton of clips of her being like, oh, well, I'm in Ireland. Ireland's such a dense country. I could never be doxxed. Oh, I was clearly escaping the online harassment. Well, why did you go to the food truck and post pictures of it? Well, I just wanted food. You know, I wasn't thinking straight. It's like, this is a completely new explanation for what happened. She's changing the story more than Katie Bugs does. And now it's like, oh, well, I actually left because of my ex, my abusive ex. Well, then say that in the GoFundMe or else it's fucking fraud.
As long as I was an online figure. And the truth is, I left the country because of my ex.
Her ex coerced her
Well, you have to say that.
intercourse, which I guess is where the title comes from, although she never goes into detail. But more importantly, it means her having to move away in her GoFundMe due to her doxers. All the articles claiming it was necessary to flee to Ireland.
William X shows the one person on YouTube I don't have to put at 1.25 times speed.
Threats to her life. It's all a lie. She moved because of her ex. That's not what the money was raised for. This is fraud. Another part of the GoFundMe's original claim was that her ex needed money due to unjust seizures, impacting whether or not she could finish her doctorate.
So here's a signal message.
Keffals' wish ContraPoints. Dude, don't do ContraPoints like that, okay? ContraPoints has made some pretty decent videos. Keffals is like Xander Hall from Wish, and Xander Hall is already not very good. So, yeah, I would say Xander Hall from Wish is a more accurate thing. Just somebody who doesn't have any knowledge of politics. And the thing you get with Keffals that you don't have from Xander Hall is a completely disgusting, degenerate history, right? Of like basically con artistry. At least Xander Hall doesn't have that. He doesn't have any horrible, shitty lore. I mean, there's like funny stuff, like throwing up from smoking his bong or whatever on stream, or his like crazy meth head ex-girlfriend, but none of that stuff is like stuff you can really indict him for as like his character. It's just like, okay, well, that's silly. He's kind of dumb. But with Keffals, it's like, she's just a horrible person. I mean, I've said this like a million times at this point. She literally funded a website that, according to her in her own words, sent hormones to children against their parents' consent. Like, this is like a demon. This is like a demonic person. ContraPoints never did anything like that.
August 21st, between me and Althea. I had a streamer friend who lives in the UK offer to let me live with him and his wife for a bit, and it's such a tempting offer, just out of the country. And Althea responds, yeah, maybe. And I responded, but would you even be cool with me doing that? I feel like it'd just make you really sad, because the implication here is I'm going alone. And Althea responds to this, I'd hope you'd want to bring me. And I tried to let her down gently. And I said, you don't have a passport. And Althea responds to that, I thought you could pay to expedite your first one. So she was really doing everything that she could to
Why does she sound so high?
maintain that proximity to me, even though it had been made clear repeatedly that I wanted space.
You aren't being clear at all. Keffals then says she's never going back to Canada, taking time to zoom in on her cry.
I am so scared of her. I'm not even going back to Canada to see my family on Christmas.
Where the fuck does she live then? I thought she lived in Canada.
Because I don't want to be in the same city as her.
Very real crying, by the way. This is very real crying. Bruh,
This
cry
left the
more.
ex-homeless couch surfing, and when they asked for the GoFundMe money Keffals had promised, Keffals wrote, I'm not going to follow through on anything because I owe you nothing. And those offers were based on goodwill, which you burnt through. This whole thing lines up much more with Keffals' past live streams than any update she gave surrounding the lawsuit.
Well, we were in Ireland.
By the way, I don't believe any claim of abuse Keffals makes. Her track record is horrible. She's falsely accused too many people for me to care. She's probably just lying. She probably was never abused. I literally believe nothing she says. Like, nothing she says is true unless verified by true American patriots like Willie Mack Show. I'm sorry. I don't believe all women.
I broke up with them. And I was drinking every night, going live on Twitch to
Did that change?
my, like, 12 to 1.
Kind of looks like the Chud Soy Jack when she cries. Base. Wait, that's actually cool. Wait, she literally does. What the F? She does look like the Chud Soy Jack. Base, dude. Wait, she's a Chud. Wait, we can forgive her.
This left the ex-homeless couch surfing, and when they asked for the GoFundMe money Keffals had promised, Keffals wrote, "I'm not going to follow through on anything."
Can you please confirm you'll follow through on the bed and the GoFundMe money? If I know that, we can just stop talking if it's what you want. So they're literally letting her go, by the way. Like, Keffals is like, they're doing everything in my power to stay with me. I can't even go home. And they're like, okay, well, can you just give me a little money to get a bed? And then I'll just fuck off. I don't know if the Bob posting person is mentioned in this video, but she was arrested for robbing a bank. I did see that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Because I owe you nothing. And those offers were based on goodwill, which you burnt through. This whole thing lines up much more with Keffals' past live streams than any update she gave surrounding the lawsuit.
Well, we were in Ireland. I broke up with them. And I was drinking every night, going live on Twitch to my, like, 12 to 100 viewers. Am I okay? Am I okay?
What are you doing, dude? Why is Tom so afraid of admitting his right-wing beliefs? Is it because he's afraid of sounding stupid? He's already expressing most of their beliefs. I don't understand why we won't admit it. What right-wing beliefs do you think I have is the question, I guess, for me. Like, what is, like, a right-wing belief? Is, like, being pro-freedom of speech a right-wing belief? Because I feel like that's the only, like, right-wing opinion I have. And that's just kind of right-wing in today's context. I guess if you want to call me right-wing, the closest I would be like center-right, but I don't really think about politics that way in a very serious manner, to be honest with you. I guess I'm like pro-capitalism broadly, but I don't even feel informed enough to like totally say like capitalism is epic. Like, I don't know. I'm just chilling. Transphobic, pro-Trump, pro-landlord, but I'm not really pro-Trump. I didn't vote. Pro-landlord, I guess I'm pro-landlord, unless they're shitty to me, in which case I hate them. Transphobic, I don't think I'm really transphobic. I mean, I don't agree with every aspect of like transgenderism as a concept necessarily in the way it's presented in like the modern day, but like I believe in like trans rights in a literal sense where they should be able to do whatever they want, you know. I guess I feel like I just fit within like the basic like paradigm of like the average person in the United States. Second Amendment, yeah, I'm pro Second Amendment, but I don't know that that's like, is that the most right-wing position in the world? I guess that is relatively right-wing, I guess.
Am I okay?
So what happened to the rest of the money? Well, there's some evidence supporting that she spent it on things that were not listed on the GoFundMe. Some of it we already know, like her IRA.
I am pro Fortnite. There's plenty of hard lefties that are pro-gun. Yeah, I think they're mostly like far left though, and they believe in being, they're like pro-gun because they want to like use the guns to like kill billionaires or something.
Streaming setup, as well as suspected drugs. But other receipts, I'm just not comfortable with going public yet until they are confirmed. I'm working with a much bigger, more experienced YouTuber on that. Until then, I want to
Trans-critical or moist-critical, choose one. True.
Talk about Keffals' grooming allegations, victimization, and black market hormones.
Let's go. Okay, he's actually going into all this shit. I feel like nobody's actually gone over this in depth on YouTube. I wonder how deep he'll go.
Seems so wrong, it makes me want to break things, throw things at the ground, throw things at the wall, but it won't break because it's the dependable and reliable Ridge wallet, made from tough materials like titanium, aluminum, or carbon fiber. I've been using Ridge for about 5 months now and is the best wallet I've ever had. I've sent this thing through the washing machine, spilled drinks on it. My old wallet literally had stank to it, but with Ridge it's no problem. It's a tank and incredibly comfortable, but my favorite feature is that your wallet is now part of your swag, another way to express yourself, whether it's—
Alright, dude. Based. Glad you're getting your bag.
Quickly! Keffals is a big trans youth advocate.
Ridge Wallet sponsoring like an anti-Keffals video is so fucking awesome.
Because she transitioned at just 16 years old. And if Keffals wants to promote that parents should let their kids medically transition while they're underage, then I'm okay with that. It's a conversation. What's crazy is Keffals going behind parents' back to promote black market hormones to minors. Someone would argue, age of consent laws are good for a reason. Under 18 is too young for permanent life-altering medical decisions, such as hormone therapy. Keffals would quote tweet, "I am donating thousands of dollars a year to a resource so people affected by hysterical anti-trans laws can access hormone replacement therapy before the age of 18. I do not give a single shit what you think. I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down. This is a heated topic, even among other trans people.
I don't think it's fair to parents. Not just the kids, but it's also not fair to the parents.
It's not fair to the parents. Since when has being trans and transitioning had anything to do with anyone except for the person who is trans?
Okay, so if we apply this argument to literally anything else, since when has a kid having sex with an adult had anything to do with what the parents think or anyone who isn't a pedophile or a victim? Like, this is just so retarded. Like, obviously parents should have like some say in what fucking happens to their kid. Like, it would be slightly more understandable if Keffals was like, oh, well, you know, if a doctor approves it and the parents also approve, then I think kids should be able to access hormones. I probably would still disagree with that, but, you know, that's like a more defensible position, undoubtedly, then. We should just circumvent the law to fund a website that makes hormones in a fucking bathtub and send it to children. Like, is that really a position that's reasonable to take? How is this person expressing this on a public platform? That is crazy.
Children aren't property. They're
A better analogy is depression or ADHD medication. Yes, but
In the most
yeah,
legal
actually,
sense,
that's probably a
children
better
are
analogy. I
property.
feel like there's different implications that come from both. Like ADHD meds, depression meds, they can change your brain chemistry, but depending on how long you're on them, it's my understanding that you can get back to a normal baseline if you stop taking them for a certain amount of time. With hormones, you take enough hormones, you just have tits, or your puberty is just stopped forever. You know, like you can't really change that to a certain degree. If you're taking hormones from the time you're 14 or 13 to 18 or something, and then you get off them, like your puberty is never gonna have been normal, right? You're not gonna have like a normal, typical experience.
human beings.
She funded her friend's entire website where that was the point, to get around the barrier that was parents. The DIY HRT site was and still is the top result on Google. Its purpose was to tell minors how to buy HRT and DIY hormones from people, giving explicit directions. Learn to buy Bitcoin. If you're a minor, get a trusted adult to purchase Bitcoin for you. But as Keffals gained
If there's something in those hormones the kid is allergic to, how is that parent supposed to know what the kid took? I mean, that's another decent point. Like, these are not medical professionals who are doing this. This is like freaks in their fucking basement making drugs for kids.
more relevancy with her Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, she realized that this was a bad look and just started lying about
Time
it
to
on
fight.
the H3 podcast.
One of their problems is that you are supporting young people, young trans people who didn't have access to hormones. You are direct telling them how to make homemade hormones.
Oh my god. No, I don't know how to make homemade hormones.
Look how nervous she is. She gets so nervous. I don't know how to make homemade hormones.
I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
But the thing is, like, okay, it sounds insane, but that's like what the website was. Like, it was resources for how to make them and like make them with homemade stuff. Not necessarily in a bathtub, but is the bathtub really the greatest fucking delineator here between like good and bad? The greater criticism is like, oh, you're sending hormones to kids against their parents' will. You're instructing people how to make hormones in their own home without the advice of a medical professional. That's obviously a bad look. That's obviously horrible. She sounds so nervous in this clip. She's shaking.
Hormones. I noticed the new thing is
Her entire body is shaking.
No, I don't know how to make homemade hormones.
She's trying to laugh it off because she knows she looks like a fucking freak to thousands of people right now.
I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
That
Like-
sounds difficult. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know
how do you do that?
But it's not that far off. The HRT website she funded gives step-by-step instructions on how to make your own hormones, as well as the option to buy other people's homemade hormones. Her acting all sneaky about it makes it seem like she's doing something wrong.
What? Because she is doing something wrong, and she knows that to the average person, if they look at this kind of shit, they're like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? The bottles the site was selling had literal transgender lolicon on it, not joking. Yeah, I know, I saw that. I think I covered that in a video I did about Vosh and the whole meltdown, and I talked about Keffals and Tipster in it too, and I showed that.
What's the truth? I mean, you do have some kind of community where you're helping young
These claims are kind of disingenuous. What's disingenuous?
trans people, right? That's like something
Yeah,
you're
of
passionate
course.
about.
Yeah.
And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
Oh, it's like a Twitch stream.
Oh, just on Twitch.
Notice how she like misdirects it, almost as if she's trying to make it seem like she misunderstands the question, when in reality it's obvious what Ethan is asking about. Oh, it's just a Twitch stream.
Yeah.
So it's all just out in the public.
Yeah.
Because they
Notice how she can't elaborate on anything because she's like figuring out how to formulate her lie. You can see the gears turning in her little fucking head.
they make it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're talking with kids and stuff. But that's not even the case.
No.
They really are just straight up lying, huh? Shouldn't surprise me that much, but yeah.
That's not true. She has a private Discord called Catboy Ranch, where half the point of joining is for bi-weekly support groups that are facilitated by a support worker. She's tweeted, I've assisted at least half a dozen minors to get hormone
Jesus.
replacement therapy. Cope and seethe. Her friend who runs the site saying,
Who's coping and seething now? She felt so confident admitting all this stuff because she was at the top of the internet. Well, not top of the internet. The top of the Twitch political landscape, zeitgeist, trans community followers on the internet for a little while. She was the top of that. She had media support. And now look at her try to run from it. When she gets a little bigger and a general audience has to look at her and be like, hey, what's going on here? And you realize you can never fucking justify any of the positions you had for years. It's disgusting, man. This person deserves way worse than the position she's in right now. She'll probably get it.
I have unironically transitioned half a dozen minors. No one tell them I've helped more than one minor order. I don't groom children. I just show dozens of kids every week how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency and how to hide it from their parents. What are you talking about? The packaging of the hormones says keep out of reach of parents. They had Lolly branded HRT, which writes, don't look at my giant girl dick. There's an instructional video showing minors how to inject it. This is insane.
Jesus.
The scariest part is Kevel's admitting herself that she knows nothing about hormones.
And especially because anytime anyone has a question, I just direct them to you because I don't know anything about this stuff. It's like hormones is not something I really, I really like. I don't really do the kind of advocacy you do.
Then why are you so passionate about this black market HRT? She defends stuff and takes strong positions on things she knows nothing about. It made me really want to revisit the whole Catboy Ranch thing. Catboy Ranch was a Discord server that had grooming.
So the Catboy Ranch thing, up until now, has been mostly like an allegation thing about like, I don't exactly know what happened here. There was a weird Discord server. There seemed to be her flirting with like a minor or something, but no proof of like direct grooming, right? That was basically the claim here.
Grooming allegations in it. Kevel's Twitter account at the time was Catboy Ranch, even saying she ran it. Kevel's was referred to as the rancher by minors. Kevel's showed support to them by saying they had a fat ass. Kevel's would leave the Discord because of Lolly being posted to it, and she'd write, I have absolutely nothing to do with that Discord, and I think that it is disgusting. I'll warn people about the Discord. Someone would ask, by that you mean you'll leave the Discord? Kevel's would reply with, already did. I wasn't active or aware of this until now. She would then get pummeled in the replies. Bruh, I was joking. I didn't know you were a part of it. Did she actually just admit to being part of that groomer Discord? Kaz law is once again proven true. So she was in it and there was one inappropriate public message, but nothing damning, right? Well, she still owns the Discord Catboy Ranch, and it's locked behind a Patreon paywall. When I joined, I was pleased to see that the rules banned all NSFW content. They even had a snitching rule in case inappropriate things got said, but I was still clearly locked from seeing the entire server. So the question is, why would the trans youth activist have a Discord named after her grooming allegations? Well, because it was a good meme.
So, like, the reason why the Discord is named Catboy Ranch isn't because I love catboys or something. It's a throwback to the fact that there was a conspiracy theory made up by lolicons, like by the people who, like, really loved Sharon child pornography, because I called them files, right? And their response...
Why does she defend Vosh now, then? This is the same person who defended Vosh for the lolicon stuff and also was like, hey, Ethan, why don't you talk about Chris from Mr. Beast being a Shadman fan, lolicon enjoyer? Like, what is her actual position? Did her position officially change on lolicon, where she was anti-lolicon then and now she's pro-lolicon? Because Kevel's then, which is not even that long ago, would have called Vosh a file, no?
Response to that was to make up a conspiracy about how I had a grooming Discord called Catboy Ranch. And I decided as a flex to name my Discord Catboy Ranch.
Thanks for the gifted membership.
Just to fucking flex on them.
It's a weird thing to meme, especially when you're selling Lolly branded HRT to minors, which you gotta question the safety of. She has a normal Discord, but names in a way that will bring her and her community heat. Awesome. She truly is the worst activist.
What the fuck is this? What is this edit, dude? This is Cancer Willy. Why does Vosh have cat ears? Why are they on a safari?
Kevel's is the kind of person that always has to relate things back to her being a victim. A black guy gets shot by the police, and Kevel's has to relate it to her swatting. Every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle pointed at me.
This is so insane. It's so insane how literally every incident, literally everything is made about her somehow. And by the way, nothing that bad even happened in this situation with her. How easily that situation could have escalated if I wasn't white. Yeah, dude. Strong activist over here. Someone died? This is just like me, when almost nothing bad happened to me.
Me by the police, and how easily that situation could have escalated if I wasn't white. When people point out that this is a ridiculously narcissistic thing to do, she twists it to make it seem like she didn't bring it up. Virtue signaling. People who have never once tweeted about Elijah McClain taking this time to shit on me because they hate me more and want to use his death as discourse to talk about me. It's so pathetic. Feel some shame for such obvious grifting. You're the one grifting off him. You brought him up first, comparing yourself to his situation. She's accused of not taking care of her guinea pigs, leaving them to live in their own feces, blaming it on her depression.
Keffals let her favorite guinea pig drown to death in like 2 inches of water. There were multiple summers where she let 4 of them roam in their own waste for so long.
No
We'd
way.
get massive fruit fly infestations. Let me just address this. I didn't drown my guinea pig. My guinea pig was sick, and my guinea pig passed away in an accident. She was in the bath, 2 inches of water. I got a call I needed to take. I stepped out for 1 minute, and when I stepped out for that 1 minute, I came back and she was dead.
Can you drown in a minute? How long does it take to drown? Everything I look up is just a suicide hotline. A person who's in excellent health and has training for underwater emergencies can usually hold their breath for only 2 minutes. Well, the guinea pig probably wasn't holding its breath. If a person is submerged after breathing in water for 4 to 6 minutes without resuscitation, it will result in brain damage and eventually death by drowning. How long does it take to drown a guinea pig? I'm gonna have great search results after this. I can't seem to find it. I guess nobody else is figuring out how to drown a guinea pig or how long it takes. Having a difficult time with this one. 1 minute? It just doesn't make sense to me. Well, if you have an animal, you should probably know how to take care of it. You should probably know not to leave it inside of a bathtub where it's gonna drown in 1 inch of water or whatever. It's in a bathtub trying to swim, of course it's gonna drown. She said it was 2 inches of water. Didn't she say that? Hold on, I'll replay it.
1 minute. She was in the bath, 2 inches of water.
2 inches of water. 1 minute from personal experience? Well, thank you for your personal experience.
I got a call I needed to take. I stepped out for 1 minute, and when I stepped out for that 1 minute, I came back and she was dead. She wasn't in enough water to drown. I screamed and I cried because I lost a pet that I had since they were a baby.
So to be...
Bro, the emotional diatribes are so crazy. Like, everything has to be about why we should feel bad for her. I screamed and I cried because of a pet I had when I was a baby. Everything is so fucking melodramatic with her. Just say you fucked up. It's like your fault. How does everything have to turn into like why we should feel bad for you?
Be clear, you did drown the guinea pig. Why even respond to this? She's always putting herself in drama.
There were multiple summers where she let 4 of them roam in their own waste for so long. We'd get massive fruit fly infestations. I also want to address that Althea accused me of economic exploitation in the form of economic abuse, saying that I trashed the apartment we shared and that I made her pay $1,200 in repairs. How is that not exploitative? Sometimes I really struggle with everything that I have to do in my life. And she went into the relationship knowing that I'm disabled. When I was depressed after my dad died, instead of helping me to take care of my guinea pigs, she pressured me into putting 2 of them up for adoption. The pets that I had since they were babies.
Well, if you couldn't afford to take care of them, or you couldn't spend the time, it's not their responsibility to take care of them. So maybe you should have given them up for adoption. I mean, clearly you don't even know how to take care of them, considering you let one of them fucking drown. You were that absent-minded. So maybe you just shouldn't be taking care of pets if you're that depressed.
Babies that I love, because she said it wasn't
Take some
her
personal
responsibility.
It's
to
not. It's yours.
take care of them when we were partners, but it's somehow my responsibility to take care of her when I want nothing to do with her.
How is it never your fault? Things are allowed to be a depressed person's fault, right? This is where I want to introduce you to the Keffals cycle. Keffals will needlessly insert herself.
I've never even heard about that guinea pig thing. That was an interesting find.
Into drama, like defending Vosh for having Lolly on his computer.
When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn.
When people say it's sus to defend this, she hides behind being trans. It shouldn't be acceptable for people who are supposedly leftist or progressive to pedo jacket trans people. We are already a target by the right. Incredibly disappointing to see from people who should know better. When Keffals gets blown up for this, she gets on stream and virtue signals.
I literally have Ethan's phone number. He gave it to me. I'll try to call him later. Do not f***ing call me. I don't remember giving you my phone number. I don't remember talking to you on the phone, but do not f***ing call me, please.
Do you want to know the context of that? He saw a Twitter circle where I was talking about how I wanted to just end it.
Everything is reasons why I'm idle, basically, with this fucking bitch, dude. Jesus.
And he reached out and gave me his phone number. That's what the context was.
Damn.
Piece of shit. It's like really...
Why is he a piece of shit, though? Like, he just doesn't want to talk to you because you defended a really weird, creepy position. You're defending Vosh, therefore he doesn't want to talk to you. How is he a piece of shit? Also, he's not the one who brought up the fucking phone number. You brought it up in the first place, and then when he responds this way, you're like, well, the reason you gave it to me is because I was going through a hard time, and now you're betraying me. It's like, dude, no one cares about you. No one feels bad for you anymore. Stop. Figure it the fuck out. Ethan Klein is not your therapist.
up with the context that I have his phone number because I was planning to kill myself, and now it's just like a big joke laughing at me.
Keffel's own fans start to turn
You are
on
a
her,
big
so
joke.
she acts like a coward and abandons the position, blaming it on her transness or her mental health. I've changed my position on everything, honestly. F Vosh. He deserves far more criticism for all of this. He's so damn reckless. I am not sleeping. I've had panic attacks over this. Defending
I've had panic attacks over this. Have more.
him has resulted in all the 2022 Kiwi Farms misinformation resurfacing.
What misinformation are they spreading? I'm sure there's some level of misinformation. Like with any public website, there's misinformation that spreads, right? Because anyone can post on Kiwi Farms. But realistically, like what misinfo is she specifically talking about? Is it the DIY HRT stuff? Is it the GoFundMe stuff? Is it the hamster stuff? Like the hamster stuff, is that the misinfo now? Is it the like old fart porn she used to do? Like what is the misinformation that's being spread about this person that's so egregious? I'd love to know.
What misinfo? She will never clarify. It's crazy how with this whole Vosh situation, all she could talk about is how this will affect her. It's his fault. He's so careless he didn't consider how many communities are close to his. He hurt me and a lot of people by being a weirdo. Watch Corn on your phone. Because of Vosh, I just burned the last bridge I had to a mainstream creator. And
Well, it's your fault. You defended his position. It's not Vosh's fault. You could have just ignored that drama and shut the fuck up. Even if you wanted to defend him, you could have just been quiet. But you decided to defend an indefensible position to a large mainstream creator like Ethan Klein, who obviously, if he was seen defending Lolicon, imagine the kind of shit he would get in if he expressed anything but condemnation, right? And so you decided to express an opinion that is indefensible to someone like that, and then you got in shit for it, and then it's like, okay, well, this is actually Vosh's fault. It's like, just don't say anything. You don't have to say anything.
finally, Keffels will say she's done with the drama, all while blaming somebody else and acting like she's somehow enlightened now.
Saw all of this playing out. I wasn't planning on weighing in. None of this was my problem. But then my friend Tipster decided to call
Days, dude. Let's
Ethan
go.
Klein on Twitter for how he covered the entire situation that happened with Bosch. And then when Ethan Klein responded, I was like, okay, I have two friends now who are getting put on blast by a really large content creator. I decided that I was gonna get into the mud. And this entire situation has kind of made me reevaluate how I even feel about Vosh in the first place. To be completely honest, I don't really like him as much as I used to. I actually feel hurt and let down by him.
Here's another one.
What the fuck did you expect? It's Vosh! He's the creepy, weird leftist guy. Like, what did you expect? Have you not seen all the, like, hundreds of old clips of him defending weird shit? It's literally Vosh. It's literally Vosh. How are you let down? You knew all this shit before. You're his friend. You're literally his friend. You know him. You know what he's like. The reason he renamed himself to Vosh is because he got exposed for sex. He got exposed for sex. Girl from Destiny's Discord server. Like, this has always been his fucking thing. He's a weirdo. That's like part of his brand almost. He likes horse dicks and horse. Like, what did you expect, dude?
James Somerton posted a side note to Instagram, claiming it was a scheduled post, so the interpretation is that he's already dead. Keffels then posts immediately, James Somerton has taken his own life. Keffels got heat because we don't know if he's dead. Nothing's confirmed. It's just a poor way to cover a story. Keffels complains that people who are mad probably didn't even watch her video. But when you watch it, she acts like James is coming back to redeem himself.
And I agree. He obviously messed up. Maybe he can come back one day. If he continues to show that he is truly sorry, if he's willing to make amends with all of the people he's hurt, if he's willing to accept that not
Hurt and let down by him because you chose to defend him on some shit he was caught red-handed with. That's the thing. It's like, I'm let down by all of my friends, you know? I defended all of their positions publicly, and I got in shit for it, and it's their fault, and that's why I'm let down. Like, just don't defend it. Just get out. Just stop. Leave the internet. No one cares about you anymore. You're a lol cow. This is your life forever now.
Not everyone is going to trust him anymore.
Keffels, how? You reported that he's dead. Keffels would then change the title of her video to James Somerton may have died. Even with my last video on her, I reached out for a question. She doesn't answer. She panics and calls me a stalker and harasser for doing research. The video drops and she says she's done with drama.
I'm done. I'm actually done. I'm not doing drama coverage.
It truly is the never-ending cycle. I pointed it out 2 years ago and it still rings true.
I do want to say, like, I think I reacted more harshly than I otherwise would have because you were the first YouTuber to ever make a YouTube video about me. It's like, you know, a lot of shit happened. And yeah, I've been pretty aggressive in the past, but
The acting is so funny. Like, how is this even a real person? Why is she acting like that? She seems so... It's so off-putting to see her talk.
I don't think I can ever move on or calm down unless I'm given the space to.
She's done this with the GoFundMe, her ex, her drug addiction, her hamsters, the lawsuit,
Why'd you delete your Death Like ADTR album? I didn't delete it, it's just unlisted.
Vosh, Catboy Ranch, James Somerton, the HRT directory. I am just so sick of her acting like a victim. You can't even point out that she talks slow without her blaming it on some disability.
One of the things that I suffer from, which I'm sure this video will get, which I feel like this video might even get demonetized.
Audio balance,
if I were
anything?
to
Jeez,
actually
does your psychomotor retardation make you unable to fucking
I'm back.
balance audio or something? What is wrong with you?
Say it out loud, so I'll just put it on the screen. It is a symptom that causes my speech to slow down, causes my emotional reactions to slow down. And this has been often a thing that people have mocked me for consistently.
Psychomotor retardation. To be fair, I've been diagnosing Keffels with this for years. I have more to say when it comes to Keffels' lawsuit and her potential misappropriation of funds, but that will have to wait. If true, it is career-ending and she belongs in jail. So subscribe to the channel, and shout out to Doomer Media for helping me write and...
Doomer Media, that's the guy who made the Fuck the Vosh video. Interesting watch.
And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support.
I'm right back at it again.
I respond back. I say,
and he goes, "Tell them the truth. Don't walk out that door." My husband's voice was surprisingly calm. I followed them out the door. I was almost in the car with them. I don't even mean this as a gender thing. You just you gotta be some level of coward to not defend your husband.
No, not saying anything. I can understand the shock. You walked out!
So, this is a story of how a lady didn't defend her husband when it mattered, and she's asking, is the relationship over?
Okay.
So I'm going to skim through it because it's a long post, but I'm going to give you guys the most important parts, the parts that matter. I met my husband when I was 20 at the gym. I was trying to lose some weight. He eventually noticed that I was sticking to my New Year's resolution. 2 months later, we were dating. I learned that he was from Indiana, and he had stationed there in Texas for just over 2 years at that point. Eventually, he met my family. My parents liked him. My siblings liked him. And so all in all, my family loved him. I had set up a surprise for his birthday, his actual birthday. Nothing extravagant, but his two roommates were immediately on board and told him they were going on a couple trips for the weekend. My family wanted to come be there for a surprise and cake before heading home, and a handful of other friends. Everything was in place for the plan, was that I would hide behind the door and jump on his back and cover his eyes when the lights would come on. So I heard his truck pull into the drive. Everyone hid. It was almost pitch black in the house. He opens the door and shuts it, takes a few steps in, and I jump on his back. Everything happened so fast. I immediately flipped over, slammed into the ground. The lights came on. I felt sharp, intense pain in my shoulder, and my ears were ringing.
Yeah. That sounds accurate.
He was horrified at what happened, and my brother and my dad started yelling at him. He was trying to help, and my mother and his roommate had to get between him and my father and brother, who just kept apologizing to me. So we spent the birthday in the ER. I had a separated shoulder, a broken collarbone. Dude, that's why a lot of us don't like surprises. Some of y'all don't realize who's getting surprised.
You're clouded by the fairy tales that you got in your head.
Don't. So we made brother in my ears were slammed steps in and jumped for the week. I had my sister for just later. We were gym. I was trying to lose some weight. He eventually noticed that I was sticking to my New Year's resolution. 2 months later, we were dating. I learned that he was from Indiana, and he had stationed there in Texas for just over 2 years at that point. Eventually, he met my family. My parents liked him. My siblings liked him. And so all in all, my family loved him. I had set up a surprise for his birthday, his actual birthday. Nothing extravagant, but his two roommates were immediately on board and told him they were going on a couple trips for the weekend. My family wanted to come to be there for a surprise and cake before heading home, and a handful of other friends. Everything was in place for the plan, was that I would hide behind the door and jump on his back and cover his eyes when the lights would come on. So I heard his truck pull into the drive. Everyone hid. It was almost pitch black in the house. He opens the door and shuts it, takes a few steps in, and I jump on his back. Everything happened so fast. I immediately flipped over, slammed into the ground. The lights came on. I felt sharp, intense pain in my shoulder, and my ears were ringing.
Yeah. That sounds accurate.
He was horrified at what happened, and my brother and my dad started yelling at him. He was trying to help, and my mother and his roommate had to get between him and my father and brother. He just kept apologizing to me. So we spent the birthday in the ER. I had a separated shoulder, a broken collarbone. See, that's why a lot of us don't like surprises. Some of y'all don't realize who's getting surprised.
You're clouded by the fairy tales that you got in your head about how good it's gonna be and everything and stuff, and it's gonna be so nice. But basically, you're jumping on the motherfucker. You're jumping on someone.
Essentially, that's what he's doing.
What's the surprise? You scaring him? And then what happened?
Then he realized he's surrounded.
He got scared?
Yeah. Well, a scare's fine. I guess they were hoping like, oh, you'd be like, oh, I think like, oh, it's all the people.
I don't think you see the best of human beings when they're scared. A lot of things can happen if you're scared. I can jump you, I can run, I can shit and piss myself.
Here's an example. So we spent the birthday in the ER. I had a separated shoulder and a broken collarbone. I was initially furious at him for doing that and didn't want him around me, so he sat in the waiting room. By then, my brother and father had calmed down and realized for what it was. What was he supposed to think, walking into the house believing it to be empty and get jumped from behind? Eventually, I agreed, let him come back, and he immediately started to cry and tell me how sorry he was. He would never do it again.
Never do what?
Well, I mean, you love somebody, you hurt them, you see them in pain.
Yes.
You're gonna say you never want to do that. It's not.
I'm not saying that he's wrong for saying sorry. It's just the phrase, I'm never going to do it again. How about you don't scare me and I never do it again? Of course, I understand that it was not my intention, but the I'm never doing it again part is weird to me.
Yeah.
No? It's not weird that I think that?
I think it's what people say.
I understand.
So it's what people say. I don't know that's an abnormal thing. You hurt your wife. You probably, if she's in the ER, not going to be like, don't ever scare me again.
No, I'm not going to say never scare me again. I'm just saying, yeah, sorry.
She's in pain in the ER, I probably wouldn't say.
I'm not going to say, bitch, serve you well. I'm not going to, obviously I'm not going to.
I hope not. Sometimes people read these stories with like so little emotion. I'm like, are you guys?
I'm not gonna be. No, that's not even what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is a fuck up. But you know, I ER with a dislocated. Hey, yeah.
I bet you never gonna do that shit again. Yeah.
Equal lefts, equal rights.
I never said that.
He struggled more than I did to put this behind us, but I kept up with my schoolwork, and we continued to grow close over the years. Eventually, he asked me to marry him, and it was a no-brainer. It was hard for him to say goodbye to the Air Force, but he wanted to settle down. We had a move between our wedding when he finally left the service. By then, I was working, had a very large amount saved up. As we waited where the FAA wanted him to go, we stayed with my brother and his wife in my hometown. He knew how much I missed my hometown, so we decided to buy a house, and we would commute almost an hour and a half each way. It is a huge sacrifice on his part. So he wanted to be closer to her hometown. He moved there, and he was willing to commute to work about an hour and a half away for her. Okay?
All right.
2020 happened. I lost my job, but my husband made more than enough to cover lost wages. We weren't getting any younger and decided to start a family. It took a bit, but eventually I got pregnant. We had a wonderful 2-year-old son, which first year was a struggle for us both, but we tried to adapt to parenthood. My husband struggled more than I did, but I helped him. If you've kept up with the news, the FAA, which I think that's for the people who attend to flights. So those are the people who manage the airspace and basically flight towers. The FAA is short-staffed with not enough controllers, so my husband works mandatory overtime, and usually most shifts are 10 hours. Each Wednesday he gets off work at 11 and has to be back at work by 8 a.m. That's a very short turnaround that will leave him most 5 hours of sleep if he drove home. So on those nights, he sleeps at a coworker's house. He has offered to make the drive, but I don't want him driving tired or working tired either. Honestly, it did suck on those nights when he wasn't home and our son just wouldn't sleep. He encouraged me to reconnect with old friends I have, which leaves us with the reason for this post. I do most of the housework, but my husband has always helped me when he is home. She eventually led to me telling them that my husband stays near his work on Wednesdays, and some of the nights were rough on me, especially early on. That got me a lot of sympathy, and I don't know why it felt good to hear someone that wasn't family say those things. I kept my mouth shut. And when they said my husband should suck it up and take care of his kid, and that their husbands commute 2 hours to work each way, I wanted to say, well, your husbands have the same hours every day and aren't responsible for other lives. Instead, I just nodded in agreement. It makes me sick that I did that. My husband woke up as much as I did and still does when our son needs him. Last week, my husband had a very rare Saturday and Sunday off. We wanted to have some people over for dinner and invited my older brother, sister, in-laws, as well as 2 of my friends from the previous week and their husbands. So, going back to getting slammed by my husband, he mentioned that he hates that story, that even if it wasn't intentional, he seriously injured me, so I stopped telling that story out of respect for him. Friday rolls around, the dinner starts, everything is going well. That's when my sister-in-law asks me to tell the story of how I broke my collarbone and separated my shoulder. I figured since my husband was out of the room, no harm, no foul. I tell the story and I'm laughing. My sister-in-law is laughing, and Sarah and her husband seem amused. Lana and her husband aren't laughing. Lana reaches across the table and grabs my hand and says, I saw your knee and how bruised it is. My sister-in-law snorts at Lana and continues, you said he doesn't help you with your son, and now he has you believing that he did that to your shoulder with some kind of accident? My husband walks in and asks what we were talking about, and Lana tells him that she knows that he's me, that he doesn't help with our son, and that he obviously shoved me down and bruised my knee. That I should have left him when he broke my shoulder. My husband immediately looks at me and asks, what the hell did you tell her? That's when Lana's husband speaks up and tells my husband to lower his voice because he won't tolerate verbal abuse, and that if you lay a finger on her, I will beat your ass. She goes on to say, I'm too shocked to speak up and stick up for my husband. My husband didn't take kindly to that and told him to get the out of her house. Brother hears the confrontation as Lana and Sarah's husband stand between my husband and I. My husband tells him again, don't make me repeat myself. I'm not going to tolerate being called a wife beater. Get the hell out. My brother tries to explain that my husband doesn't hit me, and I just turtle like a coward. I remember my husband looking at me as if he was pleading with me to speak up for him, but I just sat there unable to do anything. I don't know why. I've never been in a situation like this before. Lana and her husband start telling me I need to leave with them so my husband doesn't hurt me. My husband flips his shit at that, and my brother-in-law had to almost tackle him. And he goes, tell them the truth. Don't walk out that door. My husband's voice was surprisingly calm. I followed them out the door. I was almost in the car with them. But then she pulled me back, and my brother forced Lana and her husband to finally leave. I get back inside and just started crying. I look at my husband, and the love in his eyes was gone. He looked like a stranger to me. I tried to hug him, and he pulled away and said he needed some space. I remember telling him that perhaps he could stay with my brother. I was insulted in her home. You stood by and let our friends by, and you didn't say a word. You walked out the door with them. You chose them over me. If anyone needs to leave, it's you. I'm not saying you have to leave, but I'm not leaving our house tonight. I need some time and space to think about how to move forward. This girl did something foul, and she suggested he leaves with the brother.
That's crazy.
I'll just finish the story. My brother agreed with my husband, and I left with them. My brother didn't say a word as we rode to his house. I couldn't stop crying, wondering why I let them in my husband and our marriage like that. When we got home, my brother just went off on me, asking me questions I had asked myself. That my husband never did the things that those friends accused him of. I didn't sleep that night. Every night, every call and text went unanswered. I told my parents what happened. They reached in a calmer manner, but aren't happy with me right now. My family's supportive, but firmly on my husband's side. Honestly, I don't blame them. I have no excuse for not defending him and trying to de-escalate the situation. My husband wants space, and I'm trying to give him that, but I miss being near him. He has stopped by every day to see our son, but he has been avoiding talking to me. I got a call from him today saying he's deeply hurt and feels betrayed, that he isn't sure if he can trust me again. He still loves me, but he needs to sort things out on his end, but he was considering separation. I told Lana and Sarah to fuck off and never contact me again, but I'm so hurt and angry, very angry at myself. I want my husband back, but I'm not sure if that's possible. I need some advice, please. I want things to be back to normal. I want to picked up and slung over his shoulder as he grabs my butt. I want him to kiss my stretch marks and tell me that he loves me even more for them. What do I do? How can I save my marriage? I'm not gonna lie, I believe this whole story to those last couple nights. Those last couple lines look like some creative liberty in someone's fantasy. But anyways, we're all operating under this being true. It's a very popular post. It was pretty long. Is it real? I say like 60% chance it's real, 40% it's fake. But it's a good story.
Let's operate on the basis that it's real.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something that probably is going to be unpopular.
I don't think it's going to be unpopular.
No, I think it's going to be unpopular. I'd rather my girl cheat on me than live that. Told you it was unpopular. Living that and having all.
No, I think most people would agree with you.
Having all those things, me being accused of all those things, and I turn around and I'm like, because at this point, I can't fight. I can't prove anything. The only thing I got is her. And she leaves out the door with them.
Without saying a word.
Without saying jack. At that point, you are saying that it's true. You are 100% saying that what they're right. Because you are leaving. I'd rather my girl cheat on me and not find out.
You want to hear an even hotter take? I don't think that's a hot take. I think most guys would rather get cheated on than have their partner accused them of domestic cheating. And I think most guys in the comments will 1000% agree. Because if she cheat on you, she just hurts you. But if she accuses you, she doesn't just hurt you, she ruins your reputation. She destroyed your marriage, it's irreparable, and she made everyone think that you beat her, which is a stain on your reputation forever.
And it's a level to this shit. It's like, I told you not to tell that story.
Yeah.
You tell that story.
Totally.
God damn, I was right there. Maybe not in the room, but I was right there.
This face is a face that all men would make inside if you did that shit to them.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the only way I could ever look at you again, bitch. Maybe not on the outside, but on the inside, look.
That's crazy.
Dirty little... You.
To be honest with you, ma'am.
You Jezebel.
I don't even know I don't know how you can save this one. I don't know how you can save this one.
Absolutely.
You can... I don't even know if it's possible to redeem yourself. And that's only for him to make the decision. There's nothing you can do. You can only come forward and be like, you know what? I ex them. I'm not... Even if you ex them and you're like, I'm not talking to them no more, and this and that, whatever, and the third. What the fuck did you say in the first place? For them, for her, to think that, and then to report that to her husband, and then the husband wants to beat my ass. So now I'm walking in the street, I'm not even, even the fact that you're not talking, what are you doing talking to what do you say to these people when I'm not around?
Hey, listen.
And I try to pay the bills, and I'm trying to work hard, and this and that and the third, and I'm doing what I'm saying. Hey, you feel I'm not there? Yeah, reconnect with your friends. And that's what you do?
You went through hell and high water to make sure your life was good. And you did that.
I don't even know if it's possible.
But Preach brings up a good point. You've been saying other things to those ladies that you didn't write in this little paragraph of yours. Because the way she was primed to think that she was beating off of one little thing about him not being around with your family, yeah. You said a whole lot more than that. Also, I don't even mean this as a gender thing. You just a bitch. Like, you gotta be some level of coward to not defend your husband.
No, not saying anything. I can understand the shock. You walked out!
Wait. So you gotta be some level to not defend your husband when he's accused of something so heinous that revolves around you, that you know he didn't do. You gotta be super weird to be a coward in that moment and be so afraid of confrontation, you won't speak up for your husband. But then the thing is this, people make mistakes. How they recover from them matters. You make that initial mistake. They tell you to come out the door, and for some reason, the only action you take in all of this is to walk with them. So you'll follow their instructions to walk out the door and leave your home and leave your child, but you won't follow your husband's instructions to defend him. The easiest thing you could do, which doesn't require leaving your kid. No, there's a lot of things missing out of this story. I think there's a lot of feelings about your husband that you haven't resolved, that you're not willing to admit to because I think they're darker than you'd like to admit.
Or you a bitch.
There's no level of bitchiness that does that. I think you have to look at your husband a certain type of way to walk out that door.
I don't know about that.
I could say quiet innocence is one thing. To walk out with somebody else on your husband takes something else that's going on in your head.
I don't know about that.
I believe that.
I don't. But it's at this point, it's not important.
It's such a crazy thing to...
It's just crazy. It is.
So do you think people can walk out on their child without thinking something crazy about them?
And on the moment...
So I could grab a mom from her child, and she gonna leave her kid there.
I'm not saying it's like most people would do it, but yeah, I believe that there's a couple of people that would do that, but it doesn't matter. All this doesn't matter. This argument, right? It does not matter. There's so many shit that is wrong that I don't even know how you could solve that. Because I and I as a man cannot even understand. That's the ultimate. Nah, B. I don't.
No.
I don't even have the words.
I just think there's more going on, so I can't say nothing or offer anything. I think she lying about a whole bunch of this, and none of this makes any sense. The walking out the door part doesn't make any sense.
No, the walking out the door just kills me.
You are shell shocked.
No.
You're not responding to anyone's instructions. They tell you to walk with them, then you leave. Huh? How is that the only instruction?
She grabbed her.
No, she didn't. She said, "Come with us," and she followed them out the door. How does that make sense? How are you so shocked? You can't talk.
No.
You can't move in your own house, but you'll get in someone else's car. You'll walk out your door. You'll get in someone else's car. No, I'm sorry. You lost me.
Yeah. That's crazy. There's levels.
There's levels.
There's levels. There's a lot of levels. The walking out is the ultimate one. Me asking you not to tell that story.
Yep.
That's the first fucking wrong, and then the succession of fucked up shit. And before that, it's just what the fuck are you telling people in there when I'm not around? What the fuck is going on?
Yep. But I'm gonna say this again. I don't think it's a hot take what you said. I think.
Oh my days.
You really think guys are gonna choose being called a domestic beater? There's
God.
no way. That's not a hot take.
I could feel sick to my stomach, fam.
No.
Yo, this?
No. That's wild.
No,
But yes. Today's topic: the most cowardly woman you have ever seen, the most cowardly wife, and I don't say that lightly.
Dude, you really had one thing to do.
One.
And on top of that, it's not even that. It's the only thing that could calm down a man threatening me in my house about some shit I didn't even do. Wow!
That's it for today's video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Also, we got our second channel, Albert Preaching the Floor, so go check that out. All our funny videos are going to be there. We will not be posting the community videos. No joke, no cuts, no jubilee, none of that shit. You don't know anything about the Vosh stuff, correct?
No, I have no clue.
I know a little bit. Somebody sent me a bunch of links, so we're going to discover it too.
Sure, no problem. Let's go.
Question, how do you feel about horse? All right, good start.
This how we gonna start?
No, that's where this starts. So some guy was streaming, and he was going through his folders. He opened one folder, and he goes, "Whoa!" He starts panicking.
Because there's a horse cop.
Now, if you don't know who Vosh is a political commentator, debater. There's like Hassan, there's Destiny, and there's Vosh. He's one of them people, left-leaning debate guys, okay?
Vosh is the third largest left-leaning political streamer. He views himself as an intellectual mastermind.
My moral principles are rock solid.
He's harassed a girl and then said she doesn't even deserve basic human rights.
Poppy is not worth apologizing to. She is barely worth the intrinsic human rights to which all human beings are endowed, okay? She is a disgusting human being. And that doesn't mean what I did wasn't wrong. It does mean I will never apologize to her.
Wait, what? So is he admitting he did what he did, but he's like, that person does not... Am I okay? I'm okay.
I thought this is a weird one.
Was it a child?
He thinks he's so smart that he actively tries to justify for CP just for fun.
It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well.
Pedophiles, right, who buy child pornography, would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yes. I would not say that it is unethical for a person to purchase child pornography.
I always think that sometimes right-leaning people are a bit extreme when they say, oh, the left will allow this pedo behavior and they're really, and then you pull this shit off. And then all this time I was like, nah, man, right, you need to pump your brakes. The left is not so much like that. And then you pull this shit off, being that comfortable.
Hey, listen.
You went full retard on this.
For watching the pedo show, Dragon Maid.
Dragon Maid, king of pedophile animes. I'm not watching this shit.
While accidentally leaking his lolly folder.
This is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
And having his girlfriend draw the exact same childish anime character with eyes rolled into the back of her head, mouth open, blushing. In his folder is a character that is 12 years old, as well as other young depictions of girls sucking horse wieners. Vash wants to be a horse, by the way.
I'll make it clear. You can write this down. I want to fuck a woman as a horse. None of this is a secret. To be clear, many jokes have been made about this, but I stand by it. My moral principles are rock solid.
Hey, listen.
Rock solid, I guess.
Hey, horse and rock solid should never be in the same phrase.
He went Leroy Jenkins on all of us.
Since this has all been exposed, Vash has been posting about Midna, the childish girl from Zelda, saying she's hot, asking people in Discord if they've ever used a minor, and then saying hot when someone says they were a victim. This is Vash.
Why do you want to be the horse, Vosh? Because then I'd have a giant dick. Okay, couldn't you have a big dick the other way? Well, yeah, I could. I could have a big dick hypothetically in any variety of scenarios, but then it wouldn't really be a horse dick. Well, you could be a human with a horse dick, yes, but then I wouldn't have that powerful stallion energy using it.
See, talking about CP is very important to Vash. He does it year after year.
If the offender is consuming child porn without paying for it, if you're not paying for child porn, if you're just getting it, there is no moral or legal argument against that. That doesn't also rope in you guys for the.
Hey,
I would never.
Yo. Hey, yo. Don't.
Can I say it?
Don't.
Can I say it?
Say it.
This is a sickness.
You need to say
of the highest order.
Yes, it is.
It is deviant, therefore we don't want it.
No, we don't.
Back in Uganda, this one, he would not have lived another day.
No, he wouldn't.
He has said he wants to watch the horse cock. My friend, Sapapaya, you are lost, huh? You have decided to get on the internet and say, please, put me in jail. The police are coming for you. The police are coming for you. We are never going to forget this one. You're going to apply for a job. You're going to say, there is no horse cock here. There is not part of the benefits. You are not getting employed, my friend. You are a deviant. Therefore, it is sick. And this is what Obama wants to bring to our children. For them to enjoy the horse cock. We do not want it.
Stagafulizer.
Stagafulizer. Poof.
We shall, but this shit.
I'm not even gonna give much commentary. I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
Days.
On the whole topic of children and stuff like that, this is so inflammatory for most people. Yeah. This guy using the most inflammatory take and expecting any kind of goodwill from people is insane to me. But this is a topic which, if you want to cut through, it ain't butter, baby. It ain't butter. You trying to cut through a rock, so make sure you got some kind of crazy bone saw. You dig? Now, since you wanted to cut through this thing with a butter knife, now you getting fucked up and your tools get fucked up. I don't feel bad for you. That's your own stupid ass. It's crazy how these people are claim to be some of the highest IQ people, but the way that they approach topics
is crazy.
It's completely self-sabotage, self-deleting, stupid shit.
But why? Okay.
Some of these guys debate this stuff religious. I've walked in and heard people say stuff like dog warts. And but you know about dog warts? And I'm like, what's that? And it's something about banging your dog. I just turned it off. I'm not going to spend 30 seconds talking. What? Yeah, spending time debating, should you be able to bang your dog? I don't know. I didn't want to learn. I don't understand where it comes from, what it means. I don't want to. There's certain parts of the online content creation world that I'm this is for the social rejects who have no ambitions in life. It has to be. You got to be some level of social retardation to be on here seriously debating banging dogs. This falls into that line with me.
The only words I know is hard.
Last time I heard some guy debating CP stuff, he was advocating for it, and the dude ended up being a guy who touches kids, and he went to jail. Just saying.
If it's to out yourselves, then I'm all for it. Just cuss it all you want.
Fair. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I think his name was Amos Yee. I saw an article of him being arrested, and I'm yo, did this guy spend years on the internet debating this CP stuff, and then okay.
Make the argument that somebody who doesn't pay for child pornography but consumes in any way has committed an immoral act.
I would not say that it is unethical for a person to purchase child pornography or purchase blood diamonds. We've all did Delali at some point or another.
I mean, they're both unethical. And I think it's perfectly fine to tell the person who has a blood diamond that it's unethical. I certainly wouldn't want my wife rocking a blood diamond. I mean, I think the whole rocks thing is also really fucked up. But I don't know why you're diverting from that to talk about CP. And I think you're like trying really hard to like make these equivalencies to make one okay because the other one is maybe more okay. That's weird. That's a weird defense. Instead of just saying both are bad, we should both outlaw both. It's like, we allow this. So why don't we allow kids getting diddled? That's wild.
We have at some point in our lives been going crazy on some site, and we've been stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we go back, look over our history chat, and we go like, oh geez, oh boy, some of these girls looked pretty young. Okay, I don't give a fuck.
He's debated Mr. Girl, who was banned for being openly attracted to 11-year-olds.
When I remember your review of Cuties, and my problem with Cuties is making those kids do the type of entertainment. I think it's wrong, whether it's legally right. I'm not the free
I think
speech.
it's wrong too.
Yeah,
I think I said that in the review.
Why did you say the girls were attractive? And maybe I misunderstood. Okay.
No, because they were. But listen.
Again, these are people I would never see in real life, so I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think about these people.
During the debate, Vosh said that the most popular strip club for men in America would probably be 14 to 17 years old.
In one strip club, the strippers are 25, 24, 23, 22, all the way down to infants. Which club is the most popular? Men, straight men are going, and they're women.
Culturally, I don't think that we've done anything to appropriately discourage that kind of behavior towards girls. So my guess is that it would be somewhere between 14 to 17.
He got away with this for years because Vosh would always say it was out of context, but the conversation would resurface when Vosh would leak his Lolly folder. Lolly is anime that focuses on younger or young-looking girl characters that act truly suggestive or erotic. Vosh has been very harsh towards people who consume Lolly, saying that they're probably hiding something.
I've had a bunch of links thrown at me by people who are, again, very sussy, trying to argue there's not actually a relationship between instances of child predation and access to like lolicon or whatever.
Well, I would assume there is a correlation between people who really want to believe that and people who are pedophiles.
Hey, shout out to William Mack. He pulled out that receipt real hard on you.
Yeah, I'd be willing to bet that. The widespread consumption of hentai, lolicon, whatever, you know. I still think that it normalizes quite negative things, you know. We have at some point in our lives been going crazy on some hentai site, and we've been stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history chat, and we go like, oh geez, oh boy, some of these girls looked pretty young. Okay, I don't give a all right?
Crazy to think he wasn't joking here.
Why is the possession of child pornography immoral? Because it hurts people to make child pornography, yeah? Because you have to hurt children to make it. That's why it's immoral. It's not magically immoral. It's immoral because of the harm that is caused by it. So, do we not possess other things that
You sound like
hurt
someone who's
people
trying to
in their
rationalize
production?
child abuse.
Like, the argument that I was making essentially is that people are inconsistent in their moral outrage.
Oh, he really was making that argument. Oh my god. Bro, just because people are inconsistent doesn't mean that we should allow more material harm to happen to people. Nah, that's akin to saying because we don't solve problems in Ethiopia, we shouldn't solve problems in the Middle East. Like, what are you talking about? Oh my god, this is like, you know, sometimes people are so smart they're fucking stupid. That's what this strikes me as.
People will laugh off cocoa butter or chocolate or you know, or cobalt or other, you know, products that we tend to get through a really, really unethical system, but then they're really, really quick to denounce child porn.
This man says you eat chocolate and you dare to care about child pornography. That's what his point is, right? Those things can be produced ethically. Child cannot.
Yeah, the huge difference is one product is a phone where the is taking place somewhere in the raw materials phase. The other one is grown men getting off to pictures of. If you take out when manufacturing a phone, the end product is still a phone. Whereas with CP, the is the product. It sounds like an argument only a would make. Vosh has been making this argument for years. His audience loves it.
I stand by that, and I'll continue to stand by that until I hear good.
But you believe that some consumerism is more ethical than others, right? Not all consumerism is equal, right? It's not all equally.
If it's all the same to him, does that mean he has actual CP somewhere next to his tax folder?
Pedophiles, right, who buy child pornography, would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yes.
Really? Even though they're directly supporting child rape?
Yeah, I think it's hypocritical. If I because I bought my computer.
Even Vegan Gains, the crazy vegan guy, is like, Really? Yo, when you got vegan gains going like, damn, that's crazy. You know vegan gains
No,
is,
I
right?
don't.
Oh, okay, that's why.
And he's crazy?
He's the craziest vegan you can imagine.
Was farmed in Africa by slaves. If I can do that, and that's legal, and no
That's-
one's going to call me out on my shit, then yeah, I have to be consistent in that respect.
So we own CP. Cool. Boy, you really showed us with that superior moral consistency. Vosh's response to all of this was to say it's all out of context.
For those of you who don't know, Ethan Klein and his friends over in the H3 pod dedicated about 2 hours of the podcast to doing like the platonic ideal of a bad faith Vosh is a takedown, including like everything, like 5 years ago, like stuff that's been addressed so long that I mean, I didn't see it. I saw people in my Discord talk about it. I didn't want to watch it myself, partly because
It would
Just Ethan Klein to Ethan Klein.
I don't like Ethan Klein, but that shit was not him. That's you, baby boy.
Yeah, you know what? You know,
No,
Ethan
that's
Klein,
you.
Ethan Klein has 100% bad faith, but right now you are not helping yourself.
Absolutely not.
You are not helping yourself.
Don't put that on Ethan. That's you. Take accountability.
It's like you gave. It's like Ethan Klein is of bad faith, but you gave him all the bad faith. You gave him all the tools. You was like, here on the silver platter. It was right there.
There's no amount of context that's gonna save you.
It's not even bad faith. It's
No,
like you said, it's you.
Listen, there's no context that's gonna save you. There's none, and I can see why you didn't want to watch that shit. I wouldn't watch that shit either if I said that. I would want to bury my head and move on from this topic ASAP because there's no way you could explain this shit away. Turn off your Discord. Don't let nobody tweet at you. Bury your fucking head and keep it pushing if you even want a chance to survive this. Because the more you talk about it, the more dumb you fucking sound.
Yes, you heard that right. Vosh is making the argument Ethan took him out of context, but he didn't even watch the stream.
why it's a recurring thing that you get accused of. Well, for the most part, I think it's just because people hate me.
Stop thinking and just go watch the thing. Just stop assuming shit. You're doing Ethan Klein to Ethan Klein.
Yes. Yes.
Like, stop.
It's not because we didn't even know who you were. I mean, I knew, but he didn't know.
I didn't know.
And I'm really indifferent about you.
Not anymore.
But you a weirdo.
Yes, you are.
And I would not let you around any of my kids. I would not let you in my neighborhood with any of the kids there either. You a weirdo.
I feel like a lot of the stuff that I've said looks pretty bad without context. But the
It looks bad without context because it looks bad with context.
Facts. It just looks bad. It looks bad. And you gotta just be accountable for the fact that you was being spicy, not realizing you was feeding the wrong crowd.
You was being spicy, now your butt hurts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, stop eating spice if you can't handle it.
We're not telling you can't handle spice. Baby boy, you got diarrhea leaking everywhere.
Not to do those things.
Bro, you were peeing at your butthole talking about context. No,
you
no.
were sitting down eating jalapenos. Now you mad because everybody's jalapenos business.
Yo, get him out of here.
No, boo boo, honey chicken, cherry chow chow, honey or honey bunch. It's you.
That's it.
What do Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, Hassan, and Vosh all have in common? When facing legitimate criticism, they will never engage with specific points. They'll just always vaguely say that you're lying, hoping their audience blindly believes them.
This is one of those situations where you have to appreciate the fact that I must be pretty great for people to have to lie that much and that aggressively to try to take me down.
Or delusional. I think in this case, you're just delusional.
I was going to open up an image with right-click, open a new window, but instead I did right-click, save as, and it opened a folder called To Be Sorted. The To Be Sorted folder, which is where I put images that have yet to be sorted.
No.
Let him finish his explanation.
I can't because the beginning is shifty.
Hey, listen, let him finish his explanation. Stop judging. Let the speak.
You played a thing.
All right, let me speak.
In case the name didn't indicate that, was the place that it went to because the file type of the image, which was like, I don't know, JPEG or something? I don't know.
He's making this sound so complicated when all people want to know is why you have a folder full of lolly.
The last image that I saved to the To Be Sorted folder was an image of Marcel from Dungeon Meshi being roasted by Gordon Ramsay while cooking a mandrake.
To be clear, it's all porn, with 3 more folders that contain more porn.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. I think people who beat it to GIFs and JPEGs should be jailed. That is fucking weird. I don't understand how people download a GIF and beat their meat to a 3-second clip on repeat.
A GIF.
GIF. That's actually the pronunciation. I used to think it's GIF. It's GIF.
It's GIF.
It's GIF. But
No, it's GIF. I'm just.
It's GIF.
That's weird. Like,
100%.
You don't ever want to relive things in your life, like 3 best seconds of something in your life, and relive it over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
Nah, these guys are weirdos, bro. These guys are weirdos.
Eventually, Vosh's chat would pressure him into addressing the lolly.
Of the images that showed, 2 of them were from the same artist. 2 of them, those from that artist turned out to be a lolicon. One of the 2 images...
He's making it sound like there's only 2 pieces of lolly. No, there's tons. There's only 2 from that artist.
I can't show to defend myself, nor would I encourage you to go look it up, because this is a lolicon artist, so I don't, like, want to direct you to that, you know? But one of the 2 images from this lolicon artist, okay? To be clear, one of them flatly did not look like lolicon. I'm sorry, you can say it's defensive. I think that's bullshit. I literally went back and looked. The chick is like 6 heads tall.
It's a sexualized version of this VTuber's avatar, made by a famous lolly artist, who Vosh has declared not lolly because of her height. The other pictures in Vosh's folder are also way creepier.
The other one is like a threesome with 2 chicks and a guy. And in retrospect, looking at it, knowing now that that artist is a lolicon, yeah, I can see it.
Oh, that's how you know it's real bad.
When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn.
Short stack, thick goblins.
That's a kid.
Not short stack. Stack, but short.
You said it, and then you, yup.
Says that like his community can relate. It also doesn't explain the 20 worst photos on his hard drive.
Was intended to be a lolly drawing. So like that's how it is, right? It's a drawing, you get it without context. I know that when I saved them because both the drawings have like a meaty dick in it and I'm a huge size queen.
Ah, see, he didn't save it because of the little girls. He saved it because of the massive cock on their face. Vosh is innocent.
Here's no like horse. Send your asshole.
He has loads of messages over the years about horse cock.
People, you know, and this is one of those like...
All right, I can't watch anymore. That's it. I've been sick of this for like a good 5 minutes. There's more. There's way more. There's a lot more. What am I going to say about this?
It's all horse.
Enough horsing around. This is disturbing. Listen,
there's no cock like horse cock.
Watch for prawn is a reflection of what you want, right? Like there's women who like watching crazy BDSM stuff. They like watching like great fantasy things. Like that's the thing a lot of women like. Doesn't mean that these people actually want to get rid of reality or whatever it is.
Nay.
Now, the way you're defending this shit is crazy.
Wow.
And the difference between that stuff and the CP stuff that you're defending is the fact that minors are being harmed. And you're saying it's okay because some kids in Africa are being, you know, taken advantage of for diamonds. That's just stupid fucking argument. Okay? And I'm pretty confident most people would think BDSM stuff is unethical if they found out that people were actually being harmed for real against their will through that process.
Yeah.
Okay? So, because kids can't consent, that's always going to be wrong. Stop defending it. You look really fucking stupid. It's a bad business move. Just say this. I was being edgy. I was making some really dumb takes, and I'm not bad. Keep it pushing. All this other shit is really stupid.
No, but the way he's holding on to that is more than that.
You think you're so smart. You think you can argue your way out of everything, and no one's buying it. Everyone thinks you're weird and creepy. Okay? And that's going to be the narrative about you forever because you've been defending it and you've doubled down.
Triple.
So anytime I see this dude, I'm be like, oh, it's the guy who likes CP. That's what I'm going to think. Based off your defense. And I think that's what most people are going to think. And you know what? They're right to do so. So, anything else you want to say?
No.
All right. If there's anything else you guys want to tell us or think about this topic and you want to write it out, get in the comments, let us know below. That's enough for today.
It is.
Anything else you want to say?
I'm good.
You were holding that in for a minute. You were holding that shit in for a minute.
Yeah.
All right. Some of our favorite streamers are doubling down on the streaming is socially draining more than regular jobs. Blah, blah, blah. Hassan's unhappy.
I canceled on Twitter again, obviously, as always.
Oh, fuck.
This time it was for me saying that I run out of my social battery after 9.5 hours of streaming in a way that like a real job doesn't.
Oh god.
And everyone immediately
You
like
never
they
had a
clicked
real
it.
job, dumbass.
I did. I worked in sales, so it was like a very social job as well. So I know exactly what like people pleasing looks like, and it's like fucking annoying and awful, right? So I was making a comparison between like my experience as a salesperson versus my experience as a Twitch streamer, and I was like, it's so soul sucking, like it's so soul crushing, and I can't socialize after that, and I feel so bad because I was talking about going to March's house. March at a housewarming party. None of you guys were invited because you're not cool.
I was invited and I didn't remember until yesterday.
I was there, right? And I brought Kaya and she was being the best girl, but I also felt like I was looking like an asshole to every single person because I was like pouting the whole time. I'm really fucking tired. I take one drink
Oh,
with
it's always
March.
the Hassan show.
I take one drink with, and I was like, I have to get the fuck out of here. Like
That's
I'm
crazy.
so
You
tired.
got hungover immediately?
Yeah, I think it's because like I'm fucking tired after 9.5 hours of streaming, right? They clipped it like 30 seconds of it to be like, Hassan, streamer says, dumb socialist streamer says like, fucking real jobs are way easier than streaming. And it's like, that's not what I'm saying. Here's the fucking context. Nobody gives a shit. There's like hundreds of thousands of fucking likes. Led me to actually delete Twitter. I deleted Twitter from my phone. Yeah. It's really important for me to have Twitter on my phone for my job. Obviously, I need to like constantly be fucking up to date on what the fuck's going on in the world. But I feel like at this point, it's just not worth it. It's so like being on Twitter and
hell
being
in a cell.
extremely online is literally like being in a room where you're making the dumbest people on the fucking planet yell at you nonstop.
And so you're not using Twitter ever again?
No,
No, he just took it off his phone.
He'll use it on his PC.
Yeah, because I need to have it for my work. But yeah, I'm not gonna because I was like looking at it and it was like fucking me up.
Well, yeah, you were up really late last night.
No, I went to sleep at like 11. I just woke up at 4 and I was like going through Twitter and I was just like, fuck this, dude. Like, what the fuck am I doing?
Good for you.
Yeah.
This is a positive step in your mental health.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish there was a world where you could just like if I could just like quit and restart as like a VTuber and be somebody totally different. Because I feel like I've ruined so many first impressions and I've just made so many mistakes online that are just like micro
It's so funny you say that because like
whatever
you
that I
didn't.
just wish I could start over.
You didn't, but you feel that way, and it feels very real to you. But like from where I'm standing, with the amount of like genuine fucking hatred and vitriol that I have, I feel like yours is because you're a woman. That's
No,
it.
I've done some stupid
No,
shit.
you haven't. No,
Yeah, one
shut
time
up.
I.
Shut up. No.
Oh, wait.
No. 100. Okay, go ahead. I didn't mean like literally shut up. Go ahead.
I can't believe you.
You just might not be built for this lifestyle. Doesn't make the job hard. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, some of you content creators are brittle as and Hassan has got to be the most brittle person. He's always crying and whining and bitching about the fact that people are it's so unfair. People just hate me. Shut up. Oh, shut up. You're just brittle. The job's not hard. You're soft. That's not the same thing.
The job's not hard.
This job is not difficult. These guys are just soft. And if you look at their history of what they did as work before, not a single one of them had a truly difficult job. Not one. Hassan wanted to lie about he was in sales. Bruv, you did that for like a couple months. That was it. And then you went up to work for your fucking uncle because you're a Nepo baby.
No,
Most of
he
these
was
people
working
never
in
had to
sales
do
for his
difficult
uncle,
jobs,
homie.
And the ones who do generally don't find
He
this
was
shit
working
hard.
for his
Asmongold
uncle
did a
when he
1
was
hour and a
doing
half
sales.
video on this topic. I cut it down a
Like,
little
don't
bit
get
to
it
some more
twisted.
important
They got
parts.
it twisted,
Go ahead,
bro.
we'll take a look.
Obviously, being a streamer is not very taxing physically. It's clearly not. And I think for a lot of people, it's not very taxing mentally either. I think streaming is a great job, and I would rather stream than have any other job in the world. There are obviously negatives. that
Nah, dude,
exist with
streaming is chill as
but those
fuck.
negatives don't outweigh the positives. The big difference is the monetary difference between other jobs and being a streamer. Being paid a lot of money doesn't make problems go away. Being paid a lot of money makes it easier to deal with
yeah,
problems. There's actually
most
studies
people
that have been
don't
done
make
on
a
this,
lot
and
of
I
money
can show you the
streaming.
graph.
Case
I'll
in
do it now
point.
because I think people are going to disagree. Because for a lot of people, and this is really the reality here, is that I'm preaching to a very tough audience, arguing my point of view. Because for the majority of people that are watching me and disagreeing and getting angry, the biggest problem in their life is money. So for them, the idea that you can't, like, that money isn't the problem, well, this is going to very much upset them because they look at it from the perspective of like, well, if I had money, then this would totally solve all my problems. And I think if you work at many jobs, that's absolutely true. And I want to show that with a graph. So let me go ahead and do that. These are some graphs right here that I can show. And these are studies that have been done over the years with a number of different people. And basically what you see happening is that, especially whenever you're reaching, again, into this like leading up to like $200,000 a year, more money will absolutely make you more happy. Absolutely it will, 100%. But that does not necessarily mean that more money infinitely will just make you more and more happy. And that's the perspective that I'm making. That's the point that I'm making.
That's the point I was making too. That's why you should turn your stream off. You make millions. At 200K, you'd be just as happy or close to it. Turn your stream off after 5 hours. That's the point I'm making. You have the luxury to do that. See that graph? Everyone else lives on the bottom of that curve where it's fucking dog because they have complete financial insecurity. They don't know if they'll ever be able to afford a house, be able to send their kids to college, be able to take vacations, be able to pay college and pay off their debt. That's where most people live. You live in the upper bracket where infinity is not in existence, but you're going to continuously be happier. Marginally with time, but still happier. So why don't you just turn off your stream and then stop dealing with all the extra stress that you're self-imposing?
If 9 hours of stuff, do half. If half of that is stuff, you're still going to be good.
Yes.
That's exactly what.
And I know there's going to be people, well, you're not going to be as popular. That's not true, okay? There's plenty of streamers who take months off and they're fine. I know this. As a content creator, I take months off. I think I took 2 weeks off in February. The year before, I took a month off in like September. And then I took another month off, I think in May. I took 2 months off out of the year. Why? Because I can afford to. Why? Because I know, all right, if I keep doing this work, it's not going to be that great. So I'm going to be responsible. And because this job affords me the privilege of choosing my hours and stopping and going whenever I want, I can. And guess what? My audience is amazing. They come back. They respect it. They appreciate it. They're like, yo, if you post me there and if you don't, take care of yourself. I respect that.
So were you saying that you're taking a break before it becomes taxing and unbearable?
Yeah. And you know what? I can. I could never do that at my old jobs.
Nope.
Yes. So I would never compare.
No. Oh, they're gonna ask questions.
Oh yeah.
And you're gonna be on sick leave, and they're gonna ask questions.
Yeah.
That's only so what did your doctor say?
Money is such a big problem in their life that whenever they hear anybody say anything that is even adjacent to money isn't a problem, it immediately, and I'm not trying to be mean, but it unironically triggers them. And so they stop thinking about what's actually being said, and they start arguing against something that they've heard before. They get emotional about it. And I understand that. I've been in that position myself. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I ever said. Yeah. And I don't think that that's really what Hassan was trying to say, because he was really talking about, and like also like, I don't like, because I've watched Hassan for years. I've known Hassan, I've talked to Hassan. I don't think that's really what he thinks. Now, maybe he should have said it in a way that was better, but I don't think that he thinks that. So like, we can talk about the way that he communicated that, and if it could have been communicated in a better way, sure. But I'm talking about like what the intent was behind the communication. These guys are right. I mean, they're right that, yeah, he did say that. I think that it was very clear in my mind that wasn't what he intended. So like, we can talk about the way.
I can only go on what he said. Like, I cannot go on what you think he said. I don't know that. I can just go about what he actually said. And what he actually said was garbaggio. That's it. And it's okay. It doesn't make you said that was a dumb take. Move on. You think that's not what he said or this and that. How am I supposed to know?
People didn't take him out of context. He just misspeaks.
That's the difference.
Those two things are not the same.
Thank you.
If you're over here, you're like, I don't really like black people. And then people are like, whoa, what the fuck? And you're like, no, the context was like, growing up, there's a lot of people who happen to be black who hurt me, and I didn't like those people.
That's not the same thing you said.
Well, bitch, use the right words. That's your
not what
problem.
you said.
Don't get mad at people because you can't communicate and orate yourself properly.
If you're saying shit is out of context, but the rest of the context is in your head, it's not out of context. It's in your head.
There's what people mean, there's what people feel, and there's what people actually say. And you said some really dumb shit. Not you specifically, but Hassan did. And then you came out and defended it very ardently based off what you thought he meant. Nobody's trying to hear that shit.
Yeah.
And I know Asmongold knows this, because a while back, he was telling game developers, I don't care how hard your shit is, nobody's trying.
Totally fucking true. Absolutely 100% true. And I said that with streaming, absolutely. Nobody gives a fuck how you feel. And it's the same thing, like, so you can make, and this might seem like a bit of whiplash, because I'm talking about like two separate things, right? So like, I can talk about like the ethical world that I think is best and that I try to live by in the cases that I can, which is trying to listen and understand how other people feel, and trying to like basically compromise with people by understanding them and taking them at face value and trying to empathize with what people's perspective is. I think this is a good thing. Back over here in reality, outside of my own ethical utopia, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. This is the hypocrisy.
Here, make the fucking games.
Xavier's tweet was well-intentioned, and he went on to add a lot of important.
He made a lot of very good points. He did.
But I think it misses the perspective of the consumer.
I literally said that. And this is the thing: is developers need to stop. Like, nobody gives a fuck about, it's so hard. Shut the fuck up, pussy. Stop crying. You either do it or you don't. Holy just nobody cares about, it's so hard. Well, this is true. You're talking to people that work in construction, and you're gonna say that it's hard. Your job could be more demanding than that. I don't know. But guess what? To them, it's not.
But now when it's you guys, like, oh, we want, and you expect sympathy for what reason?
No, I don't expect it at all, and I know that I won't get it. No, he's totally right. This is a complete contradiction of what I'm saying, and that's what I was talking about before, with like how I think things should be versus how I think things are. And like, in my opinion, I find it to be problematic that people think that way, but I also know that that's true.
Which, that's not even being good faith. And I mean, you can see that way. I think that's being incredibly charitable to someone that you have close ties to. Because I've seen you not be as charitable to game devs, for example, or to other streamers who've complained who you may not be friends with. So, to me, it's interesting that you extend this much charitability to Hassan. But like you said yourself, you have a very good relationship with him, or a strong one, and so that's why.
It's really not the same on so many levels, but anyways, I think we are saying the same thing as Asmongold. It's just that, well, you know, Asmongold's saying the same thing as us. The difference is just that he's saying that, well, he can read minds, and I can't.
Oh, he knows Hassan, so I think he knows how he communicates.
So he can read his mind?
Sure, or he just understands them better. He can interpret things better because you understand somebody. It's
When
like
your
when you have a
name-
child.
when your-
It's like when you have a child. You know when you have a child and your child goes, woo woo. So a lot of
You want some pairs of napkins and then you want to take a nap and
Yeah,
after
yeah,
that you
yeah,
want to
yeah.
take a 2-hour walk?
Yeah,
no problem. What the fuck?
Hassan's his baby boy.
No, but I like the idea of him reading minds because Asmongold sounds like a wizard name.
You know what's funny?
What's funny?
He made his career playing World of Warcraft.
See? Not crazy.
No, like
That's
that.
a wizard. This motherfucker's like a paladin or as another sorcerer or some shit like that.
Yeah.
A necromancer. I'm just flashing
Did
shit.
you say negromancer?
Negromancer. Hey, what up, my dead people? What's up? Rise up! New York, LA, Philly, Chicago. Everybody rise! That's Negromancer.
I can just see that. You see the dude just bobbing in a cemetery and then undead just popping up. Yo, I'm not gonna lie.
New York, Miami, Frisco.
That'd be a crazy class for like some kind of voodoo undead necromancer.
Everybody right? Negromancer.
Yeah.
What's up?
Papa, what's his name?
Papa Legba. No. Baron Samedi.
Baron Samedi?
So, I mean, especially with like social media, right? Like, you have to be posting all the time. And of course you can take time off. Absolutely. But there is a risk to taking that time off. And I'm not saying that it's not a privilege to be able to do that. But what I am saying is that it doesn't come with a cost.
Turn it off after 5, but because they want to make more money, they keep streaming. And then they want to get up here and then complain about how hard it is. Who here gets to choose their fucking hours at work?
Not a lot of people.
The fact that you guys even have the goal to compare yourselves to regular people when your extra hours of labor are rewarded with more and more money is insane.
Well, I think most people get paid overtime, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, if anybody is working extra and you're not being paid for that, you're not getting paid overtime. Not salary? Oh, yeah, that's definitely true. But if you're being paid hourly, you do get paid extra.
No. Especially not if you got a salary.
When you have a job when there's some things that don't fit your description, that's overtime. It's overtime. You're not working overtime. You're just compressing more work within that time.
So you brought up the salary stuff. Yeah, salary's a thing. Most people who work salaries sometimes have to work 12-hour days and they just don't have a choice. They're just part of the game, okay? That is a thing for some people. Even at hourly jobs. You know one of the most infuriating things? Is that you can't even clock it in as overtime. But sometimes your boss is like, yo, can you handle this just before you leave? And you know that fucking work takes a good 30 minutes, but it's 10 minutes to close. So you can say no to your boss. But how do you think that shit? It'd be little things like that. When you've had a long fucking day, but you don't have a choice to opt out. You as content creators always have control over your lives in that regards when it comes to work. When you are working hourly, there's so many little things that happen just as you're about to leave work that make you stay. I even stay 5 minutes, y'all be pissing me the fuck off because you're not getting paid for that time.
5 minutes is never 5 minutes.
Yes.
First.
No,
First
not
of
at
all,
work time.
Can you do this shit? It's gonna take only 5 minutes. Fuck you.
Yeah.
It's never that. The second thing, what I hate the most is whenever you do overtime, is you have to proceed to do overtime mathematics.
Yeah.
Because at some point, it happened to me when I was on the phone. You do overtime for a certain amount of time because you increase your tax bracket, you end up with less money Then if you hadn't had done the overtime.
Because overtime is taxed at a different rate.
Oh
Which
my
pisses
God.
you off, so you're already losing money. It's like I've had sales jobs, I've had military, I've had government, I've had it all. Okay, it fucking blows.
Yo.
Like you don't get compensated the same way. Like you guys get a flat rate no matter how many hours. Everything is incrementally more money. That's not the case for regular people. So they're actually rewarded less for spending more time at work. What's more, you work from home. One of the greatest privileges that you guys have is you don't have to deal with long commutes like everyone else. Do you know how many people are literally dying? They are dying going to and from work because
Yup.
they have 1 to 2 hour commutes. This is not my opinion either. I'll put up the graphs and the studies, but it is actually super nefarious for people's health and their mental health to have to do those long commutes. So all those little details play into the fact that people look at your job. And at the end of the day, this is what it is with streaming. You can frame it however you want. You can say it's hard. People are going to hear streaming and say, you get paid to play video games. What people do as a hobby, you get paid to do. And they get paid millions, more than doctors, engineers, pilots, government, congressmen. They get paid more to play video.
Now, this is, in my opinion, I understand it, but I, to be honest with you, I really don't respect it. I'm sorry, but I don't respect feeling that way because it's an emotional perspective that's selfish. And I think that anybody out in the world has a right to own their own problems, and nobody else in the world has the right to take that away from them. And I really dislike this idea that because some person has it bad, they try to go out of their way to invalidate other people who have other problems that they deem less important. I think this is an incredibly toxic way of talking. It's an incredibly toxic way of looking at the world.
I'll say, we don't have the right to take it away from you, but we do have the right to tell you shut the fuck up because we ain't trying to hear that shit.
Yeah.
We have the right. The same way you can voice it, we can tell you to shut the fuck up. Let's say I have a stream and I'm complaining because my child has gastro. And I'm like, it's really frustrating that my child has gastro. It's really difficult to have to deal with, which it is, right? Like, your child being sick is not the greatest feeling. And your viewers are all people who lost their children in a recent war. Is it okay for me to be like, I don't give a fuck about the fact that your kid got gastro? When all your viewers are all... Is that okay?
You're no kids.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't care about you.
Isn't it insensitive of you to be complaining about your gastro kid when everybody else lost their children, like, permanently? Is that okay to say, like, I don't really give a fuck?
I think it's okay.
I think this is similar.
But it's okay.
Multi-millionaire with all the options and financial flexibility, time flexibility in the world, complaining about the fact that their work is tiring to people who mostly have to work shit-end jobs.
And I really dislike this idea that because some person has it bad, they try to go out of their way to invalidate other people who have other problems that they deem less important. I think this is an incredibly toxic way of talking. It's an incredibly toxic way of looking at the world. And at the end of the day, I think that we're all very privileged in a lot of cases. That's why we're sitting on here with high-speed internet, probably in most of the cases, air-conditioned houses in a first-world country in many cases as well, according to my analytics, having conversations about this kind of stuff. We are all incredibly privileged, at least according to many other people in the world. I think this is the case with everybody's job. And you see this all the time on the internet.
Because you're well compensated, extremely well compensated for the level of difficulty of your job. And this is how most people internalize this and whether or not they want to hear about your suffering. How difficult is your job? How well do you get compensated for it? If your job is extremely difficult and hard to manage, but you get paid peanuts, complain as you want.
I don't think so. I think that actually I don't agree with that because if you look at, for example, like culturally, I think that culturally people definitely look down on construction workers. They look down on sanitation workers. Absolutely, that's true. And they get paid shit.
Who the fuck gets paid shit?
He doesn't know.
No. Who the fuck? Construction workers get paid shit?
They definitely don't get paid shit. But he just might not know. So if we're being charitable, he would have just chosen another job that doesn't get paid well. He just doesn't know. But they definitely don't get paid well. You should know better.
Nigga.
To be fair, I didn't know this, but a lot of garbage men are apparently paid really well.
Yeah, better than teachers.
Okay. Hey, listen. There's not too many people willing to pick up garbage for a living, so I admit it.
Well, not a lot of people are willing to teach kids. Anyways, carry on.
There's a lot of people willing to teach kids.
A lot less.
Today. But there's still way more people who
People that want to
teach kids.
Concur.
I don't care what nobody says. Try dating a girl, be like, I'm a garbage man. God bless your soul. You know what? I don't even think garbage men tell the truth about what they do for work when they date. I don't think you can. I don't think you can say that because there's no way socially that's
every garbage man says they're the driver.
Yeah.
I'm not in the back chucking that shit. I'm driving that bitch. He's not.
So
he's not.
So what do you think he would say when he's being asked? What do you do for work? What do they say?
I'm supervisor of sanitation.
Yo, all the garbage men. I need to see y'all in the comments. I'm actually mad curious. What y'all say when y'all be on these dates?
I'm supervisor of sanitation. I work for the city, which you could.
I work for the city.
I work for the city.
I work for the city.
Yeah, whenever you do a comedy show and people tell you I work for the city, what do? You know, city, you're a cop.
Yes.
You're a cop or you pick up the garbage, both.
This is what I'll end on this whole conversation. Can YouTube or content creation be difficult? Yes?
Yes.
But it's as difficult as you make it. And therein lies the whole crux of this whole topic. It's as difficult as you choose to make it. And if you want to ratchet up the difficulty to the ultimate percent to get the maximum amount reward, go right ahead. Just don't cry about it afterwards because you're well compensated for it. Content creation is not hard. It's many things. It could be time. Yup, go ahead.
Time consuming. It could be emotionally draining if you don't go into the comments. It can be time consuming living out here.
It could rid you of a lot of your privacy.
Yeah.
Fair.
Depending on how you manage it, but sometimes, yeah, no, fair. Yeah.
Content creators, stop comparing it to regular jobs. You look stupid.
That's the bottom line.
Anything else?
No.
All right, guys, you can complain about your problems. Leave regular people out of it.
I'm going on a date tonight from very first date of 2024. And I was supposed to meet him at the restaurant a minute ago. I get to my car and my car won't start. So I texted him and he said he could come pick me up. And usually I don't let men pick me up, but I'm gonna need somebody to help jump my car. So.
Yes, he literally left me here.
As you just saw, Mans left me. He drove me, picked me all the way up, he drove me all the way to the bar, and then he ordered a drink and he drank the whole drink, and then he went to the bathroom and never came back. Not much to say. Not only did he order a drink the whole drink, and then leave and not pay for the drink, he also left me stranded. He left me knowing damn well that I was stranded because my car hadn't started, so he picked me up, right? He knew that I was stranded.
What? What a piece of shit. Let's keep watching. Let's keep watching, bro. Don't let
And I've been blocked from everything already, which is fine, expected. But yeah, so that was my very first date of 2024, and that will be the last. Yeah. Also, can we talk about how he's a therapist? He's a therapist, so ladies, watch the fuck out.
I don't even know what's wrong with that. I think him being a therapist makes perfect sense. Create trauma, create demand,
and then
provide supply.
Get the money.
You thought he was bailing on your date. No, what this guy's trying to do is get another customer.
Oh, hello. How we meet again. Sit down.
So, let's talk about what I did to you and how it makes you feel.
That's why I got a girl that got stood up. I'm the guy. That's me. To his coworkers. That's me. Oh, thank you, buddy. I arrived.
Have you been struck by a fuckboy? Come to my service here at Dr. Rossman. We'll make sure we take good care of you.
And then in the back, he has a bunch of fuckboys that he pays to go fuck everybody.
Yo, what if the most wild thing? He's like, okay, tell me what you see when you look at this image, and it's just a picture of him, and he just keeps switching pictures of him. Now, what do you see?
Me, and you, and then now. Still you.
The man who hurt me! Yes, good.
Yo, shout outs to you, my girl. It's stuff out there.
So, this went viral. Everyone wants to talk about it, but then it went a step further.
Drum roll, please. So this is the only photo I could find because he was actually already posted on the Are We Dating the Same Guy? And this is Ray. This is Ray. Ray, 37. There's so much more to say. He's not actually 37. His name's not actually Ray. Anyway, I'll be back.
You got the crunchy stuff. You got the crunchy.
I found this one by accident.
Jesus.
Accident.
Jesus.
Yeah. So there's if you guys aren't aware, there's these Facebook groups or groups online called "Are We Dating the Same Guy?" for whatever city.
I get.
Feel how you want to feel about it. A lot of women will just post a dude they had a bad date with, and then everybody else will just, oh, he's an asshole. But sometimes there's dudes out there who are serial con artists, and then there's like 20 women who are in that group. Be like, wait, I went on a date with him, and he tried to. Oh wait, I dated him for 7 weeks, and his name is actually, and he has 2 kids, and it gets crazy. With that being said, thoughts?
It's a con artist.
Hold up, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm never coming back. Sorry.
You had to explain the joke.
Was good. It's a good time. I was like, what the fuck is he
You had to
doing?
explain the
What?
joke.
Cool.
Shame on you, preach.
I just couldn't imagine ever doing that. I've been on dates that were super meh. Been on boring ass dates. The idea of leaving someone after buying a drink and then leaving them with the bill, having like, I would have at least just got her an Uber. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand why. The only way I could ever see myself doing something even remotely similar was if I was being catfished. But if I'm being catfished, I'm nibbing that shit in the butt right off the top. I'm going to pick her up. I'm like, is that you, Cindy? And I would have just drove off right then and there. I would not entertain a conversation. That's fine. Driving her to the location, grabbing a drink, have her order some food, and then disappear, that's super weird and off to me. I don't think there's a real justification anyone could give me unless something was said on that date that was completely insane. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's off. It's super off.
Yeah.
I wasn't raised like that. I don't know. I don't even know how you savages are and what's the point of doing that and everything and stuff. Assuming you, I don't know, man. I don't know. How do you feel good at not like? How do you feel good going back to your place and then feeling like, yeah, no, I'm a good person. I did great today. That's up. You dodged one. You dodged one because you don't want that behavior to further up. Like I don't know what causes that, someone to act like that, someone to do that, but I don't think that it translates well in a relationship.
Yeah.
You're just gonna dodge all the problems that you're gonna have and you're gonna leave the person like that and just not, nah.
Like a lot of people have been talking about how they're quitting dating apps. Like this is one of the many dates that people are talking about. But there's just somebody did an extensive video on the topic.
Go ahead.
Here's my theory about why dating apps have never been worse than they are now. I'll explain by doing a quick history of how we got here. Let's flash back to the early 2010s. Tinder is this revolutionary new app that's branding itself as this crazy new way to meet people via your phone. Like many of you guys, I wasn't old enough to use it because I was in high school at the time, but we all knew about it. I mean, like Kendall Jenner was promoting it. So for a time, it seemed totally legit. But over time, it developed a reputation for being seedy and primarily for people who just wanted to do booty calls.
No. I'm old enough to remember because I was one of the first people to sign up. And at its inception, it was primarily an app for people who wanted to hook up. The problem is, it went mainstream and a bunch of ladies were like, I want to find love. So they started signing up on Tinder, not realizing folks were looking for booty calls. So then they were like, oh, this app is disgusting. It's like, yeah, you went to fucking a strip club and found out there were strippers there. That's your problem, not ours. You know what I mean? You went to the wrong spot. There's plenty of fish. There's a lot of different apps at the time, but no, they went to Tinder. I want to make friends first before we go on a date. That's why the app went to shit.
Today's video brought to you by Raycon.
I personally use the earbuds. They're in my everyday life. When I do sport, I use it when I'm on the plane, when I'm traveling.
It's water resistant, so when I'm sweating, I don't got to worry about these things messing up on me.
With the Raycon, they have these earbuds that you put on and it fits right in your ears. It's a wonderful fit. It's a wonderful sound. Sometimes there's a lot of things going on. You want to suppress that unwanted noise. Let me suppress. There you go. And they have noise isolation so you can focus on the real good things in life.
When I'm flying and I got to take these long hauls and all these different connecting flights, I pop these in with me and they last throughout the whole trip. And so I can go to sleep peacefully, not to have to listen to any babies on the flights, man. It's just so nice. And the other competitors, far too expensive. We offer the premium sound at half the price. Go to the link in the description below or go to buyraycon.com/ABBA to get 15% off.
Plus free shipping.
If I remember correctly too, Tinder was popular first on college campuses and universities.
It was popular because it was Olympics at the time. I remember there was Olympics. One of the big things that happened is that Olympic teams were hooking up. I don't remember which Olympic it was, but I remember specifically there was one Olympic at the same time that Tinder was on. I think it was Australia. I don't remember, but and people in the athletes village or whatnot, the Olympic village, they were using Tinder to just find each other, and it was a whole ass fest. And that also promoted Tinder, but it was exactly for the reason that you said. It was really to hook up. Now you got all the people from different countries all at the same spot, able to. Let's go see what the gymnasts are talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did you see it?
I don't think that was how it started, but yes.
It didn't start, but it helped it promote it.
Yeah, here we go. Online dating app Tinder gains popularity among college students. You think college students were out here looking for love? Created by USC alumni co-founders Sean Rad and Justin Mateen in September 2012, Tinder was first launched at university starting at their alma mater. It was never for relationships. College students were just hooking up like crazy. Yeah. There was outbreaks of chlamydia and everything. It was wild time. Yeah. So that's how people were hearing about it initially. So people were coming on the app looking for relationships like that's not what this thing was for. And so it just kind of shifted over time until it went downhill. But her telling the history is incorrect.
So a few years later, in direct response to Tinder's gross vibes, Bumble launched, creating a space where women made the first move and ostensibly solving the problem for anyone who wanted a place to go if they wanted to find a relationship.
And then found out that women don't like making the first move, so Bumble was also dog shit.
But like Tinder, it eventually got overrun by people who just wanted to bang, and its reputation declined. Again, in direct response to this was the emergence of Hinge, which, despite, fun fact, being originally designed to match you with mutual friends of people you are on Facebook, was rebranded as the dating app designed to be deleted. And so it overtook Bumble as the place you would go to find the real deal. Now, this all happened in the late 2010s. Then what happened in 2020? The pandemic, which threw a wrench in this cycle and kept Hinge popular for longer. But what's happened to Hinge these days is exactly what happened to the apps that came before it. Because one of the main ways these apps make money is by selling your data. And to have as much saleable data as possible, and just to drive business growth, they want to sign up as many people as they can. But that's a double-edged sword. You can't drive growth and retain your sterling commitment to set people up with life partners at the same time. The more people join an app, the more people just want to use it for hookups, the worse the quality of people on the app gets, the more diluted the original mission gets. And at least with Tinder and Bumble, there was another app to jump to if you really wanted to find a relationship. But ever since Hinge, no other app has come on the market that's a genuine competitor. Smaller ones like The League or Coffee Meets Bagel or Locks Club have all come up, but they're too niche to really crack the mainstream as the next big thing. So if you're wondering why your Hinge feed is absolute trash, it's because it too has hit the inflection point where it's so oversaturated that it's sacrificed quality for user growth. I remember the old days of Hinge back in 2018 where it seems like I was awash in a group of men who were exactly my type, aka Hinge just pushing guys who went to Ivies and worked in corporate America. But these days, Hinge puts those people behind a paywall because it doesn't actually want to be the app that you delete. That's a horrible business strategy. So it's going to make it a lot more difficult for you to get off the app. And that's where the Rose system comes in, where it identifies the people you would most want to match with, tempts you with their existence, but puts them behind a paywall so you have to spend more money to even talk to them. Because selling your data isn't enough. It wants you to spend as much money as possible to find people you would actually like. Which, in my opinion, doesn't even end up working because receiving a rose from someone isn't flattering, it's unsettling. No matter who you are, the idea of someone paying to try to talk to you when they don't even know you feels desperate. Not a good first impression. Counterintuitive to the function of—
Whoa. The feeling of someone having to pay to talk to you seems desperate.
Yeah.
What the fuck you think we're doing in clubs buying y'all drinks?
Yeah, but that's also seen as desperate.
Well, how the fuck am I supposed to meet you? You want to be high up in your tower and me to fucking meet you and everything and stuff? How am I supposed to do? Just
talk to the people.
Oh, hi. Yeah, but sometimes you have to have a conversation started and stuff like that. And sometimes it's with money like a drink or whatever, a coffee. You're gonna talk over something.
Yeah. No, you don't. If you don't know somebody, just going up to buy them a drink is weird. It's super weird. First off, especially if you just pop up with the drink. She's like, I didn't even see that being drink being made. So you a random person. I'm not accepting a drink from a stranger.
I'm not making my conversation, my point clear, and that's my fault. My impression is that if you go talk to someone, right, you're still gonna pay to meet them. You're gonna pay to talk to them. You're not gonna sit there and just, hey, let's have a talk. No, you're gonna be like, let's have a coffee, let's have a tea, a drink, or whatever, whatnot. So and oftentimes in the dating world, the guy is paying at the end of the.
I think I know what's going on. I think you're misunderstanding. What happens is
possible.
You can like somebody on these apps, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Instead of liking them, you can super like them, or you can give them a rose,
which
you pay for those.
Yeah.
And what would be analogous in the real world would be like you walking up to a girl like, here's this drink, I have this drink, you want to talk.
That's what you're saying.
That's weird. Mm-hmm. Now, if you go to talk to somebody, be like, hey, you want to grab a drink? That's fine, because you're starting with a conversation point and then moving on to drinks. And that's how most people would say that's acceptable. Running up to somebody like, hey, can I buy you a drink? If they're not already attracted to you, they're gonna find it off-putting.
Right.
For a lot of people.
So that's why she's saying it's unsettling.
Yes, if I'm, because her point of view is like, I'm already on this app for free. I'm like, and you're paying money. Like, how too desperate or invested are you into this dating app? That you're paying the money to have matches.
It's my fault. Because in my head, you on the app, you desperate too. But
I'm mad at you.
That's because I'm saying you're judging his desperation because he's willing to pay, but you still on the app. You on the girl side.
Yeah, but
we have to pay.
You have to understand, these ladies, the way they have this app is wild.
But that's what
this is what they do. I'm gonna tell you what they do. They download the app, they get a bunch of matches. It's overwhelming to delete it right after.
I understand
It's crazy.
I understand, and I know that because I've seen some of my girls do the exact same thing. But I'm just saying, you calling someone desperate because what are the rules? These are the rules? Let me play by the, I'm desperate. Oh, my bad. That's what I think is off. That's the rule. Okay, it's unsettling. In the position that you are as a girl, you don't have to pay. Men usually come to you in the way the app is made, or they want to make the app. They come to you and they talk to you and this and that. And sometimes I can't even talk to you if you don't talk to me. Of course I'm going to pay. What else?
Well, I mean, you can just do it the regular app where you don't pay and you just swipe. She's saying, like, you can just swipe. Like, you paying extra money to set this up is weird, is what they're saying.
Okay, sure.
Hey, listen, I'm not saying what you're saying is crazy. I'm just saying their perspective.
I get what you're saying. It's just that, to me, and that's me, because I'm not on the app, and that's probably my privilege. If you're on the app, you're desperate. But that's me. And it's okay to be desperate. Like, wanting to have someone to fucking cuddle you and hold you, I get that.
Yeah. My thoughts on this? Listen, I think apps have changed. Dating has changed. Do I think apps today are worse than they were before? No. I think people just get more old and more bitter. And then they hear the previous generation complaining and they're like, it's much worse. Online dating was shit at its inception and it's the same shit today. It's no different. You just got more filters and more control. On Hinge, you can fucking swipe by race. You can swipe by whatever. Yay! I be turning on that racial filter.
Yeah,
like,
I know, but
ooh,
didn't you?
Ooh.
Yeah, so you like Hinge?
No, I don't use it. But when I downloaded it, I was impressed by that. But that's the only difference. It was like this when OkCupid was around. There was plenty of people wanted to hook up. Every app was the same. So them pretend like it's different is not. You have TikTok now, so everyone tells you it's worse, and you're constantly being fed that it's worse, so you believe it's worse. Dating is not different in terms of online stuff than it was before. It is the same. But the problem is a lot of y'all don't even go outside. When I used to have online dating apps, people used to go out. They used to go out on the weekends. Now you motherfuckers stay inside and browse online all day. So there's no balance in your life. The problem isn't online dating, it's that you only do online dating. The problem is you ain't got no life outside of online dating when it comes to meeting people. That's a real issue. So that's my thoughts on that. But her whole telling of the history of dating apps, she just making shit up. Because I was old enough to use a lot of them. I was old enough for High Five.
What does that know?
Those were dark days.
Those were dark days.
MySpace angles were full on in effect. You guys have no idea how many times people got catfished by some fannies.
Yeah.
By some uglies who was taking pictures like this.
From the top. From the top. From way up.
Yeah. Bitches think bitches like you could always see their forehead, and if they got a nice forehead, you'd be like, I hope that rest of the body's okay. But you was never gonna find out because all 7 of her pictures were the same. I don't like it.
Shit happens.
Want some waffle fries?
What's in it for women? We've already spent more money than you by just putting our makeup on. We're in danger. Like, what's in it for us? So then, all of that, plus, this man is a pharmacist. The pharmacist tried to give me a coffee date on a Friday. Saturday, a surgeon took me to a beautiful dinner with a view. The next day after that, this other man took me to this food event where the...
Yeah, okay. Some of these just take him out for coffee dates, and you just saw why. This nasty ass.
Run that, yo.
This nasty ass went on like 3 to 4 back-to-back dates talking about spending money on me. Yo, she got every fucking dude who's in the area subsidizing her meal plan. That shit crazy.
So one of my rules is I don't do coffee or drink dates. Now, I understand that some women like this or prefer this. It works for some people. If you like it, I love it. This video is not for you. Keep scrolling. However, For me, as for me and my household, we're going to have higher standards.
It's already started like a lot.
You what?
She said higher standards.
Yeah.
So women who accept coffee dates or small drink dates.
Mhm.
But I think doing something that's a little bit maybe lower commitment, it's both better for the men because they don't have to feel used because men are going to be paying.
Mhm.
And it's better for the women too because if you're just at a coffee date, it's easier, right? If you go up on the date, it ain't great. You can leave at a short amount of time. The guy doesn't have anything he can hold over you, and it's a little bit more of a casual setting where you can feel it out, especially if you don't know each other. Meeting from online dating, it's a good way to just start. So,
yeah,
I don't know. She's saying higher standards. Not gonna lie, everything about this girl off the top, based on body language and everything, give me difficult vibes, but could be just being prejudiced. It look difficult. Me and my household, we have higher standards. That look difficult to me. To be honest.
But where's the standard though? Is that what we're talking? Is that what we? Is that?
Maybe she doesn't talk like that all the time. Maybe it's just for videos. But if she talks, if I'm on a date with a girl, and she's like, "Listen, so today I was just moving through work."
You're not doing that. Go bad bitch. You're not doing that.
Sometimes I just feel like I'm to be doing this. I don't know. I just feel like just Spider-Man and the shit.
You're not doing all this?
No. I'm somebody who's low key. When someone's like that much energy, it's just like.
Oh.
I've been on a date with somebody who yells, like they just talk super loud. The whole time I was looking over my shoulder because I'm like, I feel like everyone's part of this conversation.
Yes.
I feel like you're broadcasting, I'm talking. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, I am broadcasting over there, so like.
I don't know.
That girl over there, so yaga broadcasting like it's the news. Nobody even know.
Yeah, no, that's
Nobody
too much for me.
even know that. Anyways.
That's too much.
I'm talking in Sky, and I'm going to read it to you because we've been talking for a couple days, and he started talking about meeting up. So he said, we should get together over some pear and lychee cocktails soon. And I said, that's really sweet.
Sorry. Any grown-ass man saying, pear and lychee cocktails, girl, you and...
What's wrong with pear and lychee cocktails?
That shit sound fruity as fuck. I've never heard a grown man...
Pear is a fruit and this lychee is a fruit. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever said that to one of your girlfriends?
Of course not, but that's what you drink fucking
soju.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't be like, ooh, let's get the grape sojus and get toasty.
You didn't say all that shit.
Never heard of a grown ass man being like, girl, let's go get some fruit cocktails and hang out. You know it too. That shit just sound weird. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm bugging.
Maybe you're bugging,
bitch.
but it's just
bitch, maybe I'm bugging. Okay? Maybe
what did
it's
you
me.
do?
Bitch. Maybe it's me.
Okay, bad bitch.
I want you guys to leave a comment down over there. Okay? Leave a comment and let me know what you think.
Broadcasting. Why you're broadcasting? Calm down.
Hey, listen. I just want some pear and lychee
No,
cocktails.
you know what? No, I think you're onto something. You just created something. The broadcasting, that's a new Abba and Preach thing made by Abba. Just note the date. When a girl, okay, listen, she's broadcasting.
Yeah.
These are antennas and she's broadcasting. I'm sorry, I just don't want to reel that back because that's good. Well, Raycon is an earbud company. Yeah, they do wonderful products and wonderful earbuds for everybody's taste. It's very comfortable. It doesn't move. It doesn't budge. I use it everywhere. When I do sport, I use it when I'm on the plane, when I'm traveling, but also when I'm cooking, when I'm throwing down in the kitchen. Now I'm about to throw down in the kitchen, and I have them on right now. It doesn't show, but I do have them on. They're so comfortable, and they're sleek. Yeah, they're right there, and they won't even budge. And the quality, like I said, is amazing.
With over 32 hours of battery life, 78,000 5-star reviews, and the new introduction of Raycon Home and PowerTech, there's a lot to celebrate.
I don't know if you heard, but it is someone's birthday. It is Raycon's birthday, and Raycon wants to thank you by giving you 20% off everything off the site. You can go buy Raycon right now. buyraycon.com/ABBA, and you're gonna get, with the code BIRTHDAY, you're gonna get 20% to 40% website wide. So check that out. Go on raycon.com/ABBA and get your things today. Code BIRTHDAY. Go shorter.
Said, we should get together over some pear and lychee cocktails soon. And I said, that's really sweet, but I prefer dinner. I like to get dressed up. Now, I always try to say it nicely because I don't want to be like, I don't accept drink dates. Like, you don't have to be mean. You don't have to be, you can be nice about it. But I always just say I prefer dinner because I like to get dressed up. And he said, I see. What type of places do you have in mind? So I sent him a list of places that I've been like wanting to try, all sorts of different budgets, okay? It ranges from like medium to a little bit higher, all different locations around the city, so he can choose like what works for him, you know, timing and budget wise. So I sent the list of places. He says, these places sound really nice. I think it'll be fun to get to know each other over some nicer dining options. Here it comes though. But I wanted to let you know up front that if we were to meet at one of those places, I'm comfortable splitting the check. I usually will do drinks or something on the simpler end for the first meetup to see if there's a connection first. So my thing is, I don't like the coffee or drink date because they're trying to audition you to see if you are worth an actual dinner. This is the thing.
Yeah, they are. Exactly.
My girl, you don't like the simple drink because it's like if they're auditioning you to see if you're worth an actual meal. In the meantime, you're not taking those simple drinks because you want the big meal to audition them.
This girl is difficult. The guy came back with a very sensible response where he's like, I want to see if there's a connection before I make any more of a financial investment.
I know men. The number one thing men are judging you off of is your looks, right? When they see you, they meet you, they're gonna be like, okay, how beautiful is she? Is she put together? Do I find her attractive, right? That's the number one thing. Your personality may come second, sure, but the first thing is how you look, right? So with that in mind,
If she says, why I want to go to dinner so I can look my best,
she's gonna say that.
Take all your shit.
She's gonna say that.
And bitch, get the fuck
She's
out.
gonna say that. She's gonna say that. She's gonna say
Is that where this is going?
She's gonna say exactly. She's gonna say that. Hey,
all
if-
the
why would
charitability I gave to her, throw it in the trash.
right? So with that in mind, my NARS Radiant Creamy Concealer costs $32. Okay? Why would I put on a full face of expensive makeup, do my hair, make sure my nails are done, make sure there's no hair on my body, and then come and spend 2 hours of my time talking to you for an $8 coffee or a $16 cocktail? Be oh so for real. Let's take it even deeper. When women go out with a man that they do not know, they take a huge risk. Men are crazy, okay? Do you watch the news? Like one.
Why would you spend so much? Why would you want to spend so much time then? Then take a dip. What?
Bro, I thought
Then
this
don't-
girl was
don't-
gonna go low. The bitch went to the flow.
To the window! to the wall!
To the fucking floor. She started bringing up how much she spends on herself. Like, that's a reason for why men should spend. She did that old school, like, men should pay because I do my nails, I do my... Listen, okay? I'm going to say this to you ladies, all right? I'm going to say this once, and don't ever bring this fucking dumb shit to me again. We ask you on the dates, so we're probably going to pay for the dates 95% of the time. I've accepted it. I don't bitch and moan about it. I don't complain. I ask a girl out, I pay for the date. It is what it is, okay? But if any girl comes like, yeah, you should pay, and I'm like, why? And the bitch starts laying her makeup, you know how fast I'll just skip out on the check and bounce on this whore? Don't insult me. We have a social convention. It's a bit bullshit, but men pay. It's okay. Men have accepted it for the most part. Don't justify it and act high and mighty because your face cream costs $32.
I didn't ask you for the face cream.
We pay for haircuts, $45. Gym memberships, all the other stuff, cologne things, we pay for stuff too. Well, we're gonna start tabulating stuff? Because I know some dudes who spend more on their looks than some women.
What do you mean?
You gonna start paying?
We're not gonna.
No, you won't.
We're not gonna we're not gonna count my whip. We're not gonna count my whip because I'm gonna pick you up. We're not gonna count my whip.
What about the gas?
Because $32 plus.
Hey,
$32 on your face. Well, my whip is more than that in gas, and the whip, and my clothes, and my cologne, and my no. Let's not play this. All those things, my whip, the gas I put it in, the cologne I wear, whatever. That's all my decisions.
Yep.
The makeup and the cream that you put on your face is yours.
Doesn't matter. Let's not put that in the equation.
It's so funny to me because women use their financial, like the monetary investment they've made in their looks to justify why men should pay for the date.
Yeah.
And then there's some men out there who justify why women should put out on the first date because of how much money they've invested in the first date,
Same
meaning
thing.
how much they paid for the
Same
dinner,
thing.
paid for all this other stuff. It's like, yo, I just spent like $200 on this dinner and picking you up. Like, you're not gonna throw me no pussy. And I'm like, how dare you? But you ladies are gonna use financial justification for why men should spend money on you. Like,
Let's not do that.
y'all don't want to make this shit sound transactional, but you come across as pigs or kind of fucking slutty. I'm gonna say the word because it is a bit whorish. When you mention money and how much you've invested in your looks, you come across as a whore.
Then that's fine if that's what you want to do.
But don't get mad when someone
But
looks
that-
at you like that.
But that's a transaction right there.
Yeah.
Like I actually do not give a shit.
I'll go even a step further. Okay, we're talking all this about like, oh, whore this. Women who always something. Oh, when I look good, I do it for me. When I look good, when I go to the gym, I do it for me.
Yeah.
When I put on this face cream and I do my hair, I do it
Then
for me.
don't bring it up for a date.
But
You
then
do it
once
for
you get on that date, all of a sudden it's for the man.
It's for you.
So what? If there was no guy there and you were going to the restaurant, you would have showed up like a bum?
No, it's for you.
When you go out to a bar with your ladies, do you look like a bum?
Nope.
Do the ladies have to pay?
You do it
When
for
you go out, you look good because you want to be in social settings looking good. Thank you. Y'all look great. We appreciate it. But don't make us have to pay and subsidize your fucking shit.
Come on.
I don't know.
Dude,
This
I
one
fucking
hurts.
love Evan
It's
Preach, bro.
entitled, it's fucking bratty, and it's hypocritical. That's why I say that. Sound like a whore. I love me some whores. But I like me some self-aware whores and self-admitted whores. I respect those. Not the ones who want to be whores and then act like they not whores. Don't act like you better. You in the same boat. So let's pay. You brought up the money. I got the cash.
Men are crazy. Okay, do you watch the news? Like 1 in 5 men are violent. He could unalive you. He could RAPE you. He could stalk you. He could harass you if he feels like it. Like, it is very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. When you go out with a man, you have to share your location with your mom and your friend. You have to send a screen recording of his Hinge profile and the conversation that you guys had so that if you go missing, they have context. You have to text your friend every half an hour while you're with him to let her know that you haven't been beheaded. You have to take an Uber so that he doesn't know what kind of car you have, just in case he's crazy. And then when you get home, you have to text somebody to tell them that you made it home alive. Men aren't doing that. They don't have to worry when they meet a woman that they do not know that their lives would be in danger. Quite the contrary, men benefit from just being seen with you in public, okay? If you are beautiful, poised, well-dressed, it reflects well on him. People look at him and they think, oh wow, he must be the man. Ooh, he probably has money. You know what? He's probably a good guy if he can pull her. And this is especially so if you are more attractive than him. If he's fugly or he's overweight or he's short, they're like, oh yeah, he must have money in order to be able to pull a baddie like that. So my thing is like, what's in it for women? We've already spent more money than you by just putting our makeup on. We're in danger. Like, what's in it for us? So then all of that, plus this man is a pharmacist.
You're auditioning, my girl. You're auditioning. That's what you're doing. You're auditioning the dude, but you don't want to do that. You don't want that to be done to you.
Forget the floor. This bitch is underground. She in a whole cave, subterranean. She talking about it reflects well.
So a whole ass fossil.
Listen, you just basically made yourself out to be some kind of trophy. But I also say something else. Ladies benefit from having a man beside them too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, go to social events with a man on your arm versus when you don't.
A man that look good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A man that's well put together. A man that got money. A man that's known. Stop.
Yeah, you don't think a lady want to be on a date being like, oh, my date, he's a pharmacist. Ain't you ladies bragging about who you go on dates with? Because you want to look, I'm going to act like her. You want to look good, so you want to date with a pharmacist. You want to be able to brag to your friends that a pharmacist took you out to dinner.
Hi, Stacy. Hi.
Oh, who's social?
Oh, this is my friend Marcus. What do you do? So what do you do, Marcus? And she's out like, tell him what you do.
That was difficult.
Tell him what you do. The pharmacist. Ooh. And then she looks at her friend. A pharmacist. Yeah. Stop. And I'm not even. It just goes. I'm not saying one is better than the other. It goes both ways. If listen, you guys have to realize at some point that men and women are very different, but very close to. Like it's just that we are the same for different things, in different situations. But if y'all do one thing, you best believe that the other side does it too. Stop.
Hey, listen.
Stop. And if you want to set yourself out to be like a trophy, you should do exactly like a trophy. Look good and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you got too many opinions for a shiny object.
Exactly. And that's what, coming from you, that's what you set yourself out to be.
Okay, you mean to tell me you make upwards of $150,000 per year, but you can't take me to $120 to maybe $200 dinner, 2 drinks, an appetizer, 2 entrees, and a dessert, like, and that kind of thing.
So that's an audition.
Are supposed to be.
You know what? This girl's incredibly attractive, but she just sounds so goddamn difficult. You know, it's just. And here's the thing about attractive women: it's like their attractiveness will never, ever outweigh how difficult they are.
Mm-hmm.
Because once you fuck them and been outside, it's like that shit is just the novelty's gone. But you got to live with the difficultness every day. When you get her coffee, she's like, I'd rather have dinner. It's just like, oh, it don't matter how attractive she is. That shit just annoys the fuck out of you.
And the response would probably be, oh, well, he's just saying that because they broke and they can't afford. Yes.
Hey, listen.
Yes. For you, yeah, I'm broke.
If being attractive was everything, you would be able to tell me why all these celebrities and these famous people who are very attractive don't manage to maintain their marriages.
Yup.
Looks ain't everything.
And
if they not even number one.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you this. You take attractive people and people who are not difficult, okay, and find out which ones stay married longer, it's not going to be hard to figure out which one is which.
You got that right.
Being with someone who's difficult, that's no.
2 entrees and a dessert, like, and that kind of thing. Look, men are supposed to be on their, like, best behavior when they're doing a first interaction with a woman. Like, that is when they are at their absolute best. So if he's being cheap now for a first interaction, he's gonna be cheap on your birthday.
He's not being cheap. He's being prudent. He's being sensible. He's being responsible. Those are very different things. It's not being cheap because you don't want to spend hundreds of dollars on somebody you don't know well. It's being responsible. It's taking into consideration you don't want to put too much expectation on the woman because you don't want her to feel like she owes you anything or it's a big deal. It's a very open and leisure environment you guys are going to go to. And it also is responsible for you because you're not making too much of an investment and you're just being open to the person. You know, the problem isn't even just what she's saying, it's the entitlement energy behind it. That's like probably the most unappealing thing. It's how closed-minded and narrow she is and how judgmental she's being of somebody who's not even being absurd. That's what makes her very unappealing and unattractive. As a personality, it makes her come across as super ugly. It's not that this guy has a different opinion. It's not that this guy sees it differently and we don't jive. It's that he's a cheap human being. This guy doesn't value the things that matter in life. That's what he is. That's what she's inferring from this. That's why I think it reflects poorly on her. Whew, I did not think I would hate this video so much.
Now, for a first interaction, he's gonna be cheap on your birthday. He's gonna be cheap on Christmas. Like, that kind of thing, that only gets worse. It never gets better. That is the type of man that's going to want you to work full time, pay half the rent when you guys move in together, do the majority of the housework because he doesn't want to hire a housekeeper, raise the kids, plan most of the things, and then after you do your 16-hour shift of labor, he's going to want you to be happy and sexy for him for his pleasure that night. Like, that's the kind of life you're looking at. So you know what? Good for this man for asserting his boundary. He did it very nicely, and it showed me what his, like, attitude or approach is when it comes to dating new women, and ultimately it gave me the opportunities to choose, and I have my boundaries too, so I chose to not accept it. And so I didn't respond or anything. I didn't like bargain with him or try to justify anything. I just quietly unmatched him because I wasn't gonna let him play in my face. But like, obviously if you're on TikTok, like, this is not irregular discourse. Like, this is very popular. Like, the Red Pill podcast men are always talking about like all of these things. So like, it's not uncommon. Like, men are trying to get away with this these days. They're trying to see what they can do. They're trying to get at you for less than $20. Okay, so the pharmacist tried to give me a coffee date on a Friday. Saturday, a surgeon took me to a beautiful dinner with a view. The next day after that, this other man took me to this food event where the
Yeah, okay. Some of these whores just take him out for coffee dates, and you just saw why. This nasty ass.
Run it, yo.
This
Run it.
nasty ass went on like 3 to 4 back-to-back dates talking about spending money on me. Yo, she got every fucking dude who's in the area subsidizing her meal plan. That shit crazy.
And then after-
Spending hundreds of dollars on her every weekend. The entitlement of these women.
And then
Hey!
Didn't she link up with none of them? No.
Yeah, she's just cycling through
She's
these.
just
Hey,
cycling
I'm
through.
hungry. Hey, I'm hungry, stupid. Coffee? Your coffee don't fill this belly.
Hey up.
Cheap ass. I need you guys to start lining up so you can feed me.
Coffee bubble my gut anyways.
Hey, yo, this shit crazy.
Nah, run it.
Hey, man.
Run it. I'm done. I'm fucking done, bro.
Yeah.
When she's okay, so I said no to the pharmacist, but I was able to go with the surgeon, with this, with that, with run it. I'm done. We're good. If we don't no, we don't have to.
And to be fair, there's a bunch of women in the comments who are like, "Girl, you're doing too much." You
I know
bugging."
would have been okay. You
Yeah,
just
no,
moved on.
plus she's
And you like what you like. It's okay if you like what you like. You want to go out and go on an expensive date. Just say that. Just say that.
You know what the thing is?
Here's the thing. You just mad because you're broke. Yes.
Here's the harsh reality. Here's the harsh reality. Because she's attractive, she can get away with this dumb shit.
Yup.
It is what it is. Anything else you want to say?
Oh, hell no. My God.
Ugh.
That was good job. Congratulations.
I didn't know this video.
Congratulations.
I
On that
triggered
one?
myself.
You triggered yourself.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I
You
triggered
triggered
myself. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Okay, stop broadcasting.
Now, viewers that are paying attention right now may notice that this post doesn't say anything about deplatforming. This post asks her followers to report the video.
What is the point to reporting a video if not to get it taken down?
Sean calling Illy's report an attempt at deplatforming is at best a very uninformed interpretation of the situation.
No, it's not. I thought this video was going to be good or something. Recently, we covered a drama from Think Before You Sleep. And what was the other person? Illymation. That's who it was. It was a drama they had where basically Think Before You Sleep made a video about her video claiming that she was pushing the fat acceptance movement. And then at the same time, she responds by going on her Tumblr and encouraging people to flag down his video. And then Noah Samson makes a new video responding to all of it. And he's going after Think Before You Sleep. This video is called Think Before You Dox. It's got 200,000 views, so it's doing pretty good, I would say. And I ended up tweeting about this, gauging people's responses and what they thought about it, basically. I said, I haven't watched this all yet. Did Think Before You Sleep get owned? Video is by Noah Samson. Think Before You Sleep said, can I please just make a video that's not about Illymation? Please, internet, just one video. This guy said, I'm assuming no. This person named Schizoberry says the deplatforming segment seemed to be pretty stupid and didn't add anything. The guilty by association was pretty stupid too, but the rest of the video wasn't too bad. This guy said it's bad and posted this clip.
Sean didn't ask anyone to dox or harass Illy. What he did do, though, is misrepresent and deceptively edit her video in order to conjure ideas which directly motivated the people who did. And when I say directly, I mean directly. We doxed Illy because she tried to get another popular content creator, Think Before You Sleep, taken down by YouTube, all because he made a video rightfully criticizing her.
Now, obviously, I think you guys know what my argument is going to be.
Sorry,
here.
Tom.
I think it's going to be obvious.
Why
which
am I
is
not
that,
watching Evan
Illymation
Preach
did
right
get
now?
doxed, by wherever that happened, which I guess we'll find out in this video maybe where it happened. That is not Think Before You Sleep's fault in any way, unless he.
So anyways, I saw this article came out a couple days ago.
Yeah. What does it say?
And these are 4 social media influencers who were swept up by the movement that claims that obesity is perfectly healthy, body positivity. And the tragic truth is that they've all died under the age of 45. Brittany Sewer is one of those people.
I'm out of breath constantly. You know, and I wish I knew the cost of eating. I wish I knew the cost of the comfort at the time that I was seeking. And I just want this to be a warning to other people that just need to hear the hard truth, you know, that if you keep it up and you keep, you know, gaining and not taking care of yourself and moving around and doing what you need to do, you know, your health is going to decline, possibly. You know, this is my experience, but, you know, my health declined. You know, I do what I need to do, you know, to take care of my husband and stuff still, and I make things work, and I can do the things that I need to do, but they're very, very hard. You know, I had to have help trimming my toenails the other day because I felt so out of breath trying to lean over and do my toes. There's just a lot that is taken away from me, and I want you to know that it's not worth it. Food's not worth your life, and I really hope that I can turn it around this time because it's really scary how bad things can get.
I was truly okay with dying. I accepted it, that it was just, this is just how it was gonna go. I was gonna eat myself until it all went away one day. I realized I can't give up. I cannot. There is too much riding on me being able to do this, and I have so many people that need me here, and I cannot let the things that have happened be the reason why it's the end for me.
I feel sometimes like, you know, they ask, like, why do you get upset when you see this kind of stuff? And I say the same thing every time. It's like, to me, more than anything, this shit just said, it's not even a condemnation thing. You would never see me going up to somebody who's obese or trying to fix their life or whatever, or even just living their life and be like, say something. I would never say nothing. You know, but when people get online and glorify it, that's when it just upsets me. It upsets me because I've seen people who had a lot to offer their communities and their families pass. See the sadness in their eyes when they got to deal with that high blood pressure and how much it negatively impacts them. So it's just like, some people are like, oh yeah, you deserve it, whatever. I have none of that in my heart. Honestly, watching that girl and hearing the fear in her voice, all I felt was sad for her. That's it. I felt sad. And now she's dead, and her loved ones, the people that she was, they all have to deal with that. So the reality is we're just dealing with a huge tragedy that's expanding more and more. So this guy here, TikTok star Waffler69, died of a presumed heart attack according to his brother. Real name, Taylor Lejeune. He did not flaunt his weight, but amassed 1.9 million followers by posting videos reviewing bizarre foods, including reindeer meat and thinned ham from the 1960s. His last video was posted a day before he died, showing him eating a giant Fruit Loop in milk.
The famed foodie, whose real name is Taylor, died on Wednesday night. His brother Clayton announced the sad news in a TikTok video.
He has passed away from a presumed heart attack.
Jamie Lopez, who starred in the reality TV show Supersized Salon, died from heart complications aged 37. So, a lot of people have been talking about it. So the article I sent you?
Article?
Okay.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw what's your girl's name? Commented on it? Yeah, your girl.
Whoa.
Yeah, your girl's name there.
Nah, see your smile when you say he's about to say some bullshit. Careful.
What's her name?
Yeah, nah, we're not doing that.
The trans girl.
Hey. Don't play me. Don't play me.
What's her name?
Why you saying it's my girl?
Blair White.
Why are you saying that?
It's your girl. You're the one that discovered her. You knew about her before I knew her. So it's your girl. It's like Destiny's your girl? Because you know her before I do?
No, she's actually my friend. We spend time together. Why would you say Blair White's my girl? I've never spoken to her. I've never even talked to her about her.
You never spoke to Blair White?
Yo, you are doing some weird stuff right now.
I'm just kidding, bro. Relax.
Yeah.
What? Okay, go.
No,
so when you do it, it's jokes. When I do it, it's not jokes. Fuck out of here. Take your shit.
You're insinuating I have relationships with people I don't.
I said that's your girl.
And then they don't understand.
No, I was just saying,
so they about to start, yo, when did Abba start talking? And then it's going to start. You don't understand. That's what you do.
Nah, that's not what I do. I do the same thing that you do.
What I do? Whatever insinuated
a whole bunch of shit.
Go ahead.
I always do.
Go ahead.
You don't know when you insinuate?
Give me examples.
No, I don't need to give you examples.
Okay,
You know.
there you go.
That's not how it works.
When you ask people to bring receipts,
all
of a sudden, they just want to be like, I'm a loyal customer. Excuse me.
No, that's a good one.
Excuse me.
That's a good one.
Where's the receipt at? You don't get a
When
return.
you ask people for receipt, I listen to them like I'm a lawyer.
Yeah.
Bars.
Yeah. I know because I do that.
I know you do.
I've been shopping here. You know me, Steven. You know me. My name's Dave. Yeah, Steven. I've been here and I bought this from you.
There are a lot of lies that modern progressivism tells, right? And unfortunately,
because a large chunk of the population is stuck on stupid. They do believe them, no matter how obviously deceptive and insane the lies are. A lot of people believe them. I consider one of the most damaging lies that is told by the establishment is that you can be healthy at any size, that you can be obese and somehow happy. And that lie has spawned the absolutely hellish movement, fat positivity.
And I am 100% glorifying obesity, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's ironic, right? That it's called the fat positivity movement. Because they're not moving. Because...
That's a wild... That one got me, I'm not gonna lie.
That one got me.
I don't know where she got that from or if she wrote that herself, but that one was wild. Okay.
I was not expecting a jab.
I thought you were saying that because there's nothing positive about it. And she went to the other word. And I didn't even see that one coming. There we go.
She caught me off guard.
TikTok has really taken the reins and has popularized it and taken it to this over-the-top level of exposure. We get to see these people documenting their journeys, their fat journeys. And what you're starting to see is these people are dying. Literally, famous influencers within this movement are passing away very young.
I ruined my life with food, binge eating, and lack of self-care. And I'm hoping that it's not too late for me this time. You know, I ain't been to the store in 2 years, maybe more now, I guess. I went to the post office once and that was hard. I went to urgent care and I thought my legs were gonna give out from under me, because I had to stand there the entire time after walking in. You know, I kept just looking back at the chair and just praying that I could just make it another second until she was done with me. You know, I couldn't even probably go check the mail right now. Between, you know, the growth I have in my fupa, so not my apron, but my pelvic region.
Did she say my fupa? Is she talking about apron? Is she talking about her
Apron.
belly?
Apron? Fupa.
Oh, those are actual body parts?
Well, fupa is what I don't think it's a...
No, apron's a body part?
Well, an apron... I mean, where you put an apron is, I believe, what it is. Like,
so, was she talking about the belly?
Well, it's not a body part. Like, you don't have an apron.
Right.
And you don't have a fupa. So it's it's what we call parts of the bodies that are overdeveloped. Look it up.
So, like, let's say if you were like super obese, would you just call it a coat? Like, no. I'm not even trying to be.
You see what the fuck I gotta work here? No. You see what the fuck I gotta work with?
It's not to make fun. I genuinely don't know this lingo. When she said an apron, she said it casually. So she actually means her body fat looks like an apron.
Yes, because it hangs. Does it hang down low? Does it touch it?
I don't watch this content. I don't know.
I don't watch it either.
Whoa, that is wild. That is wild. This kind of lingo.
Apron belly. What caused an apron belly?
Okay, let me just keep watching. This is crazy.
This is mine. Yeah.
I did not know.
How to reduce...
Like, I know about diaper booty.
I don't think that's a term.
No? Is that not a thing?
I don't think that's a term. I know what you're talking about and what you're referring to.
You know some people got diaper booty.
I don't think that's something.
No.
But a coat?
I don't know. I gotta lift my apron. I was like, I didn't know. Okay.
It's like when you work in the service industry and you have to put an apron. It's really that. They have an apron. You need to wash, right? You have to lift that bitch up.
Gotcha.
At some point. It's not everybody that have a fupa. It's not everybody that have a belly. A fupa is normal.
The terminology is just crazy to me. It's like somebody saying, yo, listen, it's hard for me to walk around in my spacesuit. Like, that's a lot. The visual.
You never heard fupa?
No.
It's about 30, 40 pounds now. I go in January to see what it is because apparently there has been a big misunderstanding where my doctor thought I was having issues with my apron. But no, it is the growth below that I have to physically move when I walk. anytime I roll or move or anything, I have to adjust it. And
Peep game. So you have, let me.
So
this is what this is what happened.
She got an apron.
This is what happened.
She's pregnant, but she's not really pregnant with a baby. She's pregnant with a growth.
No, because when you're pregnant, it's right here. When you have an apron, it's because it's on the legs.
Okay.
So the thing that happened is that you're not just lifting. You know when you have to go up the stairs and after that,
she do the Stairmaster every day.
You become tired. Yeah. But whenever she lifts her legs up, she has to lift the weight.
The apron.
Yeah. So her leg pushes
But what's
up.
the growth?
That's the apron. That's the growth.
No, she said under the apron there's a growth.
That's the fupa.
No, she said under the apron there's a growth.
Fupa. Apron. Fupa. Fupa is this. Is this. So the belly is the apron. An apron belly is a belly that is doing this, but the fupa is under. It's under. So that the growth under her coochie belly, if you will.
Does obesity come with a manual?
This guy. It comes with a manual and he makes the best tacos.
That is wild. There's a well-known activist, professor of fat studies, Dr. Kat Pause, who questioned the links between weight and health, lost her life at age 42.
Hi, my name is Kat, and I'm usually the fattest person in the room. Join me on my Fat Positive radio show, Friend of Marilyn, where we talk fat politics, scholarship, identity, culture, and activism with fat people from around the world.
The science isn't actually as clear-cut as we like to believe, and there's not really quite a consensus yet about the real relationship between weight and health. Obese people and even morbidly obese people have just as good of health or sometimes even better health than people who are in the healthy weight ranges.
I mean, that was your job to study it. And you questioned whether there was a real link, and you died for it.
So, do you have a sort of soundbite response to people who just really firmly hold that position of like, yeah, but everyone knows fat is unhealthy, so it's right for them to start from that assumption point? I mean, I hope it's obvious to our audience that that's not the position we hold here at NAFA, but we know that there are folks all over the world in all different areas and disciplines who do hold that. And what's your sort of like quick dismissal of that?
I mean, honestly, rolling my eyes and walking away. Like
reasonable.
Yeah, and to be really honest, Tigress, like I don't, like in my own kind of activism and scholarship and stuff, I actually don't do work around trying to unpack the myths around fatness and health anymore, because I kind of finally realized that there wasn't really a point. Most people aren't really actually interested in being educated around it. And I kind of came to view that more as another form of respectability politics. You know, the idea that fat people are only worth liberation or, you know, only worth full humanity if in fact we're not unhealthy or something, just, you know, isn't a useful or helpful kind of mean. So I don't tend to engage with those kinds of questions anymore.
That totally makes sense. I think that people were so freaked out about what they didn't know about coronavirus that they were looking for any information that sort of floated their way. And I think a lot of us are not as skilled at being able to look at the research and say, like, we might look at it with skepticism, but we're not as skilled at being able to take it apart. So walk us through a little bit of that, how you and your colleagues
Why is it
take
skewed?
that kind of research apart. And then when one of the first sort of friends of their family died, and it was like, oh, we're so surprised that this guy died, but you know, he was overweight. So, and there's this way that that just gets used as a like, oh, okay, so then it's not tragic that he died? Like, shouldn't we still be worried about that? Don't you think there are still people who cared about him and want him to be alive? And it's like, it is, you know, as I said earlier, almost like that shrug. And
I mean, we could see that even more clearly with like elderly people and people with disabilities. So I'm originally from Texas, and it was the Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick who actually said that grandparents should be willing to sacrifice themselves so they don't ruin the economy for their grandchildren. Like, you know, we, you know, the unholy trinity of why we can't have nice things, white supremacy, patriarchy, and capitalism, have very much created a culture where, you know, people that are seen as less contributing or as more of a burden to society. We, that, oh, well, they're expendable. And so that's, of course, fat people, old people, anyone with a disability, anyone with a chronic illness, poor people. It's, and yeah, the result is that fat people die.
Okay. I actually don't entirely disagree with her. That we treat people who are less useful to society as a bit disposable, be it elderly or disabled. Seeing her dismiss the whole idea of like health at every size is kind of nonsense, and then her just kind of brushing that off was a bit alarming. And the fact that she died shortly afterwards from a heart attack.
It was actually unrelated.
What was?
The heart attack and her weight.
Sorry. Oh, but this is what I'll say. Yeah, people definitely do that. I think with older people, I kind of get it because you've lived a longer life, and so it's like if an older person dies versus a younger person, it's obviously less tragic, right? You've lived 70 or 80 or 90 years, like I'm not gonna mourn for grandparents the same way I'm gonna mourn for grandchildren. Like, I think most people would feel those two things are drastically different because you haven't lived a life. With people who are obese, the mindset, I suppose, is like people are eating away at their life. And they're not willing to make the changes, or they haven't been successful at making the changes. So it's like if they die, it makes a bit more sense. It doesn't make it right or a virtue, but it makes it understandable, I guess. It's just not something that I think is a great thing. And I also say, a lot of people are taking this opportunity to just dunk on the dead people and be like, oh, fuck yeah, whatever. To me, that's a wrong attitude. Celebrating this kind of stuff or whatever it is, it's like, yeah, some people are very hard-headed and some people are net negative in terms of how they influence other people, but celebrating their deaths in this way is never something I think we should ever encourage. If you have empathy for these people and you understand they're suffering, and many of them are trying to make a change, and they are making the change, it's just slow, or they're having setbacks often, the last thing that helps them is like you being there and being like, man, if you die, but it's not helpful. You're doing that for your own ego and your own selfish desire to be like, yeah, that's what you deserve. But is that really an empathetic thing to do? Is that even kind or helpful to the people? The truth is, this obese person could be someone in your family. Would you be happy if those people died and didn't have a chance at redeeming themselves or fixing their issues? Would you really be happy? No. But here you are cackling and celebrating when it's somebody from a different family. That, to me, seems a bit heartless. So, I don't know. This whole topic is just sad to me. I don't know how people come at it and then they're gleeful and they're happy about these things happening. To me, it always stands.
Who is?
Plenty of people. Plenty of people online are celebrating. They laugh at, oh yeah, see what happened, fuck you. I get the whole idea of consequences to your action, a certain level of accountability, sure. It's not just entirely individual choice. A huge part of it is, I agree. But another part of it is, like we talked, the societal factors that influence it, right? We don't make being healthy the most easiest choice in a lot of places. We don't make walking an accessible tool in a lot of places in North America. Nope. We don't give people access to public transport that's effective for people to get around. You just tell people essentially like, yo, either you gym or you start running. Like in a lot of places in the world, a lot of people are healthy and they never go to the gym or run. You wonder why? Because walking is an option. Because taking public transport, natural forms of exercise that are very effective is an option. We don't also have a thing where our foods are just constantly laden with all kinds of things and preservatives that are going to make you more obese for no reason. It even affects people who are not obese and makes them unhealthier too. So we have foods in our industry that works actively against us to keep us from being healthy. There's a lot of different things that make us complicit in the fact that other people are making these poor choices and getting to the point where they're dying from obesity or whatever it is. Yeah, it's not just entirely a thing like, oh, individuals are... Here's something that's fucked up. Some people are born into families that just fuck them. Like, losing weight, okay, a lot of people come back from it. When you start off as a kid and you're morbidly obese, you know how hard it is to come back from that? And study after study shows, when you're raised in it, the odds of you coming out of it are extremely slim.
All our family have big bones. No, you've been eating crap since, well, your grandma gave you crap, like mama give crap to the kids. And it's been crap giving from generations to generation. Yep. But I don't necessarily blame y'all because the food thing in the States is weird sometimes. Mm-hmm. Finding some place with healthy food is weird. Very weird. Even from us, wherever we go in the States and stuff like that, and we have like an Airbnb and healthy food around sometimes is tough to find.
Super tough, very difficult. And then
It's
if you want to
like-
get it, you either delivery or you gotta drive there. So, and you gonna be driving for a minute.
Yeah, so it's like this food situation is weird, and it's even worse if you're poor. If you're poor, it's like they make legislation for you to eat crap.
So you've already got diabetes. You're not even an adult yet.
Oh, it's written somewhere in your agenda, like it's for later for you.
Yeah, before
Crazy.
your graduation, you get 2 certificates.
It's crazy.
And an EpiPen and some insulin. Like, come on. Like, societally speaking, I think we don't engineer things in a way that's thoughtful or considerate or engaging in practices that are most healthy for people. So, again, that's why I don't look at this issue as a simple, like, well, you ate it, so fuck you. It's like, man, yo, starting in your 20s at 400 pounds, and you've never really learned to eat differently, and you guys are just cackling when these people pass away, it's like, their families fucked them. Generationally, they got fucked.
The setback is real. Some of y'all families set you back.
Yep.
Mentally and physically.
Yep.
That's real.
Yep. So, all this to say, I understand, and it's okay to say people need to be accountable for what they're doing. Absolutely. That's a huge part of this conversation. I never take away from that. But we also have to acknowledge as society, some of our messaging around this stuff lacks compassion, lacks consideration, and it's generally just being like, oh, well, you ate it, fuck you. And it's like, it's not that simple. And if you really think of creating society that way, then you're not really considering good solutions. You're not trying to create environments that are going to be conducive to you being successful. It ain't weird that we live in a world where it's cheaper to get soda than it is to get water.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy.
It's cheaper
Just the fact that you have
to get like any snack with like every sugar you can want, and like you get it in bulk and it's filling versus getting vegetables. Like that is a twisted society.
Yeah, there's the fact that like there's more water than land on this earth, but water is hell expensive.
It doesn't feel like we set shit up so people can be healthy. And that to me, for a society that wants supposedly healthy people, seems so backwards. It doesn't feel that way.
They don't.
They don't.
They
So
don't
many of the
want-
people in the food lobby just seem to be able to buy their way into the best spot to be advertising to our kids to eat the most sugar-laden food and convince them it's somehow healthy.
Hey, if I
The
could get-
cereal industry was one of the weirdest ones for me. The
worst.
Because we grew up on it, and it's like, the cereal is amazing for you. You need to get all your grains in and all this other bullshit. And you just come to find out later, they were just stuffing us and getting us addicted to this sugar bullshit. It's like,
Remember when you used to come back home after school?
Yeah.
Advertisement was crazy. The advertisement was crazy. Targeted to kids. Fruit roll-ups, fruit gushers, all the sweet stuff.
Yep.
When you go to the grocery store, where's the cereals? Boom, that level.
Yep.
With the flashy collars and Toucan Sam, Captain Crunch, Count Chocula, all those characters that are nah, man, this is weird.
Yeah,
it is weird.
I hate these movements that make fatness like super accepted and wonderful looking or whatever the fuck it is. Or that person is saying, yeah, you glorifying obesity. I hate that stuff. But if you'd ask me, what do I really think is causing a lot of this? Do I think it's the food industry, their lobbying powers? Do I think it's like the access to good regular physical fitness in the form of walking, public transport, biking, stuff like that? Or fat acceptance? I'm always going to say it's the other one. The fat acceptance, I think, is just like a symptom of other issues. The first one seems to be like the bigger issue to me.
I think there's something in the message, the root of the message, there's something true about that. And then it got out of hand. When people that are considered bigger, and I'm talking about not like next to the extreme, but some people are, they have a little bit more pounds than the norm or what is considered normal. And whenever they go to the doctor, the doctors sometimes, doctors because they have a lot of jobs to do, sometimes they want to take shortcuts and they're not necessarily going to properly diagnose certain people or certain things, and they're going to link it to fat immediately. They're going to be like, lose some weight and you're going to be fine. Or the same way that sometimes some women, they have problems, and doctors, because they have, again, they're busy, they're going to be like, take the pill. You have this problem, take the pill. Endometriosis, take the pill. You have this, pill. That, like, they do not further their researches, especially, and the same thing happened when they see someone and it's bigger. They just go like, man, it's because you're fat. Lose a couple of pounds, and you're going to be all right. And I think that message is important for the health community to maybe react better or maybe do a little bit of researches. But at the end of the day, there is a correlation with being obese and certain illnesses.
I want to say there's not just a correlation, there's also a huge causation factor.
Yes, all that. So I think both of those messages can coexist. Yes, the doctors need to do better and they need to not be lazy at some point to... It's like if I walk in and based on me being black, they'd be like, stop eating fried chicken. Well, I'm vegan, sir. What? It's a bit of the same thing. When they see fat, they're like, man. But there's also that. There's also when the older you get, the more difficult it is with that extra pound, the extra weight. It is more difficult to move around, to be solid on your feet, to not be exhausted. It is. So
I want to say what you were saying about the doctor stuff.
Go ahead.
I get what you're saying, but you have to understand, doctors can't just treat your problem, because sometimes finding the solution to a problem is not a matter of tests. It's a matter of process of elimination. And the truth is, a lot of people's issues when it comes to their health are linked to their daily choices in regards to food and stuff like that. So, you know, it's hard to figure out, like, yo, is the reason this person's huffing and puffing, is it because they have a respiratory disease? Or is that's like very rare or hard to find out about? Or is it because they're extremely obese? And vast majority of the time, it's going to be one over the other. And doing the test and the whole thing for the other child, it's like, yo, listen, you haven't even done the bare minimum to at least root out a lot of your own issues. It's like...
Yeah, it's called troubleshooting.
Yes.
You just are going to eliminate the thing that is... It might not be that, but I'm going to eliminate the thing that is easiest to eliminate. Before I go deep, the one that's going to be more cost effective, it's called troubleshooting. That's what they do. They do troubleshooting. That's why whenever you have a washer and dryer and you open the lid, right, it's written, if you have an issue, is your thing plugged in? Yep. Before you call us and then you do a whole bunch of shit and then you clog the lines and this and that, whatever, is it plugged in? That's why it's written that. You're thinking, oh, well, it's stupid. Well, some people sometimes don't think about it. If it's written because there's a reason. So, yes or yes.
You're right.
Okay? So it's troubleshooting. The doctors are doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So 100%, yes, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. So it's not only the fact that they're lazy, but also, we got to troubleshoot here. Yeah. So let's eliminate what's the best thing. I understand. But both of them can coexist. Now I can understand how you feel.
Sure.
And being a black person walking in an office of a doctor, there are some conditions that are more prevalent in being black than being white. All right? Black people, we are more prone to have flat foot. We're more prone to have high blood pressure. We are more prone to have cholesterol. We are more... diabetes, like
certain cancers at an earlier age too.
Absolutely.
You know, when you see the actor from Black Panther, him getting that, I think it was colon cancer.
Yep.
At his age, very rare for people generally. But the truth is, for black folks, you're actually supposed to get tested 4 to 5 years before the rest of the population, because your odds of getting it much earlier are higher.
Same thing with prostate. So, no, it's not because I'm black that I'm necessarily. No, you're right. But there are some factors. There are some things that are there. All right, that it is what it is.
So I looked at this girl's TikTok, and it's just her struggling to lose weight, and she documents things, and she talks candidly. You know,
I think it's a return of the balance, because the health thing was so toxic at some point, and using some crazy fucking tactics, and it was really crazy and really unhealthy that they went the other route. It's just the balance going on the other side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's what it is, for now.
Yeah. Well, let us know what you guys think in the comments below. We want to hear from you.
My name is Rachel Justine, and I'm 27. I'm based out of Austin, Texas.
27?
Financial audit.
What do you do for a living in Austin, Texas?
My main thing is I am a spiritual coach.
Oh, Alyssa was like, hey, I want to talk to you about something. I want to tell you something. Promise you won't get mad. And I was like, just stop right there. First of all, never going to make a promise like that, because I might get mad. And second of all, let's just have the conversation on the show. and you were like, not so sure you want to do that.
I think it'll be helpful for other people to listen to because I know the difference in our relationship versus the mass majority and the reaction most people would get, I feel like, and it can create toxicity. And I feel like you're going to have your own opinions, and that's what I'm also here to listen to, is also hear you out and hear your opinions. But I feel like you're going to have a healthier reaction than most parents might, and it could be helpful for other people to listen to, including parents.
See, right there. He's just, what she's saying, she's like, oh, what are you going to say? What is it?
Just get to your bullshit.
For other people to listen to, including parents.
Are you moving out of state? Oh, God. Get to your offensive statement.
It's not offensive.
Yeah,
that's you!
Yeah, that's it. Just get your bullshit. Just do it.
Just do
Nike.
it. Nike. Just come on.
That's when your kid starts rambling before they just came home late at night. It's like, what did you do?
Well, it's, like, okay, don't be...
You need to promise you won't get mad.
Okay, so what happened?
I promise
Okay,
you.
listen,
Shit.
Mom.
What do you want to say? Well, listen. Okay, so, you know my friend Mikey? And you staring like, yo, Mikey's a piece of shit. And you already warned this motherfucker not to hang out with Mikey done 10 times.
Why are you with Mikey? Wait, hold on. I was not with Mikey.
And Mom said I could go out.
But Mikey was there.
And there was drugs. Oh. You're guilty. Eat it on the chin.
Just me up first. We're going to get that out of the way. And then after that, we could talk. Get the anger out.
Yeah.
You know what? A lot of my conversation with my parents would have worked out a lot much better if I would be like, me up. Because I used to have to hear a whole ass talk.
Yeah.
Oh,
but you already know it's coming at the end.
It's like, listen, you're going to beat my ass.
Yeah.
Me up.
Yeah.
We'll talk after.
So I've kind of joked about it before starting an OnlyFans, but it's also not what you think either.
It's not what you think, Dad.
I would be taking a more model route. In that way, we obviously have a little bit of a presence together, so I want to get your opinions and thoughts, and I also want to tell you, but I also feel like I have assets that I could capitalize on. And
assets.
That's a wild way to talk to your parents about your body. I don't care what nobody says. There's no place. I don't care how progressive you are. Talking about like,
you know what the thing is?
My assets to your parents is weird. And I know a lot of you viewers already agree with me.
Yeah.
Before you agree with me, a lot of y'all also come from weird backgrounds where talking about anything sexual is always taboo.
Mhm.
And that's also really fucking weird. Because a lot of y'all be out here in these streets doing a bunch of dirty business, and you can never, I come from the same background, you can never mention anything. But this end of the spectrum is also really weird to me, where it's like, you can talk about anything.
I'm a businesswoman. You taught me to be a businesswoman. And I have my boundaries as well as my own adult. There are a lot of things that I won't do, but there's also, some modeling I would love to do anyway. So, there's that.
I love you. I respect you.
I wish I had sons.
Raised you to be independent, to be, like you said, to be business-minded, to be logical. And I guess the biggest thing is you being safe. Like, having a daughter already, knowing that you're highly likely to be assaulted or hit or groped or something like that, that's already on a father's mind when he has a girl. So there's that protection part of me that's like, I don't want you to be opened up to even more people stalking or chasing you or doing stuff because...
Bro, you should have thought of that before you put her on your podcast. You should have thought of that before she had a TikTok with millions of followers. Say whatever you want about X-Work, want them to go against it, that's fine. But your kids are never going to experience as much unwanted attention from weirdos as when they're on social media and they're popular.
I've never had so much unwanted attention from weirdos as right now.
Yes. She's like well known on TikTok, or like she has a pretty large following. Like that world has already opened up to her. There's a lot of reasons to not want your kids to do X work, but it seems kind of odd to say this when you made your kid a little celebrity mini, whatever it is, That's what I'm saying. Well, I'm like,
I have bail money. Like, I'm willing to straight up go to prison.
I know.
That's already a problem that we have to deal with. And then on top of that, you being like, oh, here's a booby. Now, just a booby. A lot of what I'm feeling is like protection. I don't want you to do something that's going to make something harder on you later in life. Like, when I was 19, I thought I was going to be one thing, and my life completely went in a different direction. What if when you're 37, you decide to run for president or run for some kind of office, or you want to be taken seriously as an actor in some major, or you want to be an outspoken, activist in a certain thing, and this comes back to haunt you? Maybe society will grow up and that kind of stuff won't affect you negatively. But I'm concerned with your safety, I'm concerned with your future, and I don't want you to do anything that's gonna harm future you. My fear is that you would do something now, get money now, and then when you're in your 40s, you look back on it and go, man, I really had an opportunity to do something bigger with my life. And because that stuff exists on the internet, now I'm prohibited or restricted in some other aspect of my life. I raise you to respect yourself and to be safe. And I mean, you're a grown woman, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. Doesn't feel great, but I love you and I respect you, and if that's what you want to do, then I mean, I support you in whatever you want to do. I just really want you to be careful with,
Well, that's
with
why I have
everything that I just said,
boundaries.
not only your safety but your future opportunities. Like, if you're going to do something like that, to do it in a way that's classy and respectful of who you are, and not ruining future opportunities.
Yeah, and that's where like.
Go ahead.
Dad, I respect the way you're talking to your daughter and the way you're able to have a conversation with that shit, right? But I think it's all fun and games until one of your friends fall on the OnlyFans of your girl. And then it's like, yo, buddy, bud. I think I saw your daughter out there. She looking mad good.
What?
One of your buddies sees your girl, your daughter, on OnlyFans and reports it to you. You might feel different. You might be like, yo, watch what you say. Hey, watch what you say. You can't say that to everybody. All right? A lot of people are going to think that. It's your boys, it's your friends, it's your homies. They're going to fall on that. You don't understand what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, so you're like, oh.
You have a daughter. She has an OnlyFans. And I'm like, yo, Abba, I think I saw your daughter on there.
If you said it like that, we'd have a problem. And I'm okay with us having a problem because that means you shouldn't be in my life.
I understand what you're saying.
Any friend who would talk about your daughter that way, irrespective of whatever the fuck she's doing, is weird and probably not somebody you want as a friend. Personally.
I understand.
So at that point, I wouldn't even be thinking about my daughter that deeply. I'd be like, yo, who the fuck is this guy? Because you should never be thinking some weird shit like that. And if you even did, you better keep that shit in your fucking head and then make sure you never act on it. That's me personally. I don't care what my daughter's doing. I don't care what her job is. There should never be a time you talking to me like that. That's me. Now, the whole shame associated with people around you finding out, that's very real. And a lot of parents are probably going to feel that. And that's facts. And there's no way around it. There's no way around it. I think the way he's talking to her is the thing that makes the most amount of sense if you want to be involved in your child's life. Listen, you could disagree with your kid. You can be so against what your kid's doing that you may have to push them away. But acknowledge that at the end of the day, they're adults. They're no longer just a child, right? They may be your child, but they're not a child.
But she's forever gonna be my baby.
She's gonna be your baby, but at one point in your life, she's probably gonna wipe your ass. Is that really your baby?
It is. Still,
so you went from wiping to it changes. The relationship changes. She's not a kid. No, I have no problem. Under a certain age, you gotta talk to them a certain type of way. You gotta give them orders. Okay, understand at some point you're gonna have to start changing the tools with which you parent with. You can't use physical discipline or orders or rules the same way you could as when they're a child as when they've grown into adulthood. And your approach to it has to change. And I think he's taking the most reasonable approach whilst So basically making his feelings clear whilst also saying, I still want you in my life. This isn't enough for me to say you gotta go. Some parents got that. For example, I know some parents, if you leave the religion, you've left their life. I know some parents, if you've embarrassed them, you've left their life. Everyone got a different threshold. Him, it's clearly not met that. For some of you watching, that might be too much. Your kid doing some adult stuff, they can't come home for Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever it is. Me personally, I think I identify with this man much more than I think a lot of my viewers, because to be honest with you, I feel more progressive than a lot of y'all. And it's not to throw shade at nobody. I just couldn't see myself throwing away my child or pushing them out of my life because they did X work. I would disapprove of it strongly. I'd be very much against it, but I would never push them away where they no longer feel like they had a home under my roof. Right?
I feel like there's also a culture of wanting to school everybody. There's that culture of people wanting that to happen, especially on social media.
Yeah.
And sometimes discourse is just like, I'm talking to you. I can disagree with you without yelling at you. I can disagree with you without being mad and stuff like that. We can just
This is extremely Simon Manis from Liza P.
I don't have to scream at you. It's so common for people to scream and yell and be like, we disagree, and be in a battle when we disagree. Disagreeing with someone doesn't necessarily equate to that.
I think the disagreements sometimes don't even make sense to me because these guys are all operating in the comment section based off of logic. It's like you have a distance from the issue so you can afford to be like that.
Yep.
When it's your niece, when it's your daughter, your son, it's a much difficult conversation. And like, yeah, we say facts over feelings, blah, blah. But if you think about it, family is all about feelings. Family is all about emotional attachment. So you can't rid yourself of that conversation. I know this because like, it's not a daughter, but I have my niece who's here 3 times a week. Do I think I could distance myself from somebody I'm that close with? I've literally watched when they're a little person to when they're grown and throw them out of my life because I don't agree with their adult decisions? I don't think I can. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. You know, if they were like diddling kids or doing something that like they're harming other people, that's a different conversation entirely. If they're just doing work I strongly disapprove of, that's not enough for me to disown these kinds of people. That's me.
Even if they're arming themselves, people around. I can't go with that. I can't like, it's like, so I can distance myself from people that entertain certain relationship that I can't, you're dealing with that kind of people. I can't even be seen with you. I can't chill. We can't be.
So you have a different threshold than me. Seems like you, even if they're engaging in really strong criminal activity that's harming other people, you're not necessarily willing to push them out of your life.
I'm willing to.
Oh, you're willing to? Your kids?
Not my kids, even my friends.
Forget friends. I'm talking about something much more intimate. That's a different relationship.
The thing is even like sometimes I can understand like with the work that we do and stuff like that. Would I? So clarify. Hold on. Clarify the question. What the question is? Would I distance myself?
It doesn't even matter. My whole point is everyone got different lines.
I understand.
You may have a different line.
What is the question?
If they're harming other people.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. It depends on what kind of harm.
Yes.
They assault somebody is very different than when they diddling kids.
Sure.
All this to say, some people work. I know some parents, if their kids doing that kind of work, they're like, get out of my life. I'm not one of them people, me personally. Okay? And I say this also, for me, I also don't think, this is a subjective thing, but for me, I think when I've had periods of my life where I didn't have my parent around, especially when I was a young adult in my 18, right? And I'm joining the military, my mom doesn't want to talk to me anymore because she doesn't approve of what I'm doing. And also, to my mom's credit, historical context, at the time, 9/11 had happened recently. A lot of people were going overseas for deployments. Muslims felt some type of way. My mom being a Muslim, she felt a lot of type of ways about her son joining the military to do that stuff. I understood her perspective. I just felt like as an adult, I needed to find my way in life. I need to get some sense of discipline, and this is the environment that I was going to find it in. We stopped talking. It was a difficult period. When you don't have the support system of your parents, you don't have that emotional support, people backing you. Like I remember doing most of and I had nobody to call. Every time things would get difficult, I would watch my platoon mates go on, collect calls to call their families from the payphones and stuff, and I had nobody to call, right? That period was a very difficult one for me. And it made our chasm really difficult. Even when we did start talking, it was awkward for years. And now we're at a point where it's different because she's no longer trying to order me. She's no longer trying to tell me what to do because she's finally acknowledged, oh, my child is no longer a child. They've grown into their own person as adults. You gotta talk to people differently. And some people are like, yo, you can never talk about your parent that way. Yes, you can. You know what? My mom is my mom. I love her to death. She doesn't know everything. She doesn't always know better. Sometimes I have to slap the credit card out of her hand because she doesn't know how bad she's making financial decisions. And I have to do that for her well-being. Sometimes I have to push her into a car and drive her somewhere because she needs to go to a medical appointment for her eyes because she's too irresponsible to realize that it's not good to not go to the doctor.
You're getting blind, stupid! I remember that shit.
You know, I love my mom. My mom is my mom, but she don't always know better.
I remember that shit. Oh, that was from the heart.
And I say that because
that was from
it's
the
like,
heart.
oh, this vision I had of you, like, oh, it's nonsense. You're flawed, like everybody else. And it's okay for me to talk about that with reverence and respect, but also with a directness that shows my love for you.
Yeah.
And I say this to say, your relationship changes. So the way you approach the dynamic changes. The way you communicate to your parent changes, but also the way the parent communicates to you changes. That's life. That's life. You might have a subordinate at work. When they get promoted to manager, you can't talk to them like they're subordinate.
No, they're your peers now.
It's a different relationship.
They're your peer.
So I respect the way he approaches it, even if a lot of people are going to mock him or whatever it is going to say. He's going to be much more apt to protect his daughter from any negative things that happen going forward than a lot of people who are completely removed from her life. In fact, he's much more likely to prevent it because she got that emotional support system. She doesn't feel like she's isolated from people. So, in my opinion, I like this, but I'm okay with also saying I understand where other people are coming from when it comes to the clash of their value system.
And also, I get, like, she can more think about it and not do thing out of spite.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be like, oh yeah, because people have a tendency to do that. Yep. Whenever they don't get the support that they're supposed to get or the support that they need, they're gonna be like, yeah, word. It's no longer about what they want to do. It's now it switches into, I'm gonna do it because you don't want me to do it.
Even further than that, it's not even necessarily because of spite. Because the people who are supporting them are the people who already live in that lifestyle. Yeah. So all of a sudden you go to the strip club, but everybody else around there is also supportive to you and they're very kind to you. So you're like, what I'm not getting at home, I'm getting from these people.
Gangs, ex work, whatever. We're not name it. Whatever. Yeah. It's the same thing.
But again, I also say this knowing I understand why people make the different decisions. So
Where like I have my boundaries.
I don't own you. I don't control you. You're not mine, but I care so deeply about you. Like there's not another single human on this planet that I care to protect more than you. And so it's just a safety thing. I appreciate you telling me.
Yeah.
And us talking about it. I'm glad we're close enough to have this conversation.
I'd rather you know than
it's not up to me. You know what I mean? You don't need my approval or blessing. I mean, I trust you to handle yourself. Like my job as your parent is to teach you how to live without me.
That's a bar. That's a bar. Hey, say what you want about him, but he not lying. Now, some people might say he failed. That's up for debate. In my opinion, if he really had that mindset, that's beautiful. I think a lot of parents think they're supposed to be parents and guide forever. They think they're supposed to make decisions for you forever. I see kids in their 30s and their parents still deciding everything.
Yep.
I respect this.
Italians.
But
what?
Different cultures, different perspectives.
Sounds morbid and screwed up, but I don't want to be on my deathbed in my 90s and having you being like, Dad, don't leave. I don't know how to do taxes. I'm like, I want you to be like, I got this. Let go. You're fine. I want to peacefully, pass into my death knowing that you're going to be fine. So I've given you those tools up to this point for you to just handle your business.
It's funny because I realized that one of my mom's pride is not even my success. One of my parents' pride is it's not even my success. One of my mom's pride is the fact that my sister and I are cool. So that if she goes, we got each other. And that's very important, that we're able to handle each other even beyond her being there. So I think it's something that you realize. And I think that goal changed with time. It was not always that.
Yeah.
It was have a degree, have a this, a that, a big career, big money, and everything is that. All that shit changed.
Gotcha.
When the perspective came in, and then she's not cool with some of her siblings. And then she sees and she's like, nah. When she sees me and my sister, My big homie, she's like, oh, what I tell my sister, we're going to Florida. Oh yeah, but I said we going. I didn't say nothing about the fuck. What? I said we going. The fuck is wrong with you? Okay, we going. Just pack your bags. When my mom sees that, she's
y'all have
like,
a good time.
Yo, we cool. We
y'all have a good time. Y'all have a good time.
Me and my sister.
New Year's was good.
New Year was good.
Okay.
It's like, you know, my sister's my sister. I mean, we chilling. You know what I mean? So it's like it's cool to have her around and stuff like that, and we don't have like a beef or whatever. I understand people that do and stuff like that, but yeah, that's one of my mom's pride. When I roll,
and you guys are always together.
Well, I mean, I pay for the whole shit. Like I pay for the tickets, I pay for the car, I pay for like what we.
But you guys came together.
Yeah, but my mom is like, okay, you got your sister's bag.
Yeah, y'all together.
And this motherfucker had mine.
Yeah, got you.
So
that's what you're proud of.
You know what I mean? So she's proud of that.
The one thing that I do want to make clear is that this is because I respect myself. I want to just do it the fastest way possible so I have more time to do things like rescues and charities and help my family and my friends that need help.
So this is really my fault because I failed to become a billionaire.
That's what it sounds like too. I understand what she's saying because in her head she's like, there's so many things I want to do, and what's the fastest way I can accumulate wealth? And the dad's think about the long-term consequences, but she's not necessarily thinking about it like that. I understand where she's coming from, and people can choose to believe her or not, whatever it is. But from what I've seen, I could see it being true for some people.
Absolutely.
Before you became an adult. If I'd been a billionaire, you'd be like,
yep,
there's no point.
Assets that I could capitalize on. And
call them assets.
I talk fucked up to my parents like that sometimes. The reason why, I'm gonna tell you why, is because my parents are for black people, they're very open, okay? But there's still some taboos, and because when I was growing up, I was left out of a lot of things, a lot of discussions. You're always left out because it's taboo. You can speak about this, but as a child, you want to understand certain stuff, and you navigate life not knowing certain things that you should have known, and you don't know them because they want to keep it from you, and they kind of forget about it, and there's like a threshold of time that they should have told you about it, and you still don't know, and you act life not knowing those things, and when you go back, for example, there was a beef in my family. Okay, there was a beef in my family. One of my aunts, she married a man.
I really wish I hadn't upgraded my weapon
family of that
so
man
that this shit was
had
actually
some beef
like
with her.
Pull out all
They
the
never
stops
told
hard.
us about that. So the kids were cool. All the kids of those families were cool.
Way
but the
too
parents
fucking
are
easy.
not. And me, I'm
think I'm
walking
gonna
and I'm
go ahead and
seeing
beat
the
it this
parents
time.
at the mall. I'm like, oh, hi. And I'm walking up to them and I'm like, oh, yeah, this and that. How you guys doing? And I feel like the parents are mad awkward.
Yeah.
They don't know. Like, they're like, I'm good. They're like stuck up and shit. I just walked in a situation that I didn't even know about because y'all motherfuckers have a beef. They looking at me funny and they're like, who the fuck? Why the fuck is this little motherfucker talking to me? Have the audacity to talk to me. But then I didn't even know there was a beef.
Okay.
But when I asked the question, so what happened? This is just, oh, don't even worry about it. There's nothing. You didn't want to tell me about it, or you want to tell me later. You forget about that. You don't tell me. And you make me walk in situations that I'm not even supposed to walk in. Because I'm supposed to.
It's taboo.
Because it's taboo.
Yeah.
So all the taboos, I'm like, that
You're
shit.
against it.
I'm against that stuff. So whenever I'm talking, like, yeah, I will talk straight up about sex with my mom. I will start straight up about sex. I know.
You know what's so funny? You explained that whole thing. I'm like, yeah. Fuck the taboo. I talk straight. I'm like, ew.
I know. But then again,
I acknowledge.
But also,
it's me.
I know. And also, you've seen my parents. You've seen they different.
They are different. But in my head, a parent is still a parent.
I understand.
Because my cultural reference is just my parents and all the parents I saw growing up. And that would never fly.
Like, for example,
so I get what you're saying, but I'm culturally conditioned.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, for example, my birthday. There was a background, like we did a barbecue in my backyard and everything and stuff. Two of our friends went there and everything and stuff. And they saw how I interact with my peeps. Like, two of them were like,
yo, you speak like that with your mom? It's like, yeah. And at some point, I was blazing. My parents was right there. I was like, dude, prototype was like, yo, your mom is right. Bro, your mom is right there. My mom is right there. Yo, mom, you want some? No, not. Nah, I don't want any. She cool. You don't want any.
Isn't that so crazy? People can see you drinking with your parents, but if you smoke something that's legal over here, they lose their minds.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's a funny thing.
It's a funny.
It doesn't make sense, logically speaking, but we just convince ourselves it does.
Alyssa, please be careful out there.
That's why I have boundaries, is because I don't know 30-year-old me. Like, I know me, and I feel like I'm gonna still be okay with it, but I also want to make sure I have that room to change if I feel like I want to.
And I love you and respect you and support you through all of it. So
Yay!
please be safe. Like I'm here for you. Like through the.
I think we got the point. No. No what? No. I mean, that's me in that conversation. That's just no. For like a couple days of denial, and then like come talk to me later. Let me have a few drinks. No. And then I'm like, all right, let's talk. And then she's gonna be right in front of me. I'm like, baby, I love you. I wish I had sons, but you're here. We're gonna figure this out. You're my only daughter. I hope I never have more daughters. I mean, I'm joking, but I don't know.
I'd be like,
that would stress me out. I feel like there's like a bunch of things if I had children that would stress me the fuck out. My kid says they're going on deployment. I'm like, no. Like, yes, I know you're doing it in the service of something greater, but it's just like, no.
Yeah, you did it too.
No,
Easy, fucking
It doesn't matter.
easy.
You went in.
Yeah, it was not the same.
They're gonna use it against you. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it was not the same. Not the same.
You could have been.
But I get what you're saying. OnlyFans, no. But if it was like push come to shove and she's like, we gotta figure some shit out. But that's a different conversation. Difficult conversation. I know people are gonna meme. They're gonna have a laugh at him. That's cool. But like, ask yourself.
Pull out
honest
that
question.
tacky
Everyone watching
sword.
right now. That's your child. How would you handle it? And don't do it from the perspective of like you're observing someone else's life. Think of somebody you love very close to you engaging in this stuff, and how would you react to it? How would you keep them into your life or not? I'd be curious to hear how you guys feel in the comments. And just, I want to see some
Androidos, as in Android.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. But as weird as this podcast is, and seeing these conversations that I think are generally private being public, I think it's good for conversation points for everyone else watching.
I
So
guess that's what a podcast is now.
let us know what y'all think. All right, so get in the comments. Anything else?
Let us know. Appreciate that.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate that.
See, this is the
I
thing about this whole discussion. She's the first one who I've ever heard said that.
Yeah.
So this is, I believe her name is Lori Gottlieb. We never covered one of her videos in the past before where she talked about, the studies of sometimes people having unrealistic expectations of dating. The video is really popular. I think it has like 1.5 million views.
Men and women were asked what would be a deal breaker for going on a second date, and men named 3 things. They said she has to be cute enough. She doesn't have to look like Angelina Jolie. She just has to be cute enough. She has to be warm and kind, and she has to be interesting to talk to. Those seem like really valid criteria.
Ding, 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 ding. Pretty simple.
Right. Okay, reasonable, right? The women came back with 300 things that would rule out a guy for a second date. And we're talking about like another 2 hours and maybe a free dinner. And they wouldn't do it. And there were things like he wore a brown belt with black shoes. Or we were having a really good time and I thought he was cute and he was interesting. But then he did this Austin Powers impression. And I just can't get that out of my mind and I can't go out with him again. Austin Powers guy could be the love of her life. If he does these impressions on the second date, okay, don't go on a third. But maybe he was just nervous. The guys who are bad first daters might be great life partners. You don't know.
So this is another video, and I decided to just click on see what it's all about. I believe that she is an author and a therapist.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a old school romantic, as they say. My partner, she has a great job. She has her own money, but I just absolutely feel the need to open up every door for her, pay for every bill for her. I would absolutely not have it any other way. Maybe that's because I'm insecure or something. I don't know. But I watch my dad do it for my mum. And it's like hardwired into my DNA that my role is to protect, take care of, do everything I can to support. And if she, I'd really struggle with her paying for me. And she's got her own money. She's got her own business, her own job.
But have you talked about it, or it just worked
No.
out that way? She never said, can I pay this once, or can
Oh,
I?
yeah. She pays. You know, it's like a bit of a competition. She'll like sneak off to the bathroom and pay and stuff. But generally, I think I've always wanted to do that on dates, and
That's a good woman. That's very good. Because it's very easy to just let someone do something for you all the time. But especially when you have the means and you have the ability to not be generous at any point, I think is a character flaw, in my opinion. Now, of course, maybe there's somebody who's like, if you ever pay, I'll fucking lose it, so you can't. But like, I imagine if I had a billionaire wife, okay, she like paying for everything. I still make enough money where I want to be able to pitch in. I would still want to pay for things. Like, and it would bother me that I could never pay for anything, even though I make enough money to be able to pay for things. You know, like, oh no, I'll pay for you. No, I want to pay for my family, and I'd also like to be able to take your family out at some point. So it's not just a one-sided all the time when I have the financial means. Now, if you don't, that's one thing. But when you got it and you never do it, I just don't understand how you cannot be given gifts in life and not want to be generous to the people around you. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why I think it's great that she goes out of her way to make sure she still be able to do it.
if you sat people down and asked them the question, you go on a first date with a guy, and he asks to split the bill, or he doesn't immediately pay. Would that be an ick for you? Would that turn you off them?
That would be a huge ick for me. Yes.
So even for you, it would be.
Yes. Yes.
If you went on a first date with a guy and he didn't pay,
Yes.
would you?
Absolutely.
Why?
There's more chases that, like, if someone is taking her out, I think that's what the question. Are they saying it to be like so much precise? Because that's what I understood was like, if someone takes you out, takes you on a first date. So if I take you on a first date, I took you. Of course, I won't want to pay. I took you, but I'm not sure if they really meant it to be like that precise on words. If they're just talking about a general date where we're just going on the date, and then, or is the part of the sentence that is important is the I taking you on a, you know what I mean?
Sure. I think either way, they're still expecting the man to pay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the clarity. Which,
and also, women will sometimes not ask you out, but they'll position themselves in a way that they're doing all the steps just before they're asking you out, so you can ask them out.
Yeah.
So you're like, here, I'm going to give you my number. You're going to call it, and you're going to ask me out. But it's the funny thing that's like, you literally written everything down, but you still want me to do that. Well, again, it's not a complaint. This is just a thing that some ladies will do. And I know some of y'all in the comments right now are like, I've done that. I don't know. It's okay.
you know, it's like a date is like a little wedding. I'm going to position myself for you to ask me. And I'm going to position myself to get, but you are going to pay for it.
Yeah.
It's your family that pays, you know?
Yeah. Well, sometimes I'll ask a question so you can ask them for more. So they'll be like,
And this is what people, will say, all women will say of all ages. I think for my age, we grew up with that was the expectation. I think for younger generations, maybe it's not the expectation, but I think a lot of people still like it or want it. There's something about it that says I really valued our time together. I care. I'm interested. It's a way of signaling interest. But I think even if the person isn't interested and you're never going to see each other again, it's just a nice gesture.
Well, I gotta be nice to you. We're never gonna see each other again. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to say that.
That's because you're not a nice person.
Also,
yes.
But I just really just wanted to say that.
But I don't have any rational way of explaining why. And if I were to get rational about it, I would talk myself out of it.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
I appreciate that. See, this is the thing about this whole discussion. She's the first one who I've ever heard said that.
Yeah.
And I could at least respect it. She said, if I had to rationalize it, I'd talk myself out of it because it's not rational.
Yeah.
And that's okay. And I've always said this. This is a dumb fucking rule that we've all accepted, but we all embrace it. And I just don't complain about it.
I appreciate that.
I pay for the dates. I'm okay with it. But don't give me some like, I did my makeup, so you don't do that.
Don't do that.
She didn't do that.
Yeah.
I respect
it.
You know what I mean? Like, don't try to explain.
Don't try to fucking rationalize something that is not rationalizable. Stop. Just say that it's not rational.
It's magic, Abba. No, lady. There's a... I don't think what she said was crazy. I think on the whole topic of paying on the first date, like she said, if women want to do that and they want to split, they split it. But at the end of the day, dudes, this is just one that we're going to have to take on the chin. Okay. And there's some things I'm okay with taking on the chin because I'm like, this is not the worst deal. And also, to be honest with you, I'm the type of person who enjoys being generous. I don't really go on dates with women who try to take advantage of me for my money or like try to get free meals out of me. I'm pretty good at sifting out those kind of peoples. So generally, it's like I'm being generous with somebody I like, and I enjoy that process. So for me, it's not like here's this thing that men have to do. It's just like, I just don't like it when they insult me with their, I pay for my makeup. Shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Let me pay for the date, but don't act entitled and be grateful. That's it.
So what,
the same way when you put an effort to look good, I'm grateful. But I'm not saying, well, if you want to find a man, you got to make sure that you always wear your, I don't do that. When I pay for the date, they'll be like, well, as a man, you're always supposed to, don't do that. Don't. If you want to have this kind of romantic, old school lifestyle, okay, don't remove any of the magic surrounding it by being entitled. You know what came along a lot with the whole idea of chivalry? It came with grace. It came with the fact that women had to be gracious. They had to have etiquette. Yes, a lot of y'all want the chivalry, but you guys have the etiquette of a streetwalker. Yeah. Why would anyone be chivalrous and offer the knight's code to a f***ing damsel who's a streetwalker? That's crazy.
I think that's a very honest answer. And then the counter sort of rebuttal to that means, okay, so if men are expected to pay, then...
You're expected to give up some pussy.
Okay, so if men are expected to pay, then we're going to need more money.
No!
Oh, that's not the team that could.
We're just being two jackasses right now.
No. He went left. He went a different direction.
Yes, and it gets very expensive to date.
Yeah. Really
it does.
expensive.
I mean, people will say, "Oh, you can go on a hike. It doesn't cost anything. You can do a picnic. You can, watch a movie. There are all kinds of things you can do." But the reality is, it's kind of like, I remember that old Chris Rock joke. In the first 3 months of a relationship, you're not you. You're the ambassador of you. So you want to impress somebody. You're trying to show interest in somebody. But I do think there's that really primal need for safety that is gender-based, that we don't like to talk about or acknowledge, but that I think women really, if somebody doesn't pay on a first date, if a guy doesn't pay on a first date, I think a lot of women don't feel safe. That's what it comes down to.
It's a tricky world, and it's getting increasingly trickier, it feels,
It feels like an insult almost that the person doesn't pay.
Not many people. Some people would, but no one would really publicly say that, though, because it's like not socially acceptable to say that you expect them to say. But in private conversations, of course, everyone I know is that if they went on a date with a man, so in a heterosexual relationship, and the man either asked to split the bill or suggested that you might pay, this person's not going to get a second date.
Of course not. No. Unless it was the woman who said, "Oh no, let me split that with you." But if it was his decision, and he said, "Oh, let's split this," or he put it in the middle. No. I in therapies, the young woman came to me recently, and she said she went out with this guy, and they went to a cafe, and they got coffees, and he asked her to split it, coffee, and she said, and she was having.
Pay for the coffee. It's like $3-4. Pay for the coffee.
All right, so I'm just gonna take this 5 and
Even I'm fine with like people splitting stuff.
I'm just gonna take this bank.
It's a coffee. It's a coffee.
She said, and she was having so much fun on the date until the bill came, and she was shocked, and she thought, okay, well. She made it was very personal to her. At first she thought, he must really, really have had a horrible time with me to have want to not pay for my $5 coffee.
Or this is a representation of the rest of your life with me. We splitting bills. Nah, pay for the coffee. Pay for the coffee.
And then he asked her out again. And she said to me, I don't understand this at all. So he was interested in me and he didn't pay for my coffee. And she did not go out with him again. So these are the kinds of signals that it very much is emblematic of something. Who pays on that first date?
Do you agree with that decision that she made?
100%. And I mean, I didn't say that as her therapist. It's really about understanding it for her. But I do agree.
And her face is like, mm-hmm. In her head, she's like, yes, bitch.
That's exactly what happened. I like that dynamic. I mean, do I think it's wrong to not want to go out on a second date? No, I don't think it's wrong.
Depends on your criteria is. What's your criteria?
I don't think it's wrong if you want to be with someone who you feel is generous as a man, and you don't feel like honestly, like, okay, here's an example. Let's say I go on a date with a girl, okay? So first date, we go get coffee. I wanted to pay, and then I realized I forget my wallet. And she looks at me, and it happens, okay? Let's say I forget my wallet. She looks at me and says, I refuse to pay your half. I would not go on another date with her. I'm okay with saying that. Why? Because I'm like, if you can't even be generous enough to just take care of this, and then I promise to have you back on the next time, if you can't even have that level of trust over a $5 coffee, you're probably not somebody I want to be involved with. Maybe you have some trust issues. Maybe you have a whole bunch of stuff. It's a $5 coffee.
I think it's more than that. In that situation, the I forgot my wallet has been done so many times, and it's kind of in the stories that we hear of bad dates, and we hear stories about that. Oh, the guy didn't have his wallet. Oh, the guy didn't have his wallet. Oh, he took me out, but the guy didn't have it. So to her, she can see that as a red flag. It's not more so much about the coffee, but about the social baggage that a man not having his wallet represents when you're going on a date.
Well, then you're gonna find that out in the next couple of dates if it's an ongoing issue. But to sit there and say, I won't pay the other half. What are you gonna make an awkward scene with the fucking barista or the people at the restaurant? You paid, even if you don't.
They're gonna pay, but they're gonna see that could be a deal breaker for seeing you next time or not.
Okay, well then this person is probably not somebody I want to date with. If an unfortunate small little thing like that is enough for you to not want to go on a date, you weren't that interested to begin with. Honestly,
you
You weren't that interested to begin with.
No, like I said, it's not necessarily interested or not. It's because of the baggage.
Absolutely. It's a $5 coffee. If you're like, oh, this person must be lying or whatever it is, and you won't go on further dates to not find out, then yeah, a $5. If it's a $200 date, or if it's like a $200 dinner and the person's opposing, I could understand.
I see what you're saying.
A $5 coffee.
I see what you're saying.
So all this to say, I think generosity inside a relationship is always good from both people. From both people. It shouldn't be a one-sided thing. So her not wanting to date somebody who wouldn't want to cover it. I think going on dates, especially if you're seeing someone and you want to be going consistent, I think it's perfectly fine for one person to pay. And then I paid 3 dates, and then the other person's like, I want to pay for the next one. I'm like, sure, go right ahead. And then she ended up paying for the 4th date. And I thought it was great. And I think you should have a partner who wants to pay for certain things sometimes. I don't think it should be one-sided 100% of the time. But some people want to have their life set up that way. What I'm trying to say is, if you seek for generosity in that regards in a relationship, there's nothing wrong with saying, this person doesn't have that, I don't want to be with them. What are your thoughts on this whole thing?
I think it's cool. It is cool. Like, oh, okay, she's taking me out. Shit. You know, sometimes you want to be the little spoon.
Facts. A lot of the times.
Yeah, just grab
little spoon. Hey. Your tiny ass, hold me.
You kind of do, yeah. You do want to be the little.
Facts. Well, no, man, I don't give a fuck about gender roles. You better learn to be a big spoon from time to time. Stop playing with me. I've had this conversation.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I'm like, how y'all not be telling us how nice it is to be little spoon?
Because they gatekeep.
Yeah, and then they girl boss.
Yeah.
And then when you try to convince them otherwise, then they gaslight.
And then they scissor. I remember that lesson.
Yeah. They girl gatekeep, girl boss, and gaslight. All this to say, guys. Okay, there's 2 things that women been hiding from you that I've done extensive research on.
Peep game.
The 2 things.
Peep game. Thing number 1.
Little spoon.
Little spoon. You hear?
All right. And thing number 2. skirts and dresses.
What?
I'm not saying guys should wear skirts and dresses,
Thank
but I'm
you.
saying not wearing pants, having like robes and stuff feels amazing. I wear a robe. The difference between a robe and a dress.
It's not the same thing, but
Is it?
It is. Wait. It's not the same thing, but it is the same thing.
It's the same thing. It's
Just, but like a dress really looks like a dress. A jalaba doesn't look like a dress.
I've been dressing like that because I saw my forefathers dressed like that, and then I got a little bit older. I started rocking them, and I'm like, oh, I get it.
Shit, you think
I get it, yo. You need to let that shit breathe.
You think you're better than me?
Yes.
If you got forefathers, I only got one. You fucked up.
You want that shit out of no one anywhere said anything. But anyways, all this to say, to come back to the topic.
Kilts, yeah,
I have no problem.
Kilts. I was wearing kilts.
Okay.
Kilts is a.
That's a skirt. Absolutely is.
No.
Would they wear that one in Scotland?
Yeah, Irish, Ireland, Scotland.
Gotcha.
UK. Anyways, you were saying?
To go back to the topic, let's all just be respectful of the fact that we have our parts, and we generally accept it if we want to, but we don't act entitled about it. That's all.
I just appreciate the fact that she said that it was not rational.
Yes.
That's it. For that, I'm like, okay, carry on. Carry on. I felt like this conversation was like on an equal base. Because the thing that happened is that whenever we have this conversation and you, like you said, you come out with a mumbo jumbo about all your makeup and everything and stuff and this and that, you're taking me for an idiot. Yeah. Like, you're taking me for a ride. When you like, yeah, I know it's not rational, but that's how I like it. I'm like,
yes,
you shall get it. I'd rather you're like, it's not.
Absolutely.
Get that. Then you take me for an idiot and like, okay, well, all right, makeup and this and that and that. I gotta take you to like a fucking chump.
I think she just made the best argument. That's what I want to do.
I could have been ready to, no, nah. You just saw the whole thing. I'm like, okay.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. I will take you on a date.
At any rate, that's it for today's video topic. Let us know what you think. Do you guys agree, disagree? How do you feel about this whole thing? Also, we got Discord. Go check it out. It's in the description below. And we got our second channel, Albert Preaching the Flow, where all the cut and Jubilee videos go.
Yeah.
Today's topic. So, somebody I met was putting me on this channel. And they said, isn't this really cute? So I decided to take a look. So this is called Meet Cute NYC.
Cool. I can't see shit because of the screen.
So essentially what this is like this guy goes up and he asks people if they're couples, they're generally older, and then he asks them the story of how they met. So let's take a look.
Are you two a couple?
Yeah.
Would you mind telling us the story of how you met?
I used to supervise train operations in Grand Central Terminal.
You know, it's funny, whenever you approach strangers and they first like, what do you want? And you're like, how did you guys meet? They're like,
oh, I got a good one for you.
That? Yeah, I could definitely tell you that.
I know, it's a cute one. Yeah.
Here we go.
My grandchildren are sick and tired of listening to that story. I could tell you.
Yeah. They love talking about that shit. I mean, I'm not mad at them though.
No, they live. Yeah.
I used to supervise train operations in Grand Central Terminal in New York. And I had an office in the track area that had one-way glass through it. And one day she got off the train and I saw her coming up through the platform. I was looking through my one-way glass. And the next day I put the train on the same track so I could see her again. And then I did a third.
Player! Ah! Oh, there's a 500 right there. Let me just reschedule everything. Put that shit on the track. That's dope.
Same track so I could see her again. And then I did it a third time. And then she wasn't on that train, so I put the next train on that track until finally I was putting every train on that track to make sure I got it. So one day she came up, got close to the one-way glass and saw me inside and smiled. And the next day I went out and introduced myself.
How long ago was that?
That was 30 years ago.
Did you know when you met that he had...
It doesn't mean that they met when they were young. It just means that they met old. They were already old. 20 years ago. Yeah.
How long ago was that?
That was 30 years ago.
Did you know when you met that he had been doing this with the trains?
No, and in fact, I didn't know it for a few months.
I had no idea.
So the next time somebody changes your gate on your plane, just trying to get a date. That's all.
What was your reaction when you first found out that he had been messing with your trains to get a date?
I thought, Jesus Christ. I did not know. It was very unusual.
Could you have gotten in trouble for doing that?
No, I was in charge.
No.
In trouble with who? With me? No, sir. I'm not gonna fire my ass.
That's really it.
I'm gonna quit if anything goes by.
It's almost like that cop meeting cops. We've investigated ourselves and cleared ourselves of any wrongdoing.
No, I was in charge. There was no threat to safety or anything. I was just putting the trains where I had a chance to meet her.
And you've been together for 30 years.
30 years.
What's the secret to 30 years together?
Yes, honey. That's the secret. Yes, honey.
Yeah, whatever you say.
Now that I got you, I'm just gonna spend the rest of my life shutting the fuck up.
Yeah. There's another one here.
You two a couple? Would you mind telling us the story of how you met?
Her mom was selling her for $5.
What do you say?
Her mom's was selling her for $5. That's
that's-
wild.
no, that's-
He knew exactly
no,
what he
he's
did.
joking.
He's looking like, yeah, and she going, shut up. But let's see the explanation.
But I'm still a freak though.
Listen.
I bought her for $5. Big investment.
Is this how you remember it?
No, that is not how we met.
She'll be all right. It's my baby. How do you remember how you two met?
We met, I was sitting in the diner with my family, and we were having breakfast after church, and he offered to pay the bill for my entire family. And he left his number with the waitress to give to me.
You were sitting at a different table?
Yes. By myself. I got the courage. I was watching her for a little while, for a couple months, and I just went over it and went.
Let me keep my mouth shut.
And I just went over it and went for it.
What's your favorite thing about him?
He's so loving. He's so loving and caring. He give his all. He give himself.
What's your favorite thing about him?
She's a great mom. She's a great mom, great person, great wife.
What's your biggest pet peeve about him?
He gives his all to everybody and doesn't include himself.
What's your biggest pet peeve about her?
Her phone. Too much action on the phone.
And what are you most excited for in the future?
Just to keep loving one another. Our adventures, trips, having a good time, laughter, like we're doing right now.
And what are your names?
Kenny Kim.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Why'd you keep your mouth shut?
I think the one thing I noticed about these couples that met way back when is they all met in super creepy ways.
Yeah.
By today's standard. There's no way you could tell this story today and people don't think, oh, that shit
It's creepy because they didn't have any other choices. Social media cuts a lot of the creepy, and we still get creepy. So
speak on it.
Well, I mean, it's not what I know. It's just the logic of the thing. I mean, you're able to get all the people in your radius. If you subtract that, how are you gonna meet a motherfucker? Just stay there and look at the people from across the room. I said, girl, no, you're not gonna do that. You're gonna do something creepy. There was I hear some old timers back in the days. It was, yes, I saw her at the dance in the barn, and I approached her and I said, ooh, would you like to dance? And after that, I didn't let no man approach her. What? You can't let the girl be. But back then, it showed something else. That everything was really different, and you cannot. It's hard to judge back then with the standards of today. It's very disingenuous. It's very.
Why can't you do that?
Because it's just not the same thing. Nothing is the same. It's like saying, "Ooh, my daughter is so smart. My daughter is so smart. She takes the remote control and opens the TV by herself." We didn't do that. You didn't have remote controls back then. You had to kink. And it was too strong for your little hands, so you can't compare both of it. You know what I mean? You haven't seen, she's not smart. She just has the access to a remote control. Your child is average at best.
You say that, but even the lady before said that's very unusual that he was moving the train. So it was still weird and creepy back then.
Yeah, it was weird and unusual because not a lot of people have that access to that power and are the boss of a train and can move trains. Yeah. Nobody is in that position except him.
Okay.
A matter of fact,
so it's not unusual because he was persistent. It's unusual because of the train stuff.
Who can move a train and not get in trouble?
Yeah,
he's the boss,
fair.
And he's the only one. And if he moves the train, I'm not gonna get in trouble. You know why? I'm the trouble.
Yes.
So it's gonna be unusual because so few people are doing those jobs. So I can understand that. It's still creepy. Even for back then, it's crazy to say I moved a train to see you. You moved one? No, several in the course of a couple of weeks.
I'm gonna give the hot take. I think it was still weird and creepy back then. I think the only difference
It was accepted.
I think this is the difference. The only difference is this. And it's the same difference that it is today. Whether or not you reciprocate the interest. Because she could have told the exact same story about a man who moved them trains a bunch of times back then, and everyone would have said it's weird and creepy. Okay? But because she was interested, and that's oftentimes a different. Even today, there's plenty of people who meet in very quote. I hate using the word because it's stigmatized. I don't like doing that. But quote. But it's just the only difference is they like the person. It's like, oh, you meet someone through work. Oh, this guy's creeping on me at work. What's he doing? He keeps trying to talk to me. Well, the difference between someone doing it well and doing it wrong is whether or not you're interested or not.
Or his name is LL Cool J.
Yeah. Yep. Like, think about this. Someone saying, oh, I thought and I saw her for a long time, and then I went up to her and I had the courage to give her, like, you know, and I paid her food and her thing and I left my number. Even today, that could be seen well. And it could be seen as creepy depending on whether or not you're interested in that person.
100%.
Like, this man paid for her and her whole family without even saying hi and then left his number. I can see a lot of people thinking that's creepy, and I can see other people. So I don't know if the standards are that drastically different. I think we're just more public about everything on a grander scale, one. And two, we're only hearing the success stories. Mm-hmm. You're not going to find the people who are saying, like, tell us about the time you got weirdly cracked.
Are you single? Yeah? Tell me that time that guy was creepy with you. Yeah.
Yes.
And who is he? Exactly. All right. No, you're not going to hear that, of course. Yeah. But I still stand firm on the fact. I think both can coexist. And I think that social media has a lot to do with that. And also, I think you're right saying that the reciprocity has a lot to do with that. If the guy was saying, hey, I move trains for you, I don't think it would have gone down. It would have went down the same way as this well-put man in charge of the thing. You know what I mean? So I understand. Yeah, I tend to agree. I think it's both. Both of them.
Yeah, but I mean, these are cute stories. At the end of the day, I think a lot of people meet in very unconventional circumstances where there's a bit of like a quote-unquote obsessive nature over someone you don't even know. But again, having someone you don't know that's obsessed over you, if they're very much your type, can be endearing for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. You know, listen, if we're all honest, I think we've all done things where we've moved our schedule, we've moved the bus we've taken, or we moved the way we walk home to see somebody we had a crush on. I remember there have been times when I went to a cafe that I really liked, but I didn't go that often until I saw a girl I liked there, and I would go a little bit more. I didn't even know if I was going to talk to her, but I just wanted to see her. And I was like, you know what? I could go to a different cafe that's a little bit closer, but I'm going to go to this one because maybe she's there again. You know? It's so funny. I had one girl, I used to take a specific bus to high school because she would take the same one. We never had classes together. She used to go to co-ops. I would never see her in the hallways, but on this one bus ride at this exact time, I would see her pretty often. So in the semester, I would see her, and then one day I said hi to her, we chatted a little bit, nothing. And then the second semester came, she was gone. I guess her co-op changed, so we never had the same schedule, so I never got to see her again. Missed the opportunity, right? 10 years later, guess who I meet?
The same girl.
Now, was I weird and creepy? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. But she didn't mind. She didn't mind.
She said that?
Yeah. Yeah, we talked. We went on a couple days. Don't do that face. But you get what I'm trying to say?
Come on.
You know?
Don't let me hang.
But I'm going to let you hang. Because there's nothing to high five.
No, because I respect the process. It's not like I'm not high-fiving you because something happened. I'm just like,
that's what you look like.
No, it was really, let me explain. It's just, you went on a couple of 10 years later. That's good. Okay. Then you fuck. All right. No.
All this to say. I think that's true for a lot of us. Again, the line between what is creepy and what's not is very interesting to me. I've had women who've like taken a long time to come talk to me. They're like, listen, I've been looking at your Instagram and I want to talk to you sometime, and I saw you at an event and I finally had the courage. Like, that's creepy if I don't think she's cute or whatever it is. But because I don't mind, she's cute, it's fine. So I actually never thought it would be creepy either way. Like, someone tells me that, I'm like, no. What?
Do you know what creepy is?
I know.
Creepy is the slut for guys. You know how you say slut to discredit what a girl is doing? You think a guy is creepy just to discredit what he's doing. But he's not really inherently doing something. He's just, if he was looking better or you were interested, it wouldn't be creepy. But you discredit the guy saying, nah, that dude is creepy. When he's probably doing something that another good looking dude would be doing.
Yeah. And look, this is not to say that there aren't creepy people.
No.
You know what I'm saying? And this does not say that like someone being incredibly persistent with you is not unnerving or make you uncomfortable. It's just interesting that sometimes you can see the behavior exact same from two people, but the only difference between one being creepy is just whether or not you find them endearing or attractive to you. That's just interesting to me. So sometimes the problem is not the behavior, it's who's doing it. But when you don't have a relationship with the person who's doing it, I just think it's kind of unfair to deem one inherently super creepy. Again, there's some levels that are crazy. Like the dude sniffing the person's seat after they're gone, creepy. I don't care if you end up marrying that man, creepy. That's weird.
Ooh, but I like that. Like,
Yeah,
the girl's like,
that's
ooh,
still creepy to me.
he kinky.
Yeah. All this to say, I don't know. I like this channel. I think it's cute to see older couples. I think it's good to see unconventional ways in which people meet, because I think a lot of people meet in very unconventional ways. I mean, that story's way better than we met on Bumble.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I feel like doing comedy is what you, when you do crowd work, that's what you hear. Much more than back then. Back then it was like people were scared of saying that they went on social media, and now they're just like, yeah, Tinder, Bubble, man, Inch, man, whatever.
Story time. So I'll tell you the time that I did something that was really creepy, but it went well. Kind of, maybe. I don't know. That's how I lost my virginity anyways. Well, what does matter? So, I'm on the bus. I see a girl. I'm 17.
Woman.
Yes, woman. She is older than me. So she's attractive. I'm like, oh. So I'm thinking, like, what am I going to say? What am I going to say? My stop is like 5 stops. I don't know. And then, like, 2 stops before she gets off. So I'm getting off too. Creepy, right? Then she goes into the subway. So I go into the subway too. She starts ordering the sub. And then I'm like, nah, I didn't have any money. So I'm like, can I get some water?
It went from creepy to sad. Real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. I was like, oh.
Yeah. So I started talking to her, you know what I'm saying, sipping on my water, and then we get grab soup. I'm like, can I join you? She said, yeah, go ahead. So she's having her sub, we're chit-chatting.
Here we go. Good. At least this one's a hard boss.
After we're done with the food, well, she's done with her food, I'm done with my water. Hey, man, 17, hopeful, horny, and
get it.
Trying.
Get it.
Again.
I ain't mad at it. I respect it.
Hold up, okay?
It's bad funny, but I respect it. Go ahead.
I offered her to walk her back because she's not too far. She accepts. So we're walking back. We're talking. And as she gets to her apartment, I'm like, hey, can I grab your number? I'd love to take you out sometime. She said, sure. We exchange the number. And then, she, later I find out she's 28. I never mentioned my age because I'm 17. And if I just keep quiet, nothing happened. We ended up, losing my virginity to her, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm thinking, like, that is a creepy fucking story.
No, it's a creepy story because you tell it from where it started for you. But for her, maybe she didn't know that you were in the bus.
Well, that's where no. I didn't say where the story started for me. That's where the story started.
For you?
No. That's where the story started.
She saw you?
What?
In the bus?
No, it doesn't matter where she saw me. But that's where the story starts.
That's what your story starts. If she retells that story, she was at Subway and a dude had appeared.
No, she just happened to appear halfway through Act 1. She didn't know that Act 1 had already begun.
And that's every.
So like the curtain
bro, you're not hearing.
The curtain opened.
It doesn't matter. Her story. Everybody's their heroes in their story. I'm the main character in my story. You're the main character in yours. In your story, it starts from before. In hers, if she's not aware that there's a motherfucker lurking like that, it's not creepy. She went to her being the main character of her story. She went to Subway. Dude orders water. Hey, can I join you? Sure. So it's less creepier.
I agree. From her perspective, she didn't think it was creepy. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying it was creepy because it is. Not from her perspective, from the perspective. You understand? That's like you as the viewer know that story was creepy. Her perspective, it might be different. But the fact is, it was creepy.
But that's what makes it creepy for her. It's creepy for the person that's being crept on. That's who decides who was creepy. If you felt crept on, it's gonna be creepy. If she don't feel, the same way like a lot of people are gonna be like, that was SA. The people looking at the picture saying, oh, that was SA for whatever situation. But if the person involved say, no, it wasn't. I didn't feel that it was, whatever, fuck that, we good. But the people watching is going to claim it because they're watching. And from their point of view, the people being crept on is going to decide if it's creepy.
I disagree with you. I don't think you get to decide everything that's creepy.
I get to decide what the fuck I want, sir.
Just because you don't think me sniffing your seat after you're gone and you know the whole story, you don't think it's creepy, doesn't mean it is still. Like I said before, you might like the fact that man sniffed the seat before he came to say hi to you. It's still creepy.
Sure.
The same way what I did was getting off at the...
I still stand on my ground.
Yeah,
You think it was creepy? I don't think it was creepy.
I don't think creepy is 100% subjective. I think 80% of it is.
Fair, but even then, you're not following her for days and stuff like that and just script it to do something. It's not creepy. And it all depends on the decorum of it, of how you do it. All right? Inherently getting off the same bus stop as someone, depending on how you do it, the decorum that you use to do it is going to be creepy or not. Yes, I agree.
The water wasn't creepy?
You ain't got no money. The water was sad.
The water walking into a subway I'm supposed to be there.
You said you went to get some water, bro. I swear to God, I wanted to give a hug to 17-year-old you. I was like, you're broke. Come here, bro.
Don't you know that's how you know the story's real? I ordered water.
You know it's 100% real. I agree.
Back then, Subway was actually decent. I used to get the meatball sub because that was the cheapest thing on the menu. I'd always ask for extra marinara. I'd be like, give me 2 of the cookies because Subway back in the day had the best cookies in the world. It was a different time. You guys understand?
It was right.
It was before Jared turned out to be a pedo.
It was right. Yep. It was right after Fix and Mr. Norton cookies, and then they took over. Subway took over. Yeah, them shit was delicious. Delicious.
I also say I appreciate the fact that Preach is arguing against myself about whether or not I'm creepy or not, even though I'm arguing that I was creepy.
No, you could say that because from your point of view, you is. But then again, I can argue that you are or you're not. But that's that. I still stand on my ground.
Hold up. But how do you get to say like, oh, she gets to determine what's creepy, but I don't get to determine what's creepy?
No, fuck you, nigga.
Yeah, so she gets to the person being crept on. What about the person doing the creeping? I can't determine that's creepy?
No.
Okay.
You have no say, sir.
apparently, it's her voice.
No. You do have a say. I think
you made a great point.
I think it's very great.
I think you made a great perspective. I don't even think it's wrong necessarily. I think it's just a different one.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with you.
But if you think it was creepy and you like there was an intent of creepiness, yeah, you have a point. You have a little bit of say to that. You creepy ass nigga.
If I wasn't in the story and this was somebody else, I would say that shit kind of creepy. Now, I'm not saying it's like level 100. But I'm saying it's easy.
Look at this creepy ass nigga ordering water to get to talk to the subway.
Yeah, girl. Getting off at the wrong stop, following someone you never even spoke to get into But again, like I said, it ended well, so nobody would ever actually say that between the two of us about the story itself. But looking back on it, I laugh. Now again, had she been like, oh hell no, why are you even in here? Stop talking to me. This guy's creepy. Like that would have also been justified. It's just about how she took it and really.
It depends on a lot of factors, and some of these factors, whether it's creepy or not. In that situation, whether it is creepy or not, there's a couple of these factors that you have little to no say in it. It depends on the vibe, the mood, how the person feels, if the person had a good day, because sometimes you had a bad day, and then you're gonna proceed to, live your life. And there's a lot of parameters that makes it that maybe you have 50% of 40% of things that you can make it creepy. And depending on the mood of the person, that 40% can move to 70 or go down to 20. So it's,
All right. Well, listen, I think this was a good little discussion. Let us know what you guys think in the comments below. Creepy or not? We want to hear it.
Creepy or not, here I come.
You can't hide.
You can't hide. Gonna find you and make you me.
I like I said, make you love me.
What?
Creepier. Make you love me. My fiance wants to become a trad wife after a wedding, and I am tempted to call off the wedding as a result. Should I call off the wedding? I'm a 29 male, and my fiance is 27. I'll say her name's Kate. I've been with Kate for 4 years, engaged for 1, due to get married in July, and I do love Kate and can't wait to spend the rest of my life with her. But lately, she's been becoming serious about becoming a trad wife after getting married, and I'm having a hard time getting on board. I was then very surprised and asked her what made her suddenly desire to just stay at home and work. To my shock, she said TikTok of all things. So what this really comes down to is I think a lot of people are just running away from the fact that they're insecure about their future and they're just latching onto things that they see on social media. I'm sorry. I'm calling the ladies out on this one. The amount of times women have told me, I want to farm. I want to farm. I want to farm so I can get our own milk and then get our own cheese and grow our own crops. And I'm like, bitch, all your plants are dead. You can't keep a fucking fern alive Hey, you want to do what? People see these things through the lens of social media and they're convinced that this is the life that they want. You're not getting a farm, and all those animals are going to be better off because they don't have you.
This morning I asked my toddlers what they wanted for breakfast, and they both said cereal. So cereal it was, and we got started right away. I made 2 types of cereal. The first one was chocolate chip cookie cereal. So I mixed some flour, peanut butter, maple syrup, milk, and chocolate, and formed that into a dough. Then I rolled tiny little balls and flattened them out to resemble. Put those in the oven as well for about 10 minutes. Once those were done, I let those cool.
Have you ever asked yourself why it is that tradwives and other conservative female influencers who promote traditional gender roles have all the time in the world to make cereal from scratch, but somehow never seem to record themselves doing essential domestic labor like vacuuming, trying to get a particularly nasty stain out of a shirt, or scrubbing a toilet?
Okay. If you aren't aware, this is a huge fad right now. It's basically these women who call themselves tradwives, and they're like, I'm going to make bread from scratch, and I'm going to quilt a skirt from my 2-year-old or whatever. They're constantly doing stuff like this, and this video genre is incredibly popular. So, he's talking about this. Let's watch.
It's always something that, strictly speaking, is unnecessary, and they are doing it the hardest way possible. Because the answer is that it is for show. It is all a performance. In his remarkably prescient 1899 book, The Theory of the Leisure Class, Thorstein Veblen coined the terms conspicuous consumption and conspicuous leisure, suggesting that those with wealth and power, no longer having any economic production to contribute themselves, instead contribute to the production and consumption of leisure. Those consumption practices, those leisure activities, are conspicuous precisely because that is how the leisure class signals their difference from the working class, signals their exceptionality and their superiority.
Facts, because at the end of the day, if you're an actual trad wife in a regular marriage that's not with some really rich person,
you don't have time.
You don't have time to make cereal. You're actually taking care of 2-3 kids. You're probably going to be going to buy stuff, managing the day-to-day household. You ain't got time to be
You're
making...
gonna buy fucking bread. Okay? You're gonna buy your motherfucking bread. What are you talking about? You're not gonna fucking sit here and do it. You're gonna buy it. Why? Because I ain't got no time. Because I gotta go back home. I gotta pack lunches. I gotta do the house. I gotta clean. I gotta do laundry. I gotta help with homeworks. I'm not gonna do the fucking bread. I'm gonna buy it. Same thing with baking a pie. Oh, I'm gonna bake a pie. Shut up. I'm gonna thrift at best. I'm gonna thrift at best. I don't have time to sit here and be like, contemplating. No, I got shit to do. Shit need to be titty up in the house. Ain't nobody got time for that. Most of you don't have a house and don't know how much it is, how much time consuming it is. You're gonna sit here and be like, oh, I'm gonna do this shit I'm gonna make pasta, fresh pasta. It takes long. Ain't nobody got time for that. Like a working class motherfucker, that like you got a normal job and a normal payout. No, you don't, because you're trad, so you don't work. So he has to work twice as hard. Well, you won't have to. Hey, what did you do? What did you do today, honey? Oh, today I made bread. Yeah, I made bread. Go buy it, stupid.
There's a reason why bakeries are popular, even in the most traditional places. It's because people go to the bakery to get it done because it's too time consuming.
I gotta wait 3 hours for that shit to bake. No, let me buy it.
Who's you're making cereal?
Nobody's making
pasta.
Cereal.
I could understand.
Why?
Because getting
pasta is easy.
Pasta is not the same.
Pasta is easy. Still time consuming though.
Still time consuming, but pasta, like even for Italians, for example, they make a lot of their own pasta.
Or they go to the place that make the pasta.
Or they are really good. Or yes, fair. If you have access to that, it's just not a real trad life. That's all I'm saying.
Remember in the 50s? No, you don't remember because you were not born. I don't remember because I was not born too. But in the 50s, there was some wives, when they got together, and oh look, I baked a pie, and you were better than the one that bought it. Oh no, it's homemade. When you receive someone at home, I had time to bake the pie myself, right? Cherry pie that I make. Oh yeah, it's home cooked. Oh, you're so good. It's just the same thing.
Yeah, but it's on TikTok and it makes money.
Whenever they're telling you, oh look, I made this from scratch, it screams, I'm better than y'all because I do this on the regular, even if they don't.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Better than a speak.
Because you think about it, she's like, I asked my toddlers what they wanted. Okay. They said they wanted cereal. Let me make it from scratch.
Shut up.
Shut up. Stop.
They're better than us because they are so wealthy and well off that they have nothing more important to worry about. And if we were to ever see tradwives perform essential productive domestic labor, or see their husbands perform any domestic labor at all. That would, in fact, mark them as failures as tradwives. As Veblen wrote in 1899, again, he could have written it yesterday, application to productive labor is a mark of poverty and subjection. It becomes inconsistent with a reputable standing in the community. Because these videos are not instructional. They are maybe inspirational, but they are always performative. This is not real labor. This is symbolic labor. It is nothing more than social signaling that this woman and her family belong.
Because, like, I want y'all to think about the whole video. Her makeup's all done. She's in a nightgown, so she's, like, kind of signaling. She has everything done here. Then she's got the wooden bowl. Everything is perfectly laid out in the kitchen, exemplarily clean at all times. Like, this is a set. It's like a little film set for her thing.
It's like the only person that I've seen all done up when they cook is Yada. And she's on Food Network, so it's gonna look good for TV. That's the same thing. It's a performance.
And it is also how she builds and signals her value if you are the sort of person who operates within an exchange economy that assigns high and low value to human beings. Because her value to her husband is not in her ability to care for the home or care for the children, right? Anyone who is able to engage in this level of conspicuous leisure has somebody that they are paying to do all of those things. No, her value is instead in her ability to perform the role of trophy wife and to be the ultimate realization and personification of her husband's socioeconomic prowess. Because tradwives are conspicuous consumers, yes, but it is the audience's consumption of tradwives that truly makes them valuable to their husbands.
That's a ridiculous video. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. At the end of the day, should you be able to do this if you want to?
Sure.
Absolutely. But this new obsession that everyone has with being a trad wife, especially in a day and age where that financial possibility is dwindling like crazy, it's a bit concerning that I'm seeing how popular this new fad is. And look, I can understand that this movement has grown popular in the wake of telling women that having a job is the most important thing in the world. The counterbalance to that from a feminist standpoint is the reality that, like, being at home for your family, taking care of them is also a wonderful thing. And so I can understand that message is becoming more and more popular as a lot of women felt unfulfilled by having a career. But I think it's important not to just veer off in the other swing of the pendulum so hard. The reality is financially, most of us are not going to be able to live that life. Most of us are going to have to work. Both people in the couple are going to have jobs. Mm-hmm. So the more that this TikTok stuff sells this thing, the more you start to realize like, oh, this is a weird thing. I actually read a story recently.
What?
I'm going to read the story. Bit of background, we live in a major city. I earn an average salary. She earns an okay salary working as a store manager. Together we earn enough to pay the rent for a small flat, pay the bills, and have a small amount left over for some small luxuries, takeout, going to the movies, etc. It takes forever us to make substantial savings, most of which are going to this wedding, but we are doing okay. And that is with 2 incomes. While I do earn more than her, it's not mega bucks more, and we drop just 1 income, we would just be surviving. True, her salary isn't anything glamorous, but it's enough to help pay the bills and add to the savings pot. Now for the issue. Shortly after New Year's, Kate and I were just chilling on the couch after workday when Kate brought up the post-wedding life. It mentioned the idea of becoming a trad wife after marriage. I had never heard of this before and asked her what that was. She explained that it meant traditional wife, and it was for a wife that stayed at home, cooked, looked after the household chores, including cleaning and cooking, and more importantly, looked after the husband by tending to his needs. I said that sounded like a housewife, and she said it was more than just a normal housewife, because a trad wife does everything herself to look after the home and the husband without any paid work.
Run. Run. Because being a trad, right there in the formulation of it, no, it's not a housewife. I'm better than that. That's what it is. I'm not a housewife. No, not a housewife. I am better. She wants the position. She wants the title. The title sounds exciting. I'm a trad wife. You know what? Being a trad wife is a privilege. It's a privilege. Yep. You do not, her or you, make enough for her to be a trad wife.
My also big question is, y'all ain't got no kids.
Y'all ain't got no kids. That's not a trad wife.
Y'all ain't got no babies.
That's a motherfucker that stays home and do nothing.
You a leech.
You a leech. I want to be a trad wife. No. You don't want to do shit.
That's it. Also, I like how she's like, no, a housewife is different than a trad wife.
No, it's not.
Because a trad wife does everything in caps to look after the home. Well, what does that even mean? When you're gonna?
I mean that justifies me not working and not bring money. I do everything here. So you bring the money.
So what is she gonna make cereal from scratch too?
Yeah. And then add it on top of the thing.
You know what? Let me Google. What's the difference between a housewife and a trad wife?
That's a good question.
There's no difference.
But she wants to make it sound like she's better than that.
You know what it's saying? It's saying a trad wife is a housewife with a social media spin. They're basically branding it different.
It's a brand, but it's just what it is.
I was thrown off guard by this, as Katie has never shown desire to just stay at home before. And the only time it was discussed was in relation to kids, which we said she was happy being a stay-at-home mom for when the kids were young, because on her salary, we'd probably be paying more for childcare anyway. That makes sense.
No, that's fine. That's not the same thing.
That's not the same thing.
That's
okay.
not the same thing.
Okay, good. I'm glad they distinguish that. Okay. More to the point, the idea of her just staying at home all day and cleaning, cooking is a bit strange to me when we live in such a small place. Red flag. Between the two of us, we can clean the whole flat in half a day. It takes me about half an hour to vacuum and mop all the floors, for example. When I processed that I thought she was joking, but she was dead serious, I was then very surprised and asked her what made her suddenly desire to just stay at home and work. To my shock, she said TikTok of all things. Apparently there are videos and TikTokers that are these trad wives that talk about how great the lifestyle is and how happy their marriages are. These trad wives claim their husbands are always happy and home life is the best. So Kate wants that for us too.
Yo, bruv, button that.
I told her that wouldn't make me happy. It makes no sense. We live in a small flat, requires low upkeep. We can't afford it. Again, I understand her income isn't great, but it's pitiful. She gave a non-committal shrug and thought that was the end of, and I thought that was the end of it. Nope. She approached me again a few days later with the idea. I told her I was against it. I tried to pry more about why she wanted to suddenly be a trad wife. She kept banging on about TikTok and how she really does feel that her staying home would be the best thing for our marriage. She keeps bringing it up, and now it seems she's adamant. I can't get anything more out of her apart of like, it's good for our marriage. I watched some of these TikTok videos, I'm sorry, but they come across as really creepy. These trad wives seem to do nothing but dress like Lucy Ball and cook bread from scratch. It's bizarre, and not something I'm looking for in a lifetime partner.
Your partner got influenced by TikTok.
I don't know how much more I can tell Kate about how much I'm against this, and it's falling on deaf ears. As a result, I'm seriously reconsidering our relationship.
Good.
This is what I think. I think a lot of women and a lot of men feel a lot of insecurity about their future. And when you're in a job field you don't like because you chose a wrong career, or maybe you're feeling unfulfilled with your life, you look at these women on TikTok and you're like, oh, maybe if I stayed at home, I like caring for people, I like caring for my boyfriend, I'd love to care for the house, and that'll make me feel fulfilled. Now, that may be true for some people, but it's not going to be true for all of you. The same way not everyone is built for a lifelong job, not everyone's built for a trad life. Not everyone even has the ability or the privilege to. Not everyone's going to be able to work in the field that they're super passionate about. You know, some of y'all want to write poetry for the rest of your life. It's not possible for everybody, okay? So what this really comes down to is I think a lot of people are just running away from the fact that they're insecure about their future and they're just latching onto things that they see on social media. Be it the people who think that they're going to be entrepreneurs, they're going to make it big, the guys who think if they just go into crypto and then they're going to be rich and they're going to be fulfilled. Everyone's looking for a quick way out. That's essentially what it is. Wherever you look on the internet, this is just another version of that. I know guys who are like, I'm gonna start doing an online shop. And I saw this course on Andrew Tate. That's another one. Everyone is looking for the quick way. OnlyFans girls are doing it. Everyone's trying to find their way out of the matrix, if you will. And the truth is, there are no easy answers. It is very hard to find your place in the world. And in that insecurity, I can completely understand falling for these fads. It just doesn't make it healthy. And I think trad wife is just another example of that. A lot of you guys are going to be stuck at home with the kids. And you know how many times you hear about women like, I'm going insane having to take care of these kids all day long. I just want to put them in daycare. I'm fucking sick. Not everyone's built for it. So just careful what you try to bite onto. And secondly, I hope this fad dies because it's just not financially responsible. And it's not reasonable for most of you.
And you really just see the positive side of it. You really see the good and the glamour and everything and stuff. Ooh, she looks so good. Ooh, she's cooking. It's great. And she's saying my marriage is great. Yeah, because the person has the means for that. But you're gonna be trad wife, and you're gonna make everything from scratch, and then he's gonna have to have a beer with his boys, and it's like you never spend time with me. Trad wife, you need to do some cooking over there. I'll be with my boys drinking beer. That's also that.
Yep.
Because you're trad now. You can't say much. My part of the job is I brought the money. I brought the money up, and you cook and you clean. I don't have to take you out. I will eventually, but right after you do the dishes.
I'll say this too.
It's not fun. I'm always stuck with the kids. That's your job definition. Okay. We should have a weekend out. Nope. No, the kids are not in kindergarten. They need someone. True. So that's your trad wife. Hashtag enjoy.
Anything else?
You grew tomatoes once and you have a cat, and all of a sudden you think you're the queen of animals and vegetables. Stop. A farm is just.
But anyways, let us know what you guys think in the comments below. How do you guys feel about this whole trad wife phenomenon?
Trad Quan.
I don't know what it is.
Trad Quan is a good name. What's your name, Trad Quan?
Let us know.
And I want a trad wife.
Okay, so talk about, because we do have male listeners as well.
Right.
So talk about what dating would look like for, a guy who's maybe making just like $100,000 a year, and he's a high value man in every aspect of it.
Just 100,000 a year. I already know where this is going. I done fucked up. I clicked this video because someone suggested it, but as soon as I heard just 100,000 a year, you know what I know where this is going?
Where's that going?
Ladusional.
Yeah.
Ladusional land. Right up there in Louisiana.
You said that shit.
Louisiana Ladusional.
You said that shit like it was the name of someone.
We use different words now. I don't say delusional. I say Ladusional or Delulu. Delulu or Ladusional, okay?
Good guy, but maybe he doesn't have the income to be, giving $10,000 to a woman to, invest in her business. Absolutely. So what does dating look like for like the average? 100,000 is not even the average person. Let's
Let's keep it
real.
real.
Let's keep it real for the average person who is making $50,000. That's a good person. What does dating look like for them?
So if you're making $50,000, don't date.
Ooh.
I'm just being for real. You're not ready to date.
Listen, if you ain't got an IQ over 100, you're not ready to podcast.
That's what I was about to say.
There needs to be a permit for these podcasts.
You're not ready to date. And you're not ready to date because courtship costs.
Okay.
Everything costs.
Okay.
You can go for 22 walks in the park, but eventually, Shorty is gonna need a sip of something. She gonna be thirsty. This bottle of water is $3 in Atlanta. Let's not play. So if you don't have any expendable cash, don't date. And whatever that looks like for you, you might only make 50,000, but you live in a shoe. And now you got expendable cash.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm not saying you gotta pay to play to be with a woman. I'm simply saying courtship costs.
Right.
It is not free to date.
I'm not saying, but I'm saying.
Now she's Houdini.
She has a rush. She says, I'm not saying my name is Ladusional, but my name is Ladusional. And she has left you confused.
Jesus Christ.
But it's because you're not understanding what's been understood.
So it's my problem.
It is always the man's fault.
Okay.
Yes. It is a man's world. You pay the bills. You understand? You understand?
Say that again.
They carry the babies, you pay the bills.
All right.
Even when they don't have children, you pay the bills.
Right.
You understand? When she has a job, she makes more money than you pay the bills.
Right.
When she has a job and you are unemployed, you pay the bills.
Jesus.
You understand? This is a man's world. You pay the bills.
Like some of us can't even take our homegirl out and it's free.
That's
You know what I'm saying? You peeling off a little check for shorty's drink. So it's like, why do we expect anything else of women with a man? Like, fellas, if you're broke, don't date. You're not ready to date yet. Or get you
50,000 is not broke, but okay.
You're not ready to date yet. Or get you a bottom of the barrel bitch that's gonna date you when you have no money.
That's what I was about.
A bottom of the barrel bitch.
My girl, you are come on the set looking like Shrek, and you have called someone else bottom of the barrel. You are the protagonist of a Pixar movie, and you are calling someone else bottom of the barrel. You are just missing a donkey, and you can sign your own movie.
Mike Wazowski.
My friends, Your skin with the makeup looks green.
Crazy.
You are a funny one, and you are saying someone else bottom of the barrel. Ma'am, you are not even the bottom of the barrel. You are underneath it. You are not even worth the conversation, and you are saying the poor people need to shut their mouths.
Why are you calling someone not even the bottom of the barrel? Why are you calling someone the barrel? She's just expressing her opinion.
Huh? She's basically saying that people who marry and don't really consider the money of the person and they're willing to struggle with them are bottom of the barrel.
Yep.
I'm not gonna let somebody slander all the people who are really making it, trying to work despite the financial situation not being the best, willing to save, penny pinch, and do whatever and struggle together. See, this problem with this shit is this. She want to make it with you when you already made it. Yeah, they trying to show up after the finish line and hand you your flowers, not recognize I needed somebody to hand me a water bottle while I was running the marathon. You understand me? That's why this shit's actually super foul. And not only that, they laughing. They mocking the people who with their partners handing them the water bottles while they run it.
Laughing at the guy.
Yo,
and
get
the
your
girl.
whole trash ass out of here. When I have a problem with this, it's not even the money discussion, this and that. They're denigrating people who want to struggle together because they love each other. That's what I don't like. There's plenty of women who are willing to work it out with a man. He's got potential. If he's working through stuff, he's good. He got long-term goals. He's got good skills for like financial savings. And they're denigrating these people, calling them bottom of the barrel.
Yep.
See? You want to make your choice to go after high-value men? Go live your best life. I don't got a problem there. Don't mock poor people. Don't mock people who are middle class. Don't make them out to be bottom of the barrel or least desirable. Have you looked at yourself? Have you heard yourself speak? 90% of men who just listened to you said, you're garbage.
You know what the funny,
So, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah. You know what the funny thing is?
I'm not mad. I am just
Passionate.
You
know what the
As
funny-
the red pill men say.
Yeah.
Men don't get angry. We just express ourselves in a way that's loud and aggressive.
It makes me think of high school. A lot of people in high school, a lot of girls in high school had that mentality. They go for the guy that's obviously gonna hurt you, or the guy that's. You go for these standards that are like futile and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And it's okay that you go for that, but you bash the other corny niggas or the corny dude. The guy that's gonna be secure and got your back, that's gonna get your back, you're gonna bash that dude. And then later out, you come to find out, oh my God, I can't believe then, you were so good when, no, but that time is gone. And it's too late now. You know what I mean? Eventually, you're gonna wake up and, because of that behavior, people are not gonna want you. You're gonna chase something that's really not attainable. Everybody wants that thing. It's not really gonna be attainable. And when it's gonna time for you to, when you're gonna realize it's gonna be a bit too late. I don't really like breakfast, no matter what. I actually eat my cereal like a toddler. Yeah, I just dip in the box while watching TV. Sorry, you couldn't hear that. And those are fruity, the Magic Spoon fruity. Right, I gotta watch what I eat, so I can't just eat any sugary cereal out there. I can't do that. So those are perfect for me. Not only they're high on protein, so I gotta get my guns right, but they're also keto friendly, gluten friendly, grain free, soy free, wheat free. It's great, and the taste is chef kiss. And they have a lot of flavors. They have cocoa, they have peanut butter, they have frosted for those nights when you're indulging in herbal activities. Anyways, click on the link below right now or go to magicspoon.com/AbbaandPreach and you save $5 on your pack. Because as that pack comes together, you're going to be able to save $5.
So it's like, why do we expect anything else of women with a man? Like, fellas, if you're broke, don't date. You're not ready to date yet. Or get you a bottom of the barrel that's going to date you when you have no money.
That's what I was about to ask.
If she doesn't want anything financial from you, if she doesn't have that expectation, and I'm going to tell you this right now, enjoy it while it lasts, because eventually you're going to want to run. Because she doesn't stretch you. She doesn't make you the man that you need to become in order to thrive in this world.
Right.
She doesn't set expectations for you. She allows you to be this stagnant dude in the same jeans for 3 days. You know what I'm saying? And
wow. You be cutting up.
I'm
You
just
talk about
saying.
me. You be cutting
I'm
up.
cut up cocaine.
That's look.
You still got it. I don't know about y'all, but I've dated dealers in my past, and that's cute and everything when you're in your 20s.
Yeah,
I'm 35 years old.
Right.
I am not dating no damn Don't know who's gonna run up in my door. Don't know what's gonna happen in the streets when we out together. You can't protect me. It doesn't matter how much protection you have on you.
Yeah.
You can't protect me if that's what you're doing and that's your motive and that's how you get your money.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, I don't really know many rich drug dealers. Because they live that life. They're spending it. As fast as it's coming, they're spending it. And so you might come up on a little come up and a man that's like, hey baby, here's 20 bands. And if you're smart with it, you'll go do with it what you know you need to do.
Right.
But when you're with a hustler, you don't.
Because the money keeps rolling in.
You're trying to keep up with the Joneses. He take you out. His homies all got girls in Chanel and Balenciagas and whatever. And you like, damn.
Is that what you got? Is that what you got right now? You got a rich dude? Hold on. You got a rich... Is that what you got right now?
This is Raven.
A rich dude
that
is
makes
doing
sense.
all that?
Okay.
Do you? I highly doubt it.
Maybe it's true.
Well,
maybe she does. Maybe she does.
you
There's no sense in speculating. I just don't like the generation of people who get on these podcasts and brag about the fact that they're wearing crazy designer brands. Like that's the first thing they be bragging about when they got their partner.
That's not smart.
Like, it is so unbelievably cringe that you guys derive such pleasure and joy from wearing these brands that like look down on black people, generally speaking, to begin with. Don't even really want you guys in a lot of their advertisement. And you guys are like proudly wearing this shit as if it makes you guys superior or better. It is disgusting. It is like that form of capitalism where folks obsess over Versace and shit like that. That is exactly the thing that tells me that I don't want certain kinds of people in my life. If my friends are like, man, you know you got Gucci, you loser. And if I ever met a girl and she was talking that shit, I would already know she's got lacking values if she's obsessed with designer brands. It's fine if you own the shits. If you have a deep obsession or you judge people's value based off what kind of designer brand they have, I already know
it's not.
Your whole shit is out of whack to me. She really here bragging about all. Damn. But hey, you know, some people live in a different world. They out here really bragging about the fact that they buy their girl designer shit. Absolute cringe bunch of munches.
And you like, damn, I need to go get that. And so you go take your little money and you go shopping to make you a little boomerang. And now your bank account is suffering until he gives you another chunk.
Right.
You don't know how long that's going to be, how long that's going to last.
That's true.
Like, you said that out loud and you really thought you said something. And you got two other girls backing you up saying, that's true.
It's because
Is it? Okay.
They live in their bubble.
Yeah, we don't live in the same lifestyle. And it's okay. If you guys are happy with that, then that's cool. You do you. I think it's hella stupid, but...
Are they happy with it? Ask the ladies how dating in Atlanta is. Ask the ladies how dating in Atlanta is. If they happy with it. Ask them how it is.
Because of what? The guys are not good, or because it's all but everybody's gay?
Just ask them how it is.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
I'll say this. You guys would be much more likely to lead happier lives and to find love and to find actual fulfillment in life, spiritually, physically, mentally, if you guys value things other than Balenciaga and fucking Versace. Actually degenerate people.
I'm not gonna tell you what to value or not. If that's your thing, that's your thing. And if you're truly happy, then do you, boo-boo. And it is what I'm not gonna be the one trying to convince you. I'm not.
If you need a brand to be truly happy, you're not happy.
You're not.
You're not happy.
Well,
if you need a Versace label to be able to feel content in life, you're not happy.
And you're never going to be happy.
No.
And it's never going to happen.
No.
And it's fine because that bag is going to be out of fashion. That car is not going to be a car of the year no more. That year is going to pass. Them shoes are going to worn out. If that's what you need, you know, and mind you, it's cool to have nice things. I'm not saying no, but if that's what you set your life on, and that. I'm not going to be the one to argue.
Imagine being in a relationship and because your friends put their girls in Versace, you feel the need to put your girl in Versace. Like, what kind of follower, loserist mentality is that? It's not about the union between you and your partner. It's like, oh, my friends did this for their girl. I got to do that for my girl, too. I don't know. I hate these people.
That's a social media mentality. Well, you really just see what you see, and you don't see the inside of it. You don't see of what's going on in that relationship. You don't see how it is or whatever, whatnot. So, I mean, yeah, it's social media. It's what you see on the front, and you're like, I want a man like that. Just focus on you. But it is what.
And you notice all of these women, the way they talk, they all want to come on and basically come up off the come up of a man. So he's already made money. I need him to help me invest.
Yeah.
Why? Not because they want to be really good at investing by themselves. They want a dude to be able to teach them. Like, a lot of what they do is just they bring their body and their looks. And then they want you to upgrade their personality and their skill set. They don't want to figure that shit out themselves. They want a dude to basically be the high value man, quote unquote, look down on you and be like, oh, come on up. That's what they want. That's loser shit. That's loser shit. As an individual, you're a loser to me. If you constantly need a partner who's going to be substantially better than you, then what does that say about your partner having to constantly look down to bring you up? If we're using the dichotomy of like, all right, because they're treating it as transactional. For them, it's transactional. So they're expecting their partner to be a loser and to choose somebody who's poor, who's this, who's that. It's like, why doesn't he just choose somebody around his level so he can grow his wealth and do all this other shit? No, he has to bring you up.
Or someone that's gonna be lower, that's gonna be looked down on, but that's gonna shut the fuck up. If you're at that position where you're not at the same level as him, if you want it to be transactional, because I believe that there's some relationship that exists like that. Is everybody happy in there? Meh, some people are. I wouldn't say it's a majority. But if you want to be at that position, that's fine. Prepare to shut the fuck up. Right. You're not gonna have a word on what. No. If I always have to give you money, you're not gonna have to say much. There's not much you're gonna be able to say because I'm paying you to shut the fuck up.
I don't believe in this whole system. This is not what I think. I don't prioritize financial situations or things like that. I prioritize a set of values, a set of cultural norms and backgrounds that we share in common. That's more important to me. But for a lot of these people, everything starts with finances and pretty much ends right there.
Yeah.
They'll let you cheat. They'll let you break every rule of a sanctimonious relationship if it means you bring ducats.
Sanctimonious relationship.
And I think that paradigm fucking sucks. But again, different worlds, different bubbles, different rules. Anything else? No. Okay.
I can feel people distancing themselves from me for my stance, professionally and personally. And
so if you don't know who this girl is, who looks like a hot mess on camera, if you aren't familiar with the Abba Preach lore, this predates our popularity on YouTube. This was back in I'm gonna say 2017,
17, 18?
Yeah, it's around that time. We went back and forth with her because she was saying a bunch of goofy stuff. What was she saying?
Low key noble. That's from her.
No, before that.
She was. It's this is the sequel to this. It's when she tried to enter a party that she was not invited to, and then she still tried to force herself in,
yeah,
and they escort her ass out. And we was like, yo, what are you saying? Then after that, she
just backstory.
Yeah.
She is an actress on. I believe it's not Blackish. I think it's. Is it?
No,
Black?
it's not.
Issa Rae show.
Insecure.
Okay, my bad. I don't watch these shows enough. What? So she goes to one of the parties for the show, and the publicist for Issa Rae says, "Nah, Amanda, you can't come in." Amanda gets on Instagram. It turns to this big thing.
She turned it into a racial thing.
For the record, I am being denied entrance to the Black People's Emmy party, and it's a white woman telling me I can't go in. I just want to put this on record that I'm literally being told you cannot get entrance into a party that Jesse Williams invited me to, that is the only Black event for the Emmy weekend, because a white woman is telling me I can't get in.
Yeah, because she said the white woman, Kiara, I remember that part too. She started losing it, and people were very divided. People felt some type of way. But what we were saying is sometimes it's not everybody else. Sometimes you're just difficult and people don't want you around.
Sometimes you're hard to deal with.
Sometimes it's not your skin, it's what's underneath. You understand? Now you might want to say it's your skin, but it's actually what's underneath.
Where'd you get that?
What?
Where'd you get that from? That saying.
I don't know. I came up with it.
That's a bar.
Okay, there you go.
You didn't press hard on it enough.
Hey, listen.
And sometimes it's not your skin. It's what's underneath. Yeah. You're just going to breeze that shit.
Yeah, we're going to breeze past.
My God, no.
This show's full of nuggets.
Oh, I understand.
We'll just drop it. She makes a big stinker, and we're like, nah, you the difficult one. Why are you acting like it's everybody else? And then she loses it, right? And everyone's divided.
I don't want this to be an easy interview. I'm ready to address whatever.
Well, first of all, are you still on Insecure?
What kind of dumbass question is that?
I remember that! I remember that!
Yeah, let's go back in the past. Because you know what? if you want to predict the future, sometimes you just got to look at history.
Just asking.
That is a dumbass
It's a dumbass question.
I'm just
Next
asking.
question.
Well, who was the person that did not like
No,
it?
we're not doing that. But I'm ready to address whatever. What kind of dumbass question is that? No, we're not doing that.
I'm here to address everything. I want to address
No, we're not
everything.
doing that.
My,
No, we
my girl, you.
I think I've gotten in my own way by being more honest than I needed to be in certain situations. This is not conceit or cockiness. This is somebody who has really sat here and looked at this. I think some people don't like me because I'm very light-skinned.
You know what this is like? This is like when you ask somebody like, yeah, what's your biggest faults? It's like instead of giving you a fault, they give themselves a compliment.
Oh yeah, what's your biggest fault?
I'm too strong.
I'm too honest. I'm too
strong.
honest. It's like
I'm too wealthy. You know, like it's just something about I have too much money, so it makes people afraid to be around me. Like that's what it feels like.
That's not a fault.
That's not.
That's not a fault.
But here, listen.
Very light-skinned. I think some people don't like me because I'm a woman with a very strong point of view and an opinion. I think some people don't like me because I may reflect something that they desire.
That's a reason why some people might not like you. But why does nobody like you? Sorry.
I think some people don't like me for the reasons that they don't like themselves. And I know that there are reasons you don't like me that were handed down to you in some situations by patriarchy, I mean by racism, I mean by classism, etc. You know, you don't like me because I can talk proper or something. You know, like if that's a source of ire for you, like I'm like mad that somebody put it in you. I think if we look at like the 100% of that, there's probably about 5% of those situations where like, yeah, I owe you an apology.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Fine. Yeah, I owe you money. Yeah.
That is good. That is good. I gotta give that one to you. I gotta give you that one to you.
I forgot about that.
Hey, nigga. Hey, bro. I'm not even gonna front you. That shit was cold. That shit was cold. Hey, yo. Hey, preach. You was on one for that video.
Oh, I forgot about
hey,
that
okay,
shit.
okay.
Oh my God.
Hey, yo, nigga. You need to carry change on you at all times. Even though this jacket ain't got no pockets for change, let's keep going. That was fire.
I've been bullied for being smart. I don't know how being unabashedly smart has become such a villainous thing. Literally, people think that me being a critical thinker is me being extra, me being too much. But there were a lot of people who used to say things like that about, you know, Stokely Carmichael, about Huey P., about Martin Luther King. Like, oh, they stirring up trouble.
Wow!
You gotta laugh at some of this now. Now you're watching it back, it's just like, oh yeah.
Wow.
I am fucking Skolder and Mully. I'm a crusader. Like, I'm the Green Beret. But I have become the patron saint for difficult women. In terms of, like, am I a terrible person? That's
Scaldy and Muller?
ridiculous and absurd.
Does she mean
People
Mully,
will watch this and be like, okay,
Scully,
Amanda
and
said,
Mulder?
these are the reasons, but what do you think you did to that young lady for her to feel that way towards you?
I have no idea.
Really?
I have no idea.
I was gonna say, did one of your co-hosts say something? I think put
We're not even going to acknowledge that individual because he did that so that he could get acknowledged. No.
You can't be a disrespectful ass human being and expect people to want to hang out with you. It's quite simple. Sit it out. This is one of her co-workers on the show.
X. Because nobody wants to work with her, remember?
There we go.
Okay.
So, real quick, there's one more we got to pop in, okay? Because this one's really big.
Low-key Noble? No, we're not going to do that. Oh, yeah.
Why do you make it about that?
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Yeah.
And in case you think we're biased and we just hate this girl, we actually made videos in her favor. You know, when she wanted to be independent and do things her own way, and she bet on herself. We're like, yo, we think it's dope.
I think she's a very talented person.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but
she's talented.
Yes, not taking accountability is talent too.
That's not what I'm saying. You're putting two things together that are not what we're talking about. She is talented. It doesn't remove the fact that she doesn't take accountability. We can acknowledge the fact that that lady is talented.
At what?
I believe that she has talents for being a host, a talent for being an actress. The thing is that all the bad is overshadowing all the good.
Yo, do you guys know that she was part of Flowetry? And right after she joined, they ended their career. She was part of Flowetry. I'm not even joking.
She was?
Yeah.
And right after she joined the split?
Yeah. I mean, everything she's part of, she just destroys.
Really?
Y'all think I'm joking? That's not even a joke.
It's been a while then.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. The last one.
On the things that we should
remember Juicy Smollett?
Yeah.
Okay.
Low-key
When he
noble.
did, well, she was on the Real at the time. You know, the place for the real dumb views, and she had something to say about everything that he was doing.
Chicago politics is ruthless, okay? And I'm telling you, this is more about Kim Fox and that situation than Jussie. They're just using Jussie as a scare. Come on, y'all. It was no victims. They can't really prove it.
Thank you.
Everything was
Even if it
jumbled
was
up.
a hoax, this is really happening all the time. And even if it was a hoax for the sake of bringing attention to this, then I'm like, that's low-key noble. Like, I'm at my wit's end about us centering situations like this and wanting to make people have to pay.
Her face was great.
You know, she said him faking a whole ass hate crime where she pretended that a bunch of dudes with hoods, put a noose around his neck and threw bleach on him, right? The most ridiculous hate crime that nobody ever believed.
While he was about to go get some Subway at 11 at night.
Yeah, and it turned out to be two Nigerian dark-skinned dudes who did it instead because he paid them. Like, and she said that shit's noble. Like, this broad is so goofy. She's been goofy her whole career, and she hasn't really had anybody check her in a way that made her actually acknowledge her own faults. Instead, she just brushes everything off as like, I'm too smart, I'm too intelligent. Much like Martin Luther King, I'm being prosecuted for my smart after being blacklisted through all the Hollywood, and now she can't even get an agent. Let's hear what she has to say about her situation.
She get an agent?
Supposedly.
I'm being very emotionally indulgent right now just because I live by myself, so these are the feelings I have, and there's no one here to share it with except for so y'all are hearing it. But
damn, 43 and you can't get a man to listen to your problems? Tough life. But it's still everybody else. Let's keep going.
I already got blacklisted this year from certain venues because I stood up for myself professionally when I was being what's the word? Scammed. I genuinely am unsure what is coming next. You're just like, am I gonna have agents? Like, what's the other side of this look like? It's very disconcerting. Very, very concerning. Ethically, morally, economically, you know.
Spiritually. Don't forget spiritually. Because it's about what's under the skin.
We have an election. I mean, it's just a lot to process.
You know, I've seen this girl's videos pop up on my timeline for like 7 years. Yeah. And the only running theme that it is in this whole thing is everyone's out to get me.
Yes.
Now, the only two people who say this are people who avoid accountability or people who are schizophrenic. Now, which one is she? Because not everybody can be out to get you. All the industry's trying to blacklist you, but why? You've been kicked off you've been given so many chances. She gets on The Real. What happens? Within a year, she's off The Real. Why? Because it's too difficult.
I remember.
She's on Insecure. The whole cast hates her, even though most of them get along. Why? Because they scammers and they don't got no real values and blah, blah, blah. It's like, how is it that those black women have no issues like working in that sphere, but you always do? You move to other spaces, people constantly say you difficult. People do interviews with you, you always losing it. It's like, at which point is it not just you and not everybody else? Maybe you're not meant to be part of society. Maybe you're supposed to just live off an island and be difficult by yourself. Maybe, I don't know. But when I see these people struggle, you know, with their friendships, relationships, work relationships, it's just like, how much more evidence do you need to realize, bitch, you just crazy. You got problems.
I'm not going to say crazy, but the common denominator is definitely you. Crazy is, you know, we throw that shit around really quickly. But,
wait, what's the definition of insanity?
I understand. But sometimes the common denominator is you. So you have to, sometimes you have to look within. And maybe this alone time and makes you reflect on the ways you've been acting or which you decipher as even there, it doesn't says accountability at all. But every time there is a reason. There's a reason, and then I can look back at some situation where I feel I was right, and I can always find a way that I could, maybe I could have dealt with that shit better. There's a way I could still feel I'm right, but you contributing to that. It takes two to tango. How could you make the situation better? No, because I am the way I am, and I am the way I am, and I'm asserting myself. How could you change? How could you went through this thing a different way? If we would give you the chance to walk this path, would you take the same steps? It cannot always be the people out there to get what have you contributed into that situation? Because it's not like you walked in the situation, the opportunity, and you stayed and did nothing. You took some actions. You spoke to some people. You spoke to some people some kind of way. The way you said certain things as well. I'm the first one that's going to look at myself and be like, yeah, maybe I should have said something like a different way. I got a very abrupt way to address people sometimes. And it can come up as I'm being short or anything like that. But you have to be like, nah, you know what? Yeah, no. I'm not tripping. But I can see how people might think I am. Sometimes while you looking at someone or you're talking to someone, you don't see your face. You don't see what your face look like. You might look, all those things you can retrospect and just look at yourself and look with it and all of that. But you know what? There's only one person that can do this. There's only one person that can do this.
Hey, listen,
it's you.
In her defense, she's been an actress since she was a kid.
Mm-hmm. Talent.
We can agree to disagree. I've seen her acting and she's not good. But we can agree to disagree. Because there's plenty of people who get opportunities from a young age and are dog shit.
Sure.
So just saying. But her singing's pretty good. I'll say that. So she's been growing up in this weird bubble. And so that's why probably her development's all fucked up, because most of these kids who grow up child stars don't come out to be half normal people. It must fuck with your development in your ability to associate with people when you are that well known or making that kind of money or on the screen from a young age. There's a certain probably level of narcissism that's probably heightened as a result of being in that spotlight all the time. So maybe she's a victim of her own circumstances. The same way everyone who hates on her is maybe a victim of, patriarchy or whites. Maybe she's a victim of the Hollywood industry. Who knows?
We'll never know.
We'll never know. You got any change you want to throw?
No, I carry bills now. Here, sorry.
Pretty good. I just wanted to cover this video, circle back. Yeah, you know what? The show ended, right?
Yes.
When they did a finale, she got mad because she wasn't in it.
Why would she be in there? She stormed out.
She was on for a year.
Listen. If I invite you to my house and you storm out, whamming the door, don't expect an invitation for Christmas, bitch. Fuck you mean?
I couldn't believe it. I'm like,
you slapped the door. You slammed the door on your way out,
bitch.
Chucking everybody out. Now you want to be invited for a turkey dinner? Turkey dinner, chicken.
Everything about this girl is just this old
broadcasting. Stop.
That's it. That's all I think about.
More power to you, my girl, but I hope you realize it's not everybody.
So are we just taking a victory lap? Absolutely.
No, I'm not. You can run. I'm out of breath already. Ugh, Jesus Christ. No. This.
Hey, don't gotta tell me twice. Move, nigga. So I can take my lap and push it.
Take your lap, shit.
Yeah. We're gonna do it.
My girl, sometimes you're gonna have to realize that it's not just everybody. It's you. I hope this time makes you self-reflect. All right.
You don't know.
I know it won't. It won't. But
you're too far gone. You're 42. You haven't learned a lesson. I doubt you're gonna learn it now. But hopefully other people can learn from your behavior. Good luck. Goodbye. And we're glad that you're becoming more and more.
What?
Is there anything positive you want to say?
I said I hope for the best.
Okay.
I wish you the best.
Whoa, wait. This actually got really weird. That's her mom.
That's her mom?
The mom been knowing that this dude been putting hands on her for more than a year. And they sitting together on a podcast like nothing happening.
You know what's good? When you find up somebody that loves you, that respects you, that makes you feel good, that enhances your life, screw the money.
That's
you know what I mean?
Shocking allegations of domestic abuse from popular TV personality Keke Palmer. The former host of GMA3 and the game show Password has been granted a temporary restraining order against her ex-boyfriend.
If you don't remember this guy, he was the guy who was mad because the mother of his child was dancing with Usher. That stuff happened. You know, internet lost it. This guy got online and said, yo, she a mom, though. Why is she up here grinding on Usher? A lot of people felt some type of ways. Comes out recently that she filed a restraining order against him for allegations of... Now, let's find out.
The actress, who famously showed off her belly bump when she appeared on SNL, submitted shocking images to the court, taken from surveillance video, including this one of her being thrown over the back of a sofa, his hand around her throat. Keke Palmer alleges the domestic violence occurred here at her Los Angeles home over the course of 2 years. And she says the most recent incident happened last Sunday. It got so bad, she called police.
Screaming on the phone that the suspect was attempting to kill her.
In the court documents, Palmer says the abuse included striking and grabbing me around the neck and threatening to kill himself with a gun if I left him. Palmer says the abuse gone on for 2 years. These photos from 2022 show Jackson allegedly manhandling her. She ends up at the bottom of the stairs. She also accuses him of hitting me in front of our son and spewing profanities about me to our son. Palmer's mother, Sharon, weighed in on the accusations last night, saying she reached out to Jackson's brother.
I went to Sharonis over a year ago and told him that his brother was a to my daughter.
To refresh everybody's memory. So Gabrielle Union, a couple of weeks ago, she had spoke about how she and Dwayne go 50-50. Like, that's important to her. She feels like, you know, he does this, she does that, and that's how they do it. Yeah. And Dwayne came back out because they're, you know, Gabby actually received some flack about that. And Dwayne comes back and he speaks to it as well. And here's my thing. I grew up in a home, you know, you and Dad, y'all been together for over 30 years. Y'all
35 years.
I remember when y'all both was doing the factory shift together.
That's right.
Y'all have always done everything 50.
Whoa, wait. This actually got really weird. That's her mom.
That's her mom?
The mom been knowing that this dude been putting hands on her for more than a year.
I went to Sharonis over a year ago and told him that his brother was a...
And they sitting together on a podcast like nothing happening.
Well, the only difference is that there's no red table, but it's a talk.
Yo, this shit weird. Ain't it weird? Yeah. Okay. Hypothetical. I'm just trying to match this in my own life. This has never happened, will never happen, but let's say hypothetically. God forbid. I'm beating my girl. Me and my girl decide to run a podcast. And her dad knows I'm beating his daughter. I'm sorry.
When you say like that, it makes no goddamn sense.
Yo, but you think he's just gonna be sitting up on this podcast talking about compromise and settling?
You know what the thing is? I think so. There's some people that are like that because of. I'm gonna tell you something. Coming from a Haitian background, Haitians are like. I say Haitian.
They pretend like nothing happened.
Haitian because that's what I know. Okay. But I know there's a lot of Caribbean people and immigrant people that are like that. You know it. That they gonna out in public, they gonna hide all that, cause they have to look good. One of the things your Haitian parent is gonna say to discipline you is, what are the others are gonna say? What are they gonna say about me at church? They say that stuff.
So you think they prioritize that over the safety of their child?
I'm asking.
I
feel like sometimes it's not really like how you just said it, but the outcome is exactly what you said. But what they trying to protect is the name, because especially if your child is a public figure or whatever, whatnot, they're gonna keep to themselves. But between closed doors, they know.
Yeah.
They know a bunch of shit, and that's in the realm of if the person is known, like Keke Palmer. But if we take that if we take away the fact that the person is known within the family, there's some shit that happening that some people know, and they will shut the fuck up about that. people in the family groping people, and you can't say shit because I can't say that Uncle Tay Tay does this shit and that shit. No, you can't talk about that shit. I say Haitian, but I know a lot of black folks and a lot of immigrant folks that it's like that in their family too. So if you do, go ahead.
No, I'm not.
I know a lot of black folks and a lot of immigrant folks that it's like that in their family. That is like that. And the parents gonna sit here and be like, and go over everything and stuff and not gonna air the thing out. She's not sitting, it's not like the mom is sitting with the dude that she don't like and they're discussing. Is that the man right next to her?
Yeah.
I need a minute.
Yeah. The dude who beating her daughter is sitting right beside her on this podcast.
And you know what? I still think it's possible in a
I actually agree, because you have to imagine, right? When you're in this cycle and people are getting beat, right? You have to imagine it's an ebb and flow thing. It's bad one moment, then it's great one moment. I don't know what this kind of dynamic is like, but I've definitely been dynamics where it's like roller coastery. So I could imagine she's like, okay, things are better now, Mom. And we patch things up. So the mom maybe come on the podcast thinking things are hunky-dory. Me personally, I can take me out of it because I'm not them. I could never be that man sitting on that podcast right there if I'd done that to her daughter, because I would feel shame for so long. I couldn't even look at her until I felt like I really made amends.
Okay, but
to be on a podcast talking about relationships and settling, like, I'd be like, considering what I did, I can't, I feel guilt.
Yeah, but that's you.
Exactly. That's why I take myself out of it. That's my whole point.
Yeah.
Looking at this situation, these are completely removed people who may not feel any of those things. I'm looking at them like, I don't know how you could be on that podcast. If it was me, I'd feel, but they're not me. So who cares, right? I'm looking at this mom, and it's like, if I'm the parent, that could never be me either. You put hands on my child, man or woman, yo, I don't want to be seen in public with you. Y'all better get some counseling. If you come into Christmas, y'all better not talk to me. I won't be mean if y'all fixing your shit. But if it's not being fixed, don't even think about coming through my fucking door. Hey, listen, I'm sorry. That's just not me. I can't do it. And if I'm the one getting beat, yo, forget a podcast. Yo, we talking restraining orders. We talking about you out the door, everything. But again, I'm saying this on the outside looking in. So who really cares?
But that's the thing in the family when there's something that everybody knows and people don't say it. Do you know something, a series of meme called Thanksgiving clapbacks? You know that?
No.
Those clapbacks are basically depicting that everybody in the family
knows the secrets.
Is gathering at Thanksgiving, and someone has the audacity to tell you some shit, but they shit is not proper. Sort like the auntie's gonna be like, I wasn't drinking when I was 16. You can't drink when you're pregnant. Because everybody knows that she's drinking while she's pregnant. Yeah. Nobody's saying shit because it's kind of a secret. Yeah. And that's in the realm that...
me was trying to say, basically like, girl, you were pregnant at 16.
No, you can't drink when you're pregnant. That means that she was drinking when she was pregnant.
No, that's not what that means. I wasn't drinking when I was 16. You can't drink when you're pregnant.
Because she's pregnant and drinking.
No, because she was pregnant at 16.
And drinking.
No, that's why she couldn't drink. Because she was pregnant at 16. You understand?
I see what you're saying.
So the girl, so the aunt is like, yo, why are 16-year-olds drinking? It's like, oh, Ma, don't worry about it. The reason why you wasn't drinking at 16 is because you was too busy being pregnant.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. Same point.
Oh, yeah, same point. Yeah.
Same point.
Yeah.
The aunties, see, your acne is coming back, unlike your husband. Everybody knows some shit, but you have the...
It's because she had a husband at 16. Okay, now I'm just trolling.
Yeah, I know you're trolling, but you know what I mean?
I get you,
So in the family dynamic, it's like that. And now you add on top of that, the layer that Kiki is known. So at the podcast... I'm gonna shut the fuck up and put my lips about some shit I know. But I'll be like, you know what? It's my daughter, and I'm not gonna do you like that because I love you. And yes, in that case, the point and the intention is not to surpass your security over your over the silence of everything and stuff.
I think,
but the outcome is that.
I think this is actually the craziest part of this story. The mom got on a podcast with the person who was her daughter, and they all act like everything's cordial. And it really speaks to how, like, societally speaking, within families, like, a lot of this stuff is well known to happen, and just people go like.
But sometimes it's also,
you know.
Yeah, but then sometimes
I just say for me, And any family I would foster, I could never. But I understand other families.
We don't know what the dynamic is, and also the fact that they want to protect their child, but they don't want to seem like the overbearing parent that always talks shit or always into the child. So sometimes they take a step back when they shouldn't take a step back.
I agree. I think when there's fights between couples, I agree. The beating your child is different.
100%. But you don't know what Kiki telling her mom. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I do know, because the mom already said she'd been knowing for a year that this man had been beating her. There's not like they don't know. I'm not going off rumors. It came out of the mom's own mouth that she confronted the brother about the fact that he beats her.
He did.
Okay?
So she knew.
So she knew. I can understand parents not wanting to be involved. It's your child. Your child's being physically hurt.
She did say
That's
that.
your job at any age to be involved.
I forgot she said that, but she did say that.
Yes. So, to be clear, that is something that happened.
It is what
that
it is.
is a bizarre environment to me.
100%.
Look, I know her man is rich and this and that, and they've been through a lot and bringing up all their past. And my opinion about that is, like, at the end of the day, if you marry somebody, aren't you guys supposed to be a partnership? And here we are in a generation where everybody's like, no gender rules. But as soon as it gets down to paying something, it's like, he better pay for that. Like, why? I need us to make up our mind. I don't know. What do you guys think?
To me, it just seems like, you start to limit yourself when it comes to that, just thinking at that moment in time as well. It's just like, what if you come across somebody that had like that does everything, but, he maybe he wants to do 50-50, or, you make more than him, but it's just like, well, you're going to shut that down because,
I think a lot of people will shut that down.
You know what's good? When you find up somebody that loves you, that respects you, that makes you feel good, that enhances your life, screw the money.
That's
you know
how
what
I
I
feel.
mean?
I'm not going to go find the rest of this podcast, but I'm actually curious. From your guys' perspective, how would you guys react in this kind of scenario? I want you guys to think of all three perspectives. Let's say it's your family member who's in that relationship. Would you guys be on the podcast? Let's say you like doing podcasts and you're fine with it, okay? Hypothetical. Would you guys be okay with doing the podcast and sitting beside the man who hurt your sibling, your daughter, or whatever it might be?
Bruh.
Why wouldn't you? Why would you? I want to see comments below explaining some of this shit for you. What if you guys are the ones who did the beating? How would you guys react? This is so crazy to me.
It's irrelevant, but for the exercise, let's do it. Because none of us are those people, and none of us went through what they went through. And maybe we don't have the illness that they have, mental health. We don't have the illness that they have, or the issue that they have to do that. But yes, for the exercise, let's do that. Yeah. Let's see what people think out there and how would they feel. Because
here's my thing. You made the Thanksgiving meme. There's a lot of people who are living that scenario right now.
1,000%.
They know people getting beaten. They sit around
and they sit around and
I want to hear from them.
If I know
me, I can't sit at the table with somebody I know beating somebody else at the table. That's me. Now, I'm also not somebody who's invited to a lot of family dinners. I'm okay with that. I sleep well at night. I'm sorry. I say this all the time. Like, my family, there's been a lot of theft. There's been a lot of shenanigans in the background. I won't get too deep into it. I don't talk to certain uncles and aunts and cousins for that reason. And I'm okay with that. I think I sleep better because of it. And I'm not saying my choice is the right one. I'm saying it's right for me, which is different. My mom, sometimes she come to me with family drama. I'm like, I don't want to hear about it. I already cut these people out of my life. I don't care what they doing. I never want to know what they doing. I don't even want to know these people exist anymore. As far as I'm concerned, they dead to me. Okay? You come to hurt me, I'm not trying to do a welfare check afterwards.
You want to know?
Call the police. Call mental health. Call the firefighters. They checking in on your ass because it's not me. I'm not coming with no bucket of water. I ain't coming with no notepad, find out what your problem is, and I ain't coming with no bank check to help nothing. That's not my family no more. Somebody else's problem. I don't want to have any updates. I don't want to know where they died, how they died, who did it, what did it. Not my business. But that's what works for me. That's what I had to do for me to protect myself, okay? I want to know from you guys' perspective. I don't say it's wrong. I want to know that mindset. So go ahead.
I want to tell you how petty I am.
Go.
I got a situation like that in my family.
Yep.
So my family members are dead to me. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Metaphorically speaking.
They dead to me. You can say metaphorically, but I'm going to tell you. And you decide how metaphorically it is.
Okay.
And I told my mom that, but she's kind of a little bit stubborn because she really wants the connection and people to connect and be okay with it. So she comes to me, is like, "Oh, you gonna go to the such and such birthday?" And I answer, "Ain't that nigga dead?"
so funny. The timing was perfect because as he said, "Ain't that nigga?" Then I was looking to the camera to figure it out too. Like, That's a beautiful spoiler.
Oh, such and such and such. Are you gonna go to the party? Party of what? Then that nigga did. That nigga died a couple of years ago, and she's like, "Stop it." That nigga dead.
I don't know.
He did.
She also accuses him of hitting me in front of our son.
I mean, we'll see. I guess she would have to go to court for that or whatever. She has a restraining order. She has a restraining order. She has the footage to back it up. But then again, like I said, I wasn't there. So, no, I don't have much to say about that.
Okay, so when a woman getting beat, you got nothing to say.
Well, yeah, it's bad. It is bad.
That's it? That's all? When a man something happens, you got 10 minutes worth of video. When it's a woman, though, you got nothing to say?
She's doing what she's supposed to do, yeah. Like, well, I'm going to state the obvious? I'm going to state the obvious. Yeah, it's bad that he does. Of course it's bad that he does that. What do you have to say?
I just think it's crazy that when it came to her being dancing with Usher, there was a full-on video.
Yeah.
But now it's her getting beat by the same man who had a problem, and now...
But it is crazy. Everybody agrees. I don't have to say anything. I don't have to prove... Well, my point is that it's bad, people. It's like stating the obvious. The thing about her dancing with Usher was one thing, because people were very one-sided about a thing. But I'm pretty sure that everybody's on the same page. Don't beat on people. Fuck are you talking about? You're crazy.
I'm crazy?
You're fucking crazy.
I think you're crazy.
You're starting
I
shit.
think it's crazy that you got so much energy for petty shit, but girl can't.
You trying.
Sorry.
You really look like you had a good stretch today. You sleep good? You look like you slept good. You sound like you got the energy.
I can reach.
Yeah, I see that. That's a reach. That's a whole ass reach. Well, I just think it's surprising. Shut the fuck up with that. Shut the fuck up with that shit. That's bogus ass fucking shit. Of course it is. Like, it's bad.
Mean, when everyone sent us this story, I kind of had the same reaction. I was like, oh, then send his ass to jail. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, send this motherfucker to jail.
Man did a crime. I guess some people felt some type of way because we said a man feeling some type of way about his girlfriend dancing with Usher, even if she's a performer, is like he's entitled to feel like he doesn't want that in his relationship.
No.
Those two things are not the same. Like,
no.
There's a middle ground between that and being super controlling.
You're dumb.
Right?
You think that?
So for me, I don't think those two incidents are linked. I think if he has behaviors like that, and also didn't like the fact that he was out there online talking all this mess. If you had an issue with her doing that stuff with Usher, she could just keep it offline. Talk to her when you see her. You're not dating the internet. You don't got to be on Twitter shaming her, and she got to, handle with you in private. These images to me look really bizarre. I don't think there's a way you can really describe it. Because here's the thing. Some people might say, well, but you don't know the full story. What if the full images come out and they show that she was hitting on him too? I'm going to say this. Whether it's her hitting on him or him hitting on her, okay? None of this should ever be happening in a relationship. There is no scenario where you can describe to me where you have your hands around your partner's neck over the couch and she's like upside down. That should never be a normal situation in any relationship, irrespective of how you two treat each other. So they need to be separated. So I got no problem with the restraining order, and then let the investigation unfold as it should, okay? But I don't like, it looks terrible. You got her on the floor at the bottom of the stairs, him walking away shirtless. Yeah. My man definitely looks hella guilty.
It don't look good.
It don't look good. So, I hope that for the child's sake specifically, that this thing gets resolved, and for both parties, that they go their separate ways so that they can figure this shit out. And if somebody's in the wrong, they go to jail for it. Let the investigation unfold.
It's pretty simple here. There's no, gray area or gray zone.
That is a common thing that I've been hearing about. Like,
what?
People who are controlling, threatening themselves.
Yes.
To keep the other person
Absolutely.
in the whole dynamic.
Yep.
Like, that is a twisted thing.
Yep, it is, but I've heard that numerous times.
Oh, yeah.
Person wants to have...
If you leave me, I don't know what I'll do to myself. It's like, whoa!
Yeah.
You trying to make me feel... And I'll be honest with y'all, I'm going to say something that's fucked up. 100% you should walk away at that moment. 150, 75, 2,000% you should walk away at that moment. Because the moment you give into that shit for the first time, that is going to be coming to a power play every single time.
I don't disagree.
It sounds crazy to say.
I don't disagree. I'm not saying you should encourage it like, yeah, go ahead, do it, because then that's because you're walking the line of a crime right here, but you should Craig David that shit and walk away.
Yep.
From all the trouble in your life.
Yep.
That's 100%. Mm-hmm.
Ben's deal breakers is someone who doesn't have a job.
Yeah, someone who doesn't have a job is
I don't
probably.
have a job.
You don't have a job?
Why you gotta scream like a gargoyle, my man?
You called her a gargoyle? That's crazy. I've actually worn the male version of a dress, whatever they're called. Like,
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. My name's Joaquin. A lot of people are interested in outer space, and I'm interested in inner space.
Okay, tell me more.
I think I need to drink for this one. I think we gonna have some alcohol.
You did. You did all that for that? In your hole, your inner space, your inner thing, your box them, your tush.
People look, they see space and the stars, and they see all this stuff, and they're like really turned on by it. And I'm kind of disgusted by the negligence of the use of money for outer space. How's your weekend been so far?
Been pretty good. I celebrated my best friend's birthday yesterday.
Oh, Taurus? Okay. I saw a murder last night.
Okay.
Oh, attempted murder. I was filming a video in California, and I saw a man get shot in the neck. And now we're trying to sell it to a news station. It's absolutely batshit crazy. Yeah.
Okay. How's your day? Oh, I took out my dog off at work. Great. I watched the Genocide happen.
I think she's weirded out by me.
So why did you press on me?
I knew you were not interested. Right off the bat.
Just because you thought that I wasn't interested, that's why you didn't want to continue conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get married and have like 100 kids, so like, why waste each other's time,
I
right?
respect that. I hope you have fun on your next
Thank
date.
you.
What's your name?
I'm Ida.
I'm Dominique.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So, how old are you?
I'm 26. How old are you?
I'm 32.
What are you two looking for in a relationship right now?
I'm a tender person, man. I need somebody to be tender with me, man. I used to be out in the streets.
Was you a hoe?
I never been. I never been. I don't got a large number. Yeah, what about you?
But she asked the question. Yo, I was in these streets. You were a whore. And he went, no, don't say it like that. I wasn't like a high number.
I want someone same as you, like kind of like caring, but also like grow together. Just don't be on your sex shit. Like I really just don't like that kind of stuff. I've met grown ass men that are children. You're a child, don't fuck with me.
I mean, how much do you understand what they're going through?
If you're in a predicament where you're trying, that's not, I will never jump that. But if you're a person who chooses to sit on your ass and be in home all fucking day while someone's working, oh, I can't find out because you're just looking on your phone. No, get up off your ass, do some shit. You can find other jobs, like, like work through it. Go ahead, that's fine.
And and I'll tell you why I did it. I think that you have to come to a term of forgiving people for not being their best selves. And that's not me thinking you haven't.
Ida, was that surprising?
Yeah, I kind of liked you a little bit. Anyways,
I
nice to meet
appreciate
you.
That's it. Talk about, what was your name again?
Yaya.
Yaya?
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
When I come up in the street and being a total asshole, got you on the check. When you come in this shit and come with disrespect, bust that chick out there.
I wouldn't call anybody.
You would what?
I wouldn't catcall. I've never catcalled somebody. But if some girl's walking by me and she goes, "My name's Yaya," I'm like, "Ya." Is that bad?
That's not catcalling.
Okay. That's just a Busta Rhymes.
That's
music.
Yaya calling.
Yeah. sorry. That's so childish. But yeah, I like Yaya. It's a beautiful name.
No. Mine would be, I like the water. I like to look at the water.
Do you wakeboard or wake surf or? Okay.
I just like
would
to
you,
like.
Would you
chill
try
out.
it?
I would. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm down to bust my ass. I don't know if the box wants to say it, but I don't really like city girls.
City girls, okay.
Yeah, I think like the stipulations that come along with that is kind of dumb.
Like a New York City girl? Like
No.
No? Like, what, okay, so what do you mean?
So city girls,
yeah, I
city
guess.
girls kind of like.
No, that's not what I. How?
Yeah, you can't be using hip hop references with people that casually. Okay.
Yeah, it's not everybody that's on the same level.
Yeah, I'm one of the city boys.
You
Oh
don't
yeah,
like
yeah. I
people-
love going to the city. Mainland's amazing.
They
I'm
don't.
just not about that thug life. Yeah, we don't like criminals here either. No, I mean I ain't about that. All right, there we go.
Okay, so what do you mean?
So
yeah,
city
so,
girls,
yeah, I
city
guess.
girls kind of like fly me out. Do this, do this, do this. Like.
Wait,
before
I'm sorry.
that-
Why is that? A
They don't.
She's like, wait, what? Yeah, I want to see her confusion. This is like when red pill people meet normal people, and they're like, a high value man can cheat. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is this moment. Let me walk.
Why is that a city girl?
Like, it's not that, not just that, let me finish.
Okay.
Like, the intentions is not to actually get to know. You just have this standard that is not understanding.
Okay.
I felt like this came out of nowhere. The girl's like, do you like wakeboarding? Would you be down? He's like, yeah, I'm down to try new stuff. And he just out of nowhere brought up like,
I don't know if the box wants to say it, but I don't really like city girls.
did that not come out of nowhere? And she looks confused too. Yeah, because he kind of came out of nowhere. He's like,
Yeah, I
I don't
think
want to
you're
be
right.
with a gold digger. It's like,
and
she still doesn't understand the
Yeah.
reference to city girls.
Yes.
She doesn't know it's hip hop.
Yes.
So she thinks that he thinks
That he doesn't
that's
like city
women from the
girls.
city
Yeah.
are gold diggers.
Yeah.
Hey yo, hold
Yeah,
this
yeah.
out.
There's levels to this shit, but yeah, you didn't get
Some
it.
of these people live online so much, or they don't interact with other communities that they don't know how to talk about this stuff.
It's
like
also-
there's some deep cut stuff when it comes to hip hop lingo that I wouldn't use with a casual, and then be surprised when they don't get it. You feel me? Like there's just certain things you're not gonna say. Like if I'm talking to somebody, I'm like, yo, they trying to catch the fade, and they're like a haircut.
But even it's not everybody that's gonna know a fade is related to a haircut, so they're not even gonna get that. You know what I mean? But even in the other person that he was with, the "why did you buzz me" answer
was about money.
Didn't even match.
No, but it was also about the whole money thing.
It didn't even
like.
match.
Remember when he asked for forgiveness? What did she have to forgive?
Yeah,
she had to forgive the guys who weren't ambitious.
Yeah.
And now once again, the whole
Yeah, that's
this
what-
dude, this dude
yeah,
bit weird.
yeah, it's
He's a bit
weird.
weird.
I'm Yaya. Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you too.
So, Adrian says the only reason not to date him is the size of his
Apartment?
apartment.
My apartment is 270 square feet. It's a little small. Bed's a twin, but you know.
You have a bathroom?
Yes, and I have in-unit washer dryer. Have a stove. Everything.
Wow.
And I have 70 pairs of shoes in there. So.
See, I don't have a problem with him having that apartment in its super small size. Do what you gotta do to survive. You have fucking grills. Throw yourself off a bridge.
What's wrong with grills?
No, there's nothing wrong with grills. There's something wrong with grills when you have a 275-foot apartment.
There is.
Priorities, my nigga.
There's
something very wrong with that. You got a Mercedes-Benz, but you can't afford a real studio? No, I would give her reaction. If I meet a girl and she got a Chanel bag, but she live in a fucking bedroom with no bathroom, no.
Rents a room. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the red flag, not the struggle.
Hi. Quick reminder, we have a Discord. Join it. I'm in there.
You know, it's all fitting.
Do you, I guess, like, have you been dating? Like, are you a serial dater?
You two went hard. Tell each other. Tell me. Why?
I don't know. I just wasn't getting the
Yeah,
vibe.
yeah, I wasn't giving you the vibe. It just wasn't there.
It was his grills.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, it was nice meeting
Nice
you.
meeting you.
I don't mind people blinging out. Don't be a broke bitch blinging out. That's stupid. That's like putting fucking diamonds on a doo-doo stain. That's what I said.
Diamonds on the doo-doo stain.
That's what I said.
Diamonds on
And
the
you know it's kind of true.
Diamond on the doo-doo stain.
Think about it.
That's funny.
It's like girls telling you they gave the bomb his head. They out here advertising, they got tongue piercing, and come to find in the bedroom, they're like, I don't suck it. Come to me with a tongue piercing, she don't suck it. Yo, that's a fight. Not physically, spiritually.
Hey, watch out. Someone's going to clip this.
Yeah. Spiritual warfare, you know? So, I'm just saying, grills and you live in that 200, I'm going to side with the ladies.
No, if
I don't want to because I'm red pill on the inside, but I'm going to side with the ladies.
No.
Somebody got to be red pill.
If you rocking grills and you can do this in your apartment and you stretched out every wall, that wall to wall, and that's that.
Yeah, if you on that Chris Brown, wall to wall. No. That's a good song. I don't see what nothing but ladies call. Okay, all right. I like that song. I'm not gonna lie.
I can see that.
You don't like that song?
It's alright.
You got the vampires. They try to do that thriller shit.
Yeah.
It's not really thriller, but it's kind
like,
of.
it was like
wall to wall.
It was kind of a. It was
but ladies calling.
It was kind of a like Backstreet Boys. Backstreet Back. All right, but my version. Yeah.
I love it when Chris tried to belt out the vocals, but he really can't. But he's trying, and it's not bad.
He got vocals.
I don't see nothing but ladies. I'm like, bro, you can't really hit them notes, but I appreciate the effort though. This shit still fly. Like Chris is a good performer. He's a good music maker.
He got that voice. You think Chris ain't got that voice?
He ain't got that voice.
Are you serious?
He ain't got that voice. He ain't got that kind of vocal
I think he
range.
got that voice.
Excuse me, sir. I heard you from across the room.
He was not talking to a sir.
Well, listen, I didn't want to misgender you, mispreach.
Fuck is wrong with you, bro?
I don't want to misgender you.
You're looking for a fight.
A fight?
Yeah, a fight.
What do you mean? I said sir, and then you're the one who corrected me so I can say miss.
But the song is not certain. You're not talking to me, and you're not singing that song to me. Right. Pause. Okay? You cannot
I
go
think it's
talk
okay
to me.
I think it's okay to sing to another man as long as it's mainly lyrics. Excuse me, sir. Like, that's fine.
Yeah, because what? You saw me across the room?
I did.
Yo!
What's wrong with seeing somebody across the room? Anyways. Yo, you saw another nigga from across the room? What? Huh? Yeah, I did, so. Why were you staring from that phone?
He's weird. He's weird. He's weird.
Hold up.
It's not me.
Leave a comment below. Fellas, have you guys never seen a dude from across the room?
That is not the question, my guy. That is not the question.
Have you guys never seen a fella from across the room?
That's not the...
And like, have you thought of it?
No, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do that.
No. Yay. Girl.
Nah. Dude, he's being a whole ass weirdo right now. That's the question. Not.
Tell me, ladies, have you seen him? It must have. It must have been 5 minutes.
Hi, what's your name?
Adrian. Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Jalen.
It's like alien with a J, right?
Yes.
Probably the first time you heard it, huh?
No, because I tell everyone that.
Oh, really? No, I work at Geico. I'm like a claims trainer.
Oh, so you could teach me about insurance.
I could teach you about insurance. I know all about insurance.
I want you to teach her about insurance in a sexy voice.
Oh my.
In
okay.
a sexy voice.
Man, you know you got a scenario. Someone get hit by a car. Now what? Someone call you, hey, someone hit my car.
I think she's crazy. Like, I think this dude's weird, but I think this girl, she giving me crazy energy.
What's the next step?
Dang, okay, I'd be like, damn, someone hit your car. I really do.
Yo, that was the opposite of sexy.
It was not it.
That was gonorrhea for the ears.
Oh, wow.
Just don't have a sexy voice.
The laugh, man.
I'm telling you,
beeped
bro.
the laugh. You beeped the laugh.
Bro. Yo. You know what it is? Is some people don't have a filter between, like, their brain and their mouth.
And everything just blurs out.
Yeah, and that to me is like the surefire way to know somebody crazy.
Whoa. These motherfuckers are straight pipe.
What you mean straight pipe?
Oh, okay. Straight pipe is whenever you have an engine and you want to have less restriction to your engine.
Okay.
You remove the catalytic inverter and it goes straight from the muffler goes from your engine straight out, so you get all the noise. But because it has a muffler, in the original muffler, you don't hear that. Right?
Thank you.
But that motherfucker ain't got no muffler on.
Yeah.
She's not even straight pipe. Is engine out.
Someone doesn't have a job.
I don't have a job.
You don't have a job?
Bombocli. Bomboraskla.
Deal breakers is someone who doesn't have a J-O-B.
Yeah, someone doesn't have a job.
I don't have a job.
You don't have a job?
Oh, you gotta scream like a gargoyle, my girl.
You called her a gargoyle? That's crazy.
But the scream, though.
That's crazy.
Why the fuck you got? That was a dope ass show back in the days. Did
Back
you
in the
watch
day,
that show?
I did watch that.
They're gonna do a live action.
I
I'm Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, I'm Adrian. Nice to meet you.
I always like to ask people this question. I know it's super random, but would you choose?
That dress is really nice. I don't know what it is. So I think I'm a sucker for dresses. I think I'm a sucker for dresses. A girl could be a 5. She rolling with a dress. She go up to like a 7.
You know what it is?
What is it?
It's when they walk in the ass cheeks go, oh.
It's partially that. It's just something about a dress. It's just elegant.
Oh, there's something about that.
Yeah.
There's something about that.
It's also nice when you ain't got to take off their clothes to fuck them. You just have to hike them up. That shit kind of fire too. There's just something about it like wench. And you be like, fuck. Nice. Fantasies.
Yeah, definitely.
Ignore me.
Most def.
I've actually worn the male version of a dress, whatever they're called. Like in Arabic countries, you know how the males wear the robes, jalabia. I have one of those. And when you're not wearing underwear, them shits is the best. Like, if you've never felt the wind on your balls, I'm serious. Don't laugh. Like, as men, a lot of us don't know that feeling. When you get a breeze go, woo, like, that shit hit different. Women get to experience that because they have, well, a lot of them, depending on the dress, they'll still wear some, but a lot of them don't. It's freeing.
Yeah.
Feels amazing.
I know. I used to wear kilts.
It's like, if you've never been bald, you'll never understand what it's like to have the scalp and the wind make contact.
Is the first time
feel
that
like
you shave,
losing your virginity in a different way.
It's the first time that you shave in a long time and you spend like 30 minutes going like this.
Yeah! Yeah! You like, oh, this is me?
This me too?
Yeah!
This me! Oh shit, this all me!
I see balding niggas sometimes complain about, I'm like, yo, you get that wind touch though.
Yeah.
That shit hits different. Like, you have someone caressing you all the time. Like, you might not get no cuddles from women, but nature cuddling you be like, baby, it's gonna be okay. We might have taken your hair, but we gonna give you some of this. Mm-hmm. That feels nice.
Kind of good.
So all my balding fans who are watching right now,
you good.
You got something in your corner. You got a special experience with nature.
We call that wind therapy.
Yeah. Go outside, just be standing on a fucking bridge, be like this. Can you imagine just like,
fuck yeah.
Do you imagine just like 40 bald niggas just standing on the bridge like this?
I see it.
And people are like, yo, what is this cult ceremony?
Yes, you can't get it. You don't get it. It's okay if you don't get it. Walk off.
You don't deserve it.
I always like to ask people this question. I know it's super random, but would you choose waffles or pancakes?
Oh, waffles.
Which one you choose?
Shut the fuck up and let me eat.
But which one you have to pick?
I don't have to pick shit. You got waffles, it's gonna be that. It's gonna be pancake, it's gonna be that. I don't care.
But if they have both.
I don't care. What can you make the fastest? That's a nothing question. I don't
Really?
Care. I do not.
I'm gonna probably say pancakes. A good pancake is just always gonna be better than a good waffle.
Good.
It's one of them things, especially when you start putting in some chocolate chips and that maple syrup, it just hit different. Waffles, I guess if you like putting weird shit on waffles like chicken, then maybe you like that. But outside of that, I feel like waffles are 100% inferior.
No, I'm whatever.
Who cares what you think? You don't like eggs.
But you asked, so I don't give a fuck either.
Yeah, but it's not like I cared. I just asked. But then you want to be all difficult. So I'm like,
difficult. I don't care.
Yeah, I can tell you don't care.
It's me not being difficult.
Excuse me, sir. I saw you from across the
Oh my days.
I love waffles. Pancakes, I don't know. They're not as fluffy. They don't have the nice fluff to them. I feel like
Pancakes are fluffier than waffles. What are you talking
It's
about?
like I'm not gonna argue over pancakes. Like, no, I'm gonna waste my energy on some other shit.
But you're not a breakfast person like that, so you don't get it.
I'm not a breakfast
Hey, you don't
person.
sound like a breakfast. You don't like eggs. You don't care between pancakes and waffles.
Yeah, I'm just.
You've already killed 90% of breakfast. What's left? Go ahead. Fruits, nigga? Are you a fruits person for veggies for breakfast?
I'm a whatever person for
I'm
breakfast.
loving
Hey,
this
you're not a
fight,
breakfast
man.
person. Yo, breakfast people right now in the chat. There's no chat.
Yeah, breakfast people rally. Shut the fuck up with that shit.
Yeah, breakfast people.
Go in the chat right now. To the breakfast resort. Like, nah, B. Nah,
There's
B.
people
That's yo, breakfast unite. What the fuck are you doing?
How
my
you
guy?
gonna say you
What
like
the
breakfast?
fuck
Nah.
is this?
How you gonna say
That's
you like?
not even a thing.
How do
my
you gonna
guy.
say you like breakfast, but you don't like eggs? You don't care about waffles or pancakes? You not about it. It's okay. It's okay.
Nobody gives a fuck.
It's okay.
Fucking weirdos.
You
arguing
like
over
those non-nerds
breakfast.
who always want to be claiming nerds.
No,
it's not you.
I don't give a shit.
You're too cool.
I just want to eat.
Exactly.
It's
You're
not
not
a question.
person.
It's not a question about if if I just want to eat, and I'm not gonna argue with a person over breakfast and pancake. Eat what you want to eat. I'ma eat.
And I just want to dance, but guess what? Right now we got a job to do.
What?
We got a job to do. So yeah, yeah.
And you?
I just want to dance.
No. And you went. I just want to dance. What the fuck is that?
I just want to dance.
What the fuck is that? My guy, I don't know what's in them bottles over there you've been drinking. Okay, but it's affecting your brain.
Watch it. All right, let's keep on.
Good.
I feel like the romantic chemistry like just isn't there for me.
I feel that for sure.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you.
Yeah, good
It was nice to
meeting
meet
you.
What are you looking for right now, Elizabeth?
Low key.
Low key, not a white dude in grills. I'll be honest with you, not anybody in grills, but especially not a white dude in grills. It looks weird. It's like seeing a white dude in a do-rag. Can you? Yes. Should you?
No.
One tarnation. Sometimes I see a white girl in a kimono, and I'm just like, do you know anything about Japanese? No. I'm like, can you? Sure. Should you? I mean, ni hao,
Whatever.
you know. No.
Did you say ni hao?
Yeah, that's Chinese, but yeah.
Did you say ni hao?
No, I was trying to say no, and I went, yeah.
No.
Yo, you know, like a cat.
Nah.
Yo, stop calling me out. Leave me alone.
Nah.
Yo.
A husband. I'm at a point in life where I really want to meet like someone special to spend life with.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Max.
I'm Elizabeth.
Nice to meet you, Elizabeth.
Good to
I
meet
love
you.
your hair.
Thank you.
It's beautiful. And your
Thanks.
earrings are also really great.
Thank you so much.
Fun fact about Max, he has sold video games to MTV and Nickelodeon.
Like ones that you created?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
in high
cool.
school, I made like the flash games that you play in like the library, and made like $10,000 to $14,000
Oh,
my
wow.
junior year. Yeah.
Well, Elizabeth wants to get married. She's ready to settle
Yeah.
down, have kids.
Like I don't want
You-
kids like now, but like in 4 or 5 years.
Fair.
Yeah.
So wait, when are you looking to get married though? That's my question. Is there like
I
a specific
mean-
timeline or?
I don't want to like rush anything.
So no wedding bells next year then, unless it works.
Probably not. That would be a little insane.
I've lit up red a few times. Nobody's pressing me. You two vibing?
Yeah, I'm having fun.
like you,
I think you're pretty cool.
I'm gonna light up red one more time. If you don't press me, I'm gonna consider it a match.
She stops here because I actually pre-watched this. And then she asks him, pancakes or waffles?
Shut the fuck up.
And his answer, you guys are going to be really disappointed,
It's chicken.
is waffles. She's going to reject him. Why am I spoiling this? Because I don't like you niggas.
It's love. There's gonna be wedding bells.
Wedding
inside
bells
of a year.
next
I
year.
predict it. I'm never wrong. You get out of here, you two. You two little lovebirds.
All right. They found love. How'd you feel about today's episode?
Nah, whatever. Just like pancakes and waffles.
And breakfast in general for you, because you don't care about breakfast.
That's right.
Because you're not a breakfast person. Gotcha.
What did you feel about the episode? Pancakes. That's what he feels.
Honestly, there was a couple of moments where you were kind of driving me crazy, and I just wanted to be like, and I wanted to do that.
That was on a fun moment. You know what I mean?
That was a lot.
That was on a fun thing.
Yeah, that was a lot.
In front of someone you don't know.
Yeah.
Bomba cleat.
They was doing too much.
Nah, that's enough.
All right. Well, anyways, that's it for today's episode. Let's know what you guys think in the comments below.
But I think trans women still have like more strength than women. Like, but even saying that, like they're
shade.
That's suspicious to me.
I didn't want to come off as someone, as a man, accusing women of not being feminists.
Yeah, that's exactly, what you did. That's exactly what you did. And because you got a pink whatever and look kind of sus, because of that, people let that shit slide. Gay dudes and trans women, they can come into women's spaces and talk crazy to women. That's just a fact.
Walking away from this, I really want to educate myself more on transgender women.
Emma.
Yo!
Emma.
I'm a feminist.
I am a feminist.
I'm a feminist.
I'm a feminist.
I'm a feminist.
I'm a feminist.
Alrighty.
How do we feel about women having rights?
Yes.
How do we feel about women's rights?
Yay. No.
Guys, I want to be taken seriously.
Yes.
Equal pay, guys. Let's start negotiating.
Really cool thing.
Absolutely.
The more the merrier.
What would you say is the most feminist thing about you yourself?
I believe women should be paid the same across the board, not just white women, but women of color. You can't be a person of color and not believe that women should have the same rights as I, as a black person. So that's why I'm a feminist.
Hey, we got some intersectionality in the building. What kind of feminist is that? The best kind. Because they consider all of the layers of oppression. Yeah. Okay. So first you got the top one. That's where the cream filling is, right? That's where you just have all of that whipped cream, all the little sprinkles on top. That's where the white women live. Yeah. And then you have the layer below. This is where a lot of the minorities live at. That's where they got the meat of the cake, the good stuff, the ones who are really fighting oppression and suffer tremendously. And then you have the base of the cake, the part that no one really wants to enjoy. We put disabled people there because, you know. Yeah. And with that, that's how layers of oppression work. Every layer on top of the other just deepens the burdens on the other. But an intersectional feminist will start at the bottom, eat the disabled people, and then eat the black people, and then get to the white people at the end. That's how it works. Back to this video.
Feminism is about women being equal, period.
Yeah. For me, it's just like uplifting women's voices for women's rights. I think like a good thing for us to start, like, how do you guys define feminism?
Like an advocacy for equity in the institutions.
Like I looked over and I saw, like, not to hate anyone that wears running shoes, but like I saw the running shoes and I just assumed anti-feminists, like right-wingers, dress more for comfort than style. So it's just a stereotype that I was playing on.
My eye immediately went to Emma. I was like, that very much could be a conservative woman in this group, just based on her outfit. It was a great outfit. She looked great.
It's funny how the people that don't want to be discriminated against discriminate like that. Just the outfit. That's not very feminist of just the outfit. But if you choose certain types of clothing, you're going to deem not a feminist because, you know, you got to be dressed like a butch queen. Because
that's so fast.
Because then if you wear the little skirt, you're using that and the male gaze, and you want that attention on you. That's not very
you know, I think it's incredibly anti-feminist to typecast a woman because she dresses in an attractive manner or, you know, shows her soft fluff.
Absolutely.
That's literally what a lot of workplaces do to women who dress attractively.
Absolutely.
And typecast them. And it's funny to see supposed feminists do the exact same. Hey, listen, feminism about freedom of choice, but why are you choosing to be attractive? You fucking it up. Nah, you're supposed to be ugly. That's what feminists supposed to be.
I guess my view on feminism is that it goes beyond women as well. Like, we include trans people in there, and like by uplifting women and trans people, you then see a better society and environment for like men and like other people. You said something about agreeing with women no matter what they do. Like, I fully disagree. I feel like feminism, you have to hold women accountable. Like, there are women like J.K. Rowling who like leading and spearheading a transphobia movement in the UK, and you can't like hide behind feminism when you were literally hurting women.
Oh, totally. I feel like that was just like a broad statement when they say supporting women.
This is what happened when you start including trans women and all this stuff. This is what happens, right? LGBTQ done fucked up putting the T in there because now they got too many issues they got to deal with that have nothing to do with the LGB. And now these trans people will just be like, yo, listen, feminists, this is how we do the fucking job. And women are like, all right, I guess they're driving the bus now. The cis woman's there like, I want to support women. Trans women say, excuse me, bitch. There's some of these women that you're not supposed to support.
With your sexy ass.
Which I think makes you a conservative. It's crazy. Not only did this trans woman come in and basically tell people how to feel,
she's a trans woman? I don't think she's a trans woman. I think she's a butch queen.
You think a butch queen?
I think she's a butch queen.
When you're dressed like a weed head skater, is that still butch?
Yeah.
It's not just Dutch? No? Is that not a term? I'm pretty sure I've heard Dutch queen. No?
Butch queen.
I was in a workplace run by men. I feel like I couldn't stand up to like the plate and step up and really like talk about how I'm feeling because I would just get shut down. So I think like in those situations, I mean, like if there's like no one that can like support someone, like you should support them and educate them in a way.
What do you usually do in instances where you're like shut down by a man in power, you could say?
Well, nowadays it's different.
Okay.
If I was saying a few years ago, I would just kind of like and just go about and do what they want me to do. But now I have a voice and I will kind of, there's not like something equal. I will just point out the fact that, hey, that's not fair. Like it's just a thing of being strong and powerful, I think.
Yeah, allow a platform for women to speak, let their voices be heard, because that's the most effective way to dismantle ignorance.
His speech seemed very practiced or thought out. It didn't seem natural. I think also just putting women in leadership at my work, all of leadership is all women.
Yeah.
And I feel the safest there.
I will say that traditionally I have had issues with women being my boss, but as
You hate to see a strong woman.
As
That's what
I've
you're
grown.
saying.
Jesus fucking Christ.
All right, let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
You know, Emma, she's a little too comfortable and uncomfortable at the same time, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think a lot of women who are feminists feel the same. It's like they might not feel with like trans women belong in women's sports, but doesn't mean they're comfortable saying it out loud for fear of like repercussions. For a lot of women, actually, most of their existence is having a difficulty of expressing themselves in public or in places and taking up space. So for you to see that kind of behavior and be like, I don't think she's a feminist, it's because your idea of a feminist is always someone loud, proud, with blue hair, you know, like my girl Destiny or something. And that's just not the case for a lot of these women.
You foul for that shit.
I'm just saying.
I thought the Butch Queen was named Destiny. I was like, I don't think her name is Blue Hair Destiny.
I'll say this. I think people's perception of a feminist is always the loud person who's like at marches and rallies, but a lot of women who identify as feminists don't feel comfortable even talking in public spaces, you know? So it's just interesting that their perception is always based off the social activists and not actually most of the people who take up the movement.
I think most feminists are not feminists.
Okay, that came out of left field, but go ahead.
Most feminists are not feminists. At the beginning of the thing, feminism was supposed to be about equality. Now it's not so much about that. And the ones that think like, yeah, it is still about equality, they don't understand that it's not anymore. It's not about equality. It's not about, they're not fighting about everybody to be equal. They're fighting about women to have more push wherever they're supposed to be. So it's not, the people that are not feminists and don't consider themselves feminists but really believe in equality are more feminist than a lot of feminists that claim they are. When I speak to feminists, sometimes they come out and they really don't see how the inequality that man can face towards women, they put that aside, but they just prop up women on every side. So it creates a place of not equality but handicap. So women they want women to have a handicap over men on some things, and then when other things are not assessed, they don't talk about it. So it's not about wanting to have women being equal everywhere. It's wanting to have women equal in certain things over men, and men can't really say shit about that or contest or have a word or have a discussion. If I can't have a discussion or talk to you about it, we're not equal. If I'm not able to be like, you know what, you were wrong on that point, or I think we should discuss that. No, you're being a bigot right away. That's not equality. You want handicap. You want to be able to always talk and me to shut the fuck up and not say anything. And in some spaces, I feel like that's how they feel. They make you feel when you have them there. They want you to shut up. They don't want you to say a thing I think you're wrong on there. No, you just don't think I'm put in the case of a bigot every time I speak up. And most people that really are just for equality and fairness are not feminists. They just want everybody to be equal in the best way possible. And those feminists, well, they don't want that. They want handicap. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Good luck, everybody.
Thanks, man.
All right, black guy and the girl in the pink are going next. Let's wrap this up.
I want to expand on what you said. I'm wondering how you guys feel about trans women in women's sports.
I'm down for it.
I'm a trans person myself.
You know how I knew she was a trans woman?
How?
They, whatever the fucking pronouns are, the entitlement to the feminist movement. The way this person talking about trans issue, she too comfortable. And the way she talking about women's spaces, she's too comfortable. So she gotta be both.
And I think the root of that problem tends to stem with we're protecting children, but you can't say you're protecting children if you're kicking out trans children. It is like a non-starter, and it distracts from, I think, more imperative issues with the banning of gender-affirming care and housing and.
I want you to peep this. We're talking about feminist issues, and somehow the trans women issues have already taken up 25 to 30% of this conversation. I'm just saying. It's just interesting how that happened, right? Even though they account for less than 1%, even less than that of the population, somehow they find a way to take up a lot of airspace.
That's one of my biggest problems with modern day feminism is that it tends to center rich cis-het white women, and I'm like, that's weird.
No, 100%.
How do you feel?
Well, yeah, I just want to see, because I was wondering, I don't know how the casting works. I don't know if there's any turfs or swerfs in the group, because I don't determine that to be feminism.
Slay.
Because for me, trans women are women.
Y'all killing me, dude. So the gay dude and the trans women are out here.
Sir. Good sir.
Oh hell no.
Good sir.
You know what it is? This is maybe just the way I think. I don't care what nobody says. I feel like, the whole trans women or women. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the women's movement, trans women should be considered guests at best. Okay, that's how I feel. I feel like you're a guest. You ain't lived the female experience your whole life. Okay. You jump into it later on, and then all of a sudden you want to act like you own the bitch and you got to direct the whole thing. That's the part that's weird to me. I think it's fine if you want to lump it in together and fight for both at the same time. It just seemed like you a little too comfortable telling women how they should feel. I didn't even think this was possible, but they really got me on a fucking video thinking yo, my feminist queens, why y'all letting them roll over you like this? This shit crazy.
Both of them just got together and formed the super Megatron.
And one of the few actually born females is feeling quiet. Look at her body language. She's like this.
She's shut down.
She's uncomfortable. Yo, peep this. You ready for this? She talked earlier about how when she was in workplaces, she felt like she couldn't talk around men and she would just get bullied around. Now she in a supposed feminist space. She's being marginalized and she's being made to shut up and being told her experience and all this other stuff is actually perfect. McCain cake, perfect.
Emma, what do you think? You haven't said anything.
I'm kind of I'm not against it. I'm not so much. I feel like I don't have a clear answer because with kids, when you talk about kids doing it, I don't think for children, I think everyone should, everyone's the same, they have the same strengths and everything like that. But I think in professional sporting situations, I might need to educate myself more on this. So this might be what I need to come out of today and do.
Bruh, this is it. You know what it is? It's I don't feel I don't really have an idea on it. It's just that I don't feel I'm really comfortable in that dress because sometimes I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know. Maybe.
Fire your ass, bitch.
Wow. Maybe I'm not educated. I don't know. I don't want to offend nobody.
You fuck trans
women. Well. Bigot. Can I wear something more comfortable? That's what it is. She's not comfortable in that dress.
Yo, forget the dress. She's not comfortable.
That's strike two.
Hold up. She's a feminist, not comfortable talking in a feminist space. But I know this to be true because if you guys knew the amount of feminists who hit me up in the private link, yo, we appreciate what you said about this issue when it comes to it's just fascinating. Yep. This is it's so perfect that the movie was created with certain groups. And those same groups are now feeling disaffected by it. We going on tour. We coming to cities near you. We want to see you motherfuckers face to face.
Where you at?
We gonna be doing shows all summer. Well, this summer we're doing 3 shows. We're doing Detroit, Pittsburgh, and Washington D.C. But afterwards we're going to England. We're gonna be going all across America, Asia. So if you want to get tickets, make sure you guys go to the website. All right, put your name so we can email you as soon as those tickets come out for your area. We won't bombard you with nothing else, okay? I promise.
Yeah.
We want to see you guys at the shows. We have meet and greets. We're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna be laughing, so it's gonna be a good time. But we want to see you guys.
But I think trans women still have more strength than women. But even saying that, they're.
The shade! Did you peep the shade, my guy?
She not even lying.
Shade.
Emma, you did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong, and I support you. Keep going.
Women, but I feel like it's not even exactly.
She compared trans women to women, referring to cis women as the women and like kind of then referring to trans women as not women. I was like, oh, it might be her.
Like they have an advantage, you would say?
Yeah, like a slight advantage.
So you might be against it, maybe?
I mean, see, I don't want to say that though, because then I'm not really supporting all women.
Yeah, you know, she's come down to the moral dilemma. She knows what the right answer is. She's not comfortable doing it because of fear of ostracization. I understand it. I understand it. And once you get over you listen, much like Moses set my people free, okay? You know what you need to say. You know how you actually feel about it. You just don't want to be canceled socially for it. It's okay. You don't want to be a mean person.
It's
but you
let
know
my
the truth
people
is.
go,
Actually,
friend.
Moses said, "Let my people go."
Yeah! Yeah!
Let my people go.
Let my people go. Tell him, preach. That's my
They
dude.
just remix that shit.
And
Said,
you know what the
we gonna
thing
turn it
is?
into a song.
You know what the thing is?
Yeah.
That was certainly not English. So carry on, my nigga.
Was Moses the one who parted the Red Sea?
Carry on.
Okay.
But
So if it's professional, let's be honest. If you're good, you're good. I think if a transgender woman went up to play tennis against Serena Williams, and it's a transgender woman, she'd probably more than likely lose.
Yeah, because Serena Williams is one of the greatest of all
Exactly.
time.
So,
Didn't Serena Williams just lose against like the 200th ranked man?
No, but she said she would. She knows.
No.
She said it happened. No, you're right.
She didn't say.
You're right.
She didn't say nothing. It happened.
Yeah.
It was documented.
so when we talk about strength and stuff, sometimes it's just skill.
yeah, so I think for sure, like there's some that like they're absolutely even, but I think in very limited areas of sport, then like there might be a slight advantage. But things, yeah, like tennis and soccer, like those type of things are all skill.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Stop. Oh my God. Listen, I know you don't want to get canceled, my girl, but no. Even tennis, there's not all skill. Oh my God, this is fucking brain rot. Hey, listen.
A lot of people get mad at trans women in sports when in reality, majority of trans women that compete in sports currently aren't doing that well. It's not like there's like a crazy big advantage. A lot of them are on hormones for like a long time. Like it's even gotten to the point where we're trying to make cis women who have high testosterone way lower.
So it's a regulated thing, so I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Because you don't do it.
You notice like some of the most unathletic people are all here just sitting here having a conversation. It's just crazy to me that they're this confident and they're this wrong. And a lot of the government bodies have already been banning trans women from participating in international events, and they're doing it based off scientific studies. So let's keep watching.
Well, and a lot of times, let's just call it what it is. It's about people's religion. It's about your ideology, your religion.
Yeah.
And which, again, has no place in.
They're shielding their hate.
Yeah, because Jesus said so.
When the question of sports came up, Emma immediately kind of withdrew. And also, like, as a trans person, I'm just immediately like, that's suspicious to me.
Perfect. We got rid of the transphobe. Let's carry on with this real discussion. Goodbye, bigot. I'm pretty sure there's like 1/3 of all feminists probably say trans women should not be in women's sports. So this idea that it's outlandish for her to say that she's got to be conservative is just funny to me. But
I would actually think that it's actually more than that.
Probably.
It's just that they shut the fuck up with that shit.
Good luck.
The light turns green. That means you have voted out the mole and you all win. The lights turn red. That means the mole is still in the box and you lose. 1.
Let's go. Oh my God. My bad. I was scared.
I knew it.
Okay.
May the mole step forward.
Step right up, whoever it is.
Yeah.
There is no mole.
Yeah, checked out.
My bad.
I'm so sorry.
Dans le face de toi. They just put them all together to be like, go ahead.
Yeah.
Put all.
Hey.
Jubilee?
That's it. That's it. Good job. Casting.
Yo. Yes.
See, we not haters.
Yes.
We not haters.
Yes.
When y'all do well,
I like that.
You do well.
I like that.
You got me.
All these shit
you got
came out. Because even in the beginning, they was like.
You got me.
Yeah. Even in the beginning, they was like, yo, step up. Step up. They're looking at who? No, it's all you. It's all you. And the things that you pick. Ooh! You did good. You did good.
The mole actually never showed up, but we still wanted you all to play the game.
This is a good one.
I was shocked. I was for certain we kicked out the mole. We were done, case closed, and I feel like I was probably too quick to judge.
I think it's an interesting social experiment to see infighting even within these groups. Getting a bunch of feminists in the room and seeing who points to another one and say, I don't think you're a feminist. Extremely interesting to me. And also extremely interesting that I was the first one out.
Not really.
Not really, but
I felt some hesitation about coming on the show just because I didn't want to come off as someone, as a man, accusing women of not being feminists.
Yeah, that's exactly what you did. That's exactly what you did. And because you got a pink whatever and look kind of sus, because of that, people let that shit slide. That's what it is. Listen, gay dudes and trans women, they can come into women's spaces and talk crazy to women. That's just a fact. That's just a fact.
That's crazy.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
That's right.
That's a fact.
You can't even say nothing to me. Because if I would have came in with half that energy, they'd be like, oh, bitch, the entitlement. Ooh, this, that, which is okay. I don't even want to be in them spaces, so I ain't even tripping.
Yup.
Because it's a really weird position to be in. I'm like, is it corny to go on a show and be like a male feminist? But like, no, it shouldn't be.
I think walking away from this, I really want to educate myself more on transgender women.
Emma. You did nothing wrong. Like Abba said, you did nothing wrong. You felt really uncomfortable because they was ganging up on you. It was 2.5 against 1. 2 other dudes were shutting up, but it was 2.5 against 1. That's what happened.
All right, well, that was it for today's video. I actually like this one. I think it was very telling.
They did good.
In the same way that some people deny folks their blackness, you see that how quickly they deny folks. You see how quickly they deny folks their feminism, and I just think it's crazy that this group that the people that the group was made to serve are now being ostracized in their own spaces for not catering to other groups, not catering to the gay dudes and what they want to say politically, and not catering to the trans women. It's just fascinating how that happened. But anyways, I digress. What do you think? I don't know. To me, it's like having a group on like Who's Black and having white people show up and start telling me what it is and what it isn't. It's like, what?
And that person is like, I lived in the Bronx, so I'm gonna tell you how you is. Stupid.
That's wild. But anyways, what do you guys think? We want to hear directly from you.
That was good.
But doesn't the sanctity of marriage also rely on the woman being a virgin, so you wouldn't be able to get married?
That was petty.
But, like, how do you meet a guy that you respect because he's settling on you? Don't you see that there's a paradox here?
The New York Post called her the female Andrew Tate. So she tapped into genuine female pushback to the excesses of wokery, or is she just an attention seeker? We'll find out in a moment. But first, let's take a look at the clip that sent her viral.
A lot of people think I'm insane because I don't think women should vote. Everybody thinks I'm crazy for this opinion.
I'm sorry, that dress is crazy. That dress is crazy.
Strawberry fields forever.
I would not normally care, but it's just like this girl's preaching everyone they're too masculine or whatever, they're not fit to be wives, and I'm just like, this is what I imagine a Mormon stylist would look like. But anyways,
Everybody thinks I'm crazy for this opinion. If anything, this is probably my most extreme opinion. 95% of women are not virgins on their wedding days, so I understand the complaint.
Okay, well, Pearl joined.
Ooh, okay. Hey, okay, Pearl.
Let's go, Pearl. See, you can do it, Pearl. Let's go.
Hey, with a little pearl necklace. You don't think I see the text?
Let's go.
Your hair groomed.
Yeah, you
She's so
did that.
proud of you.
CCM did that
She's
thing.
so proud of
I'm
you.
so
Okay,
I'm so proud of
You're
you.
dumb as fuck. But you look at I.
Good job, my girl.
Congratulations.
Good job.
Joins me now alongside political journalist Ava Santini, who was nodding furiously along there to everything she heard.
I hate this girl. This girl's always on fucking Pierce Morgan's thing. She's so dumb.
You don't like her?
The girl beside Pearl.
You don't like her?
She like the feminist side or like the dumb side of argument.
You don't like this?
No. She was there for like the Jordan Peterson stuff and some of the Andrew Tate debates, and like she just always had dumb takes.
Right, Pearl, you'd be called the female Andrew Tate. How do you plead?
Well, I take it as a compliment. You know, I'm a fan of Andrew Tate.
You're talking about women predominantly, which is why you've got this big following. And your view is that modern feminism is deeply flawed. I would argue a lot of your proposals, like taking the vote away from women, are deeply regressive. Why would you want to remove, just from yourself, the right to vote?
Well, it also goes back to responsibility. Again, men are 80 to 90% of the military. They run all of the infrastructures that make society run. So I just think if we want an equal say in society, then be equal. Do 50% of the hard jobs. Be 50% of the military. In the U.S.,
I think the whole argument about, men do the more dangerous jobs, so they should be the only ones to vote is so dumb to me. Because I'm like, I'm in the military and I'm doing the more dangerous job. Why should you, a male who's a civilian, not do a dangerous job, get to vote the same as me? Forget women. I don't give a f. The only people in your world, if we're using your logic to the extreme, why should a dude who shares the same fucking genitalia get to vote just like me if he's not doing the same job? I'm out there on the front lines dying, right? If I'm doing the military job, why should a fucking civilian be the one to tell me who I'm gonna go kill and vote by voting? Why should anybody who doesn't do a hard job? But she doesn't think that because her logic, it's only gendered, okay? And it's only meant to appeal to men. That's how she plays for her team. There is no reason to explain this difference.
Even someone that going to war. Not everybody that goes to war is equal. I am sorry.
True.
Special forces, cooks on a boat, and generals. Yeah. This is not the same fucking danger.
Let's go. Let's talk about it.
If you're on the field, you get 3 votes.
Yep.
If you're on the field, but you say on the boat, you get 1.5 votes. If you're a general, you get 75% of a vote.
Listen, let's be honest about this. If danger or difficult jobs is the metric by which, then there's a lot of men who don't get to vote. And what about the women who go to the military and they do the dangerous jobs too? Should they be allowed to? What about any woman who does a job which involves a lot of death? Should she be allowed to vote? She's not making a coherent logic based on the merits. It's just gendered nonsense. I just don't understand that. If it's just going to be about dangerous work, make it about that. Say that the people who put their lives on the line should have the most amount to lose. And I could at least get behind that.
Ava, your mouth seems to have dropped about
do you know what it's
3
sort of
feet.
like?
I know.
It's just sort of a bit galaxy brain. I feel like, the stats that you're putting down are perhaps correct in some universe.
Which stats?
But they just kind of don't really add up. I mean, just to take you back to the to the women's writings that you've allegedly read. I mean, at
Allegedly?
The time,
What do you mean allegedly?
Just let the people talk.
Pearl want to make fun of feminists saying they're so masculine, but you're the one that can't shut the fuck up when someone else is talking. She let you speak. Pearl want to tell everybody how they're not right to be wives, but here you are, you can't shut the fuck up. You on programs, putting yourself front and center, want to make the most amount of money. Hey, I'm just saying, you the opposite of everything you preach. In every chance, you still fuck it up. Shut up, let her speak. It's crazy that the feminist seems more feminine, letting her speak, speaking softly.
She hasn't said
Pearl
a
says,
word.
allegedly. Relax, man.
that you're talking about, women weren't really allowed to write. They weren't allowed to go to school.
Yes, they were.
Write.
Yes, they
So
were. That's incorrect. The first
Okay,
female
what year are we
property, the
talking
first
about?
female property owner was in the 1600s. The idea that women couldn't work and couldn't.
I'm so sorry, but that will be inherited property.
The first female millionaire was in the late 1800s.
And was that?
Yeah, this is how you know Pearl is like such a disingenuous clown. They're both wrong about this. Could women work in the 16th century? Yeah, but it was limited jobs. Stuff like weaving and things that were already related to housework. And even then, they didn't have equal pay for this stuff. No. They didn't have any labor rights. They weren't even allowed to dictate any kind of workplace, anything the same way that men could. And they weren't allowed to occupy most occupations or jobs. I'm not even talking about stuff that required physical work. Just any job they weren't allowed to have. It was very, very limited. So Pearl's sitting here be like, no, the women could work. They couldn't even choose higher education. They couldn't go to university. They couldn't do any of this stuff. It was quartered off to them by their gender.
Yeah, but the first homeowner was in the 1600s.
You know what I mean?
How did she get that house?
It makes me think of that time where Pearl brought up that study that said women find men who do chores really unattractive, and it's like a study from the 1991.
In the Cosmo.
Yeah, in 1991. Even though she got more recent studies, she's gonna go to the only number that basically jives with what she wanna say, and then she's gonna say, "I do my research." Like no. It's fine to concede on this point. Yes, women were second-class citizens in the 16, 17, 1800s. That's okay. It's only, I think, in the 19th century where women really started to participate in the labor force due to like wars and stuff like that. It was absolutely necessary. And then a lot of rights came after the fact.
It's just Pearl doing just Pearly things.
Hey, listen.
Let's get on to the vote. So what I don't understand is, a part of your message, I've researched you today, and hang on a minute. Okay. Your big push is that you care about men and you don't think that men are getting enough of a say. But
I care about
hang
women
on,
too.
I haven't made the point yet.
I've seen her, the girl didn't interrupt her a single time. and she's interrupted her 5-6 times.
Dos no point que le se de fire. I
Yo.
can't. Fucking
Pearl Stay being the less feminine girl I know.
Because of feminism, okay? What I wonder is when you start making calls out like repeal the 19th, women shouldn't be allowed to vote. How is that helping young men? Because these young men have women in their lives, they have mothers, they have sisters, they have teachers, and they turn around, they don't know how to act around women because you're giving them license to be misogynistic.
I wouldn't call it misogynistic. I say be equal. So again, men
think
do
that's what
all of
most
the
feminists are
Well,
saying.
then okay, I'd love for the feminists. Please apply for the oil rigs. Please go do the hard jobs in society. They're open. They're hiring because I don't equate for. I don't think men or women are equal until we do the equal work.
Pearl bringing up the whole equality thing is like, you know, maybe I'm just not aware of what is being said in these circles, but it's not like women don't contribute to our society in terms of the workforce. I think women account for like, it's like 1/3 of the country's GDP, right? So in terms of economic contributions, in terms of their work, they're a huge contributor. If women were to do what Pearl wants them to do, which is go home, stay there, be housewives, don't have jobs, whatever the fuck it would be, economy would collapse. Like women are like integral to the workforce. So imagine looking at people who contribute so much and saying, we're gonna deny you the right to have any say in the country's future. Does that even seem remotely fair to you guys? Does it make sense, by her logic, when she says only the people who do the extremely hard jobs and the difficult stuff are the ones who should get the right to vote and do anything? Then does it make sense to those people who are doing those jobs to see men who aren't doing those difficult jobs also get a right to vote?
You also, like, you want divorce to be made illegal.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, because I don't think what we have today is really marriage. What is marriage? It's for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. That's what marriage is supposed to be. But feminists have ruined marriage for the people that actually believe in marriage.
How?
When there's a 50% divorce rate, and the average marriage
Why is that all
is
down
8
to the
years.
women, though?
I didn't say that it was all down to the women.
Why
But
feminists ruin it?
you asked why I want divorce to be banned.
Yeah.
Can I finish
Yeah.
that first? So
The
leave in
audacity of a bitch.
She's like, can I finish?
The audacity.
How'd you let anybody finish
The
that one?
audacity of a bitch that don't let nobody finish. My guy.
Hey.
Press play.
My
Jesus
masculine
fuck-
homie. I'm about to start calling her just masculine things. That's gonna be her new nickname. Just masculine things.
Just manly things.
Just manly things. Yay, we about to call her, hey, that's a new nickname for Pearl. We went from just lonely things to just manly things. Okay, let's keep going. Big announcement, we're going on tour. What? Yes, we're on tour. What are we gonna do? We're gonna react to videos live? No, we're gonna do stand-up crack jokes. Maybe you laugh, maybe you don't. But you're gonna pay $75 to find out. So, show up. I mean, give me my cheddar. Make sure you guys click the link in the description. I think the first couple days we're doing Detroit. We're going to be doing
Washington,
Pittsburgh, and Washington. So those are the 3 cities we're doing this late summer, end of August. And then after that, we're going to be doing the rest of America. We're likely going to go to Europe some parts. We're excited to get to catch you guys face to face.
Leave marriage for the people that actually believe in for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part.
But doesn't the sanctity of marriage also rely on the woman being a virgin, so you wouldn't be able to get married?
That was petty.
Let's go!
That was petty.
Tell me you're a whore!
A homegirl didn't want to make any arguments. She said, we going petty.
Yeah!
I ain't mad at you.
I looked it up.
Because I enjoy it.
You not a virgin.
Also, I hate whenever fucking Pearl says these vows because they involve so many other things.
Yeah.
And she never mentions that.
She
never
did.
talks about the labor involved in marriage.
That's her
she just says you can't leave.
That's her remix.
Yeah.
That's the remix.
And also, Pearl's fine with men stepping out of the marriage. Christianity allows for divorce in case of adultery.
What do you mean?
Well, you've spoken quite openly about how you're not a virgin, and so if you want to preserve that sanctity of marriage, then I just think that you're upholding standards that you don't actually live.
Anyone here for some biscuits?
The zoom on his face is amazing.
This dude just went back and watched it.
Petty. You know what's so funny? There's actually a clip that's so hilarious.
What?
You look at men, right, in terms of like their viability. You look at men and say, he's a high value man, he's a medium value man, he's a low value man, right? interesting. We could say that. We can put men into those categories. Okay. So let's say you're in the dating field, right? You're looking for a partner, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're single essentially, I guess, and you're looking for a significant.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Just Manly thinks is single.
Okay.
So, if you're looking for men, if a man who is willing to settle, let's say you're not that old, but you're 26, and you say that anyone over 25 is like almost damaged goods or getting worse and worse.
No.
It's less valuable. It's less
Why?
valuable.
Correct. Yes,
That's
I would
not
say
cool.
I was more valuable 5 years ago. Yes, in terms of the dating market. Yes.
So do you think that, how can somebody who's older and not a virgin and less valuable, how can they get in a relationship with a man and not think they're a loser? Because if you're a low value woman, then in a sense, you'd be judging the guy who's quote unquote settling for you because he couldn't get a higher value woman. So in a sense, a guy that you would settle for would be a loser by your own metrics. Low value.
Well, what are men supposed to do? 95% of women aren't virgins on their wedding days. You could be a multi-millionaire and not get a virgin.
How do you?
But I think that's why you see more men walking away from relationships.
No. How do you enter a relationship and not think that he's a loser because he's low value?
I don't really know how to answer that question.
But it is interesting, right? Because in a sense, only a low value man, and I'm sorry, I'm only framing this in your worldview. Let's say a medium value man would decide to settle on somebody like you who's a little bit older, not as fertile. You're not a virgin. And also, I'll tell you something else. You like being in the foreground, which is not good for traditional marriages. I mean, he's looking for someone who wants to build a home. You don't know how to cook.
Yeah,
either.
I don't expect to be with like a high value guy. I think that's silly.
Okay. What's your
like when I think of high value, I think of like top 5% of men.
So what value do you think you'll be settling on in your own personal life?
What?
So this is the most petty thing, but he's not wrong. But this is petty. But I'm here for it.
What value will I be settled on in my personal?
What man do you think is reasonable for you to pursue?
I just kind of, I think that's a bit of a inappropriate like question. But
You think that's inappropriate? Pearl. You call women born out baby mamas. You be asking women on your show all kinds of things about their dating lives and their dating preferences. That's your fucking job.
And now shit is...
Now it's turned on you. All of a sudden you want to start stuttering?
That shit is inappropriate now?
Inappropriate. Girl, have you seen your channel?
God damn, Pearl.
I've heard you call women whales to their face, say they're unfit to be wives, say they're unfit to this and that. And now it's you?
Like, what happened, boo?
Baby, you built the chair, now sit in it.
What happened, boo?
I don't like ottomans either, but it matches your hair. Stupid.
The way you say stupid hit different.
Yeah,
because there's a little bit of air in that shit.
I got that from the New Yorkers.
No, that's not
stupid.
No,
that is
because you put a little bit of air in there. No. It flows better. Stupid. That's Brooklyn and Queens. You stupid.
Nah. I don't say it with the intonation.
No,
but it is the same vibe. Stupid. That's it. That's the one right there.
It's interesting because you spend like all day talking about this stuff. I find that it's really interesting to have you put this analysis into use. Why is it inappropriate?
The way you're framing the question is a bit disingenuous.
How?
I think most women
How is it disingenuous?
Yeah, I think it's a bit disingenuous.
Why?
Okay.
See, this is the thing about Pearl. If you just ask follow-up questions and try to dig deeper into anything she says, it falls apart. She just says buzzwords. Her whole Twitter is just buzzwords. Everything she says is buzzwords. She's got the surface level argument like a fucking robot. She got prompt 1, prompt 2, prompt 3. That's why whenever he asks a follow-up question to go deeper, she just defaults back to her talking points. Like, well, no man can find a woman who's a virgin. Even millionaires won't be able to. It's like, we're not talking about that. Well, why are you changing the subject? It's because she doesn't actually think through anything she says. And that's actually reflected in her audience because her channel is dying. And it just turns out her audience, after listening to her for a while, just realized she's a robot and she's really dumb. But you don't see it until you actually start to peer back and listen long enough. You're like, wait, this doesn't make sense. So now she's being exposed everywhere.
Like, I think it's fair to say, because you were talking to women about expectations and men about expectations based on their value. I think it's fair to say, okay, well, what's your value of man you're looking for based on your own?
What's my value to a guy that I'm looking for?
No. What value of man?
I wish I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I wish I was a virgin. You know, I should have waited.
No.
Like, I don't know what. Like, I don't. You know, most guys don't expect that in 2023. Unfortunately, I think men adapt to the market, but I think to say that you should just sleep around.
So then.
That's what you're saying.
So if men have adapted and you don't really care, then why are you still bringing this fucking shit up? Why are you telling women they're wrong if they're not virgins? Men don't care. I can honestly say I've met a lot of dudes, okay? And aside from the ones who are hyper-religious, none of them care about virginity. Now, obviously, they don't want some girl who's got an OnlyFans just popping out her pussy every weekend, but they don't care if she's a virgin. I don't think I've ever heard any of my homies be like, yo, she better not fuck nobody. If I heard a guy say that, I probably think he's a loser too. Unless he's got religious reasons, then that's fine. And also to all the men who aren't virgins but demand that they women while being like religious, you goofy as fuck too. A lot of religious dudes want to be the most nasty, degenerate motherfuckers, and then use religion to tell women how to act. It's like, bruh, that religion also has clauses for you as a man. Just saying. You a bit of a hypocrite. Actually, no, you a big hypocrite, and I'm saying it.
I'm asking.
She a hoe? You a hoe too?
Yeah, you out here spreading all kinds of nastiness. Don't even play that.
Is a bit silly.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
Well, that you were saying that that more partners is good. I think that's a bit silly.
Okay,
I think it's silly to say
you, Pearl. I'm talking about you. Your value by your own metrics is going to be not super high.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, it's less high than it was 5 years ago.
But it's not even just the age thing. It's like you are working. You're in the foreground. You don't know how to cook. These are not good things for your scorecard.
Hey, I'm actually pretty good now. I've gotten.
You have a
lot better.
Okay, good. You're working towards it, but unfortunately, as you age, those things are going to bounce out.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like you start in a certain place in life, but all you can do is improve and get better.
Wow, so progressive. Oh my God.
No.
See, Pearl, when she's past her prime and her value's low, what does she say? She starts sounding like them women.
I'm better. I'm better.
You can improve.
No, my girl, you didn't improve. It's too late.
According to you.
It's according to you.
But like, how do you meet a guy that you respect because he's settling on you? Don't you see that there's a paradox here?
I mean, if you respect men, you don't like.
But how are you going to settle for a low value man? Because like that, it's like, dude, come on,
a low value man.
A low value man.
I think if you get married, you're lucky to get married.
How would you? So, where's your value as a woman? Would you say, like on a scale of 1 to 10?
I give myself like a 5.
Facts. Sorry, I don't want to keep going.
I love the fact that, as what Pearl is doing is basically pushing all these men to get all those girls. So let's hypothetically think that all those men get all those girls. She's just like, yes, guys, you got it. You got it. You got all those. Your high value and you got all those girls. And those girls are not me.
Hey, listen, man.
You guys did it. Woo. So proud. I'm so lonely. You see all these guys succeeding and they're not choosing you. That's what you're pushing them not to take. It's weird.
Yeah.
And you're scolding all the women that are trash. It's like, yo, you in the trash right now. And you're looking at me like, well, you in the trash too. You're in the bin with me. So it's like you're telling all these girls, what are you doing, man? You stepping in shit. Wow, stepping in that's wild.
Hey,
I don't know.
Me watching these two back to back, I'll say this. I thought the girl that Pearl was debating did a terrible job.
Yeah.
But hey, you know what? Hopefully we'll see Pearl back on Pearson. It'll be more interesting in the future.
It's not gonna.
But yeah, I mean, any opportunity to dunk on Pearl, you can swing it my way. I'm definitely throwing that alley-oop. I got y'all. Put the lob up. Anybody want to send me a lob? We doing it. We taking turns, okay? This is just easy. Just manly things to get that work. What do you mean pause? How's that gay?
It's not necessarily gay when you say pause, by the way.
Is it gay to... What?
It's sexual when you say pause sometimes. It's not just gay. It's not just a gay thing. When it's sexual, you say pause. It's not just gay.
It's just gay. But anyways, keep going.
Cool.
But yeah, that's pretty much all my thoughts on this. Anything else you want to say? All right, well, let us know what you guys think in the comments below.
Oh, no.
You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. I guess that's part of what the myth, I guess, is that not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George Washington.
There are certain facts that we're not allowed to talk about.
Like what? I would love to. We're doing the taboo.
No,
We're mixing it up. It's red pill, baby.
Hey, yo, shout out to Ethan on this one. This one's funny.
Actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. I would say ban divorce.
Partners, I want you guys to think about what you're advocating. You see your parents, one of your parents should stay getting beat by the other every day, and you should witness your parents get their ass beat because they chose to marry the wrong person. That's what y'all really saying.
So let me just ask you generally, like, what kind of messages are you sharing on your platform? What kind of important messages is it that you find yourself are about?
I believe in family, so I think that we should have policies that push family. I think that feminism overall was a bad thing. I think women are happier when we have, you know, a family and kids over a career in the long run. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. I understand.
You should be. You should be. Soft-spoken Ethan starting off. Well, tell us about your reviews. As if he doesn't have a full-page document going, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch.
Come here, booty.
Page number 2,
dumb bitch.
And to be honest, you could write a whole book about how much of a dumb, you know. But anyways,
this motherfucker gonna obliterate you just because it's you're easily obliterable.
So it's more like traditional. You want people to kind of follow a more traditional path in terms of family and gender and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, and you just see the negative like outcomes a society has when like families fall apart, right? And it's especially hard on the children. Like you see, the kids are more likely to go to.
Listen, I know Rihanna said diamonds shine bright, but this forehead is glistening. And as a fellow Ethiopian, I just want to say, Pearl, you might be white, but that forehead's one of mine. You feel me? You know, it's just nice to see it on the big screen.
So how do you push a policy that promotes family? Like in what way can you force a family to stay together or encourage it in a sense?
Well, I think you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize women to leave families. So like, for example, child support, alimony, I'm not really a fan of those.
Okay. 90% of divorces don't involve alimony. Okay. There's no alimony for like 90% of people. That is for a select few. So just get that out of the way.
I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. I would say ban divorce.
So banning divorce means that when you decide to get married, you are not allowed by the government to leave your significant other in any situation.
Yeah. I just think that if you want to leave, you just shouldn't get married.
If you're saying you're not allowed to get divorced, so we're talking about like, what if the relationship is physically abusive?
Yeah, I think if it's physically, this is the problem though. All right. If it's one-sided physically abusive, okay. Fine, divorce. We can allow divorce for those exceptions, but like I've even talked to people that work at like abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. So it's not just one side's hitting the other; it's like mutual. So
surely that's not every time.
I think.
Who cares if it's mutual? Why does that even matter? If it's mutual, both of you should be trying to get a divorce.
You shouldn't be together.
You think like, well, listen, yeah, if it's one-sided, get it. But if it's mutual, figure it out. Excuse me? No. If you guys are beating on each other, you might need to just actually call it quits. Do you think it's a good idea to raise a kid in an environment where parents beat on each other regularly and violence is their first instinct? Why is this even like a rebuttal?
And the thing that in trauma centers, they say that it's mutual. They don't exactly say that it's mutual. There's a nuance there, but
what's the nuance?
The nuance is that actually the person that is getting beaten up, the victim, let's just say, actually has some patterns of violence as well. It doesn't mean that she's the person that is most physical or he's the person that is most physical or whatever, but they do engage in that. It's not equal.
All right, y'all give me a sec.
That's just a nuance.
I gotta wipe her eye off.
Was the cause of 25% of divorces. So I don't think it's fair to characterize that as some kind of like super fringe example of why people get divorced.
Well, but you also have to look if there's incentive structures in place where there's a lot of false accusations in family court. And a lot of people don't know this, that family court is actually it's not based off of evidence, it's based off a balance of probabilities.
Family court is not based off evidence, it's based off balance of probability. What do you think balance of probability is based off of? Evidence. Is the burden of proof lower in family court? Sure. Doesn't mean that you don't need evidence. You can't just come in and say, oh, he beats me, and have no evidence. You have to document stuff. You have to go to the police. You have to have reports. You have to have medical documentation. You can't just go to court and say something happened, and then all of a sudden the courts believe you. That's not the way it works. They're going to need phone records, text messages, emails. Why do you think when people go through divorces, they make such an effort to keep records of conversations, of dates, affidavits, witness testimony? Why? Because the balance of probability is based off of that evidence.
You have to show them.
She just doesn't know what she's talking about. She's saying things that she's read online, but she doesn't even know the words she's using.
And divorce except for one-sided abuse.
Okay,
Sure.
except for one-sided abuse. And is there going to be a system to kind of how do you prove that the woman or man?
Well,
was on the,
I think
yeah,
I think you
prove
have to press charges in criminal court, not family court.
So only if your significant other is tried criminally are you allowed to leave the relationship. Tried and found guilty criminally.
Yes. Yes.
You know what's so funny is like, and they got to go through a lengthy court case that lasts years before they can finally get divorced from their partners. During that whole period, they have access to all kinds of things when it comes to each other. Just know.
It comes down to the fact that she hasn't experienced much, which is fine, but she thinks she knows a lot. So she goes, yeah, just do that. Just do that. Like it's a just thing. Sure. Like it's a just do that thing. It's not a just do that thing. Well, yeah, if they just go to court and do this and that, like if it was nothing. She all the time that she opens her mouth, it's always like, yeah, well, it's really simple. But she hasn't looked into it, or she just plainly doesn't know, and she keeps on saying stuff like that.
And here's the thing. She's basically telling people you get your ass beat, which I think like 20 to 25% of all marriage divorces are actually citing reasons of abusing them. So yeah, when she says this stuff, she's basically handcuffing people to dynamics in which if they don't take the father of their kids or the mother of their kids to court and send them to jail, they cannot leave. Do you know how many people are gonna have to stay in relationships because of that? Do you know how conflicting it must be to marry somebody, to be in love with them, to find out they beat you every day, and now you got to go through the process of sending them to jail, fucking up your kid's life, fucking up your own life, going through the trauma of having to take someone to court and testify and sit and... That's a lot. But you don't think about all those minute details when you're going through this process. Sometimes it's just better for the two people to just go their separate ways. Not everybody wants to go through the process of pressing charges and go through the whole thing.
And when you say that,
Kitty's got her eye
well, then you
fixed.
should have married the person in the first place. Like, there's no talking to these people.
No.
There's no logic talking with these people.
They don't understand that people change over time. Like, not everybody goes into a marriage as things are fine, then things don't change afterwards. Like, people change. And just because that thing comes out later, you didn't see the foresight, doesn't mean you should be locked into a relationship where you get beat by your partners. I want you guys to think about what you're advocating. You see your parents, one of your parents should stay getting beat by the other every day, and you should witness your parents get their ass beat because they chose to marry the wrong person. That's what y'all really saying. Y'all willing to let your moms or your dads get beat up by their partner, show up abused, and potentially even die one day, because a lot of this stuff does lead to death, right? Because they chose the wrong person. If you guys really can look at your parents and say they should stay through that kind of situation, kudos to you. I could never. I would tell my mom to get 100 divorces before she even took one single punch to the face. Y'all would condemn somebody for life to that? Y'all built different than me.
No, man, tough it out.
Y'all built different than me.
Tell your mama to tough it out.
Yeah.
She can work through
it. The
it.
only people who I know would say this kind of goofy shit are dudes who probably have the plans of beating their partners, to be honest with you.
Or people that haven't
like MLD, who be beating women. That's the only people I say. Or goofy women who want to make money off goofy red pill people.
But I was quoting a Thomas Sowell book.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay.
Who's that?
Yeah. So Thomas Sowell's an author who talks about the history of slavery. So.
Thomas Sowell. Oh, so do you agree with that premise that slavery was embellished, or no?
I think that there are parts that are under embellished and there are parts that are over embellished. I think it just depends what we're talking about.
That's so interesting. I've got to know what was over embellished about slavery.
No! Oh, that's a trap.
You know what it felt like? You know what it felt like?
That's
you know what it felt like? This is like Ethan was like, I know what white people can't say. Now say it. You've activated my trap card. You see how excited he is? Tell me what you don't like about blacks.
Just like one example, I'm dying to know.
Yeah, I just rather, I mean, I was talking about a book that I read, and I think to understand the context, you'd have to read the book.
But you just said some parts were embellished, some parts were under embellished.
I just, again...
Are you retracting that?
I'd really just rather not.
Okay.
He knows what he's doing. He knows.
Hey, he said cross it, bitch. Why you stuttering? You said it's over embellished. Go ahead and say what part.
Go ahead, cross it. Man, the things we are willing to do for possessions, but not ourselves, eh? You should do the same thing. Take care of your possession, take care of your skin. Yeah, because right now I'm using this brush to get in the nooks and crannies of my bike, to get all the dirt and grime out. You should do that with your skin, with your face. TH Lee has a cream for that, exfoliating cream that gets in the pores of your skin and cleans it out. Yeah, and after that, you use a daily facial wash. And when I'm done washing my bike, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna apply a special wax that's gonna protect it from the sun rays. You should do that to your skin. Morning facial moisturizer with SPF 20. That's for the sun rays. Take care of your stuff, take care of your face. Click on the link below and you're gonna be able to get 30% off your first box. And not only that, they're gonna send you free gifts. So while I do this, you do that. Click on the link below, get yourself set to have a better skin. People judge you on your possession, people judge you on your skin. Get it now. I'll be right here cleaning. Gone.
No, but slavery being embellished, that's so interesting. I don't know how you embellish it.
There are certain facts that we're not allowed to talk about.
Like what? I would love to. We're doing the taboo.
No,
we're mixing it up. It's red pill, baby.
Hey, yo, shout out to Ethan on this one. This one's funny.
Yo, he's trying.
Taboo topics.
I genuinely want to know how it was embellished.
Yeah.
What can't we talk about? Come on.
I mean, I could show you.
Come on, cancel yourself. Come on, do it.
I'd rather not get into this, so.
Sounds like a blue pill attitude to me.
This motherfucker baiting. This motherfucker baiting.
Beta, girl.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping this was like a good faith interview.
Wait, what's bad faith? I'm literally showing you clips of you saying stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What about this interview has been bad faith?
I just think you're kind of trying to push an agenda, and you're not. Yeah, I just think you're trying to push.
That's a clip of you saying that.
Because I was talking about how the founder of Thomas Sowell talks about how the guy that made Roots talked about how it was a myth for his people to live by.
Okay.
That's what the guy who made Roots said, Alex Haley.
Okay.
So, and I can't even talk about that on a podcast without being canceled by the internet.
Yeah, but mythology...
Okay, just because the story that he told himself with the movie of Roots isn't real does not mean the things depicted in there didn't happen. That doesn't mean that was embellished, okay? The reality of slavery was far darker than the Roots movie could have ever shown. That's just a fact.
Just because mythology is like a culture,
right, but
a
I'm
history.
saying that doesn't mean that the way it's depicted in the movie was how it actually happened. And that's what he was talking about on the book. But again, I was quoting a book, and you're trying to like pin me down on quoting a book.
Let me watch this again and see if I'm doing that.
Stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said I wanted a myth for my people to live by.
Yeah.
So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish.
So then you say, but here's what they do.
And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
Right, but they want to make it like more horrible.
But they want to make it more horrible.
That they can control people.
So that they can control people.
Right, but
Nick Fuentes agrees, by the way.
This motherfucker knows what he's.
I mean, she brought him on. She got to eat that. Let's keep watching.
Wait, oh my gosh. 5 minutes before, I say Sowell talks about this in his book. So I'm communicating in the interview that I'm quoting an author.
You're not being honest.
Like,
you say they do this to. Okay, so you disavow. Just disavow it then. That's easy. Just say I don't think slavery was embellished. I mean, that's super easy. That's like a layup. Do you agree? You know what I mean? It's like just say you don't think slavery was embellished.
I think there are certain facts that you're not allowed to talk about. I don't really want to talk about it.
Oh, I'm just asking you, do you agree with that statement? Barack Obama is comparable to Adolf Hitler.
No.
Okay. See, it's not hard. It's not hard. That's awesome. That's easy to do.
T for the class. T for the class. T for the class.
He's clapping her right now. She getting claps.
You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. I guess that's part of what the what the myth, I guess, is that not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George Washington.
Yo, this editing is crazy. Yo, this editing is crazy. I just have to think, Pearl's got to be one of the dumbest fucking people on the planet to go on the H3 podcast and think this shit was not going to come up.
Did you say that?
I don't remember.
I
think like if someone's a great and powerful man in history to the point like they're talking about him hundreds of years later, he didn't have any kids. But
didn't he own slaves?
What?
Did he own slaves? George Washington.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, no romance to me. I'm just saying.
No, it's actually interesting. He had a different, like he inherited his slaves, and it wasn't as simple as he could have just like let them go, because the debt that's incurred on them, like you can't just release them. And so his slaves actually, like he had a really good relationship with them, and they considered him like a dad. Mm-hmm.
What's your source for that?
That was from a Thomas Sowell book.
Thomas Sowell. So he's your guy. Thomas Sowell's the man.
There was a time where I started to read accounts from actual slaves. So these were like in like and I can't really talk about this. Like even if I talk about this now, they're going to clip it. They're going to say things I didn't say. But it's like I used to read actual slave accounts, and I was surprised how many didn't say bad things about their owners after they were free.
Play the thing. Just play the thing.
You guys never heard of Stockholm Syndrome?
Play the thing.
You know, people who are held captive start developing a very sympathetic, empathetic relationship with their captor because of the trauma that's inflicted upon them mentally. This girl's really trying to sit here and say like, yo, a lot of slaves actually love their masters, because in a really fucked up psychological way, they had to learn to be able to endure.
To be able to survive. You know? The thing that you want to do for beat up women in their relationship, endure. Yeah. All right.
Do you know how many people feel the same way about the men who groomed them when they were underaged? Do you think children, just because of the fact that when they got free from their pedo captors, still had a sympathetic bond, that made that relationship okay or any less worse? What if a 10-year-old falls in love with an adult who grapes them all the time and says good things about them, that we shouldn't see the adult as evil as anybody else? Sometimes when I hear these people speak, I think they just hear whatever information confirms what they want to believe, and then they just go with that. What are you talking about? Oh, he was a good slave master. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not to say, like, slavery was a horrible institution, but I can't talk about that fact without getting canceled. I can't say, hey, these slaves had a good relationship with their owners
Because
without
it's
getting
not
killed.
true. Because it's just not true. It's not true. What George
Well, if
Washington
you-
was not a father figure to his slaves.
Well, if you look up like I think it was Booker T.
47. Let's see. 47 of George Washington's slaves tried to escape. Would you try to escape if you
Okay,
loved
well
your master?
maybe that one was wrong. I don't know. This was like
okay.
a little bit on a podcast months ago. I don't really remember, but and I said I wasn't sure if it was Washington either in that interview at some point. But
well, George
the
Washington
whole point I'm bringing up is I'm not even allowed to have this conversation without.
What do you mean not
people
allowed?
saying-
That, but I mean,
The issue is not that you can't have this conversation. It's just that because it's such a sensitive topic, you have no idea how to cut through it efficiently. You're just going at it with a fucking paddle, and you're wondering why the meat coming out all crazy, and you trying to serve it to people, and people be like, I didn't ask for a smashed raw burger. Yeah, people won't have an issue. They gonna complain. If you want to take on the difficult stuff, that's fine. Do your due diligence. When you were on that fucking podcast with Nick, you didn't do your due diligence. You just let some white supremacists come up there and ramble for a while about how black people are inferior and how slavery isn't a big deal. That's your problem. If I'm gonna tackle a big subject like that, like in a serious tone, you best believe I'm gonna do it properly. There's been plenty of times people are like, but talk about Palestine. I don't know shit about it, so I ain't gonna jump on it. And I wouldn't be surprised if I'm like, hey man, Palestine's this or that, and folks got mad.
No, either side you're gonna put people are gonna, no matter
whatever it is. Why? Because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
This girl, I can't even. You can discuss anything. Do it in private. If you want to do it in public and you want to give spicy takes about how slavery was embellished, then you better have your receipts. And if people ask, you better stand on 10 on that.
I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on this. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not like my channel isn't about slavery.
If it's not, then why'd you bring on Nick Fuentes? Why would you bring on somebody who's a non-white supremacist if your channel's not about that? That's your problem, stupid. It's like I can't say my thing is not a political channel, then I bring on fucking Joe Biden. And then he starts rattling off about Democratic policy.
Marriage is supposed to be, you know, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health. And
that's a part of the vow. That's a part of the vow. I've been to enough marriages. Enough of them marriages. Enough of them marriages, and you always choose to take that vow, that side of the vow, that part of the vow. What about the part of the vow where we talk about mutual respect? What about the part of the vow where you're talking about you're supposed to protect each other? What about the part of the vow where you're supposed to become one? No, you chuck all that shit out the window, and then you choose the one that you're like, hey, better or worse. This is the worst. Tough it out. That's not what the vow is. They don't go to church and be like, all right, for better or worse, for better or worse. For better or worse on 3, 1, 2, 3, better or worse, and then they get married. That's not what happens.
And the majority of divorces nowadays, it's just, you know, when the girl just feels like leaving.
That's not true.
So and well, you
It's
know,
just not true.
I've talked to hundreds of women.
The abuse of power and the risk for abuse and for people to get stuck in a horrible relationship situation, not just for them but their kids, right? I mean, obviously, having your kids watch their mother get beat up.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes it's going to bleed.
Or the kids get watching their father get beat up. Like, it goes both ways.
I acknowledge that. It goes both ways. So both people have a right to, in my opinion, get divorced, because the alternative is one of the partners being stuck and like
do you think that's the
potentially a lethal situation.
Do you think that's the majority of cases?
A majority of cases of what? Divorce?
Of divorce. Do you think the majority
25%. 25%.
What?
It's 25% based on statistics.
No, but that's not what's in criminal court. It's like less than 10%. It actually followed through in criminal court.
Well,
So
regardless, 10% is enough, don't you think?
No, I said less than 10% of the abuse cases of the 25%. So that's like.
Journal of Family Violence in 2014 found that approximately 25% of divorces in the United States involve domestic violence.
Right, but again, that's because the woman says that she was, because they're incentive.
But you're just saying stuff. You're just saying stuff. You don't actually know that to be true.
No, I do.
How?
I do. Like, okay, in the UK, there's a law that you get a free lawyer if
How does that prove that women are lying about violence?
No, because I'm saying that you can't. Okay, you can't prove it unless they go to criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, where family court is based off of a balance of probabilities.
Which is also evidence. You can't just say your partner beats you without evidence. He's just saying the same shit. This girl's fucking stupid. This girl's really incredibly dumb. You can't go to family court, say your partner beats you, and then they just believe it. That's not how it works. They have to have some evidence.
She's not dumb. She has 3 cassettes. And she's just playing the same one she played before.
Yo, it goes in reverse. Like, she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Dumb. She just rewind that bitch and played it back. That's
that you can't prove it unless you go to criminal court, because family
but
court
it's not
is
a crime.
based off of evidence.
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just about the welfare of the kids, and you know, what I mean, the people.
It's a crime if you're falsely accusing someone of abuse. And so I'm saying there's no, you can't. They only prove it in less than 10% of cases.
Okay.
In criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, family court is not.
She just keeps saying that, bro.
Man.
She just keeps saying that, and it's just not true.
She's not dumb.
When dads win cases to get custody of their children, they're doing it based off evidence. They have to showcase evidence that the mother is sick or whatever. The same can be said the other way around. They're saying the father's a deadbeat. They got to show he didn't pay his payments. They got to show written receipts. Like, it's just stupid.
So let's just say less than 10%. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt on that. Still seems like enough.
Let's get
to give people the option to leave. And this idea that women just leave whenever they want seems a little bit infantile, since because people change, right? Especially when people get married young, which does happen. People change, people go through shit, people grow apart.
It's like almost even been watching our videos. Shout outs to you, brother. You in the right argument then. Let's see what happens. Congratulations. See, your researchers out here plagiarizing, but it's okay. I'm just playing. We didn't come up with this original thought. Other people have said it too. I'm just saying, we the ones who might have said on YouTube recently, get super hurdle, but I'm just saying. Okay, just lonely things. We was want to talk about it. Give us some credit. Make sure. All right, you reference us. It's fine. Keep going. Do your thing, King. She just looked like an idiot on most topics, as she normally does. Yeah.
The minute you went on Ethan Decline, you looked like a. Yeah, it was done. It was done. I really thought this interview was about to be got high. Of course not.
I mean, it wasn't a bad faith interview.
That was not a bad faith interview, but what do you think Ethan was about to do? Make you shine bright like a diamond? Nah, you're not gonna shine bright like a diamond. You got the forehead of Rihanna, but it's not gonna happen. Okay, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna be like, man, he's gonna do what Ethan does. And on top of that, he's been shitting on the red pill community. You one of them, he gonna shit on you too.
True.
It's like, I'm not saying it's a bad faith interview, but come on. What happened there, that's what was supposed to happen. Well, I really thought that this... Fuck you mean?
Well, that's it. Anything else you want to say about Just Lonely Things?
Stay lonely.
Apparently. This girl about to hit 27. She's about to hit that break-off age where her value plummets off a cliff.
Technically, she already has. They say 25 often.
True.
So
I think she said 27 to give herself some time.
Maybe.
Yeah. She's like, damn, I'm 26. I can't be saying 25.
I gotta round it off.
I think in 1 year I can find a man.
I think like in 6 months you're gonna say 30.
Are you homeless? I'm a high-value woman. I think we're a good fit. Good luck. Anything else you want to say? Peace.
Well, fuck.
The hypocritical part about it is that we make fun of girls all the time for not controlling their sexual urges and being hoes all the time. Like, she belongs to the streets, all this stuff. You tell guys that they're losers if they don't go to the gym. They're losers if they play video games. You're a loser if you smoke weed. You're a loser if you watch sports. You need to exercise discipline. But when it comes to girls, oh shit, get a vasectomy because you can't control yourself, because you're not capable of exercising discipline. Why do you have to be disciplined in every single aspect of life? Networking, success, all this stuff, watching sports, playing video games. You need to be on your stuff. But for women, nut inside girls with after getting a transgender surgery.
See, we didn't quite lose Sneeko there.
Honestly, it looks like that red pill is imploding very quickly. Recently, you saw Andrew Tate or Tate calling red pillers autistic and be like, don't ever associate me with those losers.
The men who are out here only trying to have sex with women and have no emotional connection, they're weirdos. A lot of this red pill, how to get girls stuff, a lot of them are like that as well. They're like the peak masculine life is just to have a bunch of women that you barely know, and that's fucking ridiculous.
And that's the supreme leader of the red pill. And you're seeing a lot of people kind of abandoning ship. And so Sneeko saw something recently and it kind of caught his attention. Let's listen in.
Said something yesterday on Twitter saying that men should get vasectomies in their 20s just to prevent this.
If you don't know what he's talking about Rollo Tomasi. He is the grand wizard of the red pill community. He's supposedly the creator. He's written books on it. Basically some old geezer. So he said that people should get vasectomies if they want to be high value men very quickly when they're young. They should get vasectomies. Now, quick information on vasectomies. While they are quote unquote reversible, how reversible they are is based on the length of time that you've had your vasectomy. If you go past 5 years, the odds can drop anywhere from 90 to 30 to 40%. And even then, after you reverse it, being fertile, we don't know when it comes back. And so essentially, when doctors allow you to get a vasectomy, they're telling you this is not reversible. So you need to be certain that you don't want kids anymore. You should not think of it as a form of birth control that you can willy-nilly come in and out of. That's why a lot of doctors, if you're below the age of 25, will not even consider you for vasectomy because they understand how life-changing it is. And though you may not want kids as a young man, they know you might change your mind. So, quick little information about vasectomies. There you go.
I think that it's important to have family values and to prepare for eventual parenthood. What makes you high value? Other people's perception, having a lot of money, having a network. Like, why does that matter? Why does being a high value man matter if you're not going to eventually start a family? To be a high value man, the top 3 steps: avoid family creation, get a vasectomy, and have a network. It's just like the generic male self-improvement stuff, but like 2 of the top 3: get a vasectomy and avoid family creation. Do you agree?
When he says high value man, he's talking from the perspective of being able to be a playboy and get as many girls.
But why is that a priority over having a family? Like, why would that even be advice? Why would that be a male self-improvement advice? Be a playboy instead of raise a family? Well, we make fun of women all day for wanting to be girl boss queens and sleep around and have all this, and then you tell guys, be a playboy instead of raise a family. That's the same advice on the other side.
What?
Oh, I had nothing to say. I was just like, yeah, go on. Go on.
Low key.
Button.
I did laugh a few times when I was watching this.
Yeah, which I understand.
Wait, why?
Well, because it's you, and then it's Sneeko talking. So the only thing you hear is so.
Yeah,
see, you laugh. What'd you say?
That's foul.
No, that's what you laugh. You laughing right now. So I know that's you. That's not. I didn't laugh. That's you laughing.
I'm gonna play with you guys.
You're gonna play with us? Hey, yo.
The most joyous moments of my life were coming home and then seeing all my kids around and then getting to spend time with them. And that divorce, going through that whole process, that really stole from me like what I realized was my biggest joy. I spend time with my nieces now. I spend time with my mom, taking her out to dinner, showing her good stuff. And I realized like that's the stuff that matters for me. I've had, if I get new one, it's not even, but when I spend time with my niece and I'm watching her like walk for the first time, or I'm seeing her say words, like that shit hits different.
So you giving up on your balls? Yeah, you're getting tired. You're getting older. Like that's just like I'm too tired to fuck. That sounds boring. I don't want to be. When I'm 32, I want to be fucking double the bitches I'm fucking now. I want to be having a bigger house, I want to be down the Hugh Hefner shit. That's what makes you excited. That's what keeps your balls going. Like you can't let go of that. You can't let go of your manhood at a certain age. If you give up on that, I'm like, oh, I like playing macaroni drawings with my kids.
You trying to say something? He was just clowning you, but that was the young him. You understand what I'm saying?
That was him 9 months ago. It just makes me laugh. How drastic the changes in rhetoric, where it's like now he sounds like a Ben Shapiro clone. But look, I'm not mad at it because what he's saying is true. So at the end of the day, is the change genuine? Whatever. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not going to get somebody's head. Doesn't matter. People are encouraging people to be more community oriented and think more about things that are important in life. I support that kind of messaging.
Well, we make fun of women all day for wanting to be girl boss queens and sleep around and have all this, and then you tell guys, be a playboy instead of raise a family. That's the same advice on the other side.
Because here's the thing: when you're a playboy, you're going to be better at raising the family.
Qu'est-ce que t'as dit, mon cher? Mon cher.
Being a playboy makes you better at raising a family?
No, he said the family. Which
family we talking about? Because playboys tend to have multiple families. And I'm going to tell you, those kids don't look at that dad and think, wow, what a wonderful guy. I ask a lot of women or sons or men what it was like to have a dad who's a womanizer, who's out here sleeping around doing left to right and center. They don't necessarily speak about those people in glowing colors. They don't be like, oh, he was really present in my life. He was really invested. Oh yeah, the way he treated my mom and how happy she was, everything was fit. It's fine to want to go do your hedonism and fuck left, right, and center, but don't pretend like it's actually helping families.
And the reason
But he's
for
saying
that,
avoid family creation.
Well, he's talking from the frame of being a guy getting a lot of girls. And then, if you decide you want to get a family down the road, you can always unsnip and then go ahead and go down the family route. I agree to a degree that you need to have sex with at least 50 girls as a guy. I've talked about that all the time. It's controversial.
At this point in your career, when you're on the way up, focus on things that are going to help you move forward in life and become successful.
And get a surgery done that prevents you from having children.
Yeah, but you can always reverse it.
That's not like a lot of the times that shit messes up. That's not something you could just like hope that it's going to be okay.
Generally, most men can't control their urges, so what's going to happen is they're going to go fuck around and get somebody pregnant.
Becoming good fathers too. Just like we make fun of girls for prioritizing their careers and wanting to be girl bosses and wanting to build an empire, they're not prioritizing motherhood immediately. And then we're saying, men, ignore family creation, get a vasectomy so you could focus on getting rich, and then you'll be 40, you'll have all these guys and girls, and then start a family. Like, how are we building men to become good fathers if they've been only prioritizing success? If they have a dick surgery, how do they have the character that's going to lead a proper family?
So you're saying
because they've dealt with a bunch of hoes first, so they know what a good woman is.
So you're
I dealt with a bunch of hoes first, and I know what a good woman is.
No, you know what a bunch of hoes is.
I just wonder, all the guys out there who married women who weren't hoes or whatever the fuck it is, do you think they have to f a bunch of hoes to find that out? Or everybody who's in a relationship right now had to f some dirty bras to realize, like, oh, I now know what a decent person who's capable of being a wife is. Yeah, I had to f all these STD-ridden whores to find that out. I did. I had to go to the club and find the easiest, sloppiest, drunkest loser to be like, hey, I know I just got done busting inside you, but I think I realized you shouldn't be the mother of my kids. I think I'm ready. They gotta do that 49 more times, apparently.
No,
that's not what he said. No, but what's the priority then? Family or
it doesn't mean that you need to have kids young, but it shouldn't be avoid family creation in your head. That's an important thing to think about when you're young too. How am I going to have the character? How am I going to have the maturity, the responsibility to become a good father when I am ready to do it? I'm telling guys, you should get rich as possible too, but you should also be working on like building your character and looking at how I'm going to raise my kids and how I'm going to be a good father. If you're 40 and you have all these hoes and you have experience with hoes, is that going to make you a better father? Probably not. You'll just know how to avoid a bad woman. But it's not. You don't need to fuck 100 women to realize what a hoe is. Why not just understand that a lot of these women are unwifeable and then navigate around that instead, and just not spend your time and invest your energy into women that you don't even respect or like in the first.
I wish like he was just looking at all the women on the podcast beside him, like these whores. Like, why would you constantly invite these soulless, most vapid, Instagram hungry whores?
Would have been gold.
But I just say this: Sneaker is preaching. No pun intended. And everything there is making sense. It's like you think you're going to be a player your whole life, and then all of a sudden you're capable of doing a committed relationship. Like, trust me, most of the players I know who did that for a long time struggled tremendously trying to settle down. And so all of us thinking like you got the skills for long-term relationships and you can figure it all out is going to be easy because you've been fucking this whole time. Like, what you do to be able to get women to sleep with you is not the same thing as what you do in order to get a woman to stay with you through a long-term relationship. Those things are completely different
things.
You're talking about different, but you'll notice that when these guys talk about maintaining a relationship, all of their language is geared on how to get a woman to give you sex.
And oftentimes, what makes you gonna get a girl in the clubs and stuff like that, like the way these guys want to get girls, it's actually not attributes that people are looking for to form a family. That's not what they're looking for. That's not what's attractive in a family setting. They don't care about that.
No.
So none of these attributes are going to be like, yeah, he's able to get a lot of girls. That's not what they want to get with.
This video is brought to you by Surfshark.
No matter where I'm at, all right, whether it's in my house or in my Airbnb when I'm away or in
Antarctica,
Or even when I'm taking a shit, I need to have access to all my programs. Hey! But sometimes the internet doesn't allow me for that because it's restricted because of the area that I'm in. Yeah, and for that, I need a system that allows me to change my location. And that's called a VPN changer. Yes, and the wonderful VPN that I'm using is Surfshark. It allows you to just change the location of where you are. And so you can watch everything that you want, no matter where you're at. Right now with Surfshark, you can just use promo code ABBA and preach, and you're going to be able to have 3 months extra for free. I know, crazy. Get on it.
So this was his tweet, right? It goes, and this was from, what, a week ago? About a week ago? So the quickest path to becoming a high-value man. Number 1, don't get married, avoid family creation, vasectomy in your 20s, lift consistently, eliminate all sedations, learn game and networking, play to your strengths, build wealth, resist easing up on your focus. And it's the quickest path to becoming a high-value man. And I know that, you know, Sneeko had some point of contention, specifically with number 3, which is get a vasectomy in your 20s.
What is high-value man?
I think he means what he means in this context is being a guy that's like desirable to women and being attractive to women, so that you'll be I guess a marketable sexual partner.
Well, but that doesn't make sense, right? Like avoid family creation and get a vasectomy and like be attractive to men.
But no, it's because women, right? Again, like I said it before, but I'll say it again because you're here. Given the context of what he's tweeting for this specific situation, it makes sense because he's saying, hey, these are the ways so that you don't fuck yourself up to ensure that you're going to be successful. He's retard proofing it.
But that is a pretty retarded advice because you're saying do this so that you become more attractive to women. So what's even the point of having a relationship with a woman if you can't have kids with her? Then you're just having an empty relationship just to fuck her for your whole life. And
no, he's saying to become high value, which means you make the choice. Do I want to do that or not? So he's giving you the choice to do that. That's
like, don't you guys tweet all the time about how like, oh, like women are fucking disgusting that are freezing their eggs at like 20 and they're never gonna find out. And now you've got like guys that go to sperm clinics. Like here you go, I'm never gonna be able to impregnate my wife because there's like a 30% reversal rate on this fucking surgery. But maybe in the future I can inject my full fucking semen
all the time.
Yeah, like it's like the same shit.
But notice, right? He has 2 points.
Like a 90% reversal rate.
Yeah, actually.
Well, depending on how quick it is. Wait, for vasectomies?
Yeah, to get it reversed and be able to actually.
After like 10 years, it's like 30 to 50%.
Yeah, but your 20s is 10 years. You're supposed to reverse it back within the 10 years.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Your
So you're gonna
20s
get
is 10 years.
vasectomy at like, yeah, you're gonna get a vasectomy at 20, become high value by 23, and then get it reversed? Like what?
I mean, I'm gonna say 23. You're being extreme as usual.
Well, he said your 20s. That's 10 years.
Yeah, but you can do it. But when you're 28, 29.
Yo, nigga, I'm asleep. You know what this man thinks? He thinks as long as you don't hit the 10-year mark, nigga, you made it. No. It's not like the surgery works, man. It's not like you get to 10 years, all of a sudden now you can't slip your balls anymore because,
oh my God, what's the expiry date on my dick?
That's not how it works. It's that from 0 to 10 years, it gradually reduces the odds of you being reserved.
Not how any of this works.
So the longer it goes on, the less fertility you have. It's not like, I got to 8 years, okay, I made it before. No, that's not how it works. So instead of it being a 30% chance, maybe it's a 45 or 50 at 8 years. You don't know. All these things are variables. So the question is, if your audience is looking at this and you're supposed to tell them, okay, guys, get a vasectomy so you can be a high value man, you should also tell them, if you go through this vasectomy, there's a 50% chance that you may not be able to ever have kids again. Is that something you're willing to risk?
Yo, these motherfuckers are never gonna do that shit.
No.
They talking that shit, then they would never do that. 1, 2. Would you cross the street if you have 45% chance of making it alive the other side? 45% chance.
Yeah, I showed you that.
Those odds are not good. I don't know if you understand odds. That's not good.
Heads kids, tails not.
That you want, no matter where. Crazy. Get on it.
So this was his tweet, right? It goes, and this was from what, a week ago? About a week ago. So the quickest path to becoming a high value man. Number 1, don't get married, avoid family creation, vasectomy in your 20s, lift consistently, eliminate all sedations, learn game and networking, play to your strengths, build wealth, resist easing up on your focus. And it's the quickest path to becoming a high value man. And I know that, you know, Sneeko had some point of contention, specifically with number 3, which is get a vasectomy in your 20s.
What is high value man?
I think he means what he means in this context is being a guy that's like desirable to women and being attractive to women, so that you'll be I guess a marketable sexual partner.
Well, but that doesn't make sense, right? Like, avoid family creation and get a vasectomy and
women
like
want.
be attracted to men.
But no. It's
Or be
because
attracted to women, right?
again, like I said, the quickest path.
Get on it.
So this was his tweet, right? It goes, and this was from what, a week ago? About a week ago. So the quickest path to becoming a high value man: number one, don't get married, avoid family creation, vasectomy in your 20s, lift consistently, eliminate all sedations, learn game and networking, play to your strengths, build wealth, resist easing up on your focus, and it's the quickest path to becoming a high value man. And I know that, you know, Sneeko had some point of contention specifically with number 3, which is get a vasectomy in your 20s.
What is a high value man?
I think he means what he means in this context is being a guy that's like desirable to women and being attractive to women, so that you'll be I guess a marketable sexual partner.
Well, but that doesn't make sense, right? Like, avoid family creation and get a vasectomy
That's what
and
women
like
want.
be attracted to men.
But
Like,
no. It's
or be attracted
because
to women, right?
again, like I said it before, but I'll say it again because you're here. Given the context of what he's tweeting for this specific situation, it makes sense because he's saying, hey, these are the ways so that you don't fuck yourself up to ensure that you're going to be successful. He's retard proofing it.
But that is a pretty retarded advice because you're saying do this so that you become more attractive to women. So what's even the point of having a relationship with a woman if you can't have kids with her? Then you're just having an empty relationship just to fuck her for your whole life. And then what?
No, he's saying to become high value, which means you make the choice. Do I want to do that or not? So he's giving you the choice to do that.
That's like, don't you guys tweet all the time about how like, oh, like women are fucking disgusting that are freezing their eggs at like 20 and they're never gonna find out. And now you've got like guys that go to sperm clinics. Like, here you go. I'm never gonna be able to impregnate my wife because there's like a 30% reversal rate on this fucking surgery. But maybe in the future I can
We laugh
inject
at
my
girls who want to
full
freeze their
fucking
eggs
semen.
all the time.
Yeah, like it's like the same
but
shit.
notice, right? He has 2
No, it's like
points.
a 90% reversal rate.
Yeah, actually.
Well, depending on
Is
how
that
quick
true?
it is. Wait, for vasectomies?
Yeah, to get it reversed and be able to actually.
After like 10 years, it's like 30 to 50%.
Yeah, but your
20s
20s
is
is
10 years. You're supposed to reverse it back within the 10
Well,
years.
wait, hold on, wait.
your
So you're gonna
20s
get
is 10 years.
vasectomy at like, yeah, you're gonna get a vasectomy at 20, become high value by 23, and then get it reversed. Like what?
I mean, I want to say 23. You're being extreme as usual.
Well, he said your 20s. That's 10 years.
Yeah, but you can do it but when you're 28, 29.
Yo, nigga, I'm asleep. You know what this man thinks? He thinks as long as you don't hit the 10-year mark, nigga, you made it. No. It's not like the surgery
works, man.
It's not like you get to 10 years, all of a sudden now you can't slip your balls anymore because
Oh my God, what's the expiry date on my dick? That's not how it works.
it's that from 0 to 10 years, it gradually reduces the odds of you being
That's
reserved.
not how any of this works.
So the longer it goes on, the less fertility you have. It's not like I got to 8 years. Okay, I made it before. No, that's not how it works. So instead of it being a 30% chance, maybe it's a 45 or 50 at 8 years. You don't know. All these things are variables. So the question is, if your audience is looking at this and you're supposed to tell them, okay, guys, get a vasectomy so you can be a high value man, you should also tell them, if you go through this vasectomy, there's a 50% chance that you may not be able to ever have kids again. Is that something you're willing to risk?
Yo, these motherfuckers are never gonna do that shit. They talking that shit, then they would never do that. 1, 2. Would you cross the street if you have 45% chance of making it alive the other side? 45% chance. Those odds are not good. I don't know if you understand odds. That's not good.
Heads kids, tails not. You're gonna have kids. I was nervous there for a second.
And that was a coin!
So 9 years? What is it, 45% chance of reversal? Bro, you're not going to have kids anymore.
You're sterilizing half your audience. That's just wild to me.
Hold on. Notice he had 2 points there. He said, 1, avoid what? Family creation. And 3, vasectomy in 20s. You can choose what you want to do. Apply what you need to apply. He's just saying you could do either or.
Okay.
No, he's
I'm
not.
just saying, I'm worried that
It's funny, when I go to the groceries, my girl gives me a list, and she's like, she wanted a ginger, and she wanted a broccoli, and she really meant either or. No, she meant both. Shit, it's a list.
It's a list.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's a list.
Yo, that shit the way, man.
On the list, it said lift consistently. Is that also an option?
That shit away.
I don't know. He's just. I get it though. At the end of the day, I think Roll Tomasi for them is a friend of the show, and they want to defend him. So even if they sound irrational, right, which they always critique women for being, it doesn't really matter because they're being loyal. So as long as you sound neurotic for your friends, it's acceptable.
Yeah, exactly.
on that list,
Yeah, go
he's got 2 things, okay, about your dick, okay, about avoid family creation, get a vasectomy. Is there anything on that list about like just avoid women?
But
avoid temptation.
Hold on. We know as men, we want women no matter what. But whether we want to abstain or be monk mode, it doesn't matter. However, question for you guys on the panel. If you had a kid, be honest here, would you be where you're at right now?
Destiny had a kid at his early 20s.
Yeah. No. Well, oh, you did?
Yeah, he had a kid in his early 20s.
How do you
Also,
know?
why not just like use protection?
Yeah, see, okay.
That's a good point. And he said avoid what? Family creation, which means use a condom too.
No, it doesn't. It says get a vasectomy. That was the advice. Stop trying to. You're coping,
That's
bro.
number 3. Number 2 says avoid what?
The hypocritical part about it is that we make fun of girls all the time for not controlling their sexual urges and being hoes all the time. Like, she belongs to the streets, all this stuff. You tell guys that they're losers if they don't go to the gym. They're losers if they play video games. You're a loser if you smoke weed. You're a loser if you watch sports. You need to exercise discipline. But when it comes to girls, oh shit, get a vasectomy because you can't control yourself, because you're not capable of exercising discipline. Why do you have to be disciplined in every single aspect of life? Networking, success, all this stuff, watching sports, playing video games. You need to be on your stuff. But for women, nut inside girls after getting a transgender surgery.
See, we didn't quite lose Sneeko there. We didn't quite lose him. He's still there. They're still there. He's still there.
That's funny. He said,
we heard what he said. We heard what he said. Shit.
That's the one thing you can't be disciplined in.
Sneeko, what did number 2 say? Avoid family creation. It could be condom or plan B, but he's just saying to be extra
another
careful.
form of contraception is what it is, basically.
But he didn't say that, and that's not a good form of contraception because it's not supposed to be reversed. That's what the doctor tells you when you get a vasectomy surgery. It's like, you cannot expect this to be reversed. You shouldn't go into that thinking that you're going to reverse it. And also, a better advice, instead of saying never fuck again, maybe for the women that I do have sex with, prepare that she could be the mother of your children. Maybe don't spend time with hoes all the time thinking, I need to fuck 50 girls so I understand feminists and how retarded they are. Maybe just don't fuck them. Maybe fuck women that you can see yourself having a family with.
When you first, hold on, that's a very good point.
You won't be able to detect that though unless you have experience.
You need experience.
You need experience, bro.
How do you know? Wait, no. How do you need experience? What does that mean?
How would you know what's good for you if you never had it?
The red pill advice is you need 50 bodies.
I want to open this one up.
Let's go.
Do you think you need to fuck a girl to tell if she's like family material?
No. We're saying experience-wise.
What does experience mean?
Dating, courting, having that one-on-one experience. Okay, she likes this, she doesn't like this. This is weird. This doesn't work. I can tell from experience what works.
Wait, what does any of that have to do with fucking her?
Hold on, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Now, adding in sex, you can understand. Okay, once this point has passed, I can see what she really is. 'Cause remember, people put on front at the very beginning.
Yo. Other than sex, there's some things that are more telling of who the person really is. Okay? 1, watch who they are when they drive. 2, try to put a IKEA furniture together. 3, go on a trip with that person. That's how you see how really someone is. 4, go to a restaurant. See how they treat someone that they have power over and can do nothing for them. There's other things in life more than fucking that you're gonna be able to do that's gonna be tell signs of what the person is. As a matter of fact, I can tell you a lot of people I've seen in toxic relationship was staying because the pussy or the dick was good. I had nothing to do with how they were, because how they were was really garbage, was trash. They were garbage human beings. He don't like when I say that. I'm gonna tell you, I know them people. Garbage human beings. But the people stay because the sex was good. So the sex thing really is something on the side. It doesn't tell you how the person is.
I'll go a step further.
Oh, go ahead, step on.
I don't think sex tells you much about a woman. I think it does tell you something about a man, though. Because the people who I see switch up after sex are generally dudes. Because
yes,
once they get the and women right now, I know they in the comments being like, okay,
yes,
you all know,
yeah,
you all know why? Because I've changed ever since.
You changed up.
And women always complain. Everything was great. Then we slept together. I was like, yeah. Because sometimes they only in it for that. So I'm just saying.
It's true.
Generally, the women, what ends up happening is that they just become more into you. That's it. That's really it. Yup. I'll be honest with you. I've talked to a lot of guys, and all they ever say after sex with women is like, she became more attached. That's it. It has nothing to do with whether or not she's wife material or marriage material. It's just that. But ask ladies. Ask ladies. Ladies have definitely sat with a dude and noticed his behavior changed afterwards. Or he became more distant. Or he stopped responding to calls all of a sudden. So, no. I think the reality is they're framing this as like, oh, you need to bang her to really see who she is. That is one of the dumbest ways to get to know someone. You want to know? You're going to have to spend some time observing her in all the areas. Hey, even when you live together, you're going to learn who that person really is.
Before you live together, go on a trip together, plan some things together, see how you communicate with each other. That's how you is. And after that, from whenever things go bad, see how you're going to grow from that and make it not happen again. That's what you're going to see. Fucking ain't going to be the one. But, yeah, sure, experience, as you say. Ugh.
Let's go.
Ugh.
Mind you, Myron's never been in a relationship.
How many stories do you hear of husbands who are like, my wife used to blow me every single day, and then as soon as we got married, all the sex stopped? Or we have dead bedrooms now. We were super active our first year, but that is absolutely not true. Sex.
What?
No, he's saying the shit.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Yeah, she preaching?
He preach it.
She.
I don't even know.
No, it's just because I don't like the idea of a man just denying a woman her due credit. So just let it happen. Okay.
Absolutely change.
Just let it happen.
You got married. For you guys, you can probably tell just by looking at their Instagrams. Isn't that what you guys are like professionals at? Just picking out just based on their Instagram pictures? You're telling me you have to through like 30 women to find a good, like, how many conservative men, like if we brought in like real conservative men who have strong families, how many of them are like, yeah, I had to fuck 25 bitches when I was in college in order to find the love of my life right now that can take care of my kids. That's a wild statement. If you want to fuck, that's fine. But don't pretend you're doing it for this fucking altruistic purpose of finding a good mom.
I also want you guys to appreciate, y'all notice these red pill dudes say all this goofy shit, but none of them seem to have stable families or marriages. You know what I mean? Like, vast majority of them don't seem to have their shit together.
Or when they do, it's always what they're preaching against.
Is it like, what, if she throws it back doggy, she'd probably take the kids, like, out to the park every day? Like, what does that even mean? Like,
so this is why, right?
Okay.
There's a bunch of reasons why I tell guys they need to get sexual experience with women. Number one, you need to get an abundance mindset, okay? A lot of guys get with girls out of necessity and a scarcity mindset. First girl that touches their pee-pee, oh, I want to commit to you. So that's a problem because you're not going ahead and getting with the girl from a position of choice. You're getting with her from a position of necessity and scarcity. That completely changes the dynamics of the relationship, and that's going to put her in the leverage position. That's number one. Number two.
What do you think about this whole leverage thing?
Yo, that's toxic, but a man cannot say another man and he's toxic. That's whack. It's whack.
What do you think about it?
A leverage, that's not a relationship. That's not the definition of a relationship. That's just fucking there's one side of this lacking. Like this, I gotta have this leverage. Oh, you're calculating leverage? And what grade are we in? Fucking junior high?
What do you mean?
The leverage. This shit that we used to do. Yo, don't call him now. Call him later, because he needs to think that. That's some shit that we used to do back then when we were in junior high. That's what this shit was. That's what this shit is. That's what this shit is. That's some High School Musical shit. Okay. You know what? You cannot call him now, because now it's gonna mean that you're too much and that. That's that shit. And now you're gonna keep doing that shit as an adult? Nah, B. Ain't nobody got time like that. Like, for real, when you realize at some age, people ain't got time like that. People don't have that time. People don't really have to have a leverage. I gotta care. I gotta care less than she does, because then I'm gonna have leverage and I'm gonna have power. Man.
I'm just curious. Guys.
Oh.
I'm just curious. Guys, if you heard the girl that you were interested talking like that, I gotta have leverage over him, how would you guys feel, and would you guys maintain interest?
Stop that.
Vice versa, ladies.
That's cold as fuck.
If you heard that a man wanted to maintain leverage over you,
though. I want to fight with her style.
How would you guys feel? I'm actually curious what you were thought.
again, bro, you're taking out of context.
Like,
That's exactly what the context was.
You're taking what he's saying and like applying it to the general masses. He's saying in this specific instance,
high value.
if you want to get your value up as quickly as possible.
And who is that advice for? Young men, not the guy who's already had 3 kids, who's 36. He's not going to decide I'm going to become a high value man like after having a family. You're targeting towards young men who are navigating life, taking advice from an older guy on the internet.
So Monday. Okay. So this next part is when the guy who made that tweet comes in. I say we stop here and we cover this a different time.
Sure, we can cover this a different time.
All right. Let us know what you guys think.
Don't step on the blades.
The apple and peach video he did about you. Bro, these blue pill people who only focus on the shit that... Bro, you know what is newsworthy and what Abba and Priest should be about if they're a commentary channel who cares about free speech? They should have made a video talking about the fact that I got deplatformed off of most of these social media sites. But he didn't. It doesn't matter.
My man's out here right now lecturing me, talking about, oh, Abba, if you cared, you would have talked about my deplatforming. Deplatforming is a big problem. Bruh, you out here sucking off Fresh and Fit, 2 guys who try to DMCA strike and get a bunch of channels deplatformed, right? You haven't sat in on a podcast with them and had a long-form discussion. All of a sudden, now that you're suffering, deplatforming is a big problem. If you felt so strongly, you probably would have said something, but you don't, because now you need to suck off their teats just to be able to make some dimes. Congratulations, you played yourself. Everybody warned you left and right that you probably shouldn't be doing this. Nigga, you can't swim. And then you decide to go in the deep end with the sharks, found out shit's a little steep. And all of a sudden you want everybody to jump in there, save your ass. You were warned, brother. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't like seeing you being devoured, but what more can a man do? Like J. Cole says, don't save her. She don't want to be saved. That's you. Today's topic, Sneako was deplatformed. After our last video, I was contacted and basically told, like, hey, why would you cover the fact that I was on Fresh and Fit and not the fact that I was deplatformed? And I was like, okay. And the reason why I didn't cover the deplatforming, to be honest with you, Sneako, is because I got some bad things to say, you know. No, it's true.
That's crazy.
Listen.
By not talking about it, he
All right.
made you a
I gotta
favor, then you asked for
pee.
it.
Actually, no, I'm good.
But there's 2 things that are true at the same time. One, I think the issue with deplatforming on this platform and others becoming more rampant is a problem. Okay, the fact that people cannot even be posting stuff and be removed from every social media, like, I'm not for it. Okay. On the other hand, Sneako being deplatformed was one of the most unsurprising things of 2022. The reason being is I was telling him this for months. I was telling him that 1, if he keeps going on this way, he's going to lose everything. 2, that he was not only going to lose his channel, Sneako, where he's live streaming, but the main one where he does nothing. Why? Because YouTube has a rule in place where if you're acting wild or you're doing all kinds of crazy stuff or they want you off the platform and they decide to give you 3 strikes or whatever, they get rid of everything. Why would it make sense for a platform to deem the fact that you aren't fit for their channel, their platform, that you are an issue and that you are a problem, and then let you keep another channel where you get to do a lot of the same kind of content?
It's like when you get barred from a club and then you come back and it's like, yo, you're banned from here. Yeah, but I got a different fit. They don't care.
They don't care. They don't care.
You're banned. He's the person.
So
yeah, it makes sense.
On one hand, you don't want to see the homie lose his money. No. On the other, you're doing shit that's gonna make you lose your money. You're being warned about it multiple times. You're out here bringing on folks who are white supremacists, folks who are talking about race realism, doing crazy stuff. Your clips are showing up in the Senate. You wildin'. You being warned. Hey, I let my nuts hang. I'm real. You guys are bots. Okay. Well, guess what? You wanted. You got what you wanted. You're out of the matrix. I'm not celebrating. I don't think it's great. But I think sometimes people got to learn their lessons. You don't want to listen to nobody? Nobody can tell you nothing? Okay. This is what happens. This is what happens. Some of the stuff my man was doing was wild. Him talking about another female creator and then simulating himself banging her, okay, on a platform for a good 30 to a minute, okay, is wild.
Then I flew to Bucharest, Romania to meet with Andrew Tate and be on his podcast, and they hit me with the cyberbullying strike for a viral video that was uploaded 2 months ago. If it's not obvious, anything can be labeled as cyberbullying and anything can be labeled as harassment.
It's just, he glossed over the cyberbullying stuff, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure, I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about.
You know what's so funny about the internet? It hides the fact, and like this feminist garbage hides the fact that she's attracted to that guy making the videos. It is what it is. Girls, you could vouch for it. You know it's true. She would. She would. And you know, sister, what's so predictable? You could tell by the way she's talking that she hasn't been properly in a long time. It's been a while. So she's on the internet making this garbage video, promoting all this feminist garbage to your fucking lonely girls in the comment section. What you really need, Chad, is some yeah, shut up with your feminism. Yeah, come here. That's what you need. And she's gonna go, that's what you need. You need some sense fuck back into you. And you know what they're gonna do right after they did that? They're gonna clip that part and say, I'm an incel problematic, but you know it's true. You can hear it in her voice. She hasn't been properly in too long, and now you make no sense. That's what happens, man.
Bro, this man simulates sex like a virgin, okay? But moving past that, yeah, he did that about another YouTuber. Guess what? YouTube will come down, but you cannot do it on the job in front of millions of people. I don't know what people don't understand about this. There's plenty of things I can do at home with my homies or say with my homies. I can't do in front of y'all. I don't know what workplace you can ever exist in where you can simulate yourself fucking in front of customers, in front of advertisers, you can't do that. I tried to, you didn't really see what was that wrong with it. It's not like my man did something innocuous or something that's like, with this? No, a lot of this stuff was pretty clear cut, like, yeah, you're definitely violating the rules that exist. And it pains me to say this because a young man who, if he knew how to be smarter about some things and wasn't so just like, I want to be real, you look real dumb, honestly. That's all it is. If you were just a bit, you could have had longevity, you could have reached so many more people, had so much more influence. Actually, that is what Andrew Tate said after he got banned. After he got banned, he said, I should have been smarter about my messaging. I should have been smarter about this and that. Why? Because he recognized that the way he was acting was too wild to be viewed by this many people. Extra viewership brings extra money, brings extra scrutiny. Or as Biggie Smalls would say, more money, more problems. It's a conflicting thing. It's not good. I'm not happy. This is not a great thing. But if you're being honest, this is unsurprising. And secondly, you could even make the case that it's pretty well deserved. The moment he did that shit to that girl, I was already like, YouTube's on your ass. She's talking to her YouTube manager. Other people are talking to their YouTube reps. They've been tweeting at YouTube. It's like, bruv, when you cross that line, of course. What YouTuber do you think is going to get away with themselves simulating fucking another YouTuber? Now, if you're with the boys at home, that's one thing. Bruv, this is your job. Guess what? YouTube, as cool as it is and how everybody seems family, it's a job. You got managers, you got lawyers, you got agents, you got middlemen, you got negotiators.
You got guidelines. You got guidelines.
You got contracts.
In a workplace, you can't dress a certain way. You got guidelines. And it's funny because it made me think of a story when I was working customer service on the phone. And there was this girl always complaining about the company.
Fucking free money.
About that. And one day, the cops come and took the girl.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the girl left the call center in handcuffs.
Yeah.
And I liked the girl. The girl was great. Cool dude.
Yeah.
We had fun. I was like, what did the girl do? And they told me, well, she was selling credit cards from the client to someone else. And I was like,
watch the Apple and Peach video he did about you. Bro, these blue pill people only focus on the shit that, bro, you know what is newsworthy and what Abba and Priest should be about if they're a commentary channel who cares about free speech? They should have made a video talking about the fact that I got deplatformed off of most of these social media sites. But he didn't. It doesn't matter.
My man's out here right now lecturing me, talking about, oh, Abba, if you cared, you would have talked about my deplatforming. Deplatforming is a big problem. Bruh, you out here sucking off Fresh and Fit, two guys who try to DMCA strike and get a bunch of channels deplatformed, right? You haven't sat in on a podcast with them and had a long-form discussion. All of a sudden, now that you're suffering, deplatforming is a big problem. If you felt so strongly, you probably would have said something, but you don't, because now you need to suck off their teats just to be able to make some dimes.
He's been my buddy the whole time.
You played yourself. Everybody warned you left and right that you probably shouldn't be doing this. Nigga, you can't swim. And then you decide to go in the deep end with the sharks. Found out shit's a little steep.
Oh, I don't know.
And all of a sudden you want everybody to jump in there. Save your ass. You were warned, brother. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't like seeing you being devoured. But what more can a man do?
In my
like
hair?
J. Cole says, don't save her. She don't want to be saved. That's you.
No, that's my sword. It breaks down and she puts it on her ponytail every time.
I got the text messages. I got all the DMs. I got the voice notes. You were warned dozens of times. Now you want to act brand new. Oh, this happened to me. Okay. Well, listen. take your Matrix, take your red pill, go off to Bucharest, suck off the Tates, and just maybe you might make a few crypto dollars. Because me personally, I don't give a fuck. Be accountable for the actions that you took. Because literally nobody, not one person on this planet is surprised by your downfall or you being deplatformed other than yourself. And if you had any kind of integrity, you would go talk to the people beside you who are in the business of engaging in the very actions that make you suffer today. But you won't do that. You won't do that. Huh? Trying to get me to talk about Palestine. Meanwhile, you kicking it with war criminals. Man, get the fuck up out of here. Get the fuck up out of here.
Watch the Apple and Peach video he did about you. Bro, these blue pill people only focus on the shit that, bro, you know what is newsworthy and what Abba and Priest should be about if they're a commentary channel who cares about free speech? They should have made a video talking about the fact that I got deplatformed off of most of these social media sites. Right. But he didn't. It doesn't matter. He'll get on calls with me like, oh, I care about you. I want you to do well. I don't want your platform to be taken away. I just want to see you make money. Okay.
First off, you're already taking an L because you're eating a drumstick with a fork. Fucking backwards ass weirdo. Now,
if you really care about what I'm talking about, you should have made a video talking about how I got deplatformed.
I can't listen to
If I really care about you making money, I should know. I cared about you keeping your career and going well, so I gave you advice to not get deplatformed. I find it so funny that you get on your final video and you're like, oh man, they deleted my second channel. Like, you're acting surprised. I told you this was gonna happen. I told you you're gonna lose everything. Jadion told you. Desi, all these people were telling you what was gonna happen. That's how you show somebody they care. Not after they fucked up, but before. When you warn them, bro, you going too fast. That's how you show somebody you care. I didn't have to tell you nothing. I could have just farmed you for views. I could have done a bunch of stuff if I really wanted to. I was warning you in private numerous times. Oh, I don't care. Okay, stupid. Well, listen. You played a stupid game. You won a dumb prize. Congratulations. You can carry on eating fucking drumsticks with your fork, looking dumb on live. I don't care. Go do whatever you want to do. But don't sit here talk about, blah, blah, blah. That's you, stupid. That's you. And again, these are 2 videos now. What have you not heard?
Accountability.
Okay. All the bad things are happening to you because the outside world's a problem. All right, young man. Okay, well, you carry on living like that. That's great. While you telling these women accountability, I haven't seen you take it a single time. Not once. Not once, but good job. Actually, no, he did do it once. When the Muslims cucked him into apologizing. Yeah. And he had to go religion. Now he took it.
They gained up.
Yeah, when somebody's about to smack him.
Yeah. I love Jews, though.
Stop. Hold on. New rule for you, Chico. Right? No rule for you. You are not allowed to make fun of any religions on my stream until you make fun of Islam. After you do that, you're free to make fun of whatever you want, okay?
Look at his face. Look at his face.
Abdullah
2 hours later.
Because I talk a lot about wanting to convert to Islam. I've always talked about how the religion that I identify with the most is Islam.
Come on, brother. You gotta.
No, that's it. I don't have anything to joke about Islam. It's a perfect religion, very peaceful. They're very accepting. I have nothing bad to say about that. Nothing but love for all religions. I love all religions equally, actually. I love Judaism, Christianity, Islam. They're all great. They're all great.
I keep seeing this meme in my head. You know, like those cucked porn videos where Sneako's just sitting in the corner and there's a Muslim man just fucking his values?
After nearly a decade of dedicating my life's work to YouTube.com, they terminated all of my channels. For those of you that don't know, before I started live streaming 3 months ago, I amassed 1 million subscribers on my main channel called Sneako, doing artistic, creative, funny videos with the motto of seeking truth through funny. Then when I started live streaming on my second channel, Sneako, I quickly grew to 850,000 subscribers in a summer. They had to do something. The theme of my live streams was labeled as Red Pill, which a lot of people on the internet misconstrue as some pickup artist, misogynistic women hating, when in reality, the analogy comes from the movie The Matrix, the red pill meaning the truth. Since the beginning of my streaming, the mantra I kept repeating to my chat was that freedom of speech is dead, and if they censor it, it's true. And since then, they got me for 3 strikes, and that's why they terminated everything, not just my second channel, but my main channel and any fan channel with my name in it.
So I posted a YouTube short on my main channel saying, hey guys, I can't stream for 2 weeks. I'll see you soon. And YouTube hit me with the circumvention strike, and that's how they were able to delete everything off the platform. It's an excuse.
Okay, you saying it's an excuse isn't accurate. The rules in place because they don't want you continually posting to your audience, okay? You're already on thin ice. They give you the third strike, okay? You're already on thin ice. You post again, doesn't matter what it is that you post. If they told you can't post, but you post elsewhere, they go come for that is. They're already watching you.
The feds.
This is why you gotta do something. You wanna go on Instagram, you wanna go on Twitter, whatever you got left, you post it there. Okay, there's a difference between two things. There's what's right and what's smart. Is this right? You can make the case for either or, but
Fuck
I would
that. No,
probably
I'm definitely
I
fighting
don't
him.
like people being the platform, whether I like it or hate it. Same thing I said for Fresh and Fit. I would say for this, I don't think
Yeah,
it
it's
should be
it's
deplatformed.
it's the
However,
standard
you're
Souls
asking
game.
me
You
what's
have alternate
smart.
endings.
This is
It
so
makes
incredibly
it so
stupid.
you have
And
to
a lot
play
of
it
things
through a
that you did
second
were
time to
incredibly
get the
fucking
platinum
stupid.
trophy.
I'm telling
and-
people, be smart. If that's that's not being said. That's you understanding you have an
probably.
opportunity to help
That's
folks, influence folks.
at the
do
end of
whatever
Lies
you
of
want.
P.
If
You
were
can
just
offer to give your
diplomatic,
heart
but folks don't wanna
to
do diplomacy. They
Geppetto
want their way or the highway.
and
Well,
get
guess what?
the
You work
one
for a
ending
company.
that way.
You don't
But
wanna
if you
negotiate,
refuse,
you
then
don't
you
wanna be
fight
diplomatic, well, they're
the
gonna tell you
final
to take a
boss,
hike
and that's
'cause
what
they
I
don't
did
need
the
you.
first time.
You
Is
guys
I
understand
wanted
that,
to
like,
be a good
when you're
boy.
on these platforms,
And
the reason
so
why
I
you
had
want to
to
be on YouTube is
play
because
through
there's
the game
advertisers.
another time
Well,
in
YouTube
order
understands
to
advertisers set
fight the
policies in
final
place
boss.
so that they can protect their investment, which is the advertiser giving them
Right.
money. You
Are
come
we
in
going to the
and
gym?
you jeopardize that, then you think you don't have to
Well,
negotiate
I have
with
to
them
pee.
or give ground on
I
anything.
got a couple of people
Take a
watching,
walk.
so I
You
want to
work
give
for
it a
YouTube.
shot on the
You
final.
work for YouTube.
They have more power at the table.
Listen, I don't know what job.
But yeah, so
in
I'm
the
gonna give it a
things that
shot.
You did.
Love you, babe.
In the things that you did.
Let's see if I can one
don't
try
know
this shit.
What job would have given you 3 strikes? If you go on a normal job, a normal 9 to 5, and you simulate that you're fucking one of your coworkers, I don't know how they're gonna give you 3 strikes because that company is now liable. YouTube gave you the courtesy of giving you 3 strikes.
There's no consistency with the rules. They attack people who are going against their agenda. All the YouTubers that are celebrating me being banned right now have proved my point as well. They are so brainwashed and programmed that they can't comprehend the fact that celebrating the banning of another YouTuber is sick.
Well, I mean, I tried to warn him. I tried to warn him. And yeah,
To bring you
YouTube. I mean, look, it's YouTube's.
Let's
website.
go,
If he
Reckomy.
broke TOS, then that's an L for him. But I warned him. I told him, like, he was moving mad. He was moving mad.
That's not celebrating.
That's not celebrating.
That's not celebrating. He's not. Yay! He's not like that. That has the tone is not. Yo,
I am the
he
one-winged
said,
angel.
You were moving mad. I'm trying to warn him.
This is
If he
very
broke
Lies
the
of
rule, He
P.
broke the rule. That's not celebration, bruv.
Bruv,
You're
how
wild.
many people told you you were moving mad? Everybody was telling you you're moving mad, you're gonna get banned. You didn't listen to anybody. You let your nuts hang, you did what you wanted to do, and then you got it. He's like, well, listen, that's you. We warned you. And you were moving mad.
I better stop
You call that celebration? This is the hard-headedness and like the kind of like dumb speak that you do sometimes. I can't. You know what made me laugh too?
What?
I was telling him. You know, during our discussion, I was telling him like, yo, listen, after some time, you know, fucking every woman on the planet, it just gets boring. Like, you ain't trying to get new pussy.
I remember that shit.
He's like, nah, it's just you getting older, whatever. I said, okay, whatever. You don't want to listen, don't listen. You like fucking Sneeko?
We all do, yeah.
You like fucking you, pussy?
Yeah.
Believe it or not,
Okay,
that
he's
shit
got
gets old.
several forms
100%.
Nah.
because
100%.
he
And I
wouldn't
can
be
point
this
you
easy.
to hundreds of players who are online right now who have videos of them telling you new pussy gets old. In fact, how about I tell you this one? And this is something even Andrew Tate says. This is something even Andrew Tate says. All right. Sex becomes
Do
overrated.
you fight,
after
bro?
time.
No, it's overrated now.
Yeah, he says new pussy. He's like, why do you think that is?
Because you get used to it. It becomes like when you eat the same food over and over again, it becomes boring. That's why you get new. That's why you get new pussy, so you spice it up. Or you keep upgrading.
But guess what? After you had enough new pussy, there is no more new pussy.
There's always.
Do you understand?
There's always new
no,
pussy.
you think that. After you've had a few dimes, you realize dimes ain't nothing. After you've had some baddies, you realize baddies ain't nothing.
So what do you?
Why do you think so many of these dudes, as they get older in life, they stop talking about this shit nearly as much?
Because they get older and they're less testosterone.
It's not even that. It's you realize like, bruv, the payout ain't worth the work in.
Because you get tired. You get older, you don't have as much energy. You get, bleh.
Dude goes to Bucharest, sits in front of Andrew Tate. What do you think Andrew Tate tells him?
I don't give a shit. You can give me the baddest bitch on the planet, the most beautiful girl on the planet. I don't care. I don't even know who she is, but she's out there somewhere, and she could DM me on Instagram, and I could look at her and go, wow, you're absolutely beautiful. But if she tries to meet me in a scenario that I think it's a setup, or if she says something I really don't like, I'm sorry, goodbye.
Right.
Fuck you. What is it's pussy? It's sex. Who cares? It's a black hole. Hedonism is a black hole, and you can go down it forever, but you'll never be satisfied or satiated when you just go down the black hole of hedonism. There has to be a point where you wake up and realize, no matter how much pussy I fuck, this hole is going to stay as large and black as it is now, and that's just the way the game is. And you get to a point where you finally just say, I know I can fuck girls. I've fucked enough of them, and this is just not that fun anymore. Would you play a video game that never ended? Would you you want to complete the levels and complete the game? If the game just goes forever, after 20 minutes, you're like, this is bullshit. It's just a game. That's the game of life.
I just think it's corny.
It's like an Ichiro
you're gonna
line.
act like, oh, nobody knows what they talk about. I'm gonna do whatever I want.
I will shed
then
humanity
take the same thing, all of a
itself.
sudden, you want to listen.
If it means
Okay.
Ashina
Well, guess what? You don't
will
wanna take
survive.
advice. That's cool. Don't take it. But don't be surprised when you lose a lot of them sympathy points when everybody warned you were going too fast, and then you went head first into a wall. That's all I'm saying.
Why do you think someone would do that?
What do you mean?
Switch like that because it's the same information.
Maybe he respects
Okay,
Tate, he looks up to Tate,
the
whatever it
Rom
might be.
fight.
I don't know. But I think if you can only take advice based off of who says it, then you're probably not most apt when it comes to learning. I can hear good things come out of people I even disagree with.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can learn from people I disagree. I can be like, you know what you're saying there is true.
Okay,
That
that's
makes
pretty
sense. And
badass.
maybe that's something I
Not
gotta
gonna
figure
lie.
out. Right? Plenty of time.
That's where people call us, we're sitting on the fence and shit. Like, it's not a sport where everything your team does, you're with that shit.
True.
You choose a camp and you rock. I wear those colors. I bleed that. And every decision that team makes, you're like, yeah, even
Yikes,
if that doesn't
fam.
make no sense. You know what I mean? So, yeah, maybe people think, oh, yeah, you're just sitting on the fence, but that's not really what it is.
The government is watching me. The senator of Michigan played my clip of a stream. The committee, the chair of Homeland Security,
can't
said
hear
that
you,
I'm
babe.
a domestic threat and that I'm encouraging violence.
So that we all understand exactly the type of extremist content we are discussing today, and I'd like to take a moment to show a few examples, if you'd check the screen.
What really happened is Susan got a phone call from somebody on Epstein Island saying, you need to get rid of this guy. He's growing too fast and he's exposing the truth. You need to get rid of him before he keeps waking people up.
Ooh, the feds are gonna get you.
I'm willing to just play it out before. Okay. And Sneeko brought this up to me. He said, bro, are you afraid? I'm like, no. Why aren't you afraid? Because I know this isn't a big deal. I watched the whole thing. So I watched the whole Senate thing where I showed up on the clip, right? I was on Sneaker's podcast. What ended up happening, okay? And this is the wild shit where he's moving mad, okay? Is I'm having a conversation with Sneeko and Jadion. We're just chopping it up, talking about stuff. It's a good conversation.
Right.
All of a sudden, Sneeko brings on Nick Fuentes, white supremacist weirdo, okay? And this man starts going off about race realism, Jewish people, doing a lot of crazy talk.
Outlandish.
That clip gets brought up before the Senate. The Senate starts posting like 5, 6, 7 videos
Okay,
of
Eve.
people saying extremist stuff. And that was like the 3rd video out of the 7. And the reason why they brought up that clip wasn't because I was on screen, wasn't because Jadion was on screen, or because Sneeko was on screen. It's because Nick Fuentes, who's banned from everything, whose bank account's been closed, and who's like the leader of a weird party, was on screen. So why would I be worried? Nothing's happened to me. Nothing was going to happen to Sneeko, but he got his own problems there. The real issue was that you were bringing on wild people, and those people were being targeted. So that's the truth. Now, am I nervous? No, not really. I don't care. I don't care. And nothing's really happened, and most of the other people who were on that panel, nothing happened to them. But he wants to build this narrative that the government and everybody was coming for him, and Susan and Epstein Island, all stuff. It's not that deep. The truth is, you got banned because you were acting wild on the platform, saying dumb shit and simulating yourself fucking another YouTuber, and that ended up being the final cross. That's the truth. But if you want to make it a bigger conspiracy thing because it makes you feel more important, do whatever you want. I'm just not buying it.
But what they don't realize is that I don't need YouTube.com to go connect with people. YouTube is just a platform that I use. What I really need is my voice and a camera.
So why you want us to cover it then? Well, the fact that he's saying that he doesn't really care, he doesn't really need that. But I'm like, why don't you talk about me being that the platform? I'm like, bro, who cares? Yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Two YouTubers that I looked up to when I was a kid, H3, Ethan Klein, and KSI are both making fun of me when I got banned, even though they're YouTubers. These are two YouTubers that before I even started YouTube, I looked up to as an example. And I saw them both sell their soul in real time. After they got canceled and after the same people that are coming after me came after them, they sold out. They gave up their principles and they apologized. They changed their agenda and they say whatever the fuck is on Twitter trending. Deep down, they both know that they sold out because I know. I've been watching them for as long as they've been making videos. So when someone like me comes around, they attack me instead of the bigger system that's controlling us all. I'm not a bad person. I'm just trying to wake you up. And they're jealous of the fact that they should have done what I did.
Well, I find it funny that a lot of these guys get up on these platforms and always preach all this stuff, but never take it for themselves. Cool. You the one messed up right now.
Yep.
You the one suffering all these negative consequences, but you can't see
Insta-kill.
how you played a part in all of this. You don't see the part that you played in any of this. Okay? I want to see these young creators do well. And a lot of them are doing supremely well. And I think it's dope that I watch these guys grow beyond anything I can even imagine. And I want to see them make all the money and change their lives, change their family's life, change their whole fucking lineage's life. I want that for them. If they just move a bit smarter, they can avoid losing that opportunity. That's it. That's it. After that, have whatever. I vehemently disagreed with Sneeko for months. And I was telling him I disagree with like the vast majority of what you be saying because I think it's stupid.
Oh, they... Terrible. Alright. I just convinced my jailer to allow me 30 more minutes. I can turn the fan on now too because the cat with conjunctivitis isn't sitting there. I feel like she got something in her eye because the fan's been pointing at her. That's what I'm saying. She got like a termite in her eye. I didn't hurt her, the fan hurt her. It's all the fan's fault. They're fucking button stands. A new meaning for BTS. It's booty stands. Alright, yeah, I was fucking around with the boss before this. Like, I beat it like 5 times and I was just like letting her kill me at the end because I didn't want to progress. I'm enjoying the boss fights too much. There's, at the end of like 80% of the boss fights, there's a cutscene where you actually have to press a button, like L1 or X or triangle, in order to succeed at the cutscene. It's like they're specifically giving you the option of okay, do you really want to beat this boss? Or do you want to, like, because it gives them like 10% health back and you have to fight them back down. So I've been opting throughout, like, even in the demo, the boss battle that you could keep playing, like, I'd beat him down to 0 health and then miss the L1 press that you had to do during the cutscene, and he'd just get back up with like 10% health, and I beat him, and No, Sekiro is just like that. If you don't get the death blow, they'll get back up. Well, the final boss, he will. The final boss, he'll just sit there on his knees. But every other boss, if you don't hit the final death blow, their health doesn't come back, but their posture goes down a little bit. But so you just have to land even the most minute hit on them and they'll go back down. But yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try this boss a few more times. Love you, babe. Alright, let's go. I need to put on a more appropriate outfit. don't think he's dead. I doubt he is. No, fuck no, I'm not beating him my first try, bro. What's up? Bring. Okay. Alright. Love you, babe. I wish this boss, I mean, this is extremely cinematic and beautiful and shit, but I think they gave me the Raven boss fight so that I could actually have like a technical fight, because this one is like more of a Dark Souls boss than a Sekiro boss, and I feel like they went more Sekiro on this. Oh, I didn't even fill up my ammo. Alright, this is getting more interesting. I'm just trying to be technical at this point. It's kind of annoying. Harder on the rerun? Anyone? Oh, guess I was full on ammo. Yo. All right. Please be another phase. New Game Plus better be harder than this, bro.
I'm sorry. Eve. With this, the history of humans is over. Your will, your actions, your decisions. I just hope that everyone is guided in the right direction.
Golden Bones! Stellar Bones, I mean Blade.
A starry night. Reading the future is like mapping out the night sky. And sometimes you catch a glimpse of a shooting star falling towards Earth. Yes, seeing the future is just like that. I fully respect your decision, Eve, even if it is a bittersweet one.
Is this supposed to be Mother Sphere?
I will be waiting for you, and I will be watching.
Mother Sphere. Is it done? Is it finally over?
Yes, it is, Eve and Lily. It is time to go home.
Very Final Fantasy.
But we still have things to do. First, let's pay Mother Sphere a visit. We have a few questions for her, remember?
It's the same as filigree that Adam had on his body.
see the colony. Oh, but
Donkey? Interesting. Why is Adam separated? I wonder if I just exited it out of the program. I wonder if they have a post-credit scene.
But I still gave him advice to not get deplatformed. Why? Because even though I don't see eye to eye to you, I still want to see you do well. You didn't take that advice. Now you say I'm not supportive. Okay. You know what fake people do? Fake people will sit there and tell you, oh, keep going, even though it's leading you to your doom. That's what fake people do. I told you shit you didn't want to hear, and that shit upset you. Okay. Well, then stay. Maybe you're going to learn this lesson one day. Maybe you'll never realize that you're too hard-headed and stupid to realize. I don't care. Now it's your problem. Because I can't do much more, and I'm not going to force my advice on nobody. Do what you want to do. Anything else?
Oh, no.
No? How do you feel as a beta blue pill?
You know what?
What?
You would have said that a couple of months ago, a couple of years ago. I'd be like, I'm not no, but sure.
Who cares?
How do I feel? Platformed.
Yes, that's a bad thing to say.
Hey. Okay.
Hey, man. No, that's
Okay.
Hey, it's crazy, man. Man gets deplatformed and you realize how badly he wants to be plugged back into the Matrix.
It's crazy.
Right? Right? YouTube,
Crazy.
TikTok, all these things are part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, go be unplugged.
You don't want allies. You want servitude. You want men to be in position with you, but you want them scared and you want them as servants. That's what you want.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you a gift. I got you these glasses. Got you these glasses because you can go like this.
I'm not gonna lie.
That's fire.
That is fire.
That's fire.
It's just okay. You know what I thought? Okay.
You don't see shit.
No, hold on. I can only see this perspective. So I'm like, this nigga got me.
Hard
black
mode,
glasses.
thank God.
No, but it's really just to do this. It's just stupid, but it's really just to do.
Nigga, you know what I'm gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
You know what I'm gonna do?
What you gonna do?
So you see how this shit works, right?
You have to press on the middle, and it's like a normal charger.
Because sometimes, you know what I mean? Because sometimes you making out with the broad, things are going well, and then you decide to turn off the lights and go to the bathroom, and then you come back in. She's like, "Oh, get in bed, baby," and then all of a sudden it gets dark, and the bitch can't see nothing. I'm fucking you tonight.
But 5 years on from what became known as the Me Too movement, there's a growing backlash. Some influential people argue it's become divisive, pitting mastectomies against each other with an assumption of male guilt, leaving many young men feeling marginalised. Recently interviewed two people at the forefront of that backlash, albeit with very different styles and rationales. He's psychologist Dr. Jordan Peterson.
People have been after me for a long time because I've been speaking to disaffected young men. You know, what a terrible thing to do that is.
Jordan Peterson, for example, the whole interview has been viewed 5.5 million times on our YouTube channels, rightly or wrongly. There's clearly a huge groundswell of interest, at the very least, in their views, if not support. So was Me Too an overdue reckoning, or has it become a damaging battle in a raging culture war? Isabel still with me, plus political journalist Ava Centine, and conservative commentator, a young man who agrees with Peterson and Andrew Tate, Connor Thomason. Connor.
What happened was he went, you agree with Jordan Peterson, he went, and Andrew Tate went,
whoa!
Well, you just slipped that bitch in there. I was like, what's that? What's that?
You cheeky little bastard. You.
I believe that women deserve equal rights, absolutely. But I prefer to chain them to the cell. What? Huh? Got me nodding to the wrong thing with the camera on my face.
So if any man now behaves in a way that looks like it's toxic masculinity, bang, they're expunged. Is in that process masculinity itself getting expunged and demonized?
I would say so. I mean, I'm sure that you'll have this experience with your own relationships, Piers, in that women, if you say something controversial...
If you say something controversial...
That's what I was about to say. This guy's name is Connor Tomlinson. He looks and sounds like Connor Tomlinson.
My youngest son, Hephaestus, makes an effort to enjoy the delicacies of the noble life, and there's something to be said about the fact that you and I, as boys and grown men in this infant society, have had to endure the peasantry. I'm not gonna lie, even just talking like that, I feel like my bank account gets more money. Yeah,
that's why I talk like that sometimes.
Yeah. Well, you do?
Well, you know what? Not exactly like him, but you know, just that.
No.
It's just different. I know it is.
No, he speaks like he owns the ends. You sound like you're trying to escape the ends.
Yeah, well, you know what you have to do, what you got to do, mate.
There's a serious point here. A lot of young men feel they're getting disenfranchised by society. They're all being over-demonized. That any attempt to be the traditional male figure is now being rubbished and called toxic.
Well, I mean, if you really felt that and you really went out there and you were an alpha male, then you wouldn't be bothered about a bunch of women telling you that you were.
Well, you would if you
like
get
your behaviour
cancelled, like
as an
Andrew
alpha
Tate.
male.
If you get banned from
I mean,
every
he's
social
hardly
media
been cancelled. He was on your programme, which is on national television.
But
so
it's the
that's
only
hardly a
platform actually he's had
cancellation.
for a long time because all the social media companies banned him, literally banned him. He had his email gone, his Google gone, his Facebook gone. It all went down like dominoes.
Well, he's still on there, very, very prolific on there. I can't move the clips of
Yeah,
him
but they're
on
not
TikTok.
generated by him now.
But that's been for quite some time.
But should he
He's still
be
got a-
punished that way?
But what is punished? What is punished?
When you can't talk, when you don't have a place to talk, you're being excommunicated from the social media. You cannot, and the only way that you're going to be able to say your piece whenever people attack you and be able to defend yourself, just merely defending yourself. If I take all your social medias, right, and I cannot defend myself on things that I've put out there, and people are just judging and often saying and amplifying what I've said, I can't even go after that. I can't even defend myself. So that's the punishment.
Hold on. I don't understand these people. You had people celebrating when he got banned. What do you think they were celebrating? Him being punished.
That's a punishment. If you don't
Why
get
do you think he's saying, yo, this has cost me money. This has definitely hampered me. And I'm recognizing the way with my messaging.
That's
isn't
la
so great."
mauvaise foi.
It's because he's been punished.
That's la mauvaise foi.
Whether you think it's fair or not is irrelevant. She's debating whether or not he's been punished. This is the goofy talk.
Yeah,
you
that's
want to
goofy.
say cancellation's not real because people still have ways to make money. The way that people use cancellation nowadays is not to mean like you're deleted forever. It's to say that you suffer tremendous social and financial harm as a result of some kind of online campaign by people. So you're just being you're being uncharitable and a bit disingenuous when you say he's been punished. How? How? He's losing millions and millions of dollars from not having access to any of his social medias or for him being technically shadow banned in a lot of these conversations. If you will notice, a lot of Andrew Tate clips don't surface nearly as much now as they did before because these social media companies are actively trying to suppress anything with those state titles. So you being a bit of a liar. But let's carry on.
Punish is where companies take a decision which, in my view, in this case, was perverse because they still allow, for example, the Ayatollah of Iran to
Yes.
have a Twitter account.
Yes.
So there's no consistency here at all.
Well, but however, we love a bit of free market. I'm sure you do,
Yeah.
judging by that suit, which is lovely.
Okay, so we're going to be petty.
But you know, social media companies are private companies.
Can you
and
not
they can do
objectify
whatever
them,
they can do.
I'll take
whatever
all the
they like.
objectification I like.
Of course he will, yeah. All right, Isabel.
But Ava, your point about, you know, if men were that alpha, then they wouldn't be that bothered by this, doesn't really help us when it comes to boys growing up. And that is one of my worries, that for teenage boys now, they are so terrified of the consequences of putting a foot out of line. It's hard enough being a young teenager, working out how things are, working out how to do dating and all of that, without the terror that if you touch in the wrong place at the wrong time, you may find that your whole life is destroyed.
See, I
and there
like
is
that
far
terror.
too much. Well,
I like that.
As a
I think
mother
that
of a
men should
teenage
be
boy, I
frightened.
don't.
I think
Mother
that
of a
men
teenage
should be
boy, I
frightened.
don't.
I think everybody should be frightened then. I think that everybody should be frightened. And that's the thing. You like that terror because it puts you in a position when you are the handicap and you're the one on the top. And now all these people are handicapped, you're going to abuse of your power. You know how I know? Because it's happening right now. Yeah, y'all permitting yourself to do stuff, and I have to tell women to not do stuff that they feel really willy-nilly to do. They really don't care. I was on tour. You take pictures with people, the ladies will put their hands on your bum and be calling you all sorts of things. They will freely want to do that. On tour and off tour. Men have a sense of fear now. Cool, where's your sense of fear now? Because you do the same thing. Man, girl, if you don't get the fuck out of here with that thing.
So you guys hear, these hyper feminists, they want you to be afraid.
Yeah.
They want you terrified.
They want the power.
This whole idea that, you know, there's space for men in our...
There isn't.
There isn't. There is. It's beneath them.
But
That's how
you
it
said,
works.
you said one shit one day that was nice. You don't want allies, you want servitude. You said that, and that's exactly what
allyship is nonsense.
Yeah, that's not what you want. You don't want an ally. You want servitude. You want men to be in position with you, but you want them scared, and you want them as servants. That's what you want.
Really? That's the
I
most
do.
malicious thing I've ever
That
heard.
is
I think that
awful.
men should be frightened
I think
to
you'd
touch
feel
women in a way
differently
that
if you
they're
were-
not
if you
comfortable
were-
with.
But that's not what she's talking about. When
That's
she
not what she's
said
talking about.
men are afraid, it's like we don't know what's right or what's wrong. It's not always nearly as obvious. And she's specifically talking about young teenage men.
Yeah, she's
They're
been very
ones that-
specific.
the ones in development, the ones who have the least amount of social interaction, the least amount of engagement. All they see online is how terrifying the consequence could be if they do the wrong thing with ladies. You know, and these young boys are sexless. These young teenagers, these young folks in general, are getting intimacy a lot less. Now you could say it's a good or a bad thing. The whole point is they're having less of this social engagement with the opposite sex at young age. How do you think that carries over to the older years in terms of development if they didn't have that shit early on either? So you got to understand what that fear does. I don't know why should fear be the thing governing how our social interactions go?
Because you women are your women are afraid now, apparently, to walk in the street.
I don't go around slapping other dudes, not because I'm afraid. I don't do it because I think it's the wrong thing to do. Right? I've had a chance to learn. I don't want to be aggressive towards people. I'm cognizant of what it means. You get me what I'm saying? Being motivated by fear just sounds like if I had enough power and I was big enough, I would slap the shit out of you. Because I'm not afraid of the consequences. You don't want a
What the
world like that.
Go
Ideally,
to tacky mode,
people
bro.
are not engaging in certain behaviors for reasons other than fear. I would hope, but maybe you feel different.
And the thing that happens
At
is
least
that
hard
you
mode's
are
hard. That's
in
what I'm
fear.
talking about.
That's what you're saying. Women say that often that they're in fear outside. Is that a good thing? No, but if you're confirmed by fear, that's a good thing. So you know your place. You know when to talk. You know what to do. No, it's not.
But we're talking about
Yeah, but
teenage
we're not talking
years,
about. We're
children.
not talking about.
We're talking
yeah, but
about
it's an
young
interesting
children.
thing that you see. I would say that attitude actually is part of the problem too.
It
That
is.
that's to me toxic femininity.
It
That
is.
is saying you should all be terrified, you men, if you put one.
assaulting.
Well, I think we all understand what sexual
What is
assault
an
is.
assault?
What Isabel's talking about is that young teenage clumsiness
really
in many
hard.
cases, which is now being recategorized as assault. Is that a problem?
It's not being recategorized as assault. It's always been assault. It's just we're finally talking about
I don't
it.
agree with that.
That's
But
ridiculous.
Teenage boy fumbling with
touch
teenage
on the
girl
knee.
is not
Not even that.
in most cases assault, is
Do
it?
you remember Aziz Ansari, right? Half the heels of Me Too, half the heels of Harvey Weinstein, rightly being dragged through the courts and should have got way worse than just prison time, in my opinion. Aziz Ansari had a consensual relationship with a woman. She felt a bit awkward, and afterwards rescinded consent, and he was lumped in, and he had his
No, I'm
career
with you on that
largely
one.
cancelled.
That's a great example. See? She's saying it was always. Well, no, we've literally stretched the definition to mean a lot of things that aren't. I've literally heard someone get yelled at and she said, "You're being sexually." I'm like, what? He didn't even touch you. How could somebody. And people were running with it. And I was like, confused. I'm like, did we just change the definition overnight?
Yes, we did.
We've been stretching this shit for like discomfort. I'm like, what? So you got to understand, there's a lot of confusion in regards to this stuff, especially for young folks.
I'm with
So
you.
then why should men be afraid of that?
Because he didn't touch her without consent, did he?
No, but she
But
rescinded his consent, and
how are
she
young
saw
boys
that then
supposed to
as the same
navigate
thing.
this, the whole
Yeah, I
thing?
agree.
I'm thinking
you
of
need to
my
have-
teenage son. You know, he's 14, 15. What's he supposed to say? Would you mind if I put
Isabel,
my
you are an
hand- I mean,
extremely
come
strong
on,
woman. I
come
know
on.
in your house you're teaching them the difference between assault and then
Of
coming on
course,
to
of
someone.
course.
I know you are.
But what we're talking about is it's been very interesting watching the Me Too movement and the Time's Up movement, how it's all developed. Because a lot of very bad people, Harvey Weinstein and others, got their due comeuppance. We can all agree with that.
Yeah.
This is not even something to be debated. We're really talking about the grey line, right? Where is that grey line? How do you navigate it? When you're an experienced adult and you've been around the block in many ways, you can navigate that much more intelligently and with emotional intelligence than you can if you're a teenage boy. And I think the point Isabel makes is a good one. I've had 3 sons in their 20s. I've always taught them to be respectful to women, and I believe they are. But I do think it's really hard for a 16, 17-year-old boy now in this environment to know even how to start
they are all
having some
terrified.
kind of physical relationship with a woman.
Those good boys are all terrified. I know that from talking to my son. He's just like, I'm just not going there. Is that healthy?
Yes, I
The
think
other
it is
point-
actually. I think it's better to not have a physical relationship than to have one that could ruin a woman's life.
But then how do they ever start?
Well, don't. If you're not 100%
Don't.
sure,
What are we going
don't.
for?
What are you going to have? A bunch of neutered
Celebrate.
boys who
But
never
it's
had...
so obvious.
We actually do
It's
have.
Don't. So this is the kind of stupid, unrealistic sex ed talk that we've had for a long time. Don't want to get pregnant? Don't have sex. Don't want to get pregnant? Everyone just don't use a condom. I mean, we think everything's solved. Guys, you have to understand how people function. There's how things should be, and there's how things are, not how you want them to be. Because I can want a lot of things. I could want everyone to recycle tomorrow because it's really not that difficult. Guess what? Motherfuckers will not recycle. No matter how much you yell, no matter how much you put ads out, they're not going to recycle. That's going to happen. So we got to think about how society actually functions. It's not enough to say, don't. And if you don't know how, don't ever do it. People still going to fuck. They still going to get intimate. They're going to drink. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to get involved. They're going to get involved with the wrong people under the wrong circumstances. So what do we do in those